millions of light years away and billions of years old.
How do you know any of that?
Because I've studied some of them. One sec, I'll be back.
Therefore you believed it, therefore it's true, right? Problem is, of course, is that if that's not true, then it's not a basis for anything. So how do you know it?
Oh, shit, yeah, it is.
So I'm just shopping.
Sweet. Well, Colin seemed like he was new and interested to talk. So yeah, Crypto or Creation Bear, if either of you are free and you want to speak with Colin.
Yeah, sorry, I cut out.
Yeah,
I'm back.
I'm happy to carry on this conversation, or if someone else wants to go ahead, then they can. Don't mind.
Yeah, no. If Crypto's free, let's have Crypto speak to Colin for a bit. That'd be good.
Yeah. Sorry, I lagged out. My bad. Yeah, what's up? Hello?
1 second.
All right.
Yeah, I would just ask a quick question, Callum, about the stars. What is it that you know that I don't? What can you know that I don't about the stars?
Well, what do you know about stars?
Nothing. I have no clue. I don't even know what they are. So, if we're standing shoulder to shoulder, we're here, together, night sky gazing or whatever. And I look up and I'm like,
not quite dark enough tonight. It's a bit shit, but not I can see them really well. But we can tell that they're miles and miles away because of the redshift, which is the expansion of the universe, changing the spectrum of light, wavelength of light, then from, let's say, blue to red. It takes millions of miles. We know that. That's how we calculate distance.
So how would we verify that calculation?
Well, we can test it actually on Earth. We can test that via shooting the light through let's say, a 10-meter tube and testing the difference between. It's minor, it's minimal, but it is detectable. And we compare that with what we've got from there, and it's kind of a bit of guesswork, and you kind of get there. And you're all muted.
So I'll be back in a minute. Don't worry, I do want to come.
Okay, so now you've got your calculations. Now, how do we know what the stars are?
Well, we've got the closest star, our sun, haven't we? You can. What shape is the sun?
No clue. I don't even know what the sun is.
But you do, because you see it every single day. And
yeah, but I also see the moon, and I don't know if that's a globe or not. I mean, sometimes it looks spherical. The sun, I'll admit, doesn't look very spherical to me.
Well, if you stared at it properly and looked at something else, you get a circle burnt into your retina.
Okay, does that mean spherical? Does that mean it's spherical, though?
I don't know how to explain it. Ollie, I've got one of my mates over. How would you explain that the sun's a sphere? They're asking, they don't know what the sun is.
It's a circle in the sky?
It's a circle in the sky. Very helpful. Wow, cheers.
So, a circle of light, yeah.
Yeah, circle of light. How do you...
So how would you know anything more than that?
Because we've sent things in space, have we not?
Have we?
I would challenge that.
I haven't. Have you?
Okay, then look at the night sky on a clear night, and you are able to see satellites passing overhead, yeah? They look like a meteor, sort of, without a trail, and they pass over at a constant rate, yeah? You can tell that's something, and it comes past night after night, right?
How do you know what it is beyond a little moving light?
Because it's a reflection from the sun hitting the earth, bouncing off, hitting that, and bouncing back down to me.
How'd you know that?
How did you verify that by just looking at it?
Because light travels in straight lines. Yeah.
Oh, remember that for later.
Oh wow! Yeah. Cheers. Oh Jesus! You just lagged out. Fuck.
Yeah, I'll be back in a minute. I can have a full conversation with you when I'm back, but I'm just sorting something out. So give me like 2 minutes.
No worries, Crypto.
Cool. Yeah, Callum, I dropped something in the chat there. At 27 minutes past the hour. I think I tagged you there as well. Were you able to see that?
One sec. I'm kind of new to this anyway, but I'll try it. Oh, there we go.
No problem. Let me know when you get there.
Where is it? What is it? The 20-minute. See attachment.
Yeah, it's that black GIF with the 4 quote-unquote spheres.
Yeah.
All right. Notice how they all look like spheres, right?
No, the second one from the left isn't.
Well, only one of them is a sphere.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
but
a half sphere from a certain point of view, aka vertical, looks like a sphere, and rendered stuff tricks our eyes into seeing stuff as a sphere. And you
kind of get the simple point I'm trying to make.
Yeah. But there's no light coming from any other point of view. Then it's from where you're facing. That makes everything kind of just look like a flat circle.
But you understand though, right? Like just by looking at the moon, or the sun, doesn't give us the information that it is a sphere.
Okay. Solar eclipses then. Can you explain them?
Well, do you want to give us your quick rundown on that, and then we can pick apart?
Sorry, partial solar eclipses, I meant, sorry. Full solar eclipses, you can't tell anything from. Okay, partial solar eclipses, when the moon passes over the sun, yeah? Like, in a certain angle, so it creates... A full solar eclipse would completely blacken a whole country, or a whole section of a country then. Like,
how do you know that's what happens?
Because I've been in one before. It's really weird.
I've been in one too. Do you know what the path of totality is? The size, the diameter of the path of totality is?
No, I don't. I didn't look at that. I'm sorry. I should have.
I'll tell you. It's approximately 71 miles, which is incredibly suspicious because we were taught in school that the sun is exactly 400 times further away from us than the moon, and 400 times angular size-wise bigger than, the moon.
Yeah, but the moon doesn't have
since the moon is just 400 times closer, it just blocks out that light in just the right amount. It doesn't block out, more than the sun would. The point is, they tell us that the moon is is about, say, 2,000 or so miles in diameter. And so if an object 2,000 miles in diameter were to cast a shadow from the sun, the shadow would have to be 2,000 miles in diameter. It's 71 miles in diameter, which proves that whatever's going on when a solar eclipse happens, they lied to us about it. It proves, what I'm saying is, I can't tell you what caused a solar eclipse, but I can tell you that what they told you caused it is a lie, obviously.
No, but the reason it's only 70, you can't say obviously, and it proves that, because it doesn't. Gravity has an effect on light. It curves. I say curves leniently. It can change the pull of where the light is going. So
are you claiming that in their model they say that the alleged gravity around the moon, the sun, and the earth would bend light? Is that what you're saying?
No, but then let's see your model then, and see how you would...
I don't have a model, and I just wanted to point out to you that part of this whole fairy tale religion thing, in their fairy tale religion thing, the only time that they say that gravity allegedly bends light is when it's very close to a black hole, not anywhere near the earth, the moon, or the sun. So I just wanted to point that out to you.
Yeah, that's only properly visible, like ridiculously so. Like you can literally, if you were stood on one side of a black hole and the other side of a black hole, there was a torch, you could see it clear as day. That's like ridiculously.
It's just imaginations, bro.
Can I just ask you, all of this stuff that you're saying, can you verify any of it for yourself?
Yes. I mean,
Okay, how do you verify that gravity bends light?
because you can literally see it with a decent telescope.
But you understand what verify means, right?
What do you mean by verify? Is that by saying that the moon is 2,000 kilometers in diameter, so it must cast a 2,000 kilometer shadow, right? Is that
No.
No, before because I've asked you to verify that gravity bends light, and you've said you can see it with a telescope. How?
a good enough telescope? It can't. If you take a powerful enough telescope, you can find a black hole because of the Hawking radiation. I can't find this because I don't personally have it on my cell phone at this time.
Well, you haven't verified it for yourself, then, have you? So I've asked you, how do you verify this? Not okay. I haven't asked you what do you think that the so-called experts have told you sounds plausible. I haven't asked you that. I've asked you, how can you verify this? Right. So how can we verify this?
How can we verify this? I can't do a test on my table that shows this. It's physically impossible.
So then you have to at least accept that there is a chance that this is bollocks and that you're just trusting what they say.
And I could say the same for you. You know,
well, we haven't really presented anything for you to say that.
No, I'm not saying that. No, but if you're saying the same for me, I could present the same for you.
Like, dude, why do you feel the need to counterpunch? What's the point? Why can't you just accept?
No.
Oh, actually, it might be bollocks. Why do you need to counterpunch? That's ego.
No. I'm saying it could be bollocks. Both sides could be bollocks. Yeah,
but
there could be a spaghetti monster that's created everything. For example, I'm just throwing.
I've said that that's the case. I've admitted that I might be full of shit. I might be totally wrong. Fine, but I don't have to say. But therefore, it might be true of you as well. Like, what matters here is that we're both seeking truth, right? Yeah. So we're not opposing sides. So I don't want you to feel like I'm your enemy, and whenever I make a point, you have to push back, right? That's not how this works. So I'm going to ask you again: is there a chance that what they've told you is bollocks?
Well, yeah, there always is. Okay. We can't exactly be certain with anything, can we?
Yeah, that doesn't prove that it is bollocks. I'm just asking if there's a chance. That's fine. You have to approach truth with that mindset that what you already currently think might be wrong. Because if you already think that what you think must be correct and that therefore everything else is wrong, there's no point even having the conversation. So that's why I want to get, like, at that point, there's no point us talking.
Well, I'm okay. Can I explain how I feel? I'm strongly convinced that what I am arguing is truthful, but if you give me a good enough explanation or some equations or a model of some sort that proves me completely wrong, I'll admit it. If you can give me some form of equations or something that proves it, that I could test myself, that actually gives me the correct answer for given thing, I would believe you.
But that reasoning is fallacious.
Yeah, but that's the thing. If I could manage to provide you with something, would you believe me? Or are you so set on what you believe that you wouldn't believe me even if I gave you 100%?
Well, we could rename the server to change my mind. We're happy to accept science or measurements. You know, you got to present something.
If you were to present me something that was logically valid and that I couldn't refute, I would have absolutely no option but to accept it. Right? The problem is that everything I've seen from the globe is based either in logical fallacy or assumption, and there's nothing else that I've seen. So, if you, obviously, I'm in this for truth as well. So, what I think could be bollocks, but from what I've seen of the globe Earth, like the model or whatever that is, doesn't even really exist. Yeah. But from what I've seen, it seems to be like Eratosthenes is a good example. Based on a number of assumptions, you can calculate like the circumference of a flat floor using his methodology, right? Yeah. So this stuff's nonsense. So when someone comes to me, I know the Earth's a ball because of Eratosthenes. It's like, bro, you don't even know, like, you don't even know why that's illogical. I'm not saying to you, but when other people bring it, they don't know why it's logical. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's like when I'm brought something like, oh yeah, there are two orbs in the sky, and sometimes one is dark and sometimes one is light. Therefore, the Earth's a ball. Like it's logical. It's silly. You know?
Yeah. To make that ridiculous of an assumption, but you've got to admit there has to be some form of curve going off of the Aristotle's thing. You know, with two poles perfectly aligned at two different points on the Earth, you can calculate the angle and use Pythagoras' theorem.
It's actually my favourite example of logical fallaciousness. So let me give you an example. Presumably, you have a light in your room, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
What?
So a light. You've got a light in your room.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So you live in England. Most rooms have lights in England. So you put one pen underneath the light, and you put one pen off to the side, and you form a 7.2 degree angle shadow with the second pen off to the side, right? So how far away would you say the pens are?
Well, it depends. It depends on if you're actually going on a sphere or a circle. Then I'll use circle instead of sphere.
No, but I'm talking about your room, your actual physical room. So you're doing this in your room with your flat floor, right?
I've got one directly down, and then one at a 7.2 degree angle off it. Yeah. And I measured the length 0 to 7.2, and I've put them exactly 7 centimeters apart, or 7 whatever.
Okay, so using Eratosthenes' methodology, we can then assume that 1/50th of the of your floor circumference is 7 centimeters.
No, we're talking 3 dimensions. My room, not just my floor.
Yeah, I'm talking about the flat floor. I'm talking about floor,
because
right?
that doesn't apply unless I put the light directly on my floor, shining in some weird way that I can't do.
But this is Eratosthenes' methodology. Like this is what he did. So I'm taking you through it, right? So if there is a 7 centimeters distance between the two pens, and you've got a 7.2 degree angle of shadow, you can assume that 70 centimeters is 1/50th of the distance, and therefore times 7 centimeters by 50 to get 350 centimeters as the total, right?
Yeah, this circumference is around the light, around my light. It's not.
That would be the circumference of your floor.
The light's supposed to be representative, Callum, of the sun, right? The pens are supposed to be representative of the sticks and shadows on the ground. I don't know why you said put the light on the floor. I don't know why you said you should put the light on the floor. That's weird.
No. So if the light is coming straight down at my floor, in parallel lines, I'm calculating using my shadows from the light. I'm calculating a circle around the light, not on the floor.
Why would you think it's parallel?
Yeah, don't you remember earlier the shadow from the moon was smaller than the moon, so it's not parallel then.
But this is all irrelevant anyway.
Reflections and things like that. No. I'm going off of what he's just said. I'm using his. I'm using exactly what he said.
This is Eratosthenes' methodology.
I'm using Eratosthenes' methodology. I don't think this. I think this is retarded. This is what he did, right? He took allegedly. He took 2 sticks. He found a 7.2 degree angle difference. He then assumed that the distance between the 2 sticks must be 1/50th of the circumference, and therefore times it by 50 to find the circumference. That's his methodology. It's not mine.
Yeah, no. He went off of a circle. He was ridiculously ahead of his time, to be honest.
Assumed the circle.
It's like 1 o'clock in the morning here. I could do with some sleep tonight because I actually have rugby and things tomorrow. But
okay, I'm also in England. Dude, what you have to understand is that he assumed the circle to prove the circle. What I've just demonstrated to you, even though I don't think you've really understood it, is that you can calculate the circumference of a flat floor using his methodology, and so therefore the methodology is flawed.
No, because he didn't calculate the circumference of a circle. He calculated the circumference of a circle, not of a floor.
No, he did.
Yeah,
just
because he assumed the circle.
Okay. You can't calculate something unless you're trying to calculate something then.
Yeah, that's my point. His methodology can be used to calculate the circumference of a flat floor with no circumference. That's why the methodology is bunk.
Okay. how do I
Callum, there
explain
are
it?
multiple issues with the Eratosthenes saying you shouldn't really be leaning on this as heavily as you are now. We've already picked it apart. Crypto just pulled it apart. But
Well,
there's
he's
several things
assuming
wrong with
that
it.
it wasn't proven. He's assuming that this, that, and the other. He's
Wait.
assuming everything. So he's going against.
No.
We
Crypto or
assume the
That's what
circle
Jack
to calculate the circle. He's assuming that the circle's bollocks. Yeah.
No. This isn't
No.
Crypto
Let me.
saying that.
So
We're
he's
talking about
picking apart
Eratosthenes
something that I'm trying to explain.
I mean, I'm right
Constantly.
here. I can talk for myself.
Yeah. He can talk for
You don't have
himself.
to explain it. Everyone in this room understands the Eratosthenes things very, very well. I don't think you do, though. So we're trying to help you understand how it doesn't work, but you're still leaning into it as if it does. We've already pulled it apart.
If you can't show me how it works, then you don't understand it at all.
It doesn't work. There's multiple reasons why it doesn't work.
But it does work.
Well, it doesn't, right? You said yourself parallel rays. So we've already...
Yes, parallel rays. You tried explaining it using a light, which is nothing compared to a sphere. Nothing compared to a...
Right, but the problem is we don't see parallel... No, because the problem is you don't see parallel rays in reality.
Yeah, so there's problem number one.
Light
because you would have to assume that the rays that you see that are not parallel are actually...
Sorry, we're just going in circles here. I can't. We're going in circles, yeah?
I mean, maybe we should just walk through this slowly.
You're going in circles.
You and I are going to go out and do...
There's too many people talking, personally. So maybe we just have two people talking. I'm happy to either talk or not talk, but I don't want people to deflect from my point, which was the problem with the methodology. I don't care about parallel rays at the moment. That's another issue. What I'm saying is that the methodology itself can be used to calculate the circumference of a flat floor, and so therefore it's completely stupid.
Sorry, I'm just running through this here. I've got two pens actually on the floor right now. So light in the middle of my room, pen on the floor, pen over here. Light casts a slightly different shadow. That makes the circumference around my light, which is exactly 50 times. Yeah.
Okay,
it's
so you got one
the floor in a circle. It's around my light.
I know that your floor isn't a sphere. That's the point. The point is that this can work either on a flat plane or a sphere, right? He had to assume the sphere to prove the sphere. That's the problem with the methodology.
No, I'm not trying to use this to prove a sphere. I'm trying to prove a circumference. I'm not.
Okay.
It's not on my floor.
Have a circumference.
Okay, so how do I explain this? So basically, I'm not trying to explain the floor directly under my feet. I'm not trying to explain a sphere. I'm trying to explain a circle that goes around a light. Yeah.
Right. So you don't understand.
No. Okay. So I wish there was a camera on this thing. Jesus. So basically, this isn't exact because it's a shitty light. But basically,
talking about the ground. When did we say let's talk about the sky? What are you doing? We are
I'm not talking
about the ground underneath your feet. That is what we're talking about.
Yeah, that's what you're talking about. But that doesn't work because the light is coming from above the ground.
Well, wouldn't that be the same for the...
Actually, listen, bro. Physically, factually, we're talking about the ground, not the sky.
Hold on. He just said. Well, hold on. It's illogical again because he just said that it wouldn't be the same because the light would be coming from above, right? Isn't that also exactly what happens on your floor? The light's coming from above it, right?
I'm not trying to prove that the Earth's a sphere. I'm just trying to prove that that the circumference of the Earth. It doesn't matter if you think it's just a flat disc floating in the middle of nowhere.
No one here thinks that, Callum.
No, I know that. No, I'm saying believe whatever you want. It was created by a spaghetti monster or whatever. I'm trying to prove that the circle that is around the Earth, yeah, whatever orientation you want, yeah, is what Aristotle.
This shows that you don't understand Eratosthenes because he's not trying to prove a circle around the light source. He was trying to prove the curvature of the ground.
He wasn't trying to prove the curvature. He was trying to find the circumference. You can't prove the curvature by the 70,
that's true. The problem is of course, that using that methodology, you can calculate the circumference of a flat floor, which is why it's bunk. I've said this about 4 times.
No. I want to understand how, from a light source, you can generate what you are trying to get. I would quite like a video of this.
Listen to what Crypto said, and don't just say no.
No.
No. Listen to what he said.
I can't picture what you're picturing. I kind of need.
So we can't determine the size, the shape of the Earth. Listen. Stop talking. We can't determine the shape of the floor by lights and stick shadows. That's all he's trying to tell you.
I feel like I kind of have to interject here.
We're not. Okay, exactly.
Sorry, really quickly, Callum.
No. I want him to make sure.
Yeah. No, but this is important because he's not getting it right. Because he's probably not looking in the live stream voice text. There's a text channel above the live stream where people have been posting various stuff for a while now.
Yeah, but you're showing the sun at different points.
No, what we're saying is that it doesn't matter what Eratosthenes is. It doesn't prove anything. That's all he's trying to tell you. Because you can make you could create a circle, not a circle as a pizza. We're saying a sphere, like where you want to assume a sphere.
Okay.
You understand that part, right? So we're saying that it's you could do it on a flat surface. You know, you could make your flat surface give you a radius.
Right, is there a way? I'm just trying to see if I can video stream something here.
No, you can't video stream.
You're more than welcome to take some screen grabs, and I can post stuff for you in the chat.
Yeah. Okay. That works. But no, I'm not trying to prove the shape of the Earth. I'm trying to prove that the circumference is true. No matter how you orientate it or whatever, I don't care if it's a globe or whatever.
Circumference of what?
The circumference, that's the thing. Just the circle that it makes at the...
What? The circumference of what?
Or you could call it a circle. You could call it the sphere, whatever you want to call it, a globe.
So the sphere, the globe, okay. So you just contradicted...
No. You're completely going against what I just said there. I said it could be a circle, it could be whatever, yeah?
Why are we talking about circles?
Because it doesn't... Because using the light stick model, I'm just saying, doesn't prove the shape. It proves the circumference size. It doesn't prove the shape whatsoever.
No, it doesn't prove anything. I just explained this to you. It doesn't prove anything because it's just a calculation based on assumptions. And those assumptions can make a flat floor be calculated to have a circumference when we know it doesn't have one.
It doesn't matter if the cube I'm talking
Listen,
about...
what was the experiment, kiddo? What was the experiment where they proved that? Like, how do you know you weren't there for this. You're making assumptions based on something you've never even performed yourself, have you? You've never even tried this.
Okay, so you're getting angry at me for saying the tiniest thing.
I'm done, man. You're done too, by the way. But keep going.
We're going off the point. We're going off the point, which is the problem with the methodology. Like, I haven't even...
Okay, can I explain the point without you guys shouting at me, please?
Yeah, well, I was trying to give
I'll shut up. You're already done, bud.
All right, kick me. Well, I don't really care, to be honest.
No, I'm not talking about that. Your point. You never had a point, and that's been obviated.
Let Crypto speak.
Can you please listen to me explain this one last point? Yeah. So let's say the Earth's a cube. Yeah.
No,
and I did that same experiment that he did. Yeah. To get the circle around the thing. Yeah. I'm not proving what shape it is. I'm just proving that there is a circle that touches multiple points around whatever we are living on. Yeah.
No, you're not.
No. Look, everyone in this room understands the Eratosthenes thing quite well.
I don't think any of you do. Well, I guarantee you KJ Diamond doesn't. I guarantee you Quad doesn't. I guarantee you creation.
Hold on. Stop strawmanning us because we do.
Oh, he left.
Now. He left. He was just spiraling.
Everyone, just shut up. I was having a conversation with this guy. I don't know why 5 people feel the need to interject. I was fine. Why is everyone else talking? Can I just have a conversation with him? Is that possible? Okay, so I walked you through the problems with the methodology in detail. Exactly what did I do wrong?
He left.
I think he conceded.
It was just he was saying that we don't understand the Eratosthenes thing, but he was advertising to the room that he doesn't get it. He was just advertising it.
Yeah, it would be nice to actually have a conversation with him, though. Like, I do get annoyed at this. Like, I'm happy to just not talk, or I'm happy to take the lead and talk, but we can't have 5 people in a fucking rugby scrum trying to all get our little bit in. It doesn't work. Like, some people need to just learn when to stop talking, and I'm happy to not talk, or I'm happy to talk. I don't want to be one of 5 people trying to talk, right? It doesn't work.
Crypto, it would probably be better if most people were utilizing live stream voice text to support what's being said in voice chat, right?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Or if it's pressing, all you got to do is write it down, and then when you get your opportunity, you can present it. Just to kind of piggyback on what Crypto was saying, but continue, Crypto.
No, that's it.
We have to have a better system. If Crypto wants to talk and he can handle it, he should tell us that. Everyone should shut up. That's all.
Yeah.
No, man. Hold on. The system is there. The system has been here for years. It's just people have to have some mic discipline. That's all it is.
Mm-hmm.
The guy was incognito. He didn't acknowledge anything Crypto said. He just went on to his next gallop.
Yeah, and we talk to people like that all the time. It's nothing new. Like, it's not an issue. I mean, how many people like that have we talked to over the years as individuals and collectively? Like hundreds and hundreds, thousands. I don't understand why, like, if I'm talking to someone, like, why is there this need for everyone else to get in? And I'm happy to just listen for hours if I know other people are talking. It's not an issue. We don't need to like treat these people like they're meat that we're fighting over, right? Because that's not really what they are, and they shouldn't be what we are.
I guess my goal is to try to be like a mediator or glue between like, because it seemed like there was a disconnect. Like Crypto, I understood your point, and he didn't seem like he was like you guys weren't gelling. So I was like trying to, I don't know, my genuine purpose is try to like make sure you guys both connect and then move forward. Because I don't have,
yeah, or at least if you are going to take the conversation a slightly different way or make your own point that's congruent or has something to do with what Crypto's saying, I'm going to try to work on this myself. At least wait a few seconds for there to be some time where they're not saying anything to each other, and then be like, oh, okay, now I can talk to them.
Okay, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
I think
what I like to do,
I just wanted to say real quick. I think we're also missing sometimes the qualifiers, like asking, "Hey, can I ask him a question here?" Because someone else is already having a conversation.
Yeah, or if one of these Globers comes in here and he says a particular thing that you notice doesn't make sense, and you want to attack it, just type it out in the voice text and then say what you have to say about it below that.
But I apologize. I did jump in there where I shouldn't have.
Yeah, I did as well. My bad.
Me too, man. I'm hot-headed. I got to work on it.
Mic check.
Yep.
Holy, what's up, dude?
Not much. Just been listening into the rant.
Am I right with that he was trying to say, like, with your example, Crypto, he was trying to say, like, well, the light, he was trying to say circumference around the light that was hitting the floor? Is that what he was saying?
Yeah, that's exactly what it was, and that's what I was trying to explain to him. No, I know, but these people, they don't know how to think about these things,
right?
And so you have to just explain it in a way that makes sense. And I did say it once, and then it kind of got fucking gangbanged by 4 other people talking about other shit that didn't matter, and that was what really riled me up, because like I felt like I was getting to the central point, and it just, once you give them an out, they always take it. So just don't give them an out. Just drill down to the point until they realise that they're wrong. You have to do that, because if you're just kind of I don't know, going up about 4 or 5 other different points, then they're just going to go with the path of least resistance.
Right.
Like, this is just like argument 101. Don't allow them to wriggle out of a sticky spot. You have to nail them down on it.
Just admit when you don't know. Nothing wrong with that.
So when he brought up the cube thing and he said circle with the cube, was he talking about like a circle going around the cube or a circle on one of the surfaces of the cube? Because I didn't understand that. Like, what was he trying to say there? Yeah, I don't know either.
I think he was saying something more like the circle of the light on the surface.
Yeah, but that's not the Eratosthenes thing, though, and that's what's so weird. He was saying that we don't get it.
Light and shadow.
Yeah, it's so weird. He's like, "Well, you guys don't understand it. I do." It's like, well, but you're not even putting forward the correct thing. So,
yeah, the problem is that like. Problem is ego. You gotta know when you just don't know something and just say, "Hey, I don't know." There's nothing wrong with that.
that was just the first time I've ever heard that a circumference around the light that hits the surface. Like, that's a new one.
Yeah, but it doesn't prove anything.
Right. That's exactly what Crypto was trying to say. Like, well, so now you have a circumference of your floor.
Well, we all know since we were kids, when we threw our clothes on the floor, light and shadow will play tricks on you. I remember when I was a kid, I threw my clothes on the floor and I woke up in the middle of the night, thought there was a fucking creature in my room. With light and shadow. That's the problem, right? With human perspective. Don't ever believe your eyes. You see it in reality, right? So just try to trust your senses as best as you can, but even then you gotta take it with a grain of salt. You know, when I deal with someone like that, I just throw out sundials and smoke signals. How would they work on a spinning ball?
Well, what I think Crypto was trying to do there was trying to get him to face and realize the error in his logic, which I think would have probably helped him the most, but he just didn't want to hear it, and we weren't facilitating it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's done now.
I just discovered a new game and been playing it, listening to you guys. It's pretty cool. The game's all based on flat Earth theory.
What?
It's Valheim.
Can you play it on your phone, or is it only for PC?
It's for PC. It's like a building survival game, but it's all Viking. It's fucking sick. It's called Valheim.
Sounds amazing.
It is. I'm in my skiff right now. I'm just exploring the flat Earth. If I sail too close to the edge, you will sail off. It's all. It's pretty good.
No.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Wild.
That's not flat Earth.
No, I know.
That's wild, though, man. I think that's great.
Yeah, check it out. It came out, I don't know, 4 or 5 months
I don't have a
ago,
PC
maybe.
right now.
Yeah, it's called Valheim. It's actually a really good game.
So did the Glober have a new explanation? Did he say that Eratosthenes was not trying to verify the sphere? He said he was going to verify the circle of the light. Is that what he said?
Yeah, something like that.
You're trying to verify the circumference, but not a sphere? Does that make sense?
Something he says, do the light circle, you can tell the circumference of the Earth. Yeah, okay, but... Yeah, okay, I believe that.
You can tell from a light circle.
He was not trying to prove the globe. He was just trying to prove the circumference of the globe.
Mm-hmm.
Does that even make sense?
No.
Yeah, no.
Come on.
A circumference is a sphere, right? Unless you're talking about a 2D circle, which we know we don't live on.
I almost got the impression like he was.
Well, he kept saying circle. I don't know why he was saying that. I even asked him, like, why are you saying that? Like,
circle, sphere.
This is a circle. This is a ball.
Yeah, he did bring up like a disc and a cube. I'm like, dude.
I know. It's like, don't go there. Don't. Just
and then he brought the spaghetti monster twice. That's important to bring that up.
What was he referring to there?
You know the spaghetti monster?
No, what's that?
Spaghetti monster. Okay, let me explain. Atheists don't like God, so they say, I might as well believe in the spaghetti monster. So he's saying, he's saying spaghetti monster could be a thing too. Could be a spaghetti monster. So he said it twice.
Yeah, isn't that religion, Rastafarian or whatever it is out west or some shit?
I think the atheists actually bona fide it as a religion. It's spaghetti monster.
Yeah, they wear spaghetti bowlers as hats. Yeah.
Hey guys, does anybody know? I have a question. I'm doing some debates, and we're talking about like Saturn and Jupiter. Does anybody know if any of these telescopes, like in the observatories, if any of them use like computer software to make the colors more bright and to make them look like NASA pics?
No, I've been doing astrophotography for a while, but they're just goddamn lights in the sky, man. Stars
like,
in the jar.
I'm looking at differences of lights in the sky. So like what NASA shows is like colorful. It looks like solid terra firma. So I'm trying to figure out what's real and what's fake, so I can demonstrate this in my debate.
I think they're more like God's lights in the sky, don't you think?
There's something, I think I got a 10-inch Niron telescope, and I hook it up with my I got a Nikon P900, the famous flat Earth fucking camera. But
you do astrophotography, but are you getting these pics like a Saturn that are like crystal clear?
Oh yeah, not crystal.
Do they look like terra firma?
No, but what they look like through the lenses that I look through, they look like spherical floating objects. But again, that's all that they look like. Like some days when you look at the moon, for instance, some days, not all the time, but when you look at the moon, sometimes it looks like a flat, thin puck, and sometimes it does look like it could be spherical. But that doesn't mean It's spherical.
Can you get the moons on Saturn with your equipment?
What's that? Sorry.
Can you get the moons of Saturn with your equipment?
Not Saturn. I've gotten
Jupiter.
I've gotten moons of Jupiter. I've gotten an image of Jupiter and 4 moons, and I've also gotten an image of Saturn and its rings.
I'd appreciate it if you can send some pictures of what you got in the live stream, because I feel like I can trust those.
Yeah, they're fuzzy. They're fuzzy and stuff. But
can you share any of those with us, like real non-NASA pics of Jupiter and Saturn, whatever you can show us? Because I'm trying to do a presentation showing fake from real.
I can later. I don't have them on this PC. This is my gaming PC. It's on my other.
Can
PC.
you DM a couple of them to Godric? I appreciate it.
Yeah, sure. Hold on one sec.
Thank you.
Let me just drop anchor here. I'll add you to friends list.
Yeah, don't fall off the flat Earth.
Sorry, who was talking?
Godric.
Yeah, I just sent you a message, so I got you. I'll send you a friend's request. Yeah, I'll send you a bunch of photos that I've gotten. Yeah, I just started it as a little hobby, and yeah, it just kind of blows my mind that my camera is that good that I can see objects hundreds of thousands of fucking miles. Like, come on. I don't think the moon is literally 286,000 miles away. It's got to be a little bit closer. But
Hope you guys are doing well.
Roger that. Same to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I was the split second away from saying "and Jenny."
Were you? Oh, well, high five.
I wouldn't lie to you. I wouldn't lie to you.
Sweet. So what's happening?
Nothing too much. I had to do some gaming and stuff this week, so I haven't been available.
Okay.
But besides that, everything's fine.
Sweet. So what's your favorite flat Earth argument?
Want me?
My favorite one, or the one that I point people to?
Yeah, the second. I mean,
the one that
either
I point people to. Yeah, I mean, the Black Swan is just the easiest. It tells the person everything that they need to know. That like these aren't our numbers. That it's the globe model's numbers, and that they just don't line up. I mean, it just lays everything out. I literally saved it to my computer, and I think last week I literally just sent it to my mom. I was like, "Yeah, you've been lied to your whole life." She was like, "Yeah." She's like, "Yeah. I heard this from other people, right?"
What?
She's all into the yeah. This is the truth. I'm telling you the truth. She's like,
That's
"Oh yeah,
amazing.
I've heard something about the flat Earth because she's in these she's already in these truther communities because of the right?
Yeah.
But
yeah.
she was like, oh yeah, I've heard stuff about that, right? I was like, oh yeah, I've done a lot of research and I'm a part of this community that talks about it, and I wanted to show you this. And she looked at it or whatever, and she's like, oh, that's interesting,
Wow.
Yeah.
That's great.
It's good stuff.
Yeah, no doubt.
My favorite flat Earth argument is the moon phases. Every 3 days of the month, the moon disappears in the night sky for 3 days. Where does it go?
Doubt.
Where does it go? Come on. Like, there's nothing between the Earth and the moon to block the moon. Where does it go for 3 days?
Such a coincidence.
Right, no one talks about that. Gigantic fucking moon in the sky, gone for 3 days.
Damn, man.
Can you answer the question, though?
No, I've been researching it for years. I know what NASA says. NASA says it's an Earth's shadow, the umbra. Come on.
Oh, I see, okay.
The
umbra.
The stain in your voice.
Yeah, come on.
Totally justified, though. I'm with you.
So, yeah, there's a lot of things that I like. I'm beyond the curve, bro. I can't talk about the curve anymore. I'm going to lose it. You know what I mean?
Oh, wow.
I can't describe the curve.
The curve of the Earth that you can see if you look, from the sea.
What's that?
Hey, you know what? I've been trying to, organize my memes that I get from all you guys into like a 3 points folder. So I don't have like a lot in the folder for like axial rotation. I think it's the least amount that I have. I mean, I have some stuff, but...
Speaking of rotation, I have a new one. If the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles at the equator and much slower on the poles, wouldn't we observe the stars spinning across the sky much faster on the equator as opposed to much slower
with the sun,
on the
right?
pole?
Same with with any celestial body. Same with the moon. Same with the sun.
Hang on. I'm trying to make a point. Because we experience them on the same speed anywhere, which comports to a flat Earth with the stars going across a flat plane, not faster in the equator and slower on the poles. Am I right?
Yeah. Well, prospectively, yeah, it would be, right? Sure. I think there's a good point there. Well, you know what Nikola Tesla quoted on the Earth, shape and size of the Earth? He said, the Earth is more like a realm, an atmosphere. The Earth has no edge, therefore it has no shape. That's what he believed.
The Earth has no shape.
Therefore, well, he says.
Hang on, Nikola Tesla said the Earth has no shape. Can you quote that?
Well,
yeah, that'd be
Nikola's
sweet.
Quote was, "The Earth is more like a realm, an atmosphere. The Earth doesn't have an edge, therefore it doesn't have a shape." That's all he said on the subject.
Wow.
Those are his own words. That's exactly what he said.
Do you have a visual aid to
show a quote on that? He said it's not a planet, it's a realm.
A realm, yeah. I think he goes on and says more about it. And he says, it doesn't have an edge, therefore it has no shape.
Yeah, I haven't found any source to this quote, so...
Yeah, keep digging, you'll find it.
Yeah,
Took me a
can
while,
you
but yeah.
guide me to in what writings Nikola Tesla said that?
It was mostly published in an article, actually. It was a conversation, same with some of the small conversations that Albert Einstein's had with people over the years. One quote said to Albert Einstein, "What is it like to be the smartest man in the world?" And Einstein said, "I don't know, you should ask Nikola Tesla."
I've heard about both of these quotes, but
Yeah. Well, don't forget a lot of information suppressed, right? Same with Captain Cook. I don't know if you guys are aware of Captain Cook. He sailed the oceans blue. But if you look at his chart when he navigated and charted Antarctica, and he was at sea for 3 fucking years. I don't know what kind of man could stay in the ocean for 3 years. Determined one, that's for sure. But if you look at his voyage on a ball, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. But if you put his voyage on a flat plane, it makes perfect sense. That's someone you should look into. Captain Cook. I think it was 1778 he died. He was murdered, actually.
I just posted Tesla's quote.
Sorry, I can't hear you. Your mic is all muffled.
Posted Tesla's quote. It's right above faces.
Oh, you found it. Where'd you post it?
yeah, see, this is my problem. Like,
It's at 8. It's
this is
19
just like,
after the hour.
yeah, this is my problem. Like, there's no reference to where this comes from. It's just claimed to be from Nikola Tesla.
As far as I know, a friend of mine's got more information on it. As far as I know, it was an interview with a reporter, and it was actually an article that was posted in a newspaper. His quote, actually.
Yeah, I would like a source to it so I can confidently requote that or quote him on that.
I forget who it was that asked him. It was, I'm not 100% sure about it. It was way before my time, unfortunately.
Yeah, I looked for this origin of this quote a few times and I couldn't find anything. So,
well, I know that the information I learned about Captain Cook, that's all gone. It's not even on the internet anymore. I can't even find it. His whole journal everything was on YouTube. Some guy posted it on a YouTube channel. It's all gone. Can't even find any.
True. A lot of books are not online. It's like only 2 to 3% at most that are online. So,
you know, now I don't know what religion or how Nikola Tesla was raised when he was a young lad. Could have been part of his upbringing, what his family believed. Nikola Tesla. What's his nationality? What was Nikola Tesla's nationality?
Are we Hungarian?
No.
Oh, wait.
He was half Croatian, half Serbian. He was from Croatia.
Okay. Because so again, I'm guessing he might have quoted that due to like religious thing. I don't think he was a very religious man, but again, I don't know. Honestly, I don't think too many people know much about Nikola Tesla, just the things that he invented.
The thing just is, Globers will argue against this. This is why I don't use this as an argument, because they will cite where Tesla has used the globe in his descriptions. So when this doesn't have something you can point at and say, see, he said it here, it loses a lot of validity and just makes us look bad.
Real talk, what is your opinion on furries?
What?
What is your opinion on furries?
Dude.
I don't have an opinion. How about you tell me your opinion on the shape of the ground?
The shape of the ground right now is flat because I'm in a 2-story apartment.
It's the ground
of the world.
It's the floor of the universe, man. As above, so below. How do you know when you look up, it's not the reflection of what we're standing on?
Because it's not a mirror.
Because I look down and it doesn't look like the sky.
There you go. There you go.
Fuck.
What's up, Big F? Glad you joined, man. Good to see you.
And do you guys remember ODD?
Of course.
Is that like another name for overdose?
ODD. That's double overdose, man. He was a YouTuber. He, when I was stumbling onto some of the flat Earth, the 3 guys that stuck out for me the most was Brian Mullen, Balls Out Physics. Hats off to that guy. ODD and Flat Earth Asshole.
Oh,
I remember that guy.
Yeah, he made me laugh.
everybody remembers him.
Yeah.
So, Poppy Bush, what's up, man?
I really like Balls Out Physics.
What do you want to attack today, Poppy?
What's the best way to win in Hoi 4 as Germany?
When it comes, let's talk about flat Earth, though. Let's talk about globe Earth versus flat Earth. Let's settle this debate,
Hold up.
Only a 500-year-old debate.
Less than that. It's not really a debate when only 15 people in the world are trying to argue for it.
How many religions? There's 68 religions out there. Which ones are believe the Earth is a flat plane?
Just about every single one.
That must tell you something, right?
Look, water's
It even
flat.
says in the Quran, doesn't it?
Yeah, but you might not convince some new minds with that.
Yeah.
Quran's an
That's
old.
not the best argument.
Wait, no.
I like water because water's flat. They say Earth is 70% water, roughly. So that's
Water's
that's almost
Water. Well, Big Fart, if you put water in a cup or a pool or go to a lake, maybe an ocean.
Yeah, it evens out.
Do you see any curvature?
You can see curvature in the ripples, which doesn't.
Yeah,
but
that's not curvature though. That's not curvature though. You understand that's not curvature. That's just waves, undulation.
But you also have to understand the effect of gravity, evenly pushing everything down.
Whoa. Okay.
It's barometric pressure that changes our.
Which gravity are you talking about?
Okay. Oh yeah, gravity not real.
Well, I mean, if you can present some science for the gravity, we'd happily accept it.
I mean, there's a scientific formula for it.
Okay. How about maybe an experiment that validates that's gravity?
I'm pretty sure there's one called the Cavender one. I may be.
Okay.
So hold on. Wait. What? So by your argument, if gravity is not real, then how are we all staying stuck to the Earth?
Wait, are you the guys that believe the Earth goes up?
No, the Earth doesn't move. Hold on, let's address this thing that Big F said. Okay, can you ask your question again,
guys?
So if gravity's not real, how are you stuck to the Earth?
Question for you: are you stuck?
No, I can freely move, but like, there's got to be enough pressure to keep me down.
Pressure? Do you think something's keeping you down? Like you should be able to fly or float, but something's stopping you?
So when you go into a super saline pool and you think you would just get attracted to the bottom of the pool and you would just be stuck at the bottom?
No, because there's like the something buoyancy.
So we have relative density then. Let me ask you, for instance, if I drop a helium balloon, where does it go?
It goes up.
Okay, so that's not going down then.
Yeah,
because it is I'm not like incredibly intelligent. So I mean, some of these things are just gonna be like not very like correctly worded.
No problem, my guy. Let me just
But
help you out real quick.
according to me, helium is less dense than the air, which pulls it up.
Yeah, that's correct. That falls under relative density, also known as specific gravity, and has nothing to do with either Newtonian gravity or Einsteinian gravity, which both are what makes a ball. So relative density doesn't require a ball, doesn't keep you to the surface of a ball, but
it can still happen with a ball.
Verify. Sorry, what?
It can still happen with the ball. Relative density, according to what you said, it doesn't need a ball, but it can still be like.
Yeah, it doesn't need a ball. But, however, with a ball, all of that stuff would just fall straight off. There's nothing to keep it stuck to the ball.
Well, then how big do you think the Earth is? Because if we can use that logic, then we would fall off the end of the Earth.
Well, there's
That's
no
what
end.
Vikings used to believe.
Oh, so is it like infinitely generate like Minecraft games?
No.
Well, there has to be an end. There has to be a start and an end.
Dude, we falsified your religion. We don't need to give you a cosmology to replace your religion.
His religion is Christianity.
No, religion is the globe. It's the one world religion.
Yeah.
No, I'm pretty sure he believes JC is his savior.
No, you think you live on a globe when you don't in reality.
But the globe is not my god.
Yeah, but that's not his
gravity is your god. You invoked it just a minute ago.
No.
Hey, wait a second. Wait. Hold on. Can I answer your question? I can answer your question. So, So I just want to give you credit for using the word end as opposed to edge, because 90% of the people in here come in here and use the wrong terminology. They say edge, which would imply a cliff, which we know wouldn't be the end of the potential universe that would exist, because you can't have gas pressure without a container. So you're right. You're smart. You're right. It would be an end. But I want to point out to you, it's unverified where that is. It's unverified how big the Earth is. It's unverified where the container is that gives us gas pressure, what it's made out of, the dimensions of it. But you're right, it would be an end out there somewhere. In order for it to be infinite, you would have to demonstrate in physical reality infinity. So if you could show me, say, an infinite number of apples, then I could say, oh, okay, you can show me an infinite number of apples, so the Earth might be infinite, even though I've never seen it, even though I've never gone that far. But the thing is, you can't show me an infinite number of apples. You could show me 10,000, you could throw me a million apples. But since you can't show me an infinite number of apples, you can't demonstrate infinity in physical reality. So we know that the universe is limited because we can't demonstrate infinity in physical reality, only on paper. And so you're right, it would be an end out there somewhere, but we're not allowed to go to these places. We're not allowed to travel freely over the Earth. So we can't verify these things.
Also, by the way, Minecraft has limitations. There is a limit to the generation.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, there's a mod for it.
Okay.
And Big F, you understand that flat Earth isn't a disk in space.
I understand it's not a disk. I understand that it's just not a globe.
That's why you can go to an end to fall off.
Well, just look at the famous navigators of the planet. No one's ever circumnavigated the planet pole to pole. only east to west. Riding around your neighborhood doesn't prove the neighborhood is round. We need an event group to circumnavigate the planet from pole to pole. No one has ever done that in the history of mankind.
So wait, you're saying that no one's ever went from the North to the South Pole?
And then back to the North Pole? No one, ever.
Because that would take fuel, and what would be the point?
The point would be to circumnavigate the planet, right?
Well,
it would also be
but don't they just use laser tech to like measure the diameter, like how big?
Oh, we do use lasers, and we measure the ground, and we find that there's no curvature to the ground or the waters, so we live in a flat world.
Yeah, we call it sea level, not sea bulge.
Oh.
But the Earth is deeper than sea level. There's more underneath.
Exactly.
Yeah, we didn't claim it was 2D. Flat means generally flat. That means there's topography, there's hills, valleys, mountains.
So you guys just don't believe it's a globe. You just believe it's flat on top, and then there's more on the bottom.
Look at your palm, for instance. Your palm appears flat. But the more you zoom in, the more undulations, and the bigger they become. It's just
yeah. So you like believe in like the general geography. You just don't believe like that it's completely rounded.
We just have evidence that it isn't a sphere, and so we don't believe lies that have no evidence.
Yeah, it's not about belief. It's the way the Earth presents itself, but we're not attaching any belief into what the Earth is.
But technically, nothing's factual. Everything's just theory until further evidence is supportive.
That's right. How much time do you need? It's like this is.
Wait, he just said that nothing is factual. Like what?
No, I didn't say anything. I said there's not like enough to completely validate anything. Everything's just a theory.
Well, if you're speaking about globe, yeah, you cannot prove any of that.
Yeah, anything. I mean, like flat globe.
No, but here's the thing, Big Fart. We've measured it like ourselves without trusting someone else measuring it and telling us the data. Like this is things we can do ourselves with lasers. You know, we can't measure curvature like it doesn't exist. It's not a thing.
Yeah, when you go out there to prove the globe, you end up finding out that it's actually flat.
It doesn't.
That's the issue with
I mean, haven't a lot of scientists done that and don't think the Earth is flat?
What the Earth is not a science question. Science deals with
science deals with observation of reality
and cause and effect relationships, right? And what the Earth is a what is question. You use geometry for that. You can measure. If I measure a table, am I a scientist?
No, because that's
exactly. Exactly. So when we measure the Earth and it measures flat, that's not science.
I mean, what do you think geologists do?
Study rocks.
Well, they study the ground in general.
Do you think the geologists have measurements for curvature?
No. How about
probably not.
Structural engineers? How about structural engineers that engineer bridges hundreds of miles over the ocean? Like the Dangyang Bridge in China, it's 110 miles long.
All right,
no
so I'm
putting that.
All right, I'm gonna kind of spin this conversation another way. What do you guys believe about space?
Before you spin that way, because we can go into that, I posted in the live stream voice text chat a flat map geographical review from non-flat earthers that show that all of the United States is flatter than a pancake.
I mean, like if you take the general size of the planet, that makes sense.
Well, where'd you get that size from?
It can't be a planet because it's
already here. Let me look. I don't know the exact size that they say it is, so I'm gonna look that up.
Well, we know what size they say it is. We're just asking how do they determine that? Just you can look that up too.
Yeah, I think here I'll figure that out while I'm at it.
So, question for you, Big F. Can you have gas pressure without a container? Like
the container is like Hold on, I'm gonna try to explain. I gotta get my thoughts together because I'm pretty sure I know what I want to say, but I'm not sure if I'm going to say it correctly.
All right. I'll give you 2 examples of gas pressure with a container. How about a car tire? If I get a flat tire, I can't go to the mechanic and just ask for more air. I need a new tire, right? I need a container to contain the gas, or maybe a can of soda, a 2-liter of soda.
All right, so I think I got it.
Yeah, go ahead.
So according to me, since I believe in space and the globe Earth, the vacuum of space would kind of keep the gases contained, along with all the layers of gas that have different densities.
That would be a violation of natural law. High pressure means to low pressure. Right? If I open a can of soda, what happens? Right?
But then again, I also believe that the Earth is spinning on its axis, keeping all of us in place.
But that's the opposite direction of what it should be.
Spin doesn't keep you in place; it throws you off.
All right. So have you been to a carnival?
Yeah, but that you're not.
Have you been on one of those little rides that push you against the wall by spinning you? That keeps you.
Right, that would be on the inside of a ball. Not
also, have you ever been on the back of a moving truck and throw a ball between each other? The ball does not fly off the back of the truck.
That's not what we're talking about.
Depends on the weight of the ball and how high you throw it. Actually,
I know what you're talking about, Big F, with the ride, but it's a bad example because you're supposed to be on the outside of that thing. What would happen if you were on the outside? You'd be flown the heck off. Okay, so it does not relate to the Earth at all.
But then again, the axis isn't just straight pointing up; it's kind of slanted.
But regardless, you're on the wrong side of it.
No, I mean if it's slanted,
you're on the wrong side of it.
You're still on the wrong side, bro.
There's also gravity that's also keeping him down on the ground. It has a force.
Well, so-called gravity isn't a force.
I got another thing. So, if the Earth is flat, why don't they tell us that at a young age, in school and stuff?
Before we move on to that, Big F, you asked about space and we asked you about gas pressure. So,
yeah, we can talk about space now.
Yeah, I mean, how can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
I'm not that smart.
Well, you don't have to be qualified to understand that you do need a container for gas pressure. I give you one example. Another simple example would be a 2-liter.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
okay, I'm not sure if this is pointing in the right direction. How do clouds stay together?
What does it
gravity, obviously.
No, because I'm serious. If gravity did that, gravity would be pulling the clouds closer to the Earth.
It's not called barometric pressure.
Oh, there you go.
But that's not gas pressure without a container, Big F.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you have any issues with that? Gas pressure requiring a container?
Nah, I'm just stupid.
Oh, you don't.
I'm literally just not that.
Bro, you don't gotta discredit yourself. These are things we can all figure out on our own. You don't have to be, a doctor or have a PhD.
Well, I mean,
to
how would
figure
a
this shit
doctor?
out.
It's the school system that makes you think that you're dumb, but you're not dumb. You have.
Oh no, he's actually very dumb.
No, he has the potential to be intelligent.
No, he's asking all the right questions.
He just needs to give himself the chance because he's asking good questions compared to a lot of people that come in here.
Dude, this kid ate some goldfish in a forest that he found. They were just on the ground. They'd probably been sitting there for days, and he ate them.
Come on, Bobby. Let's get serious, please. We're actually getting somewhere with some good questions, so let's not derail the conversation. Unless you have a demonstration for gas pressure without a container.
Yeah, a rock holding the gas on.
What?
And anything gas giants.
Oh.
But that's just begging the question that you can have gas pressure.
I mean, I can't make a gas giant. I'm not that bright. I wish I could.
Does someone want to put him on mute, or Poppy, do you want to clean up your act a little bit, buddy?
Would you like to be genuine?
The other guy was at least honest.
Not being genuine about.
you're clowning around a little bit, talking about goldfish and stuff like that. So let's get serious. We're having a sincere conversation. You don't have to derail the conversation, or you just go on mute. It's fine, dude. Unless you have some pertinent something to say.
Yeah, no, I was talking about gas giants.
Yeah. So how can we?
You asked for a demonstration about pressure. So you see, gas giants are formed when like rocks get together and then they collect a big amount of gas.
Give me a gas giant.
But aren't you sort of just pointing at the sky and saying, "See, there you go"?
Yeah,
it's not a demonstration.
He's pointing at the light he's pointing at the light that he believes is a gas giant, but actually it's just a light in the sky, and he has no evidence of any gas giants.
If the light comes from the sky, where did the light has to come from somewhere?
Yeah, it does, but it's unverified. It falls under the category of unverified light in the sky. The moon, the sun, the stars, the wandering stars, which we now call planets, they all fall under that category.
They're lights in the sky, man.
They're there for signs and for seasons.
CGI images of gas giants floating in the big black void of space.
Okay. All right. So
all you know is that things fly through it and there's lights in it. That's it.
I
don't know anything beyond that.
I left halfway through that conversation on accident. I had to go do something.
So let me steelman your arguments real quick. You guys believe that gravity can hold greater pressure from equalizing with less pressure and therefore create things like gas giants. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Well, if that were correct, then no man, woman, or child will be able to breathe upright because gas would be prevented from equalizing and you would not be able to exhale.
I mean, I don't need to breathe on a gas giant. I'd probably be dead from the
pressure. I'm talking about here on Earth. Every single man, woman, and child, when standing upright, uses the second law of thermodynamics, or high pressure moving to low pressure, but now it's going against your imagined vector of down, gravity. So high pressure is not prevented from equalizing with low pressure everywhere on Earth under no experimental conditions. So what you're doing is violating a natural law.
All right, so I got another question that's not as dumb as any of Bush's.
Go ahead.
So, do you believe just the Earth is flat, or are there other planets that are also flat, or not globe?
Yeah, flat Earth isn't about space disks or anything like that. You did ask a good question about space. So we were trying to get to the end of that, which would have been space being debunked. So there's just the Earth, man. There's no other disks floating around in space. Yeah, it doesn't work like that.
But you can observe them with a telescope.
Yeah, sure. We're just looking up at the sky. But
yeah. So I'll say again. Hold on. I'll say it one more time. They are unverified lights in the sky. They fall under that category.
Okay.
So yeah, we don't know what they are, and no one's ever proven what they are. Or, I should say this, if someone has ever proven what they are, they haven't told you.
Yeah, I dropped the 2 pictures in livestream voice text chat. First picture is what NASA sees, and that pixel I circled is from where they get all of this nice graphics that you believe in.
Wait, this Nikola Tesla stuff? Oh, I noticed earlier.
Yeah, 46 minutes past the hour in live stream voice text. That's cool, Drace. I actually didn't know that. I've never seen that before.
Wait, re-explain to what you said.
Okay, NASA takes pictures of the sky, and in the best resolution, it looks like these pixels over here. But then they animate these whole fantasy pictures for you with a bunch of spheres which they imagine are like this and like that, and all sorts of fantasy ideas they give you, but it's all based on this one pixel.
So, wait, what's this a picture of?
The TRAPPIST system, supposedly.
So, like another star system?
Yeah.
I see it.
Hold on, I'm interested on how space was debunked now.
Right, because you need a container for the gas pressure. And then you go look at these container. So what's containing all the gas on your globe? There isn't a container, right? So that debunks the idea that space is just some vacuum and there's gas being held here on Earth. Like, no, you need a container for the gas pressure. So we're in a closed system. Unless you can demonstrate gas pressure without a container, then maybe we could talk about space again. But until then, it's basically debunked, man.
Yeah. Also, basically, the whole Big Bang idea was born from Newtonian mechanics, which have been completely debunked today by quantum mechanics, and they switched over to Einstein over 106 years ago. So, when you think about the Big Bang under Einsteinian conditions, it all breaks down because the only way to get gravity in Einstein is to have gigantic balls to bend space-time. So you can't really make any balls because you need the giant balls to make the balls to get the balls to make the balls to get the balls. It's an infinite stupidness.
In other words, the lights in the skies that they call planets are lights in the skies. Nobody can go to them. Nobody can tell me that's 35 million miles away or 700 million miles away. No, nobody knows that. That's just a big guess. Oh, Mars is 745,836,580 miles from Earth, and we're controlling a remote control rover there. Yeah, but I lose my Wi-Fi as soon as I get 400 feet from my modem. Okay.
I'm pretty sure they didn't use the same thing you use for your Wi-Fi router.
Yeah, I don't think they put anything there. I think they're showing you CGI images of shit that's there, and you're going, wow, that's cool.
Okay. Okay, but why would they do that?
Bro, think of it this way. Every year, all the malls, all the commercials, the radio, they're going to roll out the old dusty Christmas tree, all the old dusty ornaments from the basement, and hang it up for everyone to celebrate. They're never going to come out and say, oh, just kidding, guys. Santa's not real. Everyone, let's just shut it down. Bro, they're just going to keep rolling out the same old stuff every single year. It's never going to stop.
The reasons why they would do it are varied and many, but if you want to go to the main one, how about greed? They get $63.4 million a day to give you CGI images and tell you they're growing lettuce on the space station. And there's like homeless people and people being kicked out of their homes because they can't pay their mortgage, but yet, oh, let's go to space and grow lettuce.
You know that like half of the entire United States GDP is spent on defense, right? Not on NASA.
Oh, Lord.
We know that.
Yeah, we don't want our taxes to go for that shit.
I think that defense spending would be a bit of a more problem than, NASA.
Dude, they're using your hard-earned money to pay for them to lie to you every freaking day.
And they're also using my hard-earned money to kill brown kids in foreign countries.
Okay.
So how do you justify there's big bad spending over here, so let's spend some more bad spending over there? How do you justify accepting that?
And just for the record, they're killing you too. It's not just brown kids.
What's up, Platypus? Welcome. What's up, guys?
What's up, fellas?
I'm glad you're here.
Hold up, I was doing something.
I can help out these youngsters here. They've been great, though. Shout out to Big F, Poppy. Glad to have you guys.
Welcome.
Oh, that's right. This is a YouTube channel, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, everything's being streamed out to YouTube as well, so yeah.
Wait, what was the counterpoint to what I was saying? I was moving to do something. What was it?
What was your point?
That they're using my tax dollars to kill brown kids in foreign countries.
I don't know. It seems a little bit off topic.
Yeah, but they're using their money to kill you too, is what somebody else said.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said they're using your money to kill you as well. Like most people haven't studied their own biochemistry, and you can't see how you're actually being poisoned in real time. So you're dying as well.
I don't think you're quite arriving at the point he's trying to make by pointing out that we spend half the budget on defense. I think the point he's making is it specifically when people talk about the NASA budget as like a point of complaining, like the NASA budget compared to some of the other nonsense that we spend money on in much larger quantities, like I'd be more upset about that than NASA's comparatively measly allowance.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's $25 million.
I don't rank rate them. You know, like I hate all of it equally. Like I hate that I lose a single dollar. Okay, where to put it. I hate the fact that they have their hand in my pocket.
A big NASA gets about 0.9% of the entire budget, and of about $1 trillion that the United States would spend. The United States military gets about $500 billion plus, and then everything else goes to healthcare. Well, not healthcare.
This
Department of Labor, Department of other stuff.
These numbers are unverifiable.
To anything.
What do you mean? You can literally look up the Department of Treasury's GDP.
You're gonna look up the numbers that someone that lies to you about the shape of the Earth is telling you, because those numbers are rock solid.
Wait, hold on. You're going to point out, where did you get NASA's budget from? You're going to simultaneously complain about the size of NASA's budget and then complain that you're going to not get correct numbers?
No one here is complaining about NASA's budget, bro. Like, that was brought up by the Globers. So no one here has any problem with that. Like, who cares? They brought it up saying, well, how come they spend money? It has to be real, right? They spend money. It's like, no, dude. That's not positive proof of anything because NASA has a budget for it. Like, no.
Oh, shit, my phone.
They were talking about going to, why do they do Mars missions and stuff? It's like, well, they get money. That was the answer. No one was here saying
one of the reasons why they would lie is for the money.
Yeah.
Agreed. And here, wouldn't you rather each state gets $1 million plus a day to help out each state instead of it going to NASA?
I'd rather they shave some of that pork belly off of the defense budget, quite frankly. The Cold War is over. It's been over for decades.
So, like,
anyway, none of this is positive.
Is that why would I really give a fuck about the 0.9 when there's something bigger? And all they do is just show cool pictures of like black holes and funny models, and that's not really hurting me. Not like, the other.
It's not helping you either, though. It's not positive proof of anything.
Yeah, you're right. It's not helping me if it is true.
Doesn't help any of us. A rover on Mars doesn't make my day any better for me.
Doesn't really make your day that much worse either.
Yeah, see.
Well, yeah, it does because there's homeless people and inflation and all this other shit going on.
That but what about the billions of dollars spent on
happening?
The military-industrial complex.
Yeah, both are bad. When I see a little rodent on what they claim is Mars, then I'm like, okay, they're wasting the money.
Like, what I'm trying to say is that if I'm going to be pissed off at someone wasting money, I'd be more pissed off at another branch.
Can't you be pissed off at both?
Why can't you just be pissed off at all of it?
No one cares about the budget.
One is hurt because one is taking more than the other at the current moment, and I can't.
Unverifiable.
You see, the thing is that I don't exactly believe the Earth is flat, and I don't believe that they're lying.
That's okay. Your opinion.
So what positive evidence do you have then?
That everyone smarter than me usually believes that.
But that's just beliefs. What about
lack of confidence on your part?
What can we take to the bank and say, look, there we go. It's a globe.
Like, I feel like whatever I provide, you're gonna have like a counterpoint.
Well, Poppy, look, if you're in court,
like it's not like it's gonna.
Come on, Poppy, 1 second.
I understand.
If you're in court, you don't turn to the judge and say, well, judge, look, I got evidence, but I don't think you would accept it, so just lock me up, man. Like, if you got evidence, just present it. It's all good.
All right. So what exactly did you exactly want?
Well, you were saying, well, I don't believe it's flat. I think it's a globe. Whatever, it's fine. So what can we take to the bank to say, all right, boom, it's done. It's a globe.
Let me think. I mean, there's planes.
You say planes?
Let's see how it was. They do they have to do because when they fly over long distances, they have to I think they have to tilt it a bit down and readjust it slightly.
That's not what I've heard, but that's still not something we can take to the bank. Well, the plane dips. Okay. How does it?
Well, that shows that there's a bit of a curvature, at least.
Not really.
I mean, then why else would they have to readjust it to go a bit down?
That's if they readjust it. You haven't really cited anything or anything, but
exactly.
Just saying. Either way, a plane flying above. That's like saying oh, okay, let's let's measure something in my house by flying a drone in the backyard. Why don't we just measure the thing, or whatever? What is flying stuff over the surface? What is that going to do?
I mean, for one, you can get pictures.
Okay, well, we got plenty of pictures, and none of them show any curvature, so can't take those to the bank.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, so what can we take to the bank? And
well, I would say the ISS, but then I remembered that you don't believe in space.
What, Poppy?
Well,
what about measurement, Poppy?
When we gave you the chance to validate space, you guys weren't able to do that. So it's not that we don't believe.
You don't believe it because you can't go there, and I'm not exactly. I'm not Jeff Bezos with billions in the bank.
No, it's not about. Again, just to reiterate, just to be very clear, it's not about we don't believe because we can't go. It's we gave you the chance to verify that space could even exist, and you guys couldn't demonstrate that. So it's not that we don't believe. You just haven't presented any evidence that.
What were your points that space didn't exist? I kind of zoned out and forgot everything.
No problem. The point is gas pressure requires a container.
Well, the container is gravity, ultimately.
No, it's not.
You guys
remember you couldn't demonstrate that. Remember when we asked you to demonstrate gravity, or excuse me.
But you couldn't
about a container. You weren't able to demonstrate anything. But you can't just ask me what keeps me down. We already went through
No. If you drop a ball, why does it go down and not go up?
What if you drop a balloon? Why does it go up? So
because density.
You have it. Yeah, exactly. There's no gravity involved. So you guys
wouldn't that apply for the ball too? The density thing doesn't apply to both.
Yeah.
So then, why do heavier gases stay on the bottom in a container, and then lighter gases stay at the top? Wait, is that how it is? Yeah, I'm right.
No, they diffuse into each other and mix.
No, yeah. Your question is malformed. How do gases stay at the bottom without a container? You're using examples with a container.
Yeah. I mean, you can just concede and say, all right, guys, look, gas pressure definitely requires a container. Or you can demonstrate gas pressure without a container. Until then, it's not about we don't believe space. It's just you can't demonstrate that that's possible.
I mean, you don't believe in the thing that, we think is doing it.
It's not about belief, dude. It's just you can't demonstrate this as a reality.
I mean, you can look up at the stars with your telescope and see.
Yeah, no, dude, look, no problem.
That shows you
and I are standing shoulder to shoulder. We're looking up at the sky. That doesn't mean that you can have a gas pressure without a container.
I mean, how do you explain? Both
when you say container, are you saying that there's a globe, we're like a snowball, a
snow globe,
like a snow globe?
Well, I'm not saying anything.
Snow globes have containers.
You can't have gas pressure without a container unless you can demonstrate otherwise.
Well, can you demonstrate the container? What container would be keeping all these gases?
What would be the container?
All right, hold on, buddy. I'm sure a lot of people have heard this one before, but big F. If you come to my house and I'm cooking tonight, and I lay a nice filet mignon down on the table, doesn't that mean?
Nice.
Yeah. So, did you have to see a cow to know that what you're eating is it requires? I'm botching this. Maybe someone else, but it's like you understand that. Unless someone else wants to take that.
Nah, you're good. I was gonna say like nowadays with all the fake fucking meat, I was like, I don't know if that's a good analogy.
I know. Okay,
like, you never know.
I gave you a real.
I see where you're going with that.
Right. It's like the antecedent, the requirement is that it came. Where did it come from? Right. There had to have been a cow. Yeah. It didn't just
banana and a banana peel. If I show you a banana, you bet your ass that there was a banana peel somewhere involved.
Yeah. There we go. So it's like, yeah, I don't have to. Well, where's the banana peel? You got to show me the banana peel, or else no. You already know. It came from
no. These are new special government issued bananas that don't require any kind of peel. You got to trust me, though. I took a picture of it without a peel. See, the government would tell me the truth. Otherwise, what would they stand to lie? Why would they lie about that?
Why would they? Why?
Very good, Fuzzy.
What about the whole plane thing you were talking about earlier? Like, you know, when you said they dip their nose a little bit, don't you ever think about when they serve you a drink on like an international flight, how like your cup is actually serving as a level to some extent, and it goes around the whole ball, but your drink never spills?
Wow. Wow.
You're welcome,
My
Jenny.
brain just exploded.
Also, just to answer his question earlier was, what other reason why would they have to nose down every once in a while in an airplane that causes lift to go up all the time?
Say that again.
Well, he asked earlier, what other reason would there be?
I don't mean like
dip down, right? But an airplane causes lift and it's constantly going up. So obviously that's an obvious other reason why it would have to nose down. But
yeah, here's what
we found out is that they don't even do that, though.
It's the opposite.
Exactly. It's the opposite. Yeah. But you know what made me crack my head open when I first started studying the subject? I tried to take like the most extreme case to try to break the model. And I said, well, you know, planes typically fly on autopilot, right? You know, pilot doesn't have to do shit but sit there, go to sleep if he wants to. But then I was like, well, what if they're flying in like torrential winds and like hail and rain? I mean, like dark middle of night, right? How are they going to perfect that dipping of the plane nose through all of those conditions to follow the curvature of the earth flawlessly and never go too high or never go too low? See what I mean? Because remember, he's not on autopilot anymore, so it's like you got to follow it manually.
I know how they would explain that. It's called the altimeter.
Prime example is looking at submarines. A submarine does neutral buoyancy to keep a certain level above the surface. Keeps it in course.
Sure, but that's using the buoyancy. So that's a device that's keeping it at that level. I'm talking about
but it's not
in the storm when he's got his hands on the yoke. It's his brain and his muscles.
Let the lady speak. Sorry. Let's let the lady speak. She's been trying a few times.
Thank you. Yeah, sometimes it's hard to wedge in. I know you guys get really into the topic, but I just want to give like a high five, a virtual high five to Sir Vagabond. Holy shit. Hey. So.
How are you?
Good, thank you. You may have heard me talk about my sister before, that she's a beautiful bird in a gilded cage with the door wide open at all times. But she happens to go on an airplane several times a year. So that would be like the perfect little bug to stick in her ear.
Oh, yeah. I use that all the time because everyone's been on a plane. It's a good one. Dude. And like their mind starts to unravel on that thought. It's a wrap.
Right?
I mean, I use it a lot.
She could care less. Like when I bring up any hint of conspiracy, she would say, oh, I got to go to Home Depot, that kind of thing. But you wouldn't be able to unthink that, though. That's the thing.
No, you're fucked. Once your mind starts grabbing hold of it, you're fucked. You know what I do to make it even more like rudimentary? I say like I ask them like beginner questions just to make sure they can answer and follow logic. I'm like, well, when do like the stewardess not serve you drinks? And they're like, we'll take off and landing. I'm like, why? I'm like, because you're climbing. I'm like, all right, well, if they served you coffee, right, and it spilt on you, they'd fucking you'd sue them, wouldn't you? Like, fuck yeah, I would sue the airlines. That means they will not serve you any liquids, hot liquids especially, if the balance of the plane is off. That means you know the plane is climbing and it's at an angle because your liquid shows it. And when you're descending, you're at an angle. The liquid shows it. That means you're cutting through the air at an angle because they will not give you any fucking coffee at those times. But when you level off, you can have all the drinks, all the coffee you fucking want because you're flying perfectly level and flat to the earth.
Dude, can you make like some sort of recorded thing we can all have for that? That we could love to. Yeah, could you do a monologue on that? And when you do, can you DM it
Jenny,
to me?
anything.
Oh boy.
For you.
We just need containers with straws when we're taking off and landing.
Is that all we need? That's one way to do it.
Dude, I'm serious. That would be
ladies and gentlemen.
That I would. Sorry.
Jenny, you can finish, of course.
That would be something that I would love to blast in my vehicle and just drive around town, and somebody would hear part of it and be like, "What?" And then like their brain would just go.
That's one of my personal joys in the world. Like, and you know what I like to do? I like to creep it up on them. I don't want them to know what's coming. You know, I want their mind to just literally start to unfurl.
Oh man! Oh boy! Yeah, we could randomly play that in here.
Little things. It's the little things that keep me going now.
Yeah.
You have a YouTube channel, right?
YouTube? No, I don't have a YouTube channel. No.
Okay, so SoundCloud.
SoundCloud.
Or can you just pass us along an MP4, or how would you like?
Oh, you mean to record like a proper audio? Yeah, I can record something. Yeah, sure, not a problem.
I'm not playing. I'm going to ask you about it. In fact, I'm putting your name down.
That's all right. No problem. No problem. I will record something just for you.
So, Big F, you've been simmering for a little bit. You got any other questions or anything you want to ask?
Yeah. High and low tides.
Yeah, what about them?
So, the thing that is said to cause high and low tides is like the gravitational pull from the moon and the earth fighting each other, creating a high or a low tide. And if we have high and low tides on Earth, how can we back it up if there's no space?
Can I answer that?
Yeah. I'm open to anyone answering it.
I can also.
Curvature. That's what I want to know.
Well, the moon is on a fixed orbit around the Earth, right?
Around a flat plane or a curved?
Whichever.
No.
It's on a fixed path, correct?
Right, but
and if it was causing gravitational pull to the waters of the Earth, wouldn't we have a bulge of water that would follow?
That's weird.
Now, barometric pressure would change our tides with our water.
I don't know that anybody really knows
higher, it would displace water, and when it's lesser, the water would recede.
Okay,
let me really knows what would happen if the moon was orbiting a planet that operated on gravity, because we all know that's not the case. So anything other than that is speculation. Period.
Let me help answer
Nothing is known. Everything is speculation.
That's right.
He was asking about.
No, not everything.
Hold on, guys.
And about how we were taught about that, and if that is true, then the globe is true, right?
Did the guy answering the question about the tides finish his answer, because he was interrupted like multiple times?
Yeah, I agree. Can we let that answer come through, and then Big Fart, you can respond.
I don't know if it was done, but I couldn't get what he said.
I think, Holy, that was you, right? You were going to answer it?
Yeah, sorry, I was just grabbing a drink. 1 sec.
Good.
Drace, I actually wanted to hear what you had to say as well. If you want to finish.
Sorry, I'm back. No, I was just saying.
I just wanted him to address what he was saying. The tidal bulge.
Like, the moon is fixed, right? In the same position. And if it was so gravitational pull on our waters, we would have a bulge of water following the path of the moon across the Earth, flat or round. Barometric pressure will cause the tides to change. That's why tides change at certain seasons of the year.
Wouldn't that
certain days?
High and low tides, because the moon is so big that it pulls like a huge amount, making high and then low tides.
Well,
tides.
The bulge would follow the path of the moon. There's low and high tides.
Isn't that what it does?
Yeah, but there's low and high tides all differently around the Earth.
Let me answer this.
Because Earth is like on one side, correct?
Well, if the moon was affecting the water on the other side of the planet, then that would almost prove that the Earth was more flat than round, right?
Wait, what was that?
If you were pulling making a circle movement with a magnet over a flat table, disturbing like thin pieces of metal, you wouldn't affect the water on the other side of the planet if it was circular or sphere.
I don't think it.
Right.
It doesn't. That's why the tides stay small on the other side.
No.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that low tides stay on the other side of the Earth.
Guys, let me help you guys out. We all got taught that the moon is pulling along the ocean, creating a bulge and all this stuff. But when they actually looked at the tides and mapped them out, that's not how the tides work in real life. So I would suggest you look up tidal nodes or amphidromic points, and then you can see that the idea that they taught us in schools was a lie.
But that goes right. You guys kind of missed it when he said at the very beginning, high tide, low tide. Well, if the moon's not causing it, then why do we have high and low tides? First of all, it's affirming the consequent, and that's assuming that nothing else in the world can cause high and low tides. You're just taking one thing that you were told and saying, well, that's clearly it. So if it's not that, and since we have low tides and high tides, that must be true.
So then, what's your alternative then?
In the consequent, we don't have to replace it. We don't have to come up with something we don't know per se. We don't have to say, right? We don't have to come up with a replacement.
I mean, you kind of do, because you're saying that ours is wrong.
So if Bigfoot is not real, then what is he?
Yeah, well,
You're saying the claim of the moon causing the tides is right. That doesn't prove the Earth is a spinning globe.
Yeah, that's a.
See, no, that's not the point. The point about the tides is to bring up gravity, which you guys say is not real.
Well, it's not.
You have yet to prove it is. That's the point.
I mean, there's a gravity formula. There's a gravity formula. I'll get it.
I got a Star Trek formula for midichlorians.
I
can give you a unicorn formula.
All right. Do you have one? I want to make a unicorn.
Yeah. See, he'll believe it. There you go. As long as you have a formula, he'll believe in magical fairies. You name it. Yeah.
I mean, can you disprove that fairies exist?
That's the global. That's the point. You just have to believe it because you saw it on TV.
No, I didn't see fairies on TV. I saw them.
Oh, how do you know? Oh, where did you learn about fairies then? Okay, how do you know about fairies then? Let's go down this path. Let's go down this path. Let's go ahead and tell us, where did you learn about fairies?
I got the formula.
So where did you learn about fairies? So hold on. How do you know what fairies are if you didn't learn about them from television?
Oh, I heard it from other people.
Oh, okay, same thing. So other people tell you about things, and that's
listen.
So I have to disprove them. Now that's the point. No, it's okay. No, listen. I came in here to do one thing, which was just to point out the fact that when someone was talking about a container, you begged for an example of that container. But when we're talking about the fact that the Earth is a plane of existence, you're not begging for evidence for that because you're hiding from the topic, which is the fact that we are on a plane of existence under the heavens. I just have to point that out.
Heavens.
Mic drop.
So no, easy.
And just something you said, Poppy, I wanted to address real quick. If you have a younger, if you debunk Santa to your younger brother and he says, well, you got to give me the new one. You don't have to replace something that doesn't exist. Okay? You understand that?
Wait, Santa's not real?
Correct. So now that you know that, you don't need a replacement Santa.
I mean, there kind of is replacements for Santa. They're called Chinese kids in a factory.
Well, remember, I know you're still clowning from earlier, Poppy. Just, try to be a little bit more sincere.
The structure of the jokes.
Yeah,
a little more wit in those jokes. A little more intellect in the jokes. Like, come on, you do better than that, man.
Exactly. Those would be elves, not Santa. Come on.
Oh, fair
Santa would be the CEO of the company that the kids are. Come on.
Give me something. We're not against laughing over here, but you got to be funny.
So he is missing the point, unless he is just avoiding the point with jokes.
Well, yeah, he doesn't want evidence. He made it clear. He wants to talk about everything but the topic of the 24/7 flat Earth.
But hold on, if you guys don't like the evidence about NASA and space and all that stuff, I get it. Then what is there not to say that your guys' evidence is flawed?
Nothing to do. You haven't given us any. These guys have been asking you for a long time, but you haven't given them any evidence. You don't even have a claim.
Yeah, specifically, what evidence are you talking about?
The evidence of the space pictures and stuff that.
Okay, right. So have you looked at, you're just saying space pictures. Again, that's not a claim. You have to give us an example. You're just saying things still. You don't even have a claim.
All right, so the International Space Station, that's a good starting point.
Yes, show us a video that you're saying is evidence. It's real easy just to go search your religion on the internet and you can find something and say, look, guys, I think this is real. That's all you have to do, big boy.
All you gotta do.
That's not what I was trying to say. I wasn't putting on a
before
claim.
You bring up ISS, you have to prove that space is a real thing that you couldn't do before.
Well, here
you can't have all these.
I can't prove space is real because I don't even know what the fuck you're even saying half the time.
You're already hiding from evidence. That's the point.
Hold on here.
Earlier, you agreed that you didn't have any way to prove the claims about space.
I didn't agree on that. You just said something, and I just didn't know how to counter it because I'm not exactly well versed in.
No. Well, you were given the chance to actually prove the claims that you were saying before, but couldn't about space. When we talked about, and that's not that we don't believe it. It's just that it's never been proven or validated or verified in any way. We just have to take the word of government officials.
Yeah, the fact that you breathe in fresh air completely destroys the globe Earth.
So
yeah, we have water on Earth,
if you can't validate the space is real, you can't say that the ISS is floating around in something called space and you haven't validated yet. Does that make sense?
All right, I have no idea what anyone fucking said because you all are talking over each other.
Yeah, just forget it.
It's fine, but we already covered this, Poppy. It's cool. We already covered this. It's fine. If you need time to go study up and come back, you have all the time in the world. So, Big F, just something I wanted you to understand. Like, if I'm a Bigfoot guy and I'm like, well, there's videos. Like, that's not something you can take to the bank, buddy. Just so you know that.
I want to ask more questions about you guys' measurements. How'd you measure the stuff?
They admit it. Yeah, NASA admits it's flat already. The entire military-industrial complex admits it's flat. All engineering depends on a stationary flat surface, so the whole world already depends on it being flat and stationary.
That doesn't answer my question about the measurements. You guys said you did measurements. You guys said that you guys did.
There's no curve. Yeah, the burden of proof is on you. Yeah, that's the point. You're still hiding from the fact that nobody on Earth.
You aren't answering my question.
Yeah, you're hiding. It's cool. If you want to walk through the measurements, dude, it's all good.
No one's ever measured curve, ever.
Yeah, there's these things called binoculars. They're real. They help us look out farther in a straight line, just for the record.
Yeah, because I want to look in a curved line.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, for some reason we only experience straight lines in reality. Is there a claim otherwise? No, there's no claim for a bowler. That's the point, except for cartoons on TV.
No, I remember someone talking about these laser generated like something to do with lasers, and they did measurements.
Yeah, to answer your question, we've done multiple laser tests. We've done multiple tests using the sun as a medium. We have done multiple tests using infrared, radio waves, microwaves, physical projectiles, with things such as the railgun, for instance. The railgun shoots over 100 miles in a straight line. That doesn't work on a ball.
But you also have to take in consideration that this Earth is not small.
Well, how big is it?
No one knows how big it is.
Oh, wait a minute! But if I go to Google, there's a number provided there.
According to you guys, no one has found the start or
you're
the finish.
trolling. No, stop with the troll. Stop. You got to stop with the trolling. You're admitting they lied now. So now you're admitting they're lying. Thank you.
Wait, if you're talking about the globe Earth, Big F, it's a specific size. It's not just vaguely big.
I'm trying to get on your guys' thing. You said someone mentioned that there's no definition. You guys can't even. I can't even argue. You guys won't even let me finish.
No, you're gonna stay a Glober. You're gonna stay a Glober. Congratulations.
You guys won't even let me finish.
No, but you're missing the point.
The last thing I want is someone like you pretending to be a father.
I'm trying to point out, what you just said doesn't make any sense to all of us. That's why everyone exploded, because you just said the ISS is a real thing, and that would require being very, 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 very specific about where you place your spacecraft in space in order for the ISS to function. So you have to be very, very specifically accurate as to the size of the Earth, correct?
No, that actually was me who was talking about the. Hold up, I'm going to back up what I was saying.
If you agree that the ISS is a thing.
For the record, he did bring it up. He used it as evidence, as an evidence claim again. Yes, he said the ISS. He brought it back up.
So therefore, at NASA, they have a very specific number as to how big the Earth actually is. Which goes against
but you guys do not believe that number.
No, but you just
he's
said
hiding from his own claim now. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. You yourself just said that nobody knows how big it is because it's so big.
Because you won't believe me if I pull up anything. You'll say it's not validated, like what I said.
So you're trolling. You're admitting you're lying. Thank you.
How am I trolling? I'm literally trying to have an argument.
You're guaranteed. No, you're just trolling. You're guaranteed to stay over.
So Big Fart, what it looks like from our perspective is you're going back and forth from different models, flat to globe, and picking out facts, trying to just win the argument rather than actually debate with facts and evidence. You're just trying to win the argument here, and it's getting a little hostile. I can kind of see it, but we're trying to find the truth here. We're not, trying to win an argument. That's not the end goal here.
Yeah, there's no winning and losing here. We don't want you to believe us. We don't want you to fall into the same trap. We just want you to look for yourself and learn for yourself, and then you will know for yourself. And no one can lie to you about that because you know.
Yeah, that's a very good point. If I could add to that very quickly. When somebody's interjecting in the server towards you, sometimes we get a little contentious when we hear people disagreeing with us in real time. But what they're trying to do is point out the moment that you're making an assumption or you're saying something that can't be validated or proven. They're trying to focus your mind on the exact thing that you're saying in the moment. So if you just be a little more open to it and consider it, because remember, you can just go home and erase everything we said, doesn't matter. But remember, this is a new topic, right? We've already studied it. We're just trying to present exactly where you're making the assumptions and mistakes, so you don't just blow right by them and not understand where you misunderstood us.
We're pointing out the inconsistencies in the globe model because everyone here used to believe it. So we're pretty well versed in what we used to believe and pointing out how, once you look at it, it's very inconsistent. And that's what we're trying to point out immediately when it happens. Yeah.
Yeah, but you don't even want to take a look at it. You just want to hurry and move to the next weird question. Instead of stopping and considering what was just said.
And that's why it seems a little trollish. I know you don't mean to do that, but that's what happens to most people who come in here just because this is how we were all raised. We were taught these things as if they were true with no actual valid arguments to back them up. So it's not on you. You're not any worse off for not knowing this. Yeah, it's like you can't be blamed for not knowing this.
But you can be blamed for not wanting to know the truth. You can either just say you don't want to know and you want to believe what you've been told, save us a whole lot of headache.
Yeah, basically we just want a little honesty. Like, it's easy to say, like, I don't know. I mean, I believe some guy did figure this out, but I don't know. But then it's up to us to go and figure out so we know for ourselves.
Yeah, and a minute ago you said there's no difference. We'll just disregard any evidence that you propose. Why should you listen to any of our evidence, or why is it different? Well, this gentleman before me just told you why it's different, because you can validate the evidence that these people give you yourself. You don't have to just believe somebody. You can actually go out and do the same test that we did and validate for yourself that it's true. Now, the evidence you've been giving us or the suggestions you've been giving us are not validated. We can't validate any of them. There's no way to do so. So there's a huge difference between the two, my friend.
Yeah, I never wanted to be a glober. I never believed any flat earthers. So they challenged me to look for myself and try to prove the globe to myself. And the harder I looked and the harder I tried to prove it, the worse it looked. But that's only because I looked into logic and fallacies. So I would highly recommend you, for your future's sake, to look into logic, because it can help you in every aspect of your life.
Specifically, formal logic, or affirming the consequent. If you can understand what affirming the consequent is, you will basically debunk almost every globe, quote unquote, proof there is. Do you know what affirming the consequent is?
I'm gonna go do the research, and I'm gonna come back tomorrow. My brain hurts.
But I'm saying, while you're going through the research, look into affirming. This is important. This is if you take away nothing else, think about this. Affirming the consequent is an example of, if I were to say unicorn magic exists and it causes the sun to come up every morning, okay, and then as proof of that, I say go look at the east every morning. See, proof of unicorn magic, right? That's affirming the consequent. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and
No, in other words, the things that we were taught that they say makes the sun come up are just as ridiculous as it being a unicorn. If you look into it, it's just, there's no difference whatsoever.
I think he just.
Okay, I was gonna say I agree with what I think Dre said about the logical fallacies. Try to get him like the Star Trek one, because that's easy to digest. But obviously people still gotta look at it and think about it.
Star Trek logical fallacy? What is that?
Yeah, Crypto put me onto it a while ago. It's just like breaking down all the logical fallacies, but like in an actual example, with like the Star Trek characters. It's pretty good, actually. Not gonna lie.
I haven't heard that one.
Yeah, they fly around in a spaceship, so it must be real.
What's up, y'all?
Chilling.
Nice.
How's everything been, Jenny? Well, Janae, right?
It can still be Jenny. But just kind of going.
How do you pronounce it, actually? How do you pronounce it when you
Well,
introduce yourself?
it's supposed to be like the Forrest Gump version of Jenny.
Jenny. Got it.
But yeah, it used to be Jen L, and then when Jen was in here, it sounded too much like Jen, so I went to Jenny. So Jenny is fine.
Gotcha.
So yep, just going to work, talking with people in town.
Nice. Just flat smack, or just keeping it under the rug.
I've written down Andrew Kaufman's name a couple times to people.
Okay.
Wrote it down on paper. Mm-hmm. So, yep. But no, I haven't had the opportunity to speak on that, but I myself have been trying to understand definitions and how arguments work and such. So, so I can fully
definitions?
Well, so I can fully 100% understand, modus tollens enough to articulate it well to people that don't understand things. You know what I'm saying?
I understand. Yeah, even as I digest a lot of this content, I try to think about regular conversations at the bar, just like regular people that you meet.
Right.
And I'm like, I don't even know if I have to do that much legwork to understand this. I was like, because remember, I need to be able to spit this back out in layman terms that anybody could understand.
Right.
So it's like I just try my best to find my best way of explaining it to a knucklehead, find the dumbest guy you can, and just try to mimic how he speaks and use the same type of language or words that he would use. And then if you can explain it to him, then you can explain it to anybody. But you got to find someone on a slower level.
I want to be prepared on the other side of the spectrum as well, to be honest.
No, but oh yeah. So the reason I said that is I think that gives you a lot of power. The more simplistic you can explain something, and
absolutely.
It's like math problems, right? It's to get to the root answer, you have to simplify. So I think even for this, it's even though it seems like I'm being overly simplistic, my points are still going to be very astute and sharp and cutting into the point, but the verbiage I use is going to be very simple.
Right. Yeah, I don't want to explain things in a way where people have to go look up definitions to understand what I'm saying.
Exactly. Yeah. And you lose them, So it's you got to keep a third grade.
Maybe. And you have to consider people's attention span like a third grader. Yeah, you're exactly right. So you got a minimal amount of time to grab them.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, that's how it is. Thank you, Facebook.
Oh yeah, it's gonna get worse, man. Think about imagine if TikTok is just a foreseeing of what's gonna be someone's attention span. TikTok.
I have not been on TikTok. However, my mother, she's a journeyman upholsterer, but she's converted to making purses. So she does her advertisement from TikTok, and she's got I think she said 40,000 followers or something. I'm like, go mom.
Nice.
I refuse to make an account. I'm not gonna do it.
I'm not gonna lie, I do not have a TikTok account. Not yet, but I have something I'm trying to launch. So eventually I'm gonna bite the bullet and get back on all of them. But
I think she posted one of her TikTok to her YouTube, and it was pretty cute. So my mom's really technically savvy, and she's really into social media. In fact, when there's elections going on, well, in the past she has. Hopefully she calms down about it. She gets all bunched up about it. Big time.
Oh, yeah.
Almost disown me over politics. It's Mom, no.
Yeah, people get really touchy, man.
TikTok is the least of our problems right now. No, TikTok is the least of the problem. What Jeff Bezos just did set us back how many decades anyway?
Wait,
What did he do?
wait, what? Just did? Like,
well, with the
like
with
just
the blue with bringing William Shatner up there, like because now not only is it Virgin Galactic or Tesla or SpaceX, now it's this other whole thing. So now it's further legitimizing the privatization of space and all this. And why would Jeff Bezos lie to us?
Exactly.
yeah, my mom gets exposed to flat Earth from stupid, retarded memes on Facebook. She's seen those, so she thinks flat Earthers think it's a fucking disc in space. I can't have a conversation with her at all. We can't even get past the moon. So,
if anything, I think Bezos helped us a little bit, just because he didn't claim to have gone high enough. He's still underneath clouds within the air.
well,
So
what about how most people don't know that the moon is now considered in Earth's atmosphere? Like, they didn't figure that out when they went to the moon. I mean, really?
Yeah, and I remember when they made that update. This is before I was a flat earther. It's like, but when they made that update, I was like scratching my head, like, hold
That
on
was
now.
only
I
like
thought
what?
this shit was in space.
That was
Yeah,
like
this
2
was
years
now
ago.
4. No, it was like maybe 4.
No. It was like 2 years ago. They declared that the Earth was now considered in Earth's atmosphere. I could be wrong, you guys.
The moon could have been in Earth's atmosphere.
No. The moon is considered to be in Earth's atmosphere. It was declared like 2 years ago.
Okay, let me
I'm
see.
sorry, I don't have a link handy. I'm just talking on my phone. If I was at my desk, I'd
That's
already have a link
okay.
for you.
Listen,
but I don't.
teamwork makes the dream work. We'll look it up together.
I remember us having long conversations. Well, I remember having a long conversation. I mean, not like in depth, like technical, but like, wow. How could I don't remember that being part of the conversation of going to the moon. Don't worry, everybody, we're not leaving Earth's atmosphere. It's going to be okay. But no. Allegedly.
Yeah, you're right. It's February 2019, so that's 2 years ago.
Huh? So yeah, Houston, we have a big motherfucking problem. This is like the purple crayon guy from NASA saying we can't go beyond the Van Allen radiation belts.
Oh yeah, so that couldn't have been, before I found out the Earth was flat. I've known the Earth was flat for like, what, 4 years now? I think I joined the server maybe at least a year and a half ago now. Something like that. I don't even know. Am I more than that? Maybe 2 years now. It's all starting to blur together, Jen.
Oh, yeah, it does. It does, man. It does not seem like the time that it's been. That's for sure.
Listen, I'm not complaining. Because I know I found the smart kids. You know what I mean? Like, I definitely feel the most safe around the smart kids. Like, as long as I'm not hanging out with the buggles, I was like, I'm good. I was like, if someone's gonna find a solution to the problems of the world, it's probably gonna be someone in this group. It's not gonna be the rest of the Delta. Am I wrong? Like, let's be honest.
I don't know. I think you're giggling too much, dude. I couldn't hear you very clearly. I have to be honest with you.
Probably.
Sorry.
So I was saying, if anybody's going to find a solution to the problems of the world, it's most likely going to be somebody that's in this server already, because it's not going to be in like the rest of the dun-dun-dun guys that can't think straight or can't even process a thought or can't focus their attention. So like if it really starts hitting the fan, like the ideas that are going to be generating this server are going to be powerful. They're going to be life-saving.
I don't give any. Yeah, I agree with that. Or other groups like ours. I'm sure there's some.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yes.
Timor, what's up, buddy? I haven't seen you in a while, man. How's everything been?
Oh. Wait, who are you talking to?
Well, this Timor, yeah, but his mic's open, but I don't know if he's chatting or even listening, actually, let's be honest.
Oh.
That's okay, no worries.
I'm giggling at Drace's post that he did like 10 minutes ago, affirming the consequence.
I see.
I didn't know that was an example. That's pretty ridiculous. Due to a mishap, I gotta click the link, I guess.
Oh, the link is just what you were talking about, the moon thing.
Oh, being in Earth's atmosphere?
Yeah.
That's the explanation for that, right? That's what you're saying. I will save that.
Yeah, that's the original report from the European Space Agency.
Yeah, but most people just went on with their day, and there's like, do. I was like, hold on now. I was like, nobody's. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's like literally the Twilight Zone. Everybody's eyes are like the black and white spirals. They're like in another world.
They made this fancy graphic to show it. So this would be our gas ball. Funny how NASA pictures don't actually show all this.
Man.
Funny
Somebody at Disney, I'll just say real quick before you go on, Drace, Disney really knows their stuff, making this image. Go ahead, Trace.
It's just funny how the supposed astronauts who didn't go to the moon claimed when on the moon that it was a vacuum, but apparently the moon isn't strong enough to attract any of this gas that's all around it and create an atmosphere. So Earth also doesn't have enough power to collect the gas either. So why is the gas so deformed? Like, I don't understand this.
You're not meant to understand, Drace. You're meant to believe.
Ah. Touche.
It's your job here.
Touche.
I'm gonna need something more.
Right.
Weed usually does it.
It's not legal here yet.
That's
legal,
horrible.
schmeagle.
Dude, I've been smoking weed for decades. It's all good. We'll just continue as usual.
Listen, I want a front row seat when the alien invasion happens. You know what I mean? I want to be properly high. You know, have a drink in my hand. You know, one of those like recliner chairs, and boom, let the fucking movie start.
Okay, I guess we got Taurus in here. Or true Taurus, sorry. 2 squared.
Hello, guys.
Hey.
What's up, Taurus? True square
Jenny.
Taurus. Apologies.
Jenny, it's been a while.
Hey.
I don't know, maybe more than a year or around
Oh,
that.
really? Welcome back, sir. You're all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed after your break, I hope, ready to get back in it.
I went back into the Matrix.
That's
Say
all
it
right.
isn't so, my friend.
Most of us do it as well. So.
But you got your like shades on, your long black trench. You ain't fucking around no more. Your arms trained. You don't come through.
I have a question.
Kung Fu now.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Taurus, I have a question. How much do
Yeah.
clothes cost in the Matrix?
A lot.
If anybody doesn't know that. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say that was just from a movie quote. I was being silly, but you go on.
Yeah. I don't know if I told you I got a job as a project manager. That's why
Nice.
I went back into the Matrix. And it was going all well until they mandated the vaccine. Then I quit my job.
Good for you. Good for you.
You got to, though. You understand why, so.
You took a
Yeah.
stand.
And believe me, everybody was looking at me like crazy. Like I'm a crazy guy. They're like, this is a good job, a good position. We're going to give you a raise in 2 months. I was like, I don't care if the monthly salary was 100,000. I'm not going to take that shot.
Yeah, you didn't want to compromise your beliefs.
It's not a belief, it's a fact.
Well, no, I mean, no, that you were the creator, designed the body to heal itself.
Yeah.
So therefore, you're not going to take a vaccine. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't say that word, but yeah, it's your.
No, I mean, especially that one.
Yeah. So when I said it like that, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
Hopefully that clarified. No, okay, that's all right.
No.
I'm right with that.
I mean, like everybody was happy that I got that job. You know, I was kind of trying to get it for a long time, and then I got it.
Right.
And now, poof, everything's gone back.
That's all right. Don't worry about it. You'll find an even better position. Listen, in the future, I thought about this myself. If I am backed into that type of a corner, I would literally just kind of find out what the parameters for the vaccine look like. 'Cause remember, they're not going to go into the fucking hospital with me. So that means there must be some type of, digital representation, whether it's a website. You can hire guys in India, build an entire hospital's website over for you for a couple of $1,000. Or if you need some type of pamphlet or something printed, there's tons of printers in the world. You can have it printed fake. You don't have to succumb. There's always a way. That's my point.
Well, I just made it simple and short. I'm not
and just
doing
laugh.
it. Yeah.
Yeah. No, of course. No, not getting it is the fact that we're all accepting here. I'm not getting it either. But I wouldn't give up the resources because remember, resources become even more and more scarce nowadays. So we have to start, thinking outside the box. How do we win without getting,
Well, to tell you the truth, us going around things, and it's not gonna last for long, So I think when they tried to the test they did last year, which is putting 50% of people work from home, they were testing if the system is gonna still run with 50% manpower. So they already know that even if half of the manpower is
workforce
gone,
it still function.
Yeah. So, I think everybody that quit should pitch in or something, and we should buy an island or something and make our own country because we all have this common
similar views.
Yeah. And I mean, we have all the professions. We have doctors, military,
Of course,
mechanics, everything.
Of course, but to your point, the only way to purchase an island is with resources. So we must garner resources first.
That's why I said we chip in.
Oh, okay. No, of course we chip in, but still, it's always better to have more to chip in. Islands don't come cheap nowadays.
I don't know, Jenny. What ministry are you gonna hold?
You lost me.
He was saying what ministry are you gonna hold? We need that collection plate to start going around soon.
When we get our island,
we're buying an island.
Yeah. Nah, she's not with us.
No, I was doing notes, you guys. I was half listening.
No, that's okay. That's okay. True was saying we should buy an island. I was like, oh, well, we need the resources and the money to buy the island. And he was saying, well, Jenny's going to launch a ministry. And then I was like, oh, because we need that collection plate to start going around to get that money for our island. Because obviously on land, it's going to be untenable.
I think we're gonna end up getting an island in the Bermuda Triangle or something.
Probably. Hey, if it's cheap, fuck it, don't knock it.
We'll find there all the space shuttles that they launched.
But who would listen, True? Who would listen?
Yeah. I think I'm gonna move to Mexico or Nicaragua or something like that.
Listen, Mexican women are, very family oriented. Get there, have some kids within the first 3 months if you want to.
Well, I'm
Just
not
saying.
thinking about
It's an option.
I think I can buy a family there.
Okay. So now you're into human trafficking? Okay. Yeah, so you're coming over to the dark side.
I mean, they sell everything in Mexico, I think.
Well, what do you plan on doing with this family, True? Like, let's get to know each other here.
No, I mean, it's already set, a wife and kids. I don't have to do the...
Oh, okay. Whew. Scared me for a second.
No. So...
Just joking, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah, we need some jokes. We need some laughs in this shitty times.
Exactly. We do need some jokes and some laughs in these shitty times. I agree. It's important.
Yeah.
Keep your spirits up.
Just to keep sane.
Laughter is the best medicine.
Agreed.
So, what's new? Did you discover a black hole or something, or?
No, pretty much just like it was yesterday, day before. Not much is really changing out here in the world. It's getting a little crazier, People getting a little more on edge, but that's to be expected.
Yeah. Well, I think they're trying to, as many people figured out, it's either they're trying to, make us submit by these steps, or they're trying to piss us off, and until we react, then they show their true colors.
Of course, because then they would have been given, the excuse. Well, this is for public safety, and all the rest of the Muggles that are afraid, they would say, "Oh yes, of course, those are the crazy ones." No, you morons. We're trying to save you fuckers. But yeah, that's why the system is so perfectly designed. It's like, even if anyone does have any courage, they'll easily be squashed by the people with no courage because the lawyers want someone else to fight their battles for them. They've never learned how to fight. Hence why.
This year is like the saddest year for me because I've seen so many people like go down. I mean, take the thing. They give up and take it. Even like in the beginning, they're like, "No way, I'm not gonna take it," and blah blah blah.
And then they crack.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I've got the majority of my family in New York right now, and I don't even discuss the topic with them because I don't want to know.
I mean, it's kind of sad, Just the thought that
it's.
Yeah, they think it's not harmless. That's the.
You mean they think it is harmless?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or it doesn't have that much of a bad effect on the body.
Harmful effect. Yeah, I understand what you mean. But that's the thing. It's like there's no way to know long term, right? That there's some doctors that talk about how that there's potentially for men and women to become sterile because of this. It's like, God forbid you find out 20 years from now, 30 years from now, that like you can no longer bear children. Like, I don't know why my mind keeps going back to that scene in The Matrix where Neo's like sitting in that circular room with the architect, and they got all those TV screens of everyone screaming. I was like, I see that becoming YouTube. Like if people were to find out they were just sterilized by the vaccine, everybody
imagine that's
screaming their fucking heads off.
And imagine that's the end of the human race right there. We can't reproduce.
Imagine. Because you wanted to go to a baseball game.
Have you guys ever heard of The Handmaid's Tale? It's all about how mostly women are sterile. And there's only a handful of women that can reproduce, and they're all treated like slaves and shit. It's fucked up.
I know that. I know that show. My girlfriend used to watch that show.
It was Margaret Atwood is the author of the original title. Yeah.
Okay.
Serious shit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I hated that fucking show.
Oh, Aunt Lydia was the best. I'll just say that. Mm-hmm.
I've seen just like I think 2 or 3 episodes. The first season. Yeah, that's it. But you know what I think is gonna happen? It's mostly. Did you see Utopia?
I don't think so, actually. I feel like I have, but I can't. Give me some scenes and I'll know. I don't think so, actually.
I'll find a picture for it. It's a very, very good series. The original one is a British one.
Okay.
Utopia.
I'm looking it up now. It's okay. I'm on IMDb. Unless you want to post for everybody else, obviously.
It's 2013.
Okay.
There's 2 Utopias. There's the British one. The original one is in 2013.
And the new one with John Cusack. I see both of them.
I love John Cusack. I love him.
Yeah, he's good. But watch the 2013 one before you watch the American version of it.
Okay.
It talks about sterilizing and a virus. It's very good. It's very good. It's 8.4 on IMDb.
Okay.
Well, it's a plan, and they try to do it in various ways, anyways. Through food, through water, through injections.
Oh, you know what? If you don't mind me interjecting, I was in the Dollar General and I was contemplating, do I want to buy cheese from there, shredded cheese, right? So I looked on the back of it, and the very last ingredient was, I do believe, I have a screenshot I can look, but it's called myosin, and it's supposed to be a bio preservative. It's supposed to eliminate mold. It's like, I put that shit right back in that refrigerator. Like, I don't need cheese, extra cheese that bad on my shitty pizza. So, I was like, what the motherfuck? Okay, let me find it for you guys. No, I didn't do a screenshot because I didn't want to be weird, but of the product itself, but
No, there's some fucked up shit going on. Like, I was telling the guys the other day, like, I started really, like, diving into biochemistry because I was like, oh, they're trying to kill us. I was like, Jerry, just fucking figure out how every cell within your body works and then, like, perfect that shit. So there's one doctor that really stands out to me, Dr. Natasha Campbell McBride. I've been like this I've been screaming at people every time I meet them, and like I actually give a fuck about them. I'm like, go fucking watch her shit, please. Don't fucking be lazy.
I stand corrected. Netamycin. Oh, that's a horrible link. Sorry. Hold on.
Mic check.
Hey.
Yeah, we can hear you. You're fine. Yeah, you're clear.
Yeah, I was just watching. I just got done watching the Utopia. You won't like John Cusack after that one. He's pretty big villain. But yeah, total conspiratorial movies.
For him, I'll watch it. I'll be scared by John Cusack. I'm good.
Oh yeah. And it's all about viruses and vaccines. The whole freaking thing. The American one, at least. I'm going back to look at the UK one, but yeah, it's all about that. I was surprised they went there with it, but layers and layers of conspiracy.
It's called natamycin, and I knew when it had the MYSIN at the end. I know what that fucking means, and it's like that is a medication.
Yeah, that can't be good.
It's an anti-mold type of bio thing. I haven't looked into it, but that's what you name for antibiotics.
Well, if you think about it, the elites, so-called elites, look at us like mold.
Oh God! There's probably some truth to it, but okay. Damn. That makes me think of that mycelium documentary from like 4 years back, and it was probably older than that, but yeah, that's pretty creepy. Creepy. Oh, Witchcast just says the MYC part means mushroom.
Fake news.
Of course.
I mean,
well,
real life now is a thriller / horror /
Oh wait, did you find the link for me on the John Cusack? Whoever was saying it. I guess I'll look it up at IMDb, or I apologize if somebody already posted it.
Oh, the Utopia? Oh yeah, I already found it.
Utopia? Okay, I'll look it up.
Yeah, I found it.
No, that's okay. I'm gonna add it to my watch list. Utopia.
Oh, I found both of them. I found the first one, then I went back to find the 2013 one. Hold on one sec. Let me go back to the one for you.
Well, I think I watched them both, but I think the UK one is better, way better. The 2013.
What is
Oh,
better?
it's a series. Oh boy.
Yeah, this one, the yellow one.
Well, sure. I need something to binge watch. Why not?
That's the UK one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the UK one. Sorry.
Why do you think?
So, are you saying watch the UK one first?
Yeah.
I watched the American one first. I don't see what the difference is so far, but
Okay. So, was John Cusack good or was he horrible?
well, think of the American one as a major production, and the other one is not, right? So this Utopia by Amazon, they put some money into this. They tried to make it something.
So, did he play a scary character or was he being a bad actor?
Oh no, he's a scary character.
Oh, good. That's what I thought you guys were saying. Okay.
Yeah. So why do you think the UK one's better? What makes it better? Oh, he's gone.
Dun,
he's
dun,
back.
dun. Oh.
Hey, True, why do you think the UK one's better? Does it have more layers to it? Just better production? Because I guess it's all based off a book, right? So if you really want to get to the core, you might want to read the book. It reminded me of Westworld a little bit too.
I love Westworld.
Yeah, the whole idea of saving the world, right? And I choose to see the beauty in things while I'm a fucking just using evil to get my way.
I hope they come out with another series or another season.
Yeah,
there was probably a lot of. I think it got halted probably by the Miley Cyrus. So I don't know. That's a guess, but I can't be sure. I think another one that maybe went. Ozark hasn't come out with a new season either, has it? Or is it Ozark? Sorry, with Jason Bateman.
I haven't been keeping up with that one. Is that a conspirator show too?
Ozarks is finished.
Is it? Damn.
I'm pretty sure I saw that was finished, which I was also depressed about.
I don't know. There's always hope, man. They're bringing back Dexter after 20 years or some shit. I can't remember. I'm maybe exaggerating on the time. But which one they're bringing back to?
Looking forward to Dexter.
And
I do enjoy these shows they put together just for people that look into this shit, though. Know what it's all about. It's pretty impressive.
Otherwise, And don't you think there's like 2 levels to a storyline in that aspect? Like, some stuff could go over somebody's head, but they could still follow along with the story somehow. I mean,
Yeah. Well, it's like going back and watching something a second time. Like I remember going back and watching The Matrix after I discovered more information about flat Earth, and I was like, "Oh, there it is, there it is, there it is." You don't recognize it for sure, and you can still appreciate, the work of art, so to speak. But yeah, the more you get into the details of what's going on and the facts, right? You correlate them to reality. Like, what are they trying to tell you? Well, this is about that, it's obvious, right? Able to connect the dots. I was surprised they went so deep with a virus movie right in the middle of a, so-called pandemic, though. It was
at the beginning of it.
Show, yeah.
That's how I remember it anyway. It's like, you guys are all locked down here. Watch this movie. It's so creepy.
Let the fear campaign really begin.
That was featured on Netflix when it got locked down. Yeah.
That's how you fuck with someone's head.
What was that?
I said that's how you fuck somebody's head. Put them in a pandemic and then show them a lockdown of society going through a pandemic.
How coincidental is that? It's like, what the
Come on, Jenny. You don't believe in coincidences still.
Oh, man. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with those people? That is cruel and unusual. It's like, wow. I can't even imagine the effect, I don't know how to describe it. Never mind. All the people living in fear in their homes all at once, the energy from that.
Oh yeah, it's a spiral. It's like a death roll right there. Death spiral. Just keep going down, keep going lower and lower.
Yeah, it's pretty deep how this one event has changed everything.
Literally everything.
The magnitude and the depth of how it affected every single person that's living, right? Everyone. You couldn't escape this one. You can not pay attention to other bullshit they pull, right? And it's over there. It's it's overseas, whatever. But this one was everywhere and everyone.
Lockstep.
Word. Yeah, even the dude that lives in the mountains tried to get away from everybody. He still felt this one. Even when he drives into town 60 miles away, he definitely heard about this one. He's like, fuck. Doesn't matter who you are, you heard about this one.
Well, and you knew people that were having to do something to deal with it, right? Their restaurant was affected, or they were out of work because of it. Everybody knew somebody that was affected because of this.
I mean, they even bothered the Amish people.
Right?
That's how you know they went to the extreme.
Yeah.
Nobody fucks with the Amish. They tried to warn us, don't get these fucking phones and technologies.
How are they messing with the Amish?
They tried to do the whole scenario that they did with everybody. So they tried to do it for 2 months, then they failed. Everybody went back to normal back. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Good for them.
Yeah. They were like, okay, let everybody drink from the same cup of wine, and it goes around. We're all going to get infected, and we're all going to get a natural immunity. That's that.
Oh, not bad. Decent logic right there.
Yeah.
Either we all live together or we all die together. Boom. Problem solved.
Yeah, we should, learn from them some stuff at least.
Word. So who's got a solution? True. You're up. What do you got? Not everybody at once.
You meant Jenny, didn't you?
No, True. I was pointing out at you. I was like,
You guys, I'm really getting into the crux of stuff that I'm wanting to do, so. All right, so this is what I'm copying down on my notes from, let me see, the Internet Encyclopedia of Philosophy. So it says, in effect, an argument is valid if the truth of the premise logically guarantees the truth of the conclusion. So that's something you guys talk about a lot in here. Right?
Say that one more time.
Oh, well, I'm trying to make sure I fully understand the terminology of the word valid. So this is what I was copying down when you were kind of asking me stuff. Okay, so I was writing down.
I was asking True. Oh. You're good. True tried to weasel out of his saving the world, monologue, but that's all right.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, of course. Please, by all means, continue.
Back at you, True. How are you going to save the world? Shoot.
Well, it's only a couple of thousand people that we need to get rid of.
Okay. What's your game plan there?
Whoa.
Whoa.
Really? It's that easy? All right. I'm listening.
Well, yeah. At least
1,000.
At least let me hear the argument, right? Let me hear the proposition.
No,
maybe he's got something.
No, it's only a couple of thousand people that are pulling the strings.
Okay, so the instigators of all this nonsense.
Yeah.
What about addresses?
About what?
I said addresses. Yeah, I was trying to just punch some holes into the statement you're making in terms of the inability to carry out the plan that you're proposing.
Well.
I'm not saying I've got a better one. I'm just trying to say we got to keep each other honest here, right?
I mean, the real puppet masters are always in the shadow. They're never in the pole.
So it means we can't go at them directly. Got it. So indirectly. Well, what if everybody just did the opposite of what they're told?
What if?
But then they not only did the opposite, but they told the person next to them how to do the opposite and why to do the opposite. But they had to be galvanized to do the opposite. So not just some little fluffy conversation or just going to reason with people. It's to be like a concrete thing that people grasp onto. And then once they hear it and they get to know it as valid, to your point, Jenny, they would know to go in the opposite direction.
Yeah, I think I've moved away from looking at the individuals in the system towards the system itself, right? Because they control so many different aspects of the system, right? So if we were to focus on one, let's say NASA, it'd be pretty smart to just get rid of that, right? We can start there. Or maybe the Federal Reserve, right? Maybe we should start there. So the organizations within the system, I think, are easier to focus on than the people within the system. Because no matter what, somebody's going to be there to replace them, whoever's making those decisions, and they're going to make the decision to con people, right? It's as long as the system is in place to con.
But yeah, good point. But I guess what I get down to at the end of the day is what is the how is one controlled in the first place? And I think back to the whole fight or flight response. I see people stand up and they actually start swinging, as opposed to like they retreat and they start running. I'm like, where's that line, right? Like, where do people start to fold and cut and run, and where do people like dig their heels and say, no, I'm not budging? There's got to be like a definitive factor. So then I started looking at the biochemical aspect of it, like the whole parasympathetic and sympathetic nervous system. And then I realized most people are being fed the exact opposite foods that would put them in that fight mainframe. And you can actually back that up should you biochemically just consume the right foods. But then you start to see the narrative that's being pushed, like subliminally, to all of this COVID stuff is the diet that is the opposite, that puts people in more of an anxious state, into a flight state. So yeah, but I don't know how to shake people really good, smack them around a little bit and say, eat the other shit, stupid. So yeah.
Well,
they fix that.
You want to get into sort of the structure
on a global scale, of course.
So now you're talking about like the structure of people, right? Like, so they're always going to be followers. Of course. There's always going to be followers. There's always going to be a majority, right? People just don't want to lead. That's just too much work, right? So the system itself would have to build those type of people. Now we're talking about the education system, right? And how we teach our kids to learn, to know. And rather than filling their heads full of shit, they would be actually, able to process information and think through shit and make good decisions. But
I think about an element of that as well. Yeah, but I think about an element of that as well because I started studying meditation and hypnosis and the different kind of brainwave states that exist. And I realized when people are in that, once again, in that flight state, they're also in the beta mind, in the beta mind state. So what happens is you can't do any real learning in that state. You can't recall anything because your mind is processing way too many thoughts. You cannot remember hard topics. You can't learn. So people become dumber and dumber and dumber and dumber and dumber. So frustration eventually sets in. So then they'd rather somebody just hand them large chunks of information instead of I just can remember this one thing. Basically people now just I just have to watch news and I'll be good. I'll be informed, which is stupid because you should be, more willing to consume a wider range. But if your brain can never stabilize itself to actually just consider and think through and have rational debate with people around you, you'll never get there. But then, it all goes back to the diet again. It goes back to, well, what the fuck are you putting in your mouth? Oh, Coca-Cola. You think Coca-Cola is your friend? You think bread and pasta and rice is your friend? No, these shits are fucking destroying you inside out. Most people aren't even fat. They're just inflamed. They just have no clue. And then they shove drugs in their mouth, which exacerbate the problem, make it worse and worse and worse. But they still haven't gotten down to the crux of what's causing it. It's what they're shoving in their faces. But that's a part that we can all individually control. So I would focus on that as opposed to the powers out there that be, because you can't control other people. You can only control yourself individually. Thoughts?
Yeah.
Alright, I cut out, guys. Sorry.
All good.
You can control other people by indoctrination and education.
Oh yeah, but that's a long-term strategy. But the long term is just a compilation of individual days, right? The individual choices we all make individually. Day in, day out, hour in, hour out, minute in, minute out. What I put in my mouth, that's a minute-to-minute choice I control. No one else can. Well, you can strap me down, I guess, but that'd be kind of tough on a global scale to strap everybody down.
Well, it definitely gets me thinking about the biggest thing that I think affected me without me knowing. Over the 20 years I've been getting into conspiracies, you look into everything, right? You have to educate yourself, and you start to different paths, and what is a dead end and what is not. The biggest thing to me is the fear campaign, right? The idea that at every turn they're trying to scare the shit out of you. So that mental aspect of what you're talking about, being in that constant state of fear, is one of those things that I think is the greatest effect of all the decision-making choices, such as educating yourself on what to put in your body and yada yada yada. So I think that one I would think is the biggest layer that you could remove that would allow people to make better choices, right? If they're not in a constant state of fear.
I agree. I agree. They're not constantly in a state of fear. They can actually think rationally. But that's like the whole chicken and the egg argument. If you weren't in such a state of fear, you'd be able to think rationally, make better decisions, and then choose better food, and then think rationally even more, and then make better decisions. You see what I mean? It would build upon itself. But should you never be able to think rationally or choose the right food or know to listen to, that's going to try to take you out of that fear state because someone is pounding your ears, and your news media and your TV and your neighborhoods and your politicians are pounding you on such a global scale with a fear narrative. How do you pull yourself out of that? It's around you every way, 360 degrees everywhere you look, everywhere you listen, everywhere you kind of engage with the world around you. You're being fed that. So how do you step away, go into yourself, and figure out where the lack of fear exists, so that you can consume that and then grow?
But most people can't wake up from this trance or hypnosis that they're in.
I don't know if I'm going to accept they can't. I think they just haven't been persuaded properly. So remember, you're giving up quite a bit. I think if someone could just lay out for them what they're giving up versus what they could have, I think it'd be pretty simple. But maybe that's just the eternal optimist in me. I don't know.
I mean, I have some friends that I've been in argument with them about flat Earth for like 3 years. Okay, and yeah, and
not budging.
And they gave up, and I gave up. Okay, so they gave up because they couldn't prove that it's a globe, and I kept answering almost everything possible and making it so simple that I don't know, a person in 5th or 6th grade can understand, and they're all
I understand.
But
I think true. What we need to start to do is we need to start to make the metric in line with the result, right? So let's say I think I explained something simply, but the other person didn't get it. I kind of say to myself, well, that wasn't simple enough. I won't accept that was as simple as I could have done it, and thus I'll try again with another group, another demographic.
They understand it, but they
didn't accept.
They didn't accept it because it's the paradigm that they live in, and they don't want to get out of that paradigm or literally world that they're living in, because they know, and they're doing it themselves. They're making fun of this subject as it's a crazy subject, the flat Earth.
Of course.
Yeah,
of course, because you're not touching something.
They don't
I know, but you have to take it away from that. I think the point that Themor was making, the whole fear aspect, like, listen, nobody likes to feel afraid, right? Like that I think we can all agree on. And if you can pinpoint the fear that they're actually feeling and tell them, hey, if you understood this topic, you wouldn't be afraid anymore. But they have to want to not to be afraid anymore. And then if you could show them like a reliable biochemical product, like, hey, just eat this for 30 days and then come back to me, tell me how you feel. And if they have huge changes, like there's people like Dr. Sally Fallon Morell, she talks about like how the body naturally produces opiates, cannabinoids, the receptors for cocaine. She was like, literally, the natural state of the human being is high 24/7, 365. That's why people are addicted to drugs and alcohol and all these other substances. They're not actually drug addicts, which is going to be shocking for some people to hear. They're actually just trying to feel normal, and that's why it's like we live in a really evil place. Like, that sells these drugs, because they know that's the natural human state, and people are just trying to chase it, but they can't hold on to it because it's unsustainable, because they're eating the wrong shit.
Or maybe because maybe because
if it were true, let's not assume I'm right. Let's assume I'm wrong. But if it were true, think how fucked up that would be. The overwhelming majority of the world feels like shit every day, miserable, depressed, weak, no energy, no libido, no more kids being produced on grand scales. Like my grandfather had 11 kids. 41. I got 0. I was like, hold on, now something's off here. And I see everyone around me, same kind of boat. I'm just like, we're going in the wrong direction.
Well, I mean, you said the normal state is being high, or the equivalent.
Well, don't take the word high as
I said the equivalent.
I use that loosely. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well said. Well said. So not like drug high, but imagine if it was a similar but more of a balance because your body's producing those chemicals as opposed to you taking an external source to try to mimic that high.
I mean, isn't what do you call it? The pineal gland produces a chemical like DMT.
DMT, yeah, that's been said, but I can't verify that for myself, obviously. But I do know, how I feel when I smoke weed. I do know what it feels like to do coke. I do know what it feels like, to consume alcohol. So I do have those as reference points. You know what I mean? I've never done opiates or anything. I haven't done any of those pharmaceutical drugs that are opiate based, but I can imagine, right? Super relaxed, super chill. So I look at the chemical structure of all the food that's available, as well as kind of what I believe it's lacking. And then I came across, people that talked about fermenting meats and how it's pre-digested and your body can assimilate them easier. And I thought about sushi, how when we eat sushi, we feel satiated, but not stuffed. So I did a little test. I did raw eggs for a bit. I did 12 to 20 a day. And I'm not going to lie, I felt better. You know what I mean? I just found another farm here where I live. Sorry, go ahead.
With sushi, how that started is they would take bonito fish and they would ferment the fish in with a bunch of rice.
Okay.
And from there, they would eat the fish. That was the origin of sushi, and then it became fresh fish instead of fermented.
I see. Yeah, I read this. This guy, Augenis Funderplans, he talked about how he spent time with the Eskimos, and they used to take fish and then bury it in the dirt, let it ferment, and then the whole family, it was like a ritual. They'd pull it out 3 months or 4 months later, whatever the time frame was, and they would just shove gobs of it in their mouth. And they were saying how you would feel so euphoric and so high, and you would feel like you were smoking weed, but you're eating fish. It's just high fish. And they referenced a story how they used to have the dogs used to pull the sleds, and they said when they put the dogs on the sleds, they had certain break points where the dogs had to stop and get water, take a break, have some food, and they fed these fish, the fermented fish, and the dogs would blow right past the break points. We have tons of energy, and the humans on the sleds would be like, "Hey, we know when the break points. We know these dogs are usually exhausted by here." So they use that as an indicator, hey, if it's good for the dogs, maybe there's something in this, that we're kind of overlooking because we were told this is rotten, don't touch it, you're going to get sick, you're going to get sick, you're going to get sick. With that fear mongering that they're perpetually throwing in people's faces 24/7, 365, maybe there was an easier way to just feel better and then thus do better.
Well, yeah, that's why I think in my research, I think everybody, almost on average, they're 30 to 50% down or drop in their energy output.
I would agree with that.
Concentration because of the fluoride and the chemicals and the preservatives and so on and so on. All the shit that they give us that keeps us, not only not focused and dumbing us down, also the energy output is going way down. So
I just look at people in their faces. Obviously I grew up in New York City my entire life, And I just observe people, and like I've never seen so many like miserable people as I have in the last 5 years or so. And I mean, like, people are just genuinely unhappy with the state of things, but they don't have no fucking clue what to do about it. And it's like, I have no clue I can't, who the fuck's gonna listen to me, right? But at the end of the day, it's like, I'm gonna use myself as a guinea pig. I'm gonna test the shit out of myself, and I'm gonna try to figure out if there's any validity to what I've researched. But that's well and fine and good for me, but what about everybody else? You know what I mean? God forbid I'm actually right, and nobody else can, like, hear me. How sad would that be? Because they'd rather listen to the fear mongering as opposed to an opinion that might be in the affirmative.
Welcome to my world.
Exactly. How sad. But you listen. You got to laugh through it, right? What are you gonna do? I can't be myself. I'm not gonna drag myself down. You're not fucking here. I'm just gonna stay here. You either figure it out or you don't. Listen, I just signed up for salsa dancing yesterday again, so I'm going back to salsa dancing. Going back to the gym, and people figure it out if they do. If they don't figure it out, fuck it. I'm gonna keep dancing, cracking jokes, and stuffing my face with good food. Hopefully, they got some
probably you should switch the classes to MMA.
I already taken jiu-jitsu and Muay Thai. I did boxing in college, bro. Come on, well-rounded here. But trust me, salsa has its advantages. Trust me, Drew. I'm out here. I know what I'm doing. Lighten up and dance. Like, remember, let's be honest. How often am I going to really get to grapple in real life? You know what I mean? Like in a real dire situation. Not that often. And like, like I still will have a gun license and a gun. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not rolling on the floor with some moron that's trying to fucking, attack me. But salsa, I can use that skill every weekend. So, and I can see the positive benefit in real time is my point.
As you said,
ends quicker.
As you said, the key to making all this go away is self-knowledge. If people don't, if they don't do that or take that step, that's going to be a continuous cycle. I mean,
yeah, I agree. Actually,
you see history, how history has been. It's always kind of been repeating itself. People don't wake up and know what's real and what's not, what's true and what's not. We're gonna keep going round and round.
Yeah, fuck it. I'm already on this ride. I'm not tapping out.
Yeah. If they can't do it now with, as they say, almost everything is at their fingertips or on their phone. I mean, back in the old days, I mean, you have a couple of books in your
library,
village.
Oh, you're talking about village? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What's crazy? I think what's crazy? I think it's the opposite. I think without any influences, you can typically find yourself and your happiness, right? Because there's really nothing else to do. You know what I mean? Like,
I
you can actually
knowledge.
Oh, knowledge. Okay. Yeah, but knowledge of self, I think, is pretty simple. Like, what makes you feel good? If you just followed your senses probably would have led you here in the first place. But I think people have been like drowned out under so much knowledge that they forgot how to just take care of themselves, internally. Because they're searching for knowledge, but they had like a GPS system inside of themselves they could have just used. You didn't need to go seeking knowledge from other people. Your body was trying to tell you the whole time what to do. That's why the whole analogy of the dogs and sleds. Say again.
Yeah, but I mean, sorry. The problem is not the lack of information. It's which information, the true information, right? If like about, let's say, any kind of subject, if people kept repeating and holding on wrong information, but they think it's right and they keep it, that's just gonna do harm in some way.
I agree.
Yeah,
I think that's the value of like going outside. Like I was always big on going outside as a kid. Like I didn't give a shit what anybody said. I'm going outside, and I'd hang out all day outside, and like I'd build a small little group of friends around me. But it's like it was invaluable to have like 12, 14, 16, 20 people just hanging out together. Because like let's say I tried something, my friends would try it too. If they liked it, we all knew we liked it. You know, if they tried something and they liked it and they brought it to the group, I knew I did not like that or I did like that. You know, but I wouldn't know what I liked or didn't like unless I had like my own experiences and then other people's experiences around me to kind of push back against what I do and what I don't like. You know what I'm saying? And I think that the larger you can do that, the more you can immerse yourself in society and the world and kind of like go back and forth with people about their thoughts, their opinions, their likes, their dislikes. You kind of find yourself in that process. But you can't do it once or twice a year. You have to do it with perpetuity every day.
Well, when we were young, not now.
No, I do it now is my point. Like I still go out frequently. I just meet new people, go to different places. I'll randomly go off the beaten path. I'll go to a different bar, different restaurant. I'll have dinner here by myself. I'll talk to the wait staff. I'll talk to the managers. I'll go dance in a different type of music. I'll go eat in a different type of cuisine. You know, like just out of curiosity. You know what I mean? But I feel like I've stumbled on some interesting conversations that way. You know?
Okay, yeah, I do that when I'm traveling. I usually do that when I'm traveling, not when.
Well, why not in your own neighborhood? You live there.
Yeah, no.
You said no. You said yeah, no.
Yeah, no.
True. Let me find out you're antisocial and you don't want to talk to your neighbors. Let's figure this out. Let's get to the crux of this.
I mean,
I'm just picturing a vagabond in New York City and this guy in a small village. Like, you know, it's like, just get out, man. Go try some shit. Like, this guy is in like population.
He's like, no way, I'm staying at home.
Okay,
like
I know
all the people in my town. I don't want to talk to them.
Nah, especially my neighborhood. My neighborhood, I'm just, every time I hear someone drifting, I'm praying he doesn't crash into my car.
Well, go outside. Go learn to drift with him, man. Teach him how to drift, bro. Come on.
No, hell no, man.
Learn how to ride the wave. Learn how to ride the wave.
They're a crazy bunch. Wow.
We're all a little crazy, aren't we, though?
Well,
I personally think it serves you well to surround yourself with a couple of crazy people. I'm not gonna lie, they are a lot of fun. You gotta balance.
No. They're crazy. They're crazy because I already analyzed them. I'm in this neighborhood for I don't know, almost 20 years. They're crazy NPCs.
That's crazy how? Let's say, okay, how are they crazy? Let me hear this.
Huh?
How are they crazy? How?
Okay. First of all, I'm not in the US. Okay.
Okay, where are you?
Somewhere in the Middle East.
Okay.
Okay, so it's not the typical neighbors that you're used to, or the bunch of people that.
No, it's not. No, I agree with you. Listen, trust me. There is some place that my questioning is gonna go. And remember, you can stop me at any time. I don't have to continue. But I am going to start to push back a little bit on your positions. Is that okay? Okay. So you live in a part of the Middle East, and the neighbors around you, the people that you do not associate with, are crazy because of X. and you do not associate with them because you do not want to be embroiled in whatever they're doing at the moment. Correct?
No. Okay, wait. In the range of age, let's say, because you're not gonna hang out with someone who's 30 years older than you, or
I
30
disagree.
years.
I would.
Okay, not like the U.S. I lived in the U.S. I know how people are there.
But okay, let me give you an example. So there's one neighborhood in Queens called Astoria. They used to have a Middle Eastern street called Steinway. This is where they had all the hookah spots. I'd go sit outside at the hookah spots by myself with old Middle Eastern men, Pakistan, Lebanese. I mean, I'd sit down with all of them just to sit down, have a smoke, have a beer, have a chat, and they would tell me about their countries. Now, I was a receptive ear. I was listening. I wasn't rude or disrespectful, but I didn't have so many opinions of like, this is how it is, this is how it should be. I was just curious to hear what they had to say. And I made some really good relationships that way. So I'm trying to say, why do you feel like you cannot do that?
Well,
and do you feel like there's no value to it?
From this part of the world, it's they're gonna be, let's say, okay, these people, okay, in general, in this part of the world, they're gonna be so welcoming, funny, hospitable, everything to foreigners, but
not to
within each other, yes, not to locals, exactly.
Why?
I don't know.
You feel like they just want the foreigners' money? That's why they're being nice?
No. They actually invite them and for dinner and hookah and take them around the country, everything.
But for you, they would not.
Yeah, of course.
Why? I do not understand.
Listen. I tried to understand that. I figured out flat Earth easier than figuring them out. Okay. So
what?
Yeah.
Why do you feel like you need to figure them out?
I want to know why they, in between each other, they don't act the same as with foreigners. With foreigners, I mean, they put that hospitable, good people mask. But
how many people have? Okay, I'm gonna ask a question. Not to get you upset. How many people have you invited to your house for dinner?
I don't know. Not much. I mean, when we usually invite or gather, it's in a restaurant or something.
Okay. The point I was trying to get at there is like sometimes when we want things to go in a certain direction, we can observe why it's not just in reality as it exists, but sometimes should we want to force reality to go in a way? Like kind of like I see it like back in the days when like a car wouldn't start, they'd push it in the back and then you'd like jump start it and you pump the gas to try to like jump start it to go.
Yeah.
I feel like when I find myself in interactions like that, so for example, I'm Haitian, I'm black, I'm 6'2", you know what I mean? It's not very comfortable for me to go in certain places because I can see all the eyes, right? Especially like, let's say it's all white people in the room, white Americans, or like it's all Greek men in the room, or all, like it's an extremely like Middle Eastern spot, right? Like, like I can tell when I walk in, a lot of attention, a lot of direct, what the fuck are you doing here, right? But I don't care, right? So what I do is I go intentionally to jumpstart that situation. So I will go out of my way to introduce myself first and break the ice. Because remember, I didn't put the ice there. They did. I just showed up. But I would invite them to my house for dinner first. And then if they don't invite me after, I'm like, all right, fuck that person. Like, they clearly don't want to, have a conversation with me. But I would always put myself out there to see how the world reacts when I push and jumpstart, as opposed to just observing and saying, oh, this is how they are, I don't like them. Because remember, I didn't try to jumpstart that situation, I was just observing. Now, observations and like interactions are different. Observations are, I'm over here, you're over there. Interactions are, you're over there, but I'm going over there and I'm going to interact with you until you tell me to get away. See what I mean?
Hey, check out what I just posted.
What was it?
It's a screenshot.
Sound this?
Well, it's a screenshot. I was just, going over the material and check it out.
Bum, 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 bum.
So it's giving an example of
all basketballs are round, the earth is round, therefore the earth is a basketball. All popes reside at the Vatican. John Paul II resides at the Vatican, therefore John Paul II is a pope. These arguments also have the
basketball.
same. Well, this is a factual statement, obviously. I mean,
yeah, I just saw that example. I didn't study it or anything, but I'm just like, wait, what? What? Interesting example. That's all I wanted to point out.
Nice. I like it.
Well, I mean, I'm gathering that's an authoritative source, right? Or not? I mean, it's an EDU. Not just anybody can get that, right?
My problem with this reading this currently is he just says this argument is invalid and all invalid arguments are unsound, but he doesn't actually say how it is invalid. Because all basketballs are round, okay, that premise follows. The earth is round, well, that premise follows if they believe that. Therefore, the earth is a basketball, well, that follows from these premises, so that seems valid on the surface if you don't know what the earth is and you don't know what basketballs are. So that seems valid, but it's not sound, because as soon as we test those premises, all basketballs are round. Yeah, well, we look at basketballs, yeah, they're all round. That premise seems sound. The earth is round. We test the ground. No, it's not curving, so we can't prove that premise. Therefore, the earth is a basketball is not correct.
So it's invalid.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's unsound, but it appears valid on the surface, but it's not. It's unsound. The premises aren't true. It sometimes can be possible for the premises to be true and the conclusion to be false, though. But then it just generally is in the structure of the argument. That's what a lot of the fallacies are about as well. So then oftentimes it doesn't follow logically from the conclusions or the premises. It's just like it jumps from one to the other. Oh, there's many ways, but it's all interesting, man. The nuances are so many, but the more you look at it, the more like in the heat of the moment, you're like, oh, I see it now.
Right.
Oh, thank you, Trace. I just saw your comment.
Yeah, it sounds like you understand the principles of building good rapport and how much value that has. Because, like,
oh my God,
a lot of people alienate people for no reason.
Well, I'll say this much. I used to be hyper introverted, so I think this is just the pendulum swinging in the other direction. It's like I learned, like, in my head, observing, I could see what's going on there, and even if I didn't agree, I said to myself, I was like, well, if I go over there, it's like I can go with my opinion of them and start the interaction that way, or I can say, you know what, let me try to bridge this divide and figure out like, hey, what are they genuinely interested in, and start the conversation on that level, and then see where it unfolds. Because remember, dickheads are still going to be dickheads. They're going to show their cards. They can't help it. They're dickheads. So it's like I don't have to rush that process. I could just like let their natural dickhead unfurl, and then I'll just pivot 90 degrees and walk the other direction. But most people aren't dickheads. Most people are actually pretty cool.
Yeah, it's also like if you give them a chance to shine, sometimes they're just happy to take that chance to shine. But if you set people up to fail all the time, you're gonna get what you set them up to do.
Exactly. Well said. That's exactly my point, Trace. You nailed it. Sometimes the perceptions become the reality based on the perception that we held. Because like I used to think to myself, I was like, Jay, what if you were thinking X and your face and your body language actually matched it, and then that became the interaction based on what you were just thinking, but you didn't say anything. But what if like I was thinking like, oh, this person seems cool as fuck, and my face and my body language would have been different, maybe more open. Maybe I'd have been facing them directly as opposed to like, side-eyeing them or looking at the side of my eye. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows how it would have unfolded, right? And I realized in the affirmative, it kind of goes the way that you want it to, as long as you go with the best intentions. Just trying to have a chat. As long as you're happy and healthy, confident within your own skin, they're going to meet you there, or at least they're going to try to meet you there.
Yeah, for sure.
You haven't seen my neighbors.
This is true. That's why I'm giving you a chance to elaborate on them. Obviously true. So let's talk about these savages you live next to. Let me hear more.
No, I'm not saying savages, but I think
I'm joking. By the way, I'm joking.
When you, because I played soccer with them a couple of times.
Okay.
And we have this like soccer field almost in every neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes there's like a couple of teams that gather there, and when you're not playing, you're sitting outside with your team. And, no, it's like in turns. Every two goals, the losing team goes out. Yeah.
Okay.
So I listen to their conversation. It's very shallow. It's very, they have nothing.
Okay, so do you remember you're in a flat earth server? That means you're very sharp and astute. Do you expect them to meet you where you are now mentally? Or should you remember? Remember, think about
I became a flat earther. Even before.
Oh, of course. But you were still intelligent, or you wouldn't have been here today. But do you think it'd be easier for you to meet them down there, or them to meet you up here?
No. I get into their conversations. Okay,
but you're not entertained by it.
I get sick of it.
You get sick of it, of course.
Like,
but here's the thing: how can you bring anyone to your conversation?
Better.
Okay. We can change the subject. Forget about it. We can leave it. Like I told you, I prefaced it already, so I already knew.
Anyways,
so how about them Yankees?
You're talking about baseball?
No, I was just doing a hard turn off the subject because obviously I didn't want to talk about it. I did it on purpose. Don't worry.
Believe me, there's nothing to talk about.
Exactly. But listen, and like I said, I'm not some end all, know it all, be all, anything. Like I've messed up a number of relationships in my life. I fucked up a number of interactions. You know what I mean? I've been on so many meetings where I was in sales and I was supposed to be like the guy to bring home the bacon, and like I fucked it up royally a million times. And I'm just saying, through that painful experience of fucking it up, I learned how to get it right. So just trying to say, sometimes if you go out with the best intentions meet you back. But sometimes I agree. Other people's conversations are very shallow and low level and basic. But if you just kind of like let them elaborate on what makes them happy within wherever they are, they'll find that light that's within them, and you can build on that. But you have to give them the space to like say some dumb shit first, and then just not insult them, just point out why it's dumb, and ask open-ended questions.
I don't even do that. I don't even do that.
Open-ended questions. I was just going to give you the answer. Open-ended questions, which means they have to be questions where they can elaborate. And you don't push back. You just let them elaborate. And then you act, bunch up your face and be confused about something that should be confusing to a smart person. But don't tell them why you're confused. Let them keep elaborating. And then they will come join you until your face is no longer bunched up and confused anymore. But don't unbunch your face until they've actually made something a sensical statement. And they're like, oh, that makes sense. Boom. Now you just brought them to a higher level because you made them make sense. But if you act like you don't understand, they have to keep explaining themselves. But you don't do it in a spirit of, you're dumber than me. You do it in a spirit of genuine trying to understand. Like, I just don't understand. Because remember, they don't know what you understand or how much you understand about the world around them. But it's your job to help them understand.
This is why Socrates is so hard to argue against, because he just says,
of course. I don't know.
You're stuck trying to explain it.
Exactly. By the way, I love the Socratic method. I use it every day. It's my ace in the hole. Because you can never be wrong if you never make a statement. You never actually take a position. You just ask questions.
Well, if you just ask questions and you don't correct the wrong information.
I never correct. Never correct. I would say, you know what? I'm not sure about that. Let's look it up together. I don't even remember. And then they take out their phone. They look it up. They're like, oh, this is what it is. I already knew the answer. I was waiting for you to figure it out, dummy. You see what I mean? They can never be offended if they looked at the answer themselves. But if I'm like, that's not what it is, if I'm constantly pounding them with the answer over and over, it's gonna be a little uncomfortable sitting next to me after a while. Because you're gonna be like, this fucking guy. He thinks he's so smart.
The answer is always a copy paste of the mainstream whatever bullshit.
Of course. That's why you have to play stupid and ask better open-ended questions. They have to be very sharp open-ended questions that point at the part that they're missing or assuming, but still open-ended, not closed-ended. Not you telling, you really genuinely asking because you're trying to figure out. So you almost have to play as dumb. Well, I'm not going to call anybody dumb. You have to play as you do not understand that subject matter and then let them explain it in their words. Because then it's going to force them to go through the explanation process. And then should they get stuck at a point where you don't understand, because remember, if they get to a point where you would not understand what they're saying because they made an assumption, make them elaborate on the assumption part until they slowly get to the same point that you're at. This is a lot of work. It's not easy. I'm not trying to say you're going to do this in 1 minute, 5-minute interaction. But I'm saying there's value in the interactions. That's the only thing I'm trying to say. Everybody out there in the world, there's value in the interactions. Because you never know who you need for what. But the more of these interactions you can perfect, the more resources you're going to have available to you. Because everybody's going to be on your side to help you.
Very true.
Even in your neighborhood. I don't even know where that is, but even in your neighborhood. There are diamonds all around you. You just have to learn how to mine for them.
Spoken like a true salesman. Bro.
I think
try to theme I'm out here, bro.
Just be an actor, man. Just be an actor. Pretend.
I don't even think it's acting. I don't think it's acting. I don't
you gotta understand how that sounds. You know, like in the sense of, you know,
I know how it sounds.
But it reminds me of
but here's
like,
the
thing. You know, what's his name? Steve, the guy that did Roseanne with the long nose, and he plays the preacher, and he's selling everybody the church.
The fucking Steve Martin.
Yeah, and he's selling everybody the church, right? What was that?
Yeah.
And yeah, we can all go around playing these different roles, depending on the people we interact with, right? But you're gonna come across people that see through that shit too. Like, just be yourself as
exactly.
as I can give to
But that's the thing.
and work on yourself, right?
Being myself.
Get to the point where you're okay with rejection. You're okay with every situation.
Exactly.
As long as you
that's the clincher.
And use truth.
That's the clincher
to bring people together. And regardless if they reject that truth or not, as long as your foundation is truth.
Here's the thing.
It's gonna resonate. Resonate even on a small.
What if I loved? Here's the thing. What if I remember? Not you. We're talking about me here. What if I loved humanity so much that I would want to take the time so that I could get along with as many people as possible? Remember, that's my personal choice. Now, that's hard work. Most people don't want to do it because they see some people as beneath them, or dumber than them, or uglier than them, or fatter than them, or not worth their time. I don't see people that way. So I take the time where you may not want to, I actually do.
Yeah, but if
that's
you're
my
using
point.
A false premise,
I do it on purpose.
But if you're acting,
false premise?
Not being yourself,
what am I?
Are you not selling?
What am I selling?
An idea.
What am I gaining? But what idea am I gaining?
You're trying to bring people together for your ideas.
No, he's just.
We all are. I'm just being myself
and trying to understand other people.
Exactly. Thank you. There's nothing wrong with that.
You don't need to act or pretend to do that. You can genuinely.
It's not acting. The Socratic method is not
acting. It's
about
times.
Remember, it's about bridging the divide between the conversation. Let's say we're talking about
cut your face, pretend.
Yes, because
pretend.
Genuinely, because remember, I understand in that moment he does not understand the gravitas of the subject he's trying to embark in a conversation with. But I may have a deep understanding. Now I understand there's cognitive dissonance, there's people's emotions, there's people's cultural differences, how they see the world, all of this stuff. But what if I just want to have a laugh and a smile and have a beer and have a chat with this guy? How are we going to get to that level? He has to trust me. I have to trust him. If I think he's an emotional wreck and he's going to blow off the handle, I'm not going to sit next to him for too long. No way. I'm going to dip.
Sometimes he needs that. He needs that moment to be able to allow himself to go through those thoughts.
Exactly.
And just not giving him the normal input and just scrunching your face, just waiting.
Wait.
You're letting him go through the logic himself and get to the conclusion himself instead of just telling him so that he can automatically deny it out of hand because it doesn't fit his worldview.
Exactly. I have the patience to let him work. Remember, I'm not telling him anything. I'm just asking questions. Whatever he looks up and whatever he comes to the realizations, that's where he's going to end up. But if I know I've looked through all of the options and all of the ranges and it's not like I'm forcing him to think like me. No, he's going to come to whatever realization he comes to. That's the whole point of the Socratic method. I don't give you anything to think. I just help you think for yourself.
And it's also with state control. It's not like you're just acting and crunching your face weirdly. Oftentimes you can just think about the confusion of what he's trying to tell you and just let that shine.
I can stay in the moment with him in the state of confusion that he should be at, should he not really understand a specific point. I can act confused. Remember, he doesn't know if I am or I am not. That doesn't mean I'm a manipulator. I'm just trying to say, in this moment, if I were him and I said that statement, that means he's confused about this particular point. Because maybe in the past, I was confused about that particular point. And I had to really rack my brain or have a million debates about this to really get past that. So I can kind of force him to focus his mind on that particular point that he doesn't get yet. Where somebody else might just be like, well, you don't get it, fuck off. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to actually sit there for longer. If you know my friends that I grew up with, the number one thing they say is, Jerry, you're too nice. You give people way too much of your time. And I do, but I don't mind it. That's the whole point. I don't mind.
Yeah, I enjoy listening to people, so I get that.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense to some. Some people will not understand it, and that's fine as well. But I do it on purpose, not by accident. And I don't do it for selfish reasons. I can make as much money as I want on my own. I don't have to use other people to make money. I've made money for my entire lifetime because of the skill set. So it's like I could do this in just basic sales. Like I don't need to do this in like talking to someone that I think doesn't understand the topic. I'm not using those that I think know less than me to like scheme them in some type of way. If anything, I'll be scheming like hedge fund managers and politicians that are fucking the rest of us. Scheme them.
You can't help yourself. You're always a salesman. Right down to the core. I love it. It's all good, bro.
But what am I selling, Theomore? What am I selling?
Well, have
I tried to sell you anything yet?
The greatest question of it all, right? Well, I think that's not the point, right? Like, it's not a monetary.
That is the point. You said I'm a salesman.
It's not you can sell ideas too, right? So you're selling your ideas every time you project. This is how I see something, right? Regardless if someone's buying it or not, that's what you're putting out there.
So my idea is to have patience with reality and patience and love for others. That's what I'm selling.
Well, I mean, you can wrap it up in that nice little box, but you were just talking about forcing people to go a certain direction with their thoughts, right? Like,
no, you missed it. I didn't say force. I said give them the space.
You say don't manipulate people, but this forces them to come to a logical conclusion. So
no, I see where you're getting hung up.
That is, right?
I see where you're getting hung up. You see it as like a funnel. I see it's the other way around. You turn the funnel around when I'm trying to force them to open their mind up to the range of possibilities that pop up in their own head.
Objective is to improve them. So that is what you are selling. You are selling to better people. Now, I'm not saying that's a bad thing, obviously, right?
I don't decide. You're
manipulating people to better
they decide.
You're manipulating people,
but I don't decide if they're being. Okay, let's look at it this way. If let's say I'm considering an argument, right, and I can't figure out what to do, and I've got two ideas. I'm like, oh, A or B, and then somebody comes and they give me an idea, like, hey, you didn't think about C, and I'm like, oh, I didn't think about C, and then somebody else comes and like, oh, you didn't think about D, and then now let's say I've got 10 different options to think about. Now, nobody decided for me. They just presented me with more options to think through myself. I still have to decide which of these ideas is going to be my idea at the end of the day. That's what I hope people do from being around me. Consider more of their ideas and options in life. And then make your own fucking decision up. Not your father, not your brother, not your cousin. Make up your own fucking mind. But at least consider all the ideas that are available to you. And I'll give them the space to think through their ideas. I will be a good sounding board. I will challenge them to think more, not less. Because I know most people are mentally lazy. I don't want them to be, because that's how we got here in this fucked up situation. Most people are mentally lazy. That's why I do this.
Yeah, I like the premise of your earlier discussion and the idea that, you don't have to have an agenda when you interact with people, right? Don't feel like you have to convince people or, just be with people, right? Like you were saying, I went to the hookah, sat down, and I was just there. I was in the moment.
Yeah, of course.
I think a lot of people.
But you don't think I was challenging? You don't think I was challenging those? You don't think I was challenging those men's perspectives as well? You don't think I had questions? I'm not just going to sit there like nodding and be like, yeah. No, I have a brain in my head. Like, I want to hear everything about you, about your culture, about the troubles, about the great parts of the your country, why you left, why you came here. I want to hear all of that. But I also have questions. I also have opinions about my experience here. Like, how, what would that look like, from my culture? Like, how would I see it from my perspective? So I can hand them that C, D, E, and F position that perhaps they hadn't considered before. I'm still there to take the space, but I still have a brain, and I'm going to share mine. And if they don't want to hear it, they can always pivot, just like I can pivot. But most people don't pivot because they realize I'm genuine. I'm not just sitting here trying to take something off of you. And number one, I didn't ask for anything. If anything, I bought you drinks, the last 3 drinks. If anything.
Yeah. The agenda thing is an interesting one because it leads to purpose, right? Like, of course, we all have an agenda. We all have purpose. We all have meaning for being here. Finding yours.
Listen, I'm working towards it.
What your purpose is and what your agenda is. I think is what we go through life for, right? That's why we are curious and explore, and we want to understand what motivates other people, what other people enjoy, and
oh yeah,
oh
no, that's spot on. I know.
Fearing an agenda.
There's no gray area. There's no gray area there. I know exactly what I want out of the world. I've got an Excel sheet, like itemized, broken down, timescales, prices. I know what I want in the world and what I expect. Remember, but I've got to deliver that. So I was making a statement to the gentleman. I was like, there are diamonds all around you because perhaps there's things that he wants that he has maybe put to the back burner or given up on. But I'm like, well, you didn't have to give up on it, but you had to start to communicate with people that are actually around you in a way that's conducive to actually you digging up those diamonds. Because remember, that's all you've got. Doesn't matter what country you're in, that's all you've got. You better start treating people better. That opportunity those doors will close and they won't open back up. But yeah, if you think people should walk around like a curmudgeon just because that's how they feel, then that's your position. I can't stop you. But I don't think it's a wise way to walk through the world.
How am I walking through the world?
Oh, I didn't say you. Touche. I said if you think people should walk around through life as a curmudgeon because that's how they feel. See how you took that personally.
Oh, it's what I'm thinking.
That's what you're thinking. See?
You said it.
But why are you on the defensive in the first place?
Because you said if you think. And I just wanted to
no,
what I was thinking or what I was doing.
Like, the beauty is these live streams are recorded.
I figured you were talking to me.
No. Yeah, I'm talking to you, but I can still speak in generalities. But if you grab a generality out the air and you make it about you, now I have to ask, but why? Why? Why did you feel like that was necessary?
This flat Earth place, man. I'm surprised there hasn't been an influx in a while. It feels like it's been a little bit stagnant, but what a place. Definitely enjoyed your comment of people that are going to save the world showing up here. Right? Is that what's happening here? Is that the agenda?
Maybe
the mission here?
I'm not done with them yet, though. So who knows?
We're gonna save the world.
There's still a chance.
Flat Earthers save
still a chance. Still a chance.
I like it.
Well, with an attitude like yours, Steve, what we're almost doomed before we begin, aren't we?
Me doomed? I'm an optimist. I don't know what you're talking about.
And I said we. When we're speaking in the collective.
You said with an attitude like yours.
Yeah, because you said, flat earthers, we're going to save the world. And you said you didn't believe that. And I said, with an attitude like that, we couldn't.
I don't believe
because
it. I said, is that
so what are your thoughts about the flat earth community?
The community, I don't know if there is. I don't know, man. It's tough to say. It's tough to say if there's
well, there's a raggle-taggle bunch of folks that come here. Like there's some usual suspects that come in and out of here. It's like, it's like a lazy days saloon. There's some characters that pop in from time to time. You don't think these are intelligent men?
Oh no, definitely. Some of the most intelligent people I've ever interacted with have been through the journey of flat Earth, for sure. Like we've had some incredible conversations about all kinds of topics that who knew all this stuff was related.
Exactly.
It's fascinating to think. We've been talking about psychology here for the last 2 hours, right? Like how to get through to people.
Yeah, of course.
How to communicate with people. Like this is part of the challenge of flat Earth. How are you going to communicate this idea? So learning, the depths of what you can actually learn about yourself and the breadth of the topics is fascinating. And I come here for entertainment too. I like to come here and just laugh at what people are saying. Like even the people that think they're smart, right? Like some people think they're smarter than they are. And they're telling people how it is, and that's not how it is. And I find that humorous, right? The ego gets in the way. once again,
so true.
Probably the biggest issue with finding the flat Earth in the first place was ego, right? The idea that you knew because you were told. Like, you didn't know shit because you were told. Like,
yeah, it's true.
but yeah, you've definitely inspired a lot of thoughts in my head, and putting this puzzle together. There's so many pieces, right?
Well, I would hope I served some type of some type of purpose here, instead of just using and manipulating my fellow man around me for my own selfish personal gain. Like, I would hope I'd come on the server to kind of give something, not just take away.
Yeah. Well, there is that too, right? There's the leeches, the people that are here for their own purpose, or
of course,
greater agenda.
Of course,
like that is just, it's natural. You can't avoid it. Like, everywhere you go, no matter how genuine you're trying to be, there's that part of the equation. Like, you would think in flat Earth,
oh yeah, but
there would be no bullshit here.
Like
the bullshit meter would be way too, everybody would be too aware.
Exactly, it'd be off the charts. But it's like, like today I'm like completely stone cold sober, so like I've got limited amounts of energy to be talking shit all day. But like, if I had a drink and a smoke, I could talk in here for 6 or 7 hours just bullshitting with people. But it's like, I'm not on it. I gotta go to sleep. I got shit to do tomorrow. But at the end of the day, it's like, I still appreciate the conversations with people, even though it's like, I don't have any expectation and they might not see things the way that I do. That's fine. But it's always conducted in a respectful manner. I never try to get disrespectful. Unless somebody like is disrespectful to me, I'm always usually fucking pretty chill. So it usually stays there.
Yeah, it's a great platform to express these things, right? Because in reality, when you go to talk to people for the first time about whatever these truth topics are, you have a hard time finding the language and the words to just get anything out that seems to
exactly. Okay, right? Now I'm going to bring it full circle for you. Now I'm going to bring it full circle to you. So do you see the power of the Socratic method in this particular arena?
Absolutely, and people need to be knowledgeable of not only using it, but how it's being used against them, right? And that's all I was saying.
Of course.
Like, as a salesman, this is one of the premier tactics, right? It's the bonding that you can create in order to make the sale. So yeah, any type of knowledge can be used for good and bad, and we need to be aware of that.
Yeah, but remember, think about the complexity of the topic that I'm trying to sell with the flat Earth, right? And let's say I'm selling it, which I never do, but if I couldn't even get that person to like want to sit down next to me and have a chat and have a laugh and crack jokes and like talk about the chicks and then have a beer and then he'll tell me about this fight he was getting in, or like some lower level conversation I don't give a fuck about. If I can't even give him the space to just be his authentic self, why the fuck should he even listen to me drone on for hours about a complex topic like this? I didn't even give him the space to just talk about whatever's on his mind. I've got the capacity to. I've been where he is. So it shows, if anything, there's an inauthenticity there where I can't listen to someone that was doing something I did 15 years ago. Come on, of course I can.
Sure.
If it's whether or not I choose to like revert back to that version of myself, or I can't even revert back, or I think I'm so far past it I can't go back anymore. But if I was genuinely that person and I was like comfortable in my own skin, I can always go back to that person and give that person the space.
Yeah, I wasn't brought through this with
I wouldn't be changing anything.
With someone holding my hand through it, so to speak, or introducing to me to the topic with already knowing it, right? Like, I had to find it in a different way, but those conversations aren't fun, right? Like, flat Earth conversations aren't fun. They're fact, right?
No, I make them fun.
No, I'm just trying to say, like, for a person to come to that aspect of realizing this stuff, it's a deeply emotional, personal, like, worldview changing. Like,
I agree.
It's heavy stuff, and to think that you're gonna get there with somebody in a conversation, like, it's just not gonna happen, right? But you can get them, you can get them stewing on it. But
exactly. And I see it like it's a piece of, like a breadcrumb in the trail of breadcrumbs. I can't hand them the whole fucking loaf of bread, but like the first interaction, should it be cool? I can hand them one piece that they chew on, and then should I bump into that person again, I hand them another piece that they chew on. And then, because remember, it's like, I'm not measuring any of this. I'm not trying to say like, oh, when I see that guy again, I'm going to give like, but I know not to give him the mother load, you know, and think like he's just going to fucking get it when he goes home. No, he's not going to get it. But I have to give him something that's tangible and like he can actually go home and think about. And if he looks further, he does. If he doesn't, that's fine too. I'm not here to force anybody to think about these things. But if somebody did pay like genuine interest or they had genuine questions, which I can discern because I can see like, hey, are they asking real questions? Are they actually like, you know, scrunching their face up like with pure curiosity or confusion? And I'm like, okay, they actually want to fucking know what I'm saying here. So let me try to elaborate. You know, it goes both ways. It's not just I'm doing it to people because I'm trying to pull. It's like I'm also paying attention to people that are doing it to me and trying to give more, you know, because I can see they're paying attention. But it's just like, you know, you have to really be involved in the interaction to see when people are actually asking you to explain more instead of giving up.
Yeah, I was on that boat, right? When you first get into flat Earth and you finally come to that realization, okay, there's no question. This is just fact. It is what it is.
It's fact. Yeah.
You know, it is what it is. It's not an opinion. It's not a belief. You know, it's a direct measurement. There's no changing it, right? It's our experience every day. So once you get to that point, you just want to share it. You're like, go down your Facebook list or whatever. You want to tell people. You want everybody to be able to come to the same place that you are and recognize, you know, the beauty of it and the simplicity of it and just how big a difference it makes and how you see everything, you know, and how you make decisions when it comes to vaccines or fucking your money or whatever, right? Like it influences everything. And it's so hard to get just demolished, right? Like you go to tell somebody, they don't give a shit. Like they could care less. Yeah, you can't find a way to get through. It's so demoralizing, and that's why we have these conversations.
But you know,
how can we do this better?
Yeah, but the crazy part is,
how can we help the people?
I have like a delay. Hold on. Yeah, but the gravitas of the situation is the subject matter is so important. Should they really did have a foundational understanding, they would understand why we're so seriously invested and why we're so passionate, why it matters so much on a global scale and around so many different topics, because they're all intertwined at the end of the day. But if you couldn't connect those dots, you know, somebody that could, like, they're the only person that can help you connect them faster, because you can't connect them on your own. You know, you'd have to like dive into the hours and hours and hours, which most people can't even afford to do. Like, time is money. Like, and most people can't finance their way into being able to sit in front of a computer or sit in front of, you know, different research papers or different, you know, people that know the subject matter to really get their head around this. They just can't afford to physically in reality. So like, I'm not gonna lie. I was able to buy my freedom because I had money. You know what I mean? I could scratch my balls for months and months and months I'm not gonna lie. I spent a 3-year period where I called a sabbatical. I was just scratching my balls for 3 years because I could afford to. But like, that's when I learned about the flat Earth. At time coming out of my ears. But it's expensive. Like, you can't just do that for free. You know what I mean? Right. And like, some people do it and they can never recover from it. So that's the sad part. It's like, it's sad, but it's like, yeah, I'd rather know, like, you know, my government's trying to poison me and shit. Like, I'd rather know that bad boy. Like, I think it's an important bit of knowledge to consume, you know, instead of trying to like take the easy way or take the shortcut. So, you know, whatever helps me communicate with people, I'm just going to try to like keep going down that direction, because I know there's a lot of information that I've been fortunate enough to be able to consume and digest, and I want to share that, but not in a pushy way, in a way where someone is actually asking me for the answer, so I can keep just, you know, sprinkling the crumbs. But, you know, if I can't communicate in a Socratic method where it's like they're asking themselves a question and then they're researching it, it'll never happen.
Yeah. Inspiring people is always a challenge, right? And there's few people that have that skill.
Beyond the challenge.
And everybody's different. So you're pushing people's buttons is sort of an art form. You got to recognize pretty early in the conversation, you know, what makes this person tick, and yeah, you were talking about your body language, but what about their body language? Are they even in an approachable situation? Are they ready to receive new information at this point in time, right? So yeah, there's a lot of things to be aware of to inspire people, and I think your foundation is yourself, right? Like if you're in a positive place and you're in a good place, other people will meet you there. They'll find that place. And if it's because of flat Earth, hallelujah, fucking hallelujah, right? Like that. If flat Earth brings you joy, then share that joy and just say, yeah, it's flat because it's beautiful. It's flat because it's amazing. Just be blissful about what you know, and other people might be inspired to be curious about that too.
Well, that's an option, but it's like, from my observation, it's like sometimes, the knee-jerk reaction comes out, right? So, for example, let's say I were to just like stand in the middle of like Union Square with my, my soapbox and my PowerPoint presentation with my curtain and all that, and like, I know I'm right and I can exude all the positivity in the world, but the knee-jerk reaction will be, why to my ex? Now, if I wanted to have a bit more skill intact and put some strategy and thought behind it, I wouldn't stand on my soapbox in Union Square. If anything, I would whisper it extremely quietly to only the ears that were listening. Because I forget what that statement is. It says, those with eyes to see and ears to hear, the teacher shall appear. It's a true statement. Because if someone's not even listening to you, there's no way you're going to be able to communicate with them effectively to the point where they actually digest and retain and actually follow up with the subject matter that they really want to know. They had to actually be listening and looking at you. And like, I think that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the people that are actually paying attention. They have some sense of like coherence to a conversation, and then like those people I'll let engage a bit further. And it doesn't even matter if like their focus is on something that I maybe used to be into. It's like I'm looking at like the intellectual intelligence. Like, can you fucking hold a conversation? You know what I mean? So it's like it doesn't have to be in flat Earth. It has to be like in life. Can you hold a conversation? Can you like focus your energy in one direction? And those people I'll give my time and my attention to. People that are floaty and all over the place, yeah, go float over there. Go do your own thing. I'm not going to try to wrangle cats here. Like, that's not my job.
Yeah,
I just love everybody.
There you go. Love everybody.
Say again?
Real quick, Vagabond, a little bit of an audio file. You guys are awesome. I'm really enjoying the conversation. But if you could you're popping your mic a bit. If you could just maybe back away from your mic just a little.
Oh, mine is? Oh, thank you for that.
Yeah. No problem, dude.
Yeah, it's not rocket surgery, dude. Everybody loves everybody. It works.
Karma said something. I'm not sure I understand the statement. In my opinion, it has been laid in gravy. Gravy's good or bad? I can't tell.
Gravy's a good thing. Oh yeah.
Oh, gravy's a good thing. I thought it was like, okay. Well, thank you.
They said ladling gravy. Yeah. That's
Yeah.
Owen Benjamin reference.
Oh yeah.
Ladling piping hot gravy over these dry biscuits. Yep.
You're right. Gravy's the shit. I love me some gravy. She said that'd be good, bro. Gravy equal truth.
Makes me want to go down south.
I love that gravy. I love that gravy tea.
Thanksgiving coming up. There we go. Get some gravy going.
Does anyone know why BB is on mute?
Do not know.
Baby BB.
He asking to be unmuted. I'll mute him.
They're VC verified, so something must have gone down.
Let's find out. You said BB?
Baby, it can get pretty heated.
Yeah, right above me. BEBE.
Oh, baby.
Yeah,
baby.
Well said, Trace. Like,
hey, baby.
You're making the adjustments. Hey, baby.
We in the club hollering, hey, baby.
Welcome to Flat Earth, baby.
That song used to tear up those early 2000s. I don't know if you guys remember that song. Yeah.
Of course. I'm out here, bro.
Hurricane Chris.
I mean, Bebe hasn't acknowledged being unmuted. Are you there, Bebe? Because I got the mute button ready to go. I guess not. Well, I'm gonna have to keep the Bebe muted because we don't know the reasons, and it's not replying to us, so it should be good. All good.
Nice to hear your voice, Gimsy.
Hey.
I agree.
What's up, guys? T? True.
Yeah, man. It's been a year, man.
Yeah, like a year. and Sir Vagabond, he jumps in here sometimes, and he
Listen, you
disappears
already
and
know
then comes back out of nowhere.
I could spend my life in this server, bro. It's like I gotta temper this. I gotta fucking, sort out mad shit, bro. You have no clue. I was just in my house on a 3-year sabbatical bullshit and scratching my balls. So I was like, Jerry, go back to work. But I do miss you guys as well.
Oh yeah, that's great, man. Good for you, getting stuff done. 100%. That's 100.
Yeah, it feels good. Feels good. Back on my raw eggs and shit.
That scratching my balls has like a double entendre because you were saying that's how you found flat Earth and stuff. It's like, oh, yeah.
Exactly. It's crazy. It's like when my dad got sick, it's like I almost forgot how much I loved learning because I think school and like life beat it out of me so aggressively. I realized even though I was doing well in the city, like I was not studying anything. I wasn't learning shit, except like subject matter that had to do with the position that I was in. And then when I started just studying whatever I wanted to study, I was like, I fucking love how my brain feels, even though it like would hurt sometimes just for thinking too much. I was like, oh my God, Jerry, you forgot what it felt like to fucking learn something. I was like, and then I just went down the rabbit hole like a madman. And I didn't stop. Like I literally just kept going. But I feel way better as a result now. I feel way more grounded. I feel like I know what I want to know now, And obviously I can use what I've learned to benefit myself and my future endeavors.
It's a
Real quick, we're
deep
joined
fucking
by
rabbit hole, man.
City Cat. Welcome.
Hello. Say it again. Hey, City Cat.
Oh.
City Cat.
Hello, Cat City.
Sir Vagabond, I kind of feel the way you were saying because I remember young learning things, and there was many things many questions I had back then. But then I got into this great time where I was learning almost nothing that I could apply in reality in school. I did sports and a lot of other stuff, but in the learning sense of things, like actual knowledge from things that I have questions. Yeah, there was like a long time that I was feeling I wasn't learning much, and then I started doing my own research and I ended up finding you people. And now you spoil me with so many.
No, I think this is great. Yeah, but this is great. Like, there's this one British guy I found. He calls it the dark night of the soul, where basically, like, you shed the person that society was forcing you to become, and then you look internally to try to figure out, like, hey, what the fuck? Who the fuck am I? What do I like? Who am I trying to create myself into? And then you start to shed all those other outside opinions and outside like representations of yourself to be your authentic self for once, before you die. So it's like I think it's a process everybody should go through. Just get rid of every thought that everybody else has of you. Just go be yourself. Go dance in the rain. Go do whatever the fuck you want to do.
Be the better version of yourself.
Yeah, just be happy. Do your thing. You're gonna die anyways. You know what I mean? Might as well let it rip.
Well said.
Yeah, I don't know about all that.
You don't know about letting it rip? Listen, we're all gonna die. Might as well let it rip one good time.
I mean, that's what you say, right? I don't believe you.
Oh, you mean like the whole like that? Well, yeah, okay, I do agree with you on that part. I don't think people actually die. I think we just transcend to a different place. We change form, I'd say. But obviously, can't verify that. So.
All good.
Yeah, it's been one hell of a ride for me.
Yeah.
I got blessed and I got lucky that I figured out the moon landing was fake when I was 12 years old, and that was just a little opening for me to be able to transition to other things like flat Earth much easier and not having those barriers.
How did you figure it out it was fake when you were that young? Like,
I mean, I didn't have proof or anything, but me and my dad watched a documentary when I was 12, about 20 years ago, and it was like, wow, I can't believe there's a chance at least that this whole world conspiracy, was fake. There's a chance, and that alone, brought me to like question everything and just open my mind, and not just because something's on TV or on a magazine or a book makes it true.
that's cool. First questioning the moon landing is a big one. I remember going through that process. That was fun. Like, this isn't so good. Wait a second here. And then, what they're presenting, and some great documentaries out there for sure. But looking into that one, good time.
Yeah, I was a madman around that one because there were so many like tangible things you could just look at and say that is bullshit. Like when they show you the lunar lander, I was like, this shit is tinfoil. I was like, how did I see that before? And it's like you really get mad at yourself when you start to see how obvious it is that it's stupid, and like the whole Disney correlation. Oh man, you start to realize how fucking gullible you were.
I remember when I was a kid growing up, there was only 13 channels on TV, and half of them didn't work, right? So, he had 6 or 7 channels, and then I was thinking to myself, well, what did they get shown back in the 60s on TV? Like, what is the actual proof of this? Because I didn't realize that I hadn't seen much moon landing. Yeah, I saw some pictures on newspapers and stuff like that, but what did they show people? Like, what? And you just go back and like, how much footage exists of the moon landing? And then you're like, oh
yeah,
man.
You wouldn't have to show people much because weren't people still on like the whole family sitting in front of the radio, they getting the broadcast from CBS type of shit. You know what I mean? So it's like they can paint any picture they want with their voice. You don't really need too much to, if the phone doesn't have like a proper TV. Because when did the color TV come out? Like, I'd be curious to see what percentage of households actually had a proper TV or a color TV at that.
From what I heard, most people just heard it on the radio.
Mm.
Yeah, TVs were expensive back then, and yeah, they were black and white. Like we weren't in color TV era, and
back then radios were definitely way more abundant than TVs.
You see, so think about how easy it is to fake that lie. Then you're just on the radio. They're like, well, don't worry, we'll fix it in the future. Oh yeah, sure, Dick. Little do you know, shit's going into high def.
And then on TV you got this grainy footage of you don't know what's going on actually. It looks kind of put together in a sense. It's grainy footage.
Well, they didn't give you the live feed. They just filmed off a projector of a wall, so that's why it's so grainy. They filmed the wall that they projected the image onto, so it's just like real bad quality.
Yeah.
There's so many holes to the moon landing. So many. The nail on the coffin for me was just the light source, artificial light source. That was the one that really got me. And it's just there's so many things. There's
Can you
not just
expand on
one.
that? Can you explain that specific topic you're talking about? Can you talk about that? What do you mean by that?
Well, with a sun, if the sun was real and they did go to the moon, right? There would be just with the shadows, parallel shadows, or there's actually a photographer that actually got the light from one of the pictures and showed. I don't know exactly how, but how this was like some type of light bulb, and he compared it to the sun, and showing how the sun, has natural beams. It was a completely different take, and that's just two. And there was this whole video on that, which I don't remember. I saw that, I don't know, 15 years ago.
Yeah.
But that's one of the things I remember that really got to me was the shadows and the difference between the takes of the sun, supposedly, compared to the real sun. And that for me was like, okay, that's it. Among other things, right? Like the strings, the pings, when the things fall off the astronaut suits, it just goes like a full-on down, like if it was Earth, and if you speed it up, there's just so many things with the moon landing. It's ridiculous.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Welcome,
ladies. Hey, Kitty Cat, you're right. I mean, when I first heard about flat Earth, of course, it took me a long time to really kind of get my mind around it. But when it really hit me, and I started taking a look at the path of the sun, sunset, sunrise, moon, and everything. When I started to really take a look at the sun and moon, it was it changed everything for me. Really amazing.
Yeah, the sun and the moon is one of my favorite subjects on the flat Earth. I think the moon is very interesting. There's just so many things to it. Temperature differences.
Yeah, so why can't you see Tycho Crater with your naked eye if it's 50 miles wide and 238,000 miles away?
Because
one really strong one is the parallel lines. Like the sun, that one was really strong for me. Where if the sun was so many miles away, 93 million miles away, then all the sunbeams should be parallel. Like, I don't get how you could argue against that when it's obviously not true.
Yep. Hey, I have $100 challenge from Sean Hawkins. It's a very short video. You can make $100 from Sean Hawkins. Let me play this really quick. It's less than a minute long.
All right, flat earthers. I have $100 to debate any one of you one-on-one in an open, fair forum. Mr. Sensible said he'd sponsor it or host it, and the offer expires in 48 hours, starting now.
Anyway, 2 hairs past a freckle. You can Polaris and latitude and shit. Here's the addendum if you want to watch any of that. The reason I'm bringing it up now is because, you guys don't follow the YouTube chat in here, but I've been arguing with this dipshit in the YouTube chat for a while. I'm like, freaking send me the $100, man. Let's talk about Polaris. And it's like, I know any one of us could. It's like, how is Polaris descending toward the horizon based on your distance, what the latitude and everything. It's just ridiculous. It's so easy. It's just like, these guys are so pissed off that they think the globe explains, the latitudes. It's just weird to me. I mean, it's weird to me now because I've been into this for like 6 years, so it's kind of like, this is an easy explanation. It's just like, give me your $100, man, and then we'll talk about it.
Easy money.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But that motherfucker ain't gonna give me $100. I know he's freaking lying. That's what I was messaged him in the chat, and I was like, man, Yeah, let's do a live stream. We'll talk about it. Give me your $100 and we'll talk about it for an hour or two. But I guarantee that motherfucker ain't gonna give me $100. But I guarantee if he did, I'd talk to him for a couple hours. I mean, he bought that time. I'm gonna fucking give it to him.
Well, let me know if it happens. I'd love to watch it.
Yeah, I'm working on it because I'd like to have that $100 just to talk about Polaris. And I mean, he's always in the chat just taking the piss out of everything in the YouTube chat. I mean, you know, he just he's an asshole. And it's like, you know what? Let's just make an asshole fucking video.
Leo.
You know, he wants to do it he wants Mr. Sensible to freaking sponsor it. It's just like, no, man. No.
Helio, I think he should give you $1,000 to.
Yeah, well, I'll take 100 for 2 hours, man. That's $50 an hour. Fucking A, man. Almost anybody. I mean, it's hard to make that much money, you know.
The going rate is 10,000.
Hell yeah. Well, either way, I'll take 100 to talk to him, his dumb ass for 2 hours. It's all good.
Yeah, let's set it up here in the server, bro.
Yeah, or I mean, I might end up. I mean, I don't think Mr. Sensible is actually going to live stream me and him talking. You know, because Mr. Sensible has his own thing going on. He's got a different. Have you ever watched his channel? It's kind of dumb too. But
Oiga, le compramos una cosa.
Well, that's what I told him, hey man, I'll record the thing. I think an hour is probably as far as I can go with Sean. But yeah, man, let's do an hour bitch fest about flat Earth. You hate flat Earth. I hate the globe. Let's just fucking yell at each other for an hour and give me $100 and I'll let it happen. Whatever. So that's where I stand on that. And I mean, declination of Polaris, it's an easy question to answer. He thinks it's hard for flat earthers. It's fucking easy. You know, it's so stupid. I mean, I'm giving it away, but he thinks that flat earthers are dumb because the globe explains the declination of Polaris succinctly, all that kind of stuff. But it's like I probably know more about it than he does. So I'd rather just yell at him for an hour and get $100 and make a fun video. You know, it'd be fun. So hey, Sean, if you're out there, yes, I take your challenge. Let's yell at each other about the declination of Polaris for an hour. Let's do it. Give me $100, and then we can make a video. You can share it everywhere. I'll share it. I'm not going to make any money off of it. My channels are demonetized, so I mean, fucking hey. And I don't have anything to lose. What the fuck? Anyway, I didn't mean to disrupt the conversation. And this guy wonders why he's not allowed in here. He's such an asshole in the YouTube chat. It's just like, bro, I don't ban him from the YouTube chat. I let him, expose himself in the YouTube chat. But coming in here, he's not allowed here. Unless we have a scheduled discussion, he can actually talk to one of us here, one-on-one, or with a moderator. That's it. I mean, because I've already heard him on other channels. I mean, most of the Glovers don't even like him. So,
who are you talking about, Helio? Oh, yeah.
I'm talking about Sean Hawkins. Sean Hawkins.
Okay,
that's who I'm talking.
Okay.
About. Yeah, he's an asshole.
Sean the crackhead Hawkins.
Sean,
I mean, most of the Glovers don't even like the way he debates or talks about shit, So, Sean, I mean, if you want to give me $100 to talk to you for an hour or so, fuck yeah, do it. I'll take your $100, but you're gonna have to give it to me up front, bro.
Yeah, but Helio, like that's the whole point. The problem with these type of arguments, it's like they can always revert back to, published this and published that. That was published by the opposition, but it's not actually found in reality. So it's like it's like the chicken and the egg. You can show them things in reality that everyone can observe and we could all agree upon, but they can always present to you published finding and anecdotes and formulas all day, and that's the circle.
A lot of times I sit in the background and you guys have a lot of fun in here, but it's just like, oh shit, he's going to give me $100 to talk to him about Polaris.
He
actually put this challenge on his channel. I just posted it in the live stream, didn't I?
No, he's just fishing for people to have a conversation with.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, all right, I'm going to start the live stream. I'm going to start recording. We're going to talk about Polaris for an hour or two. And you and me are going to talk. Even if we yell at each other, scream, whatever happens, you're paying me $50 an hour to disagree with me. That's okay. I'm good with that.
Do you
go ahead?
Do you want $100? Do you need $100?
I don't need it, but if he's going to give me $100, fuck yeah, I'm going to take $100.
Sir Vagabond will give you $100 if you need it.
All right. Well, are you going to give me $100?
I appreciate that, but Helio, I would give you $100.
Everybody in the server, give me $100. No, I'm just playing.
If you need it, not if you want it.
You only want
the only reason I came in tonight was to take the piss out of Sean because
he doesn't need it.
Well, I don't need it, but I'll take it because who doesn't like money? Goddamn!
So don't worry, Sir Vagabond, you're off the hook, bro.
No, it's okay. I don't mind being on the hook. For Helio, anything is okay. You know what? That scene came to my mind. You know that scene in Coming to America where like Semi goes to like wire some money. He's like, "How about a cool million? I'll just give you a cool million."
I remember that scene. Yeah. It's like who's not going to take $100 just to have a conversation? Fuck yeah. Oh, fuck.
Oh, listen. It's just for the conversation.
Man, I'll even share it around. I'll give freaking Jamsey 25 and I'll take 25. But he wants to have a 1v1, so whoever he's talking to gets the $100. That's what I'm saying.
Helio, I have the feeling that you have a conversation for way less than $100.
Well, shit, listen, all of us are doing this for free all the time anyway, so what the fuck?
Really? I thought I was going to cash in on this.
But I'll tell you what, if Sean wants to, since he's not allowed to be here, if he wants to have a conversation with one of us for $100,
hey Helio,
all
right. Take his money, bro. Fuck it.
Don't worry, when your YouTube channel gets to the millions of viewers,
no, it's not gonna happen.
I won my 7%.
Well, with an attitude like that, Helio, I mean.
Dude, they freaking demonetized this channel. I applied for remonetization. They said, fuck you. We don't like your content. What the fuck? Wow. This channel I created for us. I mean, this isn't my channel. It's our channel. I just host it, and I'm the producer, but this is our channel. You guys create the content. I'm rarely here. For the most part.
If you need a cheerleader or moral supporter, I'll take 25%.
Hey, I think the biggest cheerleaders are people like this asshole that wants to come in here and freaking say, "I'll give you $100 to tell me how the declination of Polaris proves the flat Earth," or some bullshit like that.
Yeah, my question is: are you ready for this conversation, or would you rather have someone else talking about this?
Oh. As far as debates go, I'd rather have someone else because I'm not that good at it.
What would you say on this conversation about that specific?
Oh, it would be, what would I say about the declination of Polaris? Well, my first question, and I know he can't answer it, is where is Polaris?
Up in heaven.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. See, what?
So you guys are gonna talk about heaven, huh?
I already know the globe claim about Polaris, and the latitudes involved. It's like when you move further south, away from where Polaris is, which is always a standard. I'm just going to say 69 degrees. Every latitude line, and he's going to claim that that's the globe. So I mean, the claim is really easy. It's not like something hard to develop. This is their. And that's why my first question is, where is Polaris? Now, he's going to go with the NASA roll. It's like 4.5 light years away, right?
And then you're going to bring it back down to Earth, and you're going to...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Tell him.
That's what I was saying. I mean, give me $100 and we can have a bitch fest for an hour about where you think
I
Polaris
think you're ready for this conversation here.
Yeah, I'm ready for it. Dude, I've been arguing this for over 3 years, man. I know the argument.
Tell me the argument. I want to hear it right now.
I mean, who knows where Polaris is? Anyway, you're fucking with me. Anyway. Yeah, it's just so easy. I mean, he makes it seems like. Did you see that? Did you watch that little? Well, I just played it. That stupid little. Who's like, hey, I got $100 if you want to freaking debate me on, this bullshit, Mr. Perspective or whatever. What the fuck is that guy's channel? I don't really give a shit about these globy weirdos that. They're more obsessed with flat Earth. I wouldn't say they're more obsessed with flat Earth than we are, but it's just kind of weird that they're obsessed with flat Earth. It's like I know the Earth is flat, but we
don't know what the Earth is.
We don't know what the Earth is, as a whole, but we have these thousands of globers that just troll us all the time, trying to discount the flat Earth, like someone like Sean Hawkins, who is AYMB America in the YouTube chat.
So, Peter, when you're having this conversation, I'm really pumped to hear you talking about this Polaris stuff.
Are you pumped about it?
Yeah, I wanna hear.
I'm pretty pumped too.
Yeah.
Well, wait.
Oh snap! Are we pumping?
We pumping it up. All right, Polaris. The North Star, right? That's Polaris, right? That's North Star. Is it? Well, I mean,
pump the stock.
As far as we know, I mean, that's where some people say it's completely stationary, but it's actually not. It does do a sort of half circle over a certain amount of time.
It's basically light at a celestial north. Is the Polaris center, the toroidal field, and it's a point up in the heavens that we can observe everything rotating around it. So,
all right,
I think that light is going through the firmament, through the layers above, and that light is being.
I'm trying to earn $100. Don't freaking let him know how I'm going to debunk his ass when I'm getting my $100, man. Come on, man.
You're not getting $100 until you speak to this guy. I'm not talking about this guy. I'm talking about.
I'm just fucking with you, man. I don't give a fuck about the
Polaris. I'll give you 100 if you need it, but you say you don't need it, so.
No, I don't need it. I'm just fucking. I'm taking the piss out of Sean Hawkins because he thinks he knows something that he doesn't know. But whatever. Go ahead. Because it's always going to go back to Sigma Octantis, I mean, it's, if you go into that conversation, you go, oh, well, there's a southern pole.
The light that we see is coming from heaven and it's going through the medium, and that's what we see an effect cause. We see an effect that is going through whatever's above, the layers above.
Sure. Yeah, of course.
That goes towards heaven, and the lights that we see are effects caused by what's above.
Yeah, and as you move south, with Polaris as it moves toward the horizon, you're not going to get as accurate a measurement of.
Mm-hmm. We see effect.
Yeah, because it's going through much more atmosphere. Yeah, go ahead.
And the name Polaris, was it given by? Where does this name comes from? This label Polaris. Is it very ancient or is it recent with the heliocentric model? Do you know about that, Helio?
I mean, as far as the name Polaris, I don't actually know that one.
What is the etymology and the history on that, Helio? Tell us, please.
I don't know. I just said that.
Well, somebody has to know. Come on, guys.
It's a ship star. It's in, I believe, Greek or Latin. It means ship star.
So, does it mean center?
Let me check that out for you.
I think it's pretty obvious what pole means.
Pole means like center. I mean, that's where that's where I stand. I mean, kind of on it. But we can get into religion, but I'm not gonna go there.
Yeah, it's Latin.
It's religious.
Polus, axis, pole.
Axis.
Which means
end of axis.
You got an up and down.
Well, guys, I think I just set up a debate. If you're looking in the lobby, Swaggy Iffy Mai wants to debate tomorrow at 5:30 Eastern Time. Be there or be square.
Helio's ready for it.
Can I be circle?
Wait, hold on.
Someone asked a question, Helio.
Okay.
What was the question someone asked?
Hey, Creation Bear, message me if you can set up on this, live stream. If you guys can set up any type of debate and you individually want to have debate, we can set all that. We can set all that up. No, Creation Bear actually interrupted with some good information. Said, "Hey, we have some people that want to debate."
Yeah, sorry about that. My bad, James.
No, you're good. Message me with some of the information.
You didn't finish your sentence about the debate setup, so I want to hear the whole thing.
No. I mean, it seems like Creation Bear is working on some stuff, man. We can set up something anyway. Yeah, this is 24/7 platform. And we can set it up and we can make it a thing. Anyway,
just for a bit of context. He was saying he wanted to debate Wolfgang, or no, Justin. And I was like, okay, well, maybe we can dust off the arena or something. He's like, well, I just want to type behind my keyboard. And so we've been
you have to come on voice if you want to have a debate. You have to come on.
Yeah. So we've been going back and forth in lobby, and I was like, okay, dude, let's go. Let's VC. He's like, okay, tomorrow 5:30. So yeah, I'll be here.
Sounds good. Great. That sounds. He's gonna open his mic tomorrow, 5:30. Sounds great to me.
Hopefully, we'll see if he shows up. But
5:30 Eastern Central.
Eastern.
Yeah. That's a beautiful 4:30. I might be able to set that up.
Should be a good time to start some type of debate around that time.
Yeah. Good time in the afternoon. That's usually when I restart the live stream. It could be good. But if he's not familiar with the arena or whatever, then that's gonna be.
Hey, make sure we ask him that what the evidence that he brought. He has like a whole day to be ready for tomorrow, so he better bring something. No?
Dude, I'm trying to get $100 from Sean Hawkins, man. I want him to send me $100 to my PayPal, and I'll talk to him for an hour about Polaris.
Oh yeah. Well,
I don't need the money. I just want to show his ass that he can't prove a goddamn thing about Polaris. I ain't scared of Sean Hawkins. And Mr. Sensible can capture our footage and put it up on his channel. My channel's not monetized. I'll record the whole goddamn thing, put it up. You got Sean Hawkins. He put his video out. I just showed it on here. We got like 15 views. He's like, all right, Mr. Sensible, agree with me. And we're gonna set up a thing about. Dude, I've been doing this for 4 years. I've been on YouTube for 4 years. I'm just like, I ain't scared of the Polaris argument, man. What the hell? Like, give me $100, man. Like $100 an hour, shit, easy. Set up a time, record it. Mr. Sensible can put it up on his channel. Freaking Jamsey could put it up on his channel. I'll put it up on my channel. This shit'll be everywhere. Flat Earthers, you can call it Flat Earthers or debunk because they think Polaris, with the declination. I mean, I understand the argument. It's just so. To be honest, I think if
it was, didn't you had a question? Open your mic earlier and ask something.
My bad.
About Circle.
Yeah,
I did hear that.
Yeah, I'm rambling. Go ahead.
We got Siler 3030. If you have any questions, you can open your mic and ask anything you like in the server related to the topics at hand.
Good morning. I'm from Greek. I just looked up. I opened the chat and listened to you. I didn't catch an argument if you had something. But my thing is that we are living in a world and.
Can you get closer to your mic? You sound kind of low. If anybody.
Yeah, Siller, if you can get closer to your mic. Yeah, you are sounding a little low.
It's better now?
Better.
Yeah. Are you like Romanian? You sound a lot like.
No. Greek guy.
Oh, Greek. Okay, cool.
Welcome, Siler. What's going on? Tell us.
Fine. Yeah, welcome. From the server, 2 days. Thank you for welcoming. And I'm just listening and participating sometimes when I'm tired. And it's very interesting. I think that the Earth is flat also, but I have no knowledge about all the things you say. So I'm learning here. It's like a school for me here.
You actually do have the knowledge. It's basically fundamentals of how everything works on the Earth. It's an observation. It's the knowledge that we have on a day-to-day that we observe water, we observe level, up and down, gas pressure, all that kind of stuff. There's no curvature of the Earth. There's also no movement that we can detect of the ground we're standing on. But we observe movement of the heavens, so that's what we observe. So some people are trying to invert that and tell you it's the opposite of what you see, and your senses are telling you. So that claim itself that is the opposite of what we experience, it's actual nonsense.
I understand, but the thing is that I'm worried about is that the news bring this up now. They already know the truth. Everybody knows the truth. But every time they bring something up, they upset for something. So they use flat Earth now like a step to the next step they've already have ready. They are using, let's say, using the flat earthers to do something for them.
Yeah, I agree with that. They're actually exploiting flat earthers to at this point
I think and Helio, I have to agree with you guys because every time I go to the gas pump, I definitely feel that they're using me.
No, come on, Jamesy. No, with this guy being the gas bomb. Come on, I know, Jamesy, you're a joker. You're a joker. All right, and you're a smoker, and you're a midnight toker. Okay.
Yeah.
What I mean is that they already know the truth, but they use the truth they like to use now for their purpose. Maybe they will say, let's say, we'll make another lockdown after 5 years because flat Earth is this, flat Earth is this, and we already know, but they're not saying anything. The truth. So the flat earthers talk about it, make all the work, and they just benefit the result.
Yeah, and you know why? It's because they're scared of the truth. They want to exploit something they don't understand completely, even though they don't even understand the globe Earth completely, and they don't understand the flat. All the flat earthers understand the flat and the globe, and this is why we're here. So they try to exploit the ignorance of globies and utilize that to just say, hey, people think there's flat because this, and this, and they just try to pigeonhole us into a position and present straw men that we don't even represent. That's not even what we're talking about. Whether or not I'm on the same page with you, Siller. Is that what you were talking about?
Yes, exactly.
Well, that's what I thought you were talking about. Jemsy was trying to clown a little bit, which we do clown a lot, but yeah, but this is, when it comes to a lot of this stuff, we're kind of serious. It's just like, dude, why would you try to exploit me when it's like, hey, I have to teach you your globe before you actually understand why I think the Earth is flat? It's like, why am I the dumbass when I have to teach you what you claim is the globe before I actually debunk it?
So, Siler, do you have any comments, any questions, anything you got to say about the topic, like flat Earth?
I'm very worried about, like I said, that they're using us and me also. Let's say me also because I have already talked about it to some friends, and I see the argument, the ignorance, and sometimes they laugh also about what we're saying. And I think they're obsessed for something. They will arrange something to happen, maybe in 2, 3, 4, 5 years, like also the virus we have now. They already have built this up before 10 years, and there are already steps for their plans.
You're straight up. So what is it that you have of knowledge that tells you that the Earth is not a spinning water pressurized ball?
I think it's common sense. It's common sense. You can say it's a dragon up there and he's looking up to us, but you have to prove it. I have not to prove that's not a dragon up there. You have to prove it to say that's a dragon.
Common sense. That's great. That's big on flat Earth. Common sense. If you can use common sense, you figure it out, huh, Helio?
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say. I mean, you said you were from Greece. How do you pronounce your name? Sailor 330 or Sailor 330 or?
My name is Nikos. It's only a nickname. Nick.
Can you pronounce it for me so I can actually address you?
My name is Nick. My real name is Nick.
Max? Well, I mean, I mean, for the most part, when new people go jump in, I mean, we all go by alternate names. My real name's Dennis, but people call me Helio. So what should we call you in here? Is it Siler or Siller or what?
I go by Joshua, but my real name is Joshua.
Yeah, you're a fag. That's why. No, I'm just fucking with you, Josh. Anyway, so I'm asking Siller, should we call you Siller? That's what I mean, that's what that's what it looks like, Siller in English. But you're Greek. You're Greek. I mean, what should we call you? I mean, why is this hard?
It's a Siller. You already can read it. Can you read a few letters?
Siller.
That's it.
Okay,
What's
Siller.
the deal?
I don't know. I mean, he's Greek. I mean, it might be pronounced different.
Helio.
I only speak one language.
Helio?
Goddamn.
Helio. Is it Helio or Helio or Helium?
Helios, that's Greek. Hey, that's Greek too. So whatever. Anyway, so
Helio.
How did you find this topic, Siller?
I think I've Googled it, and I watched the podcast Addicted application, and after that I Googled it and I found out that it's also a Discord channel, so I joined in.
So you were curious about the flat Earth? Had you heard about it from someone, and you were just kind of looking it up?
I was looking for it a long time ago. After that, I leave it a little bit. I think I'm in this topic almost 2 years. Not long.
Oh,
not long. Not long.
Are you currently in Greece, or are you in another part of Europe? I mean, you don't have to answer it, but
yes, I'm here now.
So you're in Greece, or is there a lot of people in Greece that are talking about this?
I think they're pushing people to talk about it. Nobody wants to talk about it, but this is why I'm thinking it's an audience trap to talk about these things. They push it to the media all the time. They're talking about it like Black Earthers yesterday. So why should the media talk about this? Why?
The Mediterranean Sea is flat.
Yes, but here in Greece they push you to talk about some things you don't want. You can understand? If everybody in the Greek in the TV say something, people start talking about it, and they're pushing all the time to talk about this. It's very weird. This is why I'm suspicious.
It's kind of strange. I mean, when you start to really wrap your mind around this, you know, if you're close to the sea, like Mediterranean, or if you're close to an ocean, like how can this large body of water be curving? And you already know, you haven't brought the word up yet, but you know, you were taught gravity, right? Gravity makes balls spin around the universe, right? This is the answer. I mean, I'm just putting it out there, you know.
Most people are corrupted.
No one ever experiences the earth like that.
The most problem here in Greek is that the most people here are corrupted, and they'll buy out and they talk about the things you're selling them. most of them. And the people here just follow like sheep.
Are you near the sea where you live? You can go to the coast and observe the sea.
In the city. It's very weird here. You cannot follow the rules of them. It's very disrupting. But okay, life is life, yeah. You have to work to live, to buy.
Is he speaking English? I'm trying to make fun of you. I just can't understand what you're saying. I can't understand what you're saying.
Greek. Oh, damn it.
It's because they roll their R's.
Oh, he said he was from Greece, and I'm trying to have a conversation with him.
I could talk to him, Helio.
Go ahead.
So, Zyler, how are you?
Fine.
Nice. So you were saying that they putting on the news media the whole flat Earth concept to spur debate or spur conversation. Why do you think they're doing that?
Because I think it's a step for their plan.
Mm-hmm. No, I actually agree with you. I think the proliferation of the flat Earth conversation is not by accident. It's actually planned. Because remember, when you see the world is being ruled by divide and conquer, this is just yet another division to create within society. People screaming back and forth about the shape of the Earth. Another division.
Yes, exactly. I agree with you.
Is it a man-made plan or a part of the divine, bigger aspect of the design of this place?
Both.
Yeah,
okay.
Both.
Okay.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting conversation. So, you said you were looking into it for 2 years, and I guess, what led you to, I guess, believe it or not believe, or I guess, where are you right now, currently, with your understanding?
Wait, I just wanted to say that divide and conquer thing you just said, that was nonsense. Like, that does not make any sense. Like, seriously, people argue about the Earth being flat or not, but trust me, that does not ensue divide and conquer like things.
Okay. So you don't believe divide and conquer exists, or?
No, I'm saying divide and conquer does exist. I'm just saying flat Earth has nothing to do with that. Like, I'll give you an example.
How would you know? Wait, hold on 1 second. Hold on. Let's slow down. Let's just analyze what you're saying. I'm saying that flat Earth has two sides: globe earthers and flat earthers. There's a division being created because now there's a new topic, a new discussion being presented to the masses, where before we all thought it was one, but now there are two options. How is that not a division?
Well, yeah, but you said the term divide and conquer. That implies creating two separate sides that are totally nonsensical just to get people to fight with each other. What I'm saying is both sides are nonsensical. Flat Earth makes sense, globe Earth doesn't. But what I'm saying is that term implies intent from a third party far away, removed from the situation. That's not what's happening here.
That's exactly what I'm saying. But that's exactly what I'm saying is happening here.
Yeah, and I'm saying that's not what's happening here or anywhere.
So we're trying to get to your logic. But we're trying to get to your logic. So why do you think that's not what's happening here?
Because I see no evidence of that.
Of there being a third party trying to take a giant mass of people that believe one thing and then have them believe two different things on two opposite sides?
No, I see no evidence of that. Do you have any evidence of that?
Our server.
The news.
What the hell, dude? No,
this is one side of the argument.
I'll give you an example, like a George Soros out there, or George Soros-like figure funneling money to an organization to ensue division, something like that.
I understand that, but what if we are in the beginning stages of this conversation? Who knows it? Who knows if it will get to that level in 50 years, 100 years? We don't know. But I'm saying right now, this is just yet another division that may compound years from now into one of those major divisive topics that society deals with. But like the gentleman was saying, he sees it coming on his TV why are they? The question he's asking himself is, why are they putting this on this TV? Unless they wanted us to talk about it, and be divided on the answer.
It's the seed. Now.
Say it again.
Now. It's a seed they plant for now.
Exactly. Exactly.
It's not like we created this division. The division was created when the ball was introduced. Just because most of the people have been hoodwinked into believing in the ball right now doesn't mean that us sticking to the truth means we're trying to divide. But I don't see it that way. I see it more as we are bringing people together from that have already been divided by the globe.
That's my question. Why now? Why not before 5 years, 10 years? Why now? Why bring this up? This major thing. Why now?
Yeah, that's a good point that he's making. That he made before. He was saying, basically, people had swallowed the lie, and now they're bringing this because obviously, I know we're not on a divisive side, but think about speaking to your family members about this topic. It causes division, even if it's not meant to.
Talking about it on the news before 10 years, and they're talking about all the time now.
Yeah, I don't know. There's got to be a reason.
Maybe they are fooled. I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't answer that one. I know, even just for myself, I had never even considered. I don't even think I had heard of this topic before 5 years ago or so. So even me, I was completely in the dark.
Even Obama said it like a joke, just to plant another seed.
Yeah, who knows what's being germinated over time. You could just stay diligent, try to pay attention to the narrative, and try to, prepare accordingly.
The saddest thing is that we cannot do anything about it. Even if I'm right, we cannot do anything about it. I think all this is a movie. We're watching it. We're arguing with each other, but we cannot interrupt the movie or do something to change the scenario. They already have the scenario. We just watch the movie, and when the movie is over, it's over. But it's a long movie.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it always, because just from hearing these adages over time, they've always said that the people are ruled by their food supply, which is somewhat true. Think about any animal you've domesticated. You feed it, it follows your rules because you feed it. You control when it can go piss and go shit and go outside and have fun, and you control it through its food. Because if you starve the animal and then you train it to do things for food, it will always obey. And I think humans are kind of the same thing. We've to some extent become domesticated, but I think most people have taken their eye off of the process of cultivating their own food and making sure that food is nourishing to themselves. But what do I know?
The thing is, you cannot also plan your food. It's a law. I don't think so. I remember it, but they say it's illegal to plan your food. And it's a law from 1970, I think. They just not talk about it and activate it.
And where are you? Are you in Greece?
Yes.
Yasutikanis.
Hi, Missy.
Hey guys, is there any way that you guys can hear me at all?
Yes. Yeah, you're coming through clear.
Ah, sweet. Oh, thank you very much. That's all good. I was just doing a tester. Appreciate it.
Jazz is here with no roles. Jazz, if you want to be verified to speak here, you can jump in the VC check-in 1. I'd be happy to go over some things with you. And what's up, Jamie? How are you, buddy?
Good, man. Thank you.
Yeah, glad to have you. You want to make a point or something? You have anything you want to talk about? I see you're on the fence.
No, I just got in here, man. So I was checking if the mic was working because it wasn't before. So appreciate it.
No, you sound crispy, man. You got a decent mic.
It must be other people just ignoring me then.
No, you just came through. If you were talking before, this is the first time you just came through.
No, on another channel, my friend. All good.
Oh, okay. Awesome. Well, just a quick question for you. Like, what has you on the fence? What's got you leaning on the fence?
Me, man, personally, I haven't been on here for quite a while. Yeah, just
Jamie, I think your mic is covered up or something, bro.
Back into the right. Sorry?
Your mic was covered there for a second. Can you say that again?
Yeah, no, just jumping back into it, man. So I'm just starting again, really. And yeah, just happy to listen along for a bit, basically.
Yeah. Cool. So what kind of things, like, put you on the fence?
Oh, a lot, man. I started off with the old Nathan Oakley a long time ago. And then kind of met a few people here and there. And yeah, I don't actually have much to say at the moment. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. No worries. It's fine. Yeah, that's cool. Nathan Oakley. Yeah, that's awesome. Anything that's still kind of keeping you on the ball? And what's up, Conrad? How are you, buddy? I saw you just popped in.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, good to see you back. Welcome back. So, Conrad, we spoke earlier. Do you have anything you've been simmering on for a while, or? It's cool if not. No big deal.
What was that?
Yeah, no, I just remember we spoke earlier. I was just wondering if there's anything, if you brought back any gems for us. You got anything fresh we can chew on?
I guess I'm really I like to look at like the symbolism, the type of stuff they put in like the movies and stuff. Yeah.
Oh snap!
They throw it out there all the time. I know that's not everybody's favorite, but
no, I mean I'm into the symbology and stuff. Yeah, it's everywhere. Yeah.
Did you see that Godzilla versus King Kong?
I did hear about there was something in there. I didn't watch the movie, but I did hear there was something in there. Tell us about it.
So like in the beginning, it's showing like King Kong, and he's just like out in the wild or whatever, and he just like picks up a tree, like rips a tree out of the ground, and he just throws it like a spear up into the sky, and it hits a dome. He shatters the. It doesn't shatter, but it cracks. Like he cracks it and he shattered. Kind of like it shows that it's an artificial scenery, basically.
Yeah, that's super interesting. It made me think of when Hillary Clinton kept saying this.
Although we weren't able to shatter that hardest glass ceiling this time, thanks to you, it's got about 18 million cracks in it.
Yeah. Got about 18 million cracks in it. Yeah. They're still working on it.
One thing to keep in mind when watching movies and films and shows and things like that is the aspect or the concept of predictive programming. So what they'll do is they'll plan to do something and then they'll put it in a movie so that when somebody leaks it or tries to whistleblow on it, it's, oh, you just got that from that movie. It's a way to shut down the argument. And so that's why they do that. One of the guys from the X-Files, I don't remember the guy's name, but he went on record saying that the FBI or one of those alphabet agencies was feeding them scripts to use to employ as predictive programming. So they're not just out there to entertain you. That stuff's done with a purpose.
Yeah, it's lesser magic.
Absolutely, that's part of it too. That's, depending on how deep down the rabbit hole you want to go. But yeah, that's definitely an aspect of it.
Yeah.
Not only that, but they also pay independent filmmakers and stuff like that to help finance their movies, so they say. But in the process, they want to put up things in the background of the scenes, props, and control how the scene looks.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me build on that point. When you watch a movie, nothing in that film that you see is by accident. Everything is intentional, from the colors, the lighting, every last detail, the sky, what's happening with the sky, the clouds. It can all be done with CGI and whatever they need to do, but it's all intentional and done for a purpose. And that's not even to speak of the subliminal stuff that is in that.
And don't they like what the characters are all wearing, their outfits? They like all that stuff is like very, very like it's there for a reason. Like one character is dressed a certain way, different ones dressed this way.
Absolutely, the colors. Even when lipstick is applied to a woman, the shape in which the lipstick is applied to the lips, that can have a subliminal effect as well. I've seen a cartoon illustration where they did this mother's mouth was done up like a heart, and it was a propaganda film to program children to wear masks and do whatever the medical industry tells them to do.
Also, their names usually will have like somewhat of a meaning behind them. I don't know. I know for sure in some movies, like I watched this really good breakdown of the movie Snowpiercer, and it was just basically saying like it was comparing the movie Snowpiercer to Mad Max Fury Road, and it was basically saying how the characters, like the protagonist and the antagonist, they had like names basically that would associate them with like good and evil, and then like I don't, it was such a long time ago when I saw that video, but it broke it down really good how they're like, for instance, they'll name somebody like Chris, and they'll be like, that would be like the hero, the guy that saves the day. And then Chris would be like associated with Christ, and then like they would associate different characters with like different, like there'd be like Christ, and then one character in the same movie would also be like associated with God, and they just go by their names. I mean, I wasn't like super like all for it, but it was an interesting idea.
Yeah, just to piggyback on that real quick, I'm gonna drop something in the chat, but it kind of reminds me of something I heard before. It's like this saying, like if there's a I've heard it said this way. It's in this post here. The idea that if there's a gun placed in a scene, like in a movie or something, you can be sure it's going to be used in the next scene. Like things generally aren't there by mistake. Like you're talking about, like names and symbols and stuff like that. Yeah, it's there for a reason.
One of the things about the names, someone mentioned the children in schools, and then someone was mentioning like a movie about the names. The pushing of the name is that people, the children are being told who they say the name, and it's like, you are that name. Oh, who are you? This name, whatever name, right? And in their minds, they become this name, and this name can have many meanings about social life or work titles and all that kind of stuff. But you are not a name.
Yeah. To speak a little bit more on what I talked about earlier.
Yeah, just one last thing. The name is on paper. It's a paper fiction. So yeah, they tell the children, hey, write your name. This is who you are. Put it on paper. Write it down every single day. And this is who you are. This name.
Sorry to add. out of nowhere, but that happens to Japanese people as well. Their names means a certain object or a certain feeling to it. For example, but most of the names mean spring or cherry blossom tree, for example.
Except that the name on in the Western education system is the name of employee of a corporation. There you go. It's a title of a certain, so something that you're doing, being a good citizen.
Yeah, Taras Gunas said it could just be entertainment, and it is entertainment, but there are things added to it, and by design, most entertainment is designed with a certain structure to set it up, like Creation Bear was talking about. But like the example that I was talking about, it was in an old movie from the 80s, and there was a flat Earth map written in chalk and really great detail on the chalkboard in this one scene. And a flat earther contacted the director and tried to get to the bottom of like why did he put it there? Is he a secret flat earther? And according to the director, some unknown people came up to him and learned that he was making this movie, even though he was not a well-known director or anything at the time. It was just one of his first movies. And they asked to set up that room in that scene after looking at his script and paid him $20,000 for it. And he was like, yeah, sure, that's great idea. But he never thought of that again. Not until the flat earther came asking.
Very interesting. Thanks for pointing that out. But you were saying that movies being entertainment. You see, the primary purpose of this stuff is a poison pill. The entertainment value is just the sugar they put on it to get you to swallow it.
Yeah,
Damn,
exactly.
that's deep.
Just like that.
Yeah, it is. And I think nobody's mentioned the music aspect of movies. You know, the soundtracks. That's a whole different thing too.
Flicker rate.
Use that.
The flicker rate from the lights that you see on the screen can alter your state of mind as well, and they do that. And the problem is most of the time you don't even know you're being hypnotized. I don't even think I know half the stuff that's being hit. But there's a guy on, I think you could still find him on YouTube. I don't think he's been totally removed, but Black Pilled is the name of the channel by Devin Stack.
Oh, yeah.
And it's a good exercise to watch his videos because he shows you some of the subliminals and some of the messaging and gives you a formula that you can use yourself to take apart films and try to interpret what they're trying, what the messages they're trying to get through to you.
Yeah, you mentioned the flicker rate. I was listening to Crow 777. He was talking about, I don't know the specific details, if it was a test or they were just trolling people in theaters, but he was saying something about how they were messing with this flicker rate and they would stick like, sorry if I'm vulgar, but they were like sticking like penises on the screen. No one could see them. They were flashing so quickly. But apparently the people in the theater were like getting aroused and stuff like that. It's like super interesting how they can manipulate people with just, like flashing TV, crazy.
Yeah, I know that even, if I go to Yahoo News on the website to go check my email, but if I look at that, I know there's subliminal stuff in it because I get, dirty thoughts about women that I shouldn't have, when I'm just checking the news, because they've got messages embedded in that stuff as well.
Yeah, I feel like the way they like frame advertisements and stuff too, they always make them look. Yeah, there's always something going on when you're online.
Once you can uncover a certain subliminal message, it's almost like you're inoculated to it. You can see it every time. It's the ones that you never spot that are the dangerous ones and you don't know about. So it's wise to limit your exposure to that stuff as much as you can.
Agreed.
It's like alcohol. If you drink 1 or 2 shots, you probably be all right. Definitely not healthy for you. But if you binge drink all the time, your liver is going to blow up, and it's just not good for you. Same thing with the media.
So do you guys think we're gonna see some crazy stuff the next few years here?
We're already seeing crazy stuff.
I mean, yeah, but I mean,
sooner than a few years. I'm talking on the order of days and months.
I mean, what are you expecting to see? What are you asking about?
Well, I feel like I got a little crazy. You know, everybody kind of got used to like the current event that's going on. Everybody
Look
got a
what I
little.
posted. Tell me that's so crazy.
Huh?
Look what I I've just seen posted. crazy all of my life.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, but no, I'm just saying, like in a sense of like something we could never even expect in our like wildest imaginations. You know what I mean? Like, Project Bluebeam. Like, do you think that we'll live to see that? If any of you guys have looked into that or believe that's gonna happen? Or...
Well, they're already
If you were
putting out videos.
Yeah, man, they're already talking about in the mainstream media, like UFOs and stuff like that, dude. It's so funny, man. It's so funny. I think they're trying to get ahead of something with that as well, because obviously we know that space is like isn't real, so there's no aliens are gonna show up. So, I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's just my take, but yeah.
Yeah, Eddie Bravo's been advocating that for a minute. The whole UFO theory.
Research the black goo.
It's just funny that they're punting it in the mainstream media now. It's literally on the news.
Research the what? The black something?
The black goo. Yeah,
I've heard about that.
Not too sure about that.
Is that like the nano, like the little nano magnetic particles that, or am I thinking of something? Oh, okay, yep. Yeah, my buddy just showed me a video of that like 2 days ago, and I was pretty mind blown.
They're manipulated by frequency so you can send a pulse of events out as a programming code, and they will do what that code says.
They'll react to it, and then they're supposed to be like self-replicating. And
Well, you can give it that code to self-replicate, and it will start building itself.
yeah. Now I have a question for you guys. Have you seen the recent videos that they've been releasing, claiming that there's like, okay, so they're calling it a fungus, but there's like this black goo that oozes out of
That's why they were celebrating the tunnel in Switzerland or wherever that is, the big tunnel where they did the satanic ritual. That's when they reached the black goo, because that's when it all came about, 2012-ish.
No, well,
Wait, oozing out of what? Truth?
Oozing out of their out of their tear ducts, out of their sinus cavities, in their face.
Oh, I did hear about
What about the girl who peed complete black goo?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yuck.
Oh, I have had the video somewhere.
Yeah,
taken
I haven't
down
seen
now.
that one. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it a bit.
A lot of this imagery is in the music industry as well. You'll see like covers with artists that, like goo dripping from their eyeballs and stuff like that. This imagery has been really.
That's what's coming.
Can I get some links to this black goo, please? Because I've only seen like one video, and it was just like some mainstream shit.
Now I'll share what I've got, and some of the things have been deleted, of course. Like where it gets, I can't even remember what the guy's name is, but he knew quite a bit about it, and he was like really getting into explaining it. But I think I have another one where he's in it. But now this black goo that's oozing from people's sinus cavities in their face is not said or alleged to be the same stuff. I just think it's interesting that the black goo topic had, surfaced, and then now this thing that we can't talk about has been going on, and then now here we have people with black stuff oozing out of their face.
And the babies with the black eyes, completely black.
Yeah. So, which, I mean, who knows? I don't know. So they claim it's tissue dying, and that the tissue dying is like causing this fungus to grow, and that's what this black stuff is. That's what they're claiming.
That doesn't make sense because tissue dye is tattoo ink. So they're clearly lying about that. There's no doubt. Something else to consider also is that they've been splicing genes, mixing and matching. Take a cockroach gene and put it in a salmon, things like that. They've been they mixed spider DNA with goat DNA to produce body armor. I've seen an article about that.
The Kevlar, yeah. So,
right.
but why would they what are they going to get? Why would they want to breed a cockroach with a damn salmon? What benefit does a
Well,
cockroach?
why would they cross scorpion with fucking cabbage?
Well, don't forget the stuff that people are being injected with is aligned with many foreign DNA from different animals, and who knows?
Right, including jellyfish.
Including human DNA that might mix that stuff together.
Yeah.
So even a baby boy is being injected with female DNA stuff, RNA stuff.
There it is. I posted it for you.
But you're asking what good does it do? That's just it. It's not about doing good. It's about doing evil. The question is, what evil does it do?
Watch that video so you can determine what's going on.
But what I was building up to is they've been getting better and better at splicing DNA and creating hybrids till eventually they'll mix a partially human thing and call it a space alien. That's what I foresee coming.
Yep, me too. No, it's already started. That's what the black goo is about also.
Why does everybody always steal my good ideas? You guys got me on that one. I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, because it's not
remember
that big of a stretch.
They are also attaching ancient aliens to buildings of the past and civilizations of the past. So they've been calling them gods and all that kind of stuff too. So they could come down with some, I don't know, some technology that we don't know of and say, hey, these guys are coming from, far, far away. And these are your gods now.
The one video that I had left of the black goo, it's gone too. They've already deleted it. So
you've got to look at other platforms that aren't being censored as bad to post videos like that, because then they probably won't delete them from those areas.
Well, I wasn't really saving them to share with other people because, like, how would we ever even prove or verify this stuff, right? So it's just for my own information, but it rarely comes up in a conversation.
Right. It's unfortunate that there are not more people like us that we can speak about these things openly.
So this one's listed under something different, but it has a lot of the same information in it. I'm surprised that one's still there. Now look, the guy that does the video, he puts the information that he puts in there and the individuals, that are talking in there. It's like, it doesn't mean that everything that he puts on his channels, right, that it gives anything else that he says credibility. I'm just saying, take it all with a grain of salt.
Sure.
If they ever crossbreed a honey badger with a human, that is a scary, scary thought.
Man, bear, pig. Half man, half bear, and half pig.
It just takes what it wants.
South Park. For the ones who don't know that inside joke.
Oh yeah, I've seen it. It's pretty good.
Oh, I know it.
That's probably true, Creation Bear, because but even if it's not, like, I could see them putting that out there, because if people think, well, the majority of the population's already got it, I don't see people, dropping dead, so why not get it? Like, they could be doing that angle.
Right. Keep it low on purpose. Yeah.
But then again, I mean, it could be true. Who the fuck knows anymore? Pardon my language.
You're good.
I think the better question is, do we trust them?
No.
That should be the better
Not
question.
at all.
Do we trust them? No, so that's probably a better way of that's more decisive, don't you think?
Yeah.
That's their goal, isn't it? 2030. The Georgia Guidestones. Population below 5.
My guess was 2030 because that's supposed to be when everything's in place. So I would say that's their deadline.
I wouldn't trust them to bake me a potato.
And then the 2042 agenda is the rebuilding of the new world in the way that they want.
I'm still wondering if that stain that's on top of it is a blood stain or not. No one's even confirmed it yet. You know about that, right? The Georgia Guidestones.
About which one?
There's a stain on top of the monument.
Yeah.
Oh,
If you look at it from overhead, you can see there's a mark. Yeah. And someone claims that it's blood. That they anointed it.
A drain hole there, right? Where it drains.
Yeah, or something weird. Yeah, something creepy about it.
Yeah, they probably did the sacrifice when they stood the stones up.
Yeah, it's basically
those rituals in
one of those ceremonies they do.
Oh yeah, can't even talk about what those ceremonies are.
I saw the new Dune movie, and they have an emperor in that show, and this emperor has these elite soldiers, and before they got sent into battle, the soldiers were all lined up in formation, and they did a human sacrifice ritual to quote unquote bless the soldiers, which I found interesting. Makes me wonder if they've got something like that going on in reality.
Good question.
Yes, people are getting sacrificed.
Yeah, I can believe that. Although you go to
all you have to do is watch that satanic ritual when they open that CERN tunnel.
Yeah. Well, you go to the 7-Eleven or whatever to get a gallon of milk or whatever, and you look on the side, it's got the picture of the child says, "Missing, have you seen me?" Probably not, unless I attended one of those rituals. That's who's being used for that.
Yeah, all those "Have you seen me?" and when they show it, this kid has been missing since 2 months ago. You're never going to see them again. Goodbye. Well, no, I doubt that. I doubt they're dead. I'm not going to say why, but because I'm not going to say.
And I want my motherfucking $100.
That Sean the Crackhead Hawkins probably doesn't.
Are you serious, bro?
$10, Elio.
Was that him?
Adrenochrome's a real thing, so.
Oh yeah.
Mind.
Yeah, that's true. There's a guy, David Politis, with his Missing 411 channel, and he goes through and talks about people that are missing, and it never shows up in any of the news reports or anything, but there's a staggering amount of people that disappear every year, and they're not found.
I'm sorry, guys, if my microphone is...
What?
Okay, well that's what Halloween is.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, guys. I was just fucking with the YouTube chat.
We heard.
I'm setting up a debate with Sean Hawkins, and it's going to be such a shit show, and it's just crazy.
Yeah, the missing people. That's an interesting topic.
Yeah, that's what Halloween is, and if you'll notice, the Amber Alerts they go up like around June, July, August, like from starting there all the way up until Halloween, and then. So this is alleged, and this was from the mouth of an alleged ex-satanic priest. I could post the video, and you could watch it, and you could hear him say it himself. But he said that's what Halloween was about, that they would do their sacrifices, and then between Halloween and Christmas, come Christmas, that's what the celebration of Christmas was. They burned the Yule logs, and something relative to whether or not the Yule logs burn until New Year, that's what New Year was about. That it let them know whether or not the gods accepted their sacrifice.
That Bill Schnoblin?
Christmas is about Steve Dolan.
Steve Dolan, yeah. Bill Schnoblin goes into that too. He used to be into Satanism as well. So it's interesting to have a confirming witness like that.
Yeah, I seen Bill Schnoblin back in the day. He put out like a 4-hour video that kind of got him somewhat YouTube famous. And the stuff that he was talking about, the cycles, like I did a lot of study into the cycles, and basically it boils down to good men create, easy times, and easy times create, hard times, and hard times create lazy men.
Yeah.
Anyway,
it's true, and they try to manipulate that.
Yeah, and all the decorations and all the different ritualistic things that you do during the holidays are from branch out from that. He even claims that when you put candles in the windows and you burn candles through during those holidays, that the reason that they burned the candles was so that they could guide the spirits into the homes of those who were doing the rituals, right?
Snap.
Yeah, so all of these different ritualistic decorations and adorning, and see, this is not anything new. It's been since the beginning of time. They just repackage the same rituals under different.
You know why I don't celebrate Christmas no more.
Right, me either. When I heard his testimony, regardless of whether or not the chance that it's true, it's I don't want anything to do with it, because it correlates with Scripture. When you read Scripture, it actually says to not be as those who decorate and adorn the evergreens with silver and gold.
Prophet Jeremiah, read
chapter 10.
That's it. Yeah, read it.
And that's pretty much it's as clear as it can be. There's no mistaking what that means.
Not vague at all, is it?
And that's literally what you see, silver and gold. Whenever you go to a mall, or your trees are usually silver and gold.
Yeah.
And it's so intertwined in all of the different, every one of them practice it. The Catholics, the Christians, all of them, they all practice it.
It's weird. That's what I buy first, silver and gold. I didn't know any of this, by the way. And it's so ingrained in us to choose those two colors, and that's why it's not a coincidence that almost everybody chooses silver and gold when they decorate their trees.
I'm still looking for the video. Sorry, I just got.
Well, you go to Walmart, and that's what they sell.
That's mind-blowing to me. I didn't know that the Bible said that. It's crazy.
Here, I have the actual passage. I can read it to you as it actually is in the King James Version. It says, "Hear ye the word of the Lord, which the Lord speaketh unto you, O house of Israel. Thus saith the Lord, learn not the way of the heathen, and be not dismayed at the sign of heaven. For the heathen are dismayed at them. For the customs of the people are vain. For one cutteth a tree out of the forest, the work of the hands of the workmen, with the axe they deck it with silver and with gold. They fasten it with nails and with hammers, that it move not. They are upright as the palm tree, but speak not. They must needs be born because they cannot go. Be not afraid of them, for they cannot do evil, neither also is it in them to do good." And that's, that's the 10th chapter of the book of Jeremiah.
So artificial trees are okay?
I wouldn't recommend those either.
I had to throw a little humor in there.
I mean, if you're going to celebrate, it's best to stick with the celebrations that are in the scriptures, the Torah, the Passover. That's fun to celebrate. The Feast of Weeks, Sukkot, go on a nice little camping trip for that. That's fun. What's wrong with that?
Nothing.
It's crazy how specific that is, too. It's really specific. It's not like some vague, oh, don't decorate this with that. It's very specific.
Yeah, God knows exactly what's going to go down and how it's going to go down, and He warns us about it. And that book guides us to keep us out of trouble.
So now this year, when I come in with a small little oak tree, and I put that in my living room, and I throw some yarn on it of yellow and orange, then that's going to be the end of that, because that's going to be my new Christmas tree, little oak trees or something, because it's not an evergreen.
I can't believe you don't know about this.
It'd just be like a Charlie Brown tree, though.
No, here's the one specifically about Christmas. But he's now, whether or not this is these are this guy's claims, okay, and it correlates with a lot of other alleged satanic priest claims or whatever. But But he also goes into not just all the different occult things for Christmas and Halloween. He goes also into the occult symbolism, like in your. But now here's the thing: like, is just having these different symbols, because they use a lot of sacred geometry and other symbolism, right, in their stuff. But if these things, like, isn't it all in the intent of what you do with it and how you use it? Like, I don't think that symbolism in itself is wrong. I think it's the rituals and the intent behind it. But that's
I take the chance.
My opinion,
Well, I take a chance with it, though.
You gotta climb your way out of the illusion.
Well, I mean, it could be that there could be some power behind, like some metaphysical, spiritual power behind some of the sacred geometry and symbolism that they use, and it could, like, be helpful if you used it in a good way, like, I don't know, to honor the Creator or to get some, I don't know, divine revelation or some shit like that. But, like, I don't know. I'm still torn about it, because I don't think the symbolism in itself has any inherent evil to it, right? I think it's the intent behind it.
See, that was the downfall of the kingdom of Israel when they were first formed. When they split from the kingdom of Judah, was God told them how to honor him, but they decided, we want to honor God using the techniques of Baal worship, and that ticked him off. So God tells us how to honor him. So if that's what you're interested in doing, the answers there are found in the scriptures, not using the symbols of the Baal worshippers.
All right, I have a question.
Go ahead.
I want to kind of participate in Christmas as well. And how do I normally do it? Like in a Christianic way?
You don't celebrate Christmas at all if you're a follower of Yeshua. Because God didn't tell us to follow Christmas. It was the bastardized Roman Empire that, the way they operated was they assimilated the religion of whoever they conquered. They took the deities of the Greeks and renamed them Jupiter and all that rubbish like that. And then after Yeshua was on the earth, they tried to hijack that as well. And they added a bunch of rubbish like the Christmas celebration into it, which we weren't supposed to do originally. It's another form of Baal worship. So if you want to follow,
about getting the doctrine right.
How is it Baal worship? Even born in December.
How is it Baal worship?
Because it's the pagan religion. That's what they used to practice, and they just changed names around and they inserted things here and there. But it really has nothing to do with Yeshua or anything of God.
Baal has to do? Okay, sorry to interrupt you, but what about what about having a tree in your house has to do with Baal worship?
Because it's a symbol. It's an idol.
And Christmas isn't even when Yeshua would have been born. I mean, most likely not even close.
Yeah, it's not close. He was not born in December 25th.
And it's probably closer to the birthday of Nimrod, who helped build the Tower of Babel. So
I don't know. This is a satanic event.
It wasn't from God, right?
Yeah.
We're also not supposed to be of the world, are we?
Yeah, imagine being of the world.
Well, coming to the knowledge of all of these other truths of their lies and deceptions is part of not being of the world. So you question everything. This is why we don't adhere to the globe and we know that the earth is flat. Because we don't believe the shit they tell us, and we just, each of us go on our own journey in these other things that are unverifiable. Because I mean, really, none of that is verifiable, and every person has to go on their own and find their own path as far as spirituality. But the information's here for everyone to just grab and do what they will with it, right? It's up to each person.
You've got to make a choice.
Yeah, it sure is.
You've got to choose your side. But going back to the tree cutting down being Baal worship, well, the prophet Jeremiah described it in his book. That's what they were doing. And he was cautioning Israel and Judah not to do that, and us as well. You can do it if you want, but again, you got to pick your side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, or what?
Well, God's going to be the judge, not me.
Sounds very silly.
In fact, do you know what Baal is in English? What it's been translated to? Lord.
Yeah, they cut down the tree and worship the Lord. Which Lord are they worshiping? It's not Yeshua.
Well, okay, never mind. I'm not going to continue this because I mean I have a lot of things that I'd like to say, but it's pushing it more towards where it's going to become doctrinal, and I kind of want to get it off of it, really. That's why I say each person's just going to have to find their own way, their own path.
I'd like to change the subject. So let's say you had a boyfriend, right? He got your name wrong and your birthday wrong. How happy are you going to be? Are you going to be happy, right?
Exactly, Hank.
Truth. I'm asking a question about relationships. We're not talking about Christianity, right?
Right. Yeah.
If you got a boyfriend, he kept calling you by his ex-girlfriend's name, right? And then celebrated your birthday as her birthday. How long you in the sky?
See, I look at it like in the realm of like sound carrying frequency and a certain frequencies, are pleasing or certain and resonate. It's like finding those. That's why the Manly P Hall was very interesting to me. It touches a lot on that, like the 7 sacred vows and how to that it's harmonious. It's like and it's supposed to be praise and worship.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize this was on the mic.
Or whatever, but anyway,
I'm
it's like in the fundamental conventional how it works, how sound and frequency operates. So if you're saying a word that carries the wrong frequency, like how can it be sufficient? So you've got to know. It's like that's kind of like where I'm at. I'm trying to.
Yeah, you're the technology, right?
I mean, it essentially that's what it comes down to.
Correct.
And I didn't even know that the Manly P Hall stuff existed. So when you guys shared that with me, I'm like, it's like it's like a little kid getting a gift, a Christmas gift per se.
Let's see, Manly P Hall. He was a big time Freemason. What did you learn about him?
Well, the only one that I've really looked into was the music of the spheres or whatever, but it gets into like the 7 sacred vows.
I kind of think that labeling this guy as just a Freemason really isn't fair, because he was such a renowned philosopher that slapping a mere Freemason label on him it just doesn't do him justice.
Well, it's kind of like it's kind of like when you say conspiracy theorist, right? In our eyes, when we hear Freemason, it's like a lot of them are like, okay, well, just don't listen to what they have to say, but they have a lot of knowledge. It's whether or not they use it.
Yeah, so once this gets resolved, Truth Healer, you're going to have to reiterate that point because it got disrupted.
What point are we talking about?
Just what Hank said, like instead just labeling him as a Freemason and then leaving it there. Like there's more to it, more to the information that he has than just that, because it's kind of just like the term of conspiracy theorists, that gets labeled on us. So when people hear that we're into all of these different, conspiracies or lies, and we're looking into the lies that they tell, when they hear conspiracy theorists, that's not what they think. So they disregard, and it's kind of like when you label someone as just a Freemason, then you don't look at the information, and it's more than that. So it's not just that, like, even if he was into that, just because someone's a Freemason doesn't really, what does that mean about the information? Like, okay, so if the person is doing things to harm humanity and go against the creator, okay, that's one thing. But someone else can use that same knowledge and do good. Like they hijack it, and if they taint the information to where you don't even look at it, that's the easiest way to keep you from obtaining any kind of knowledge that has power behind it, right? Is to make you afraid to look into it. It's a very dogmatic.
I would say if someone tells you, hey, you should go look at, Manly P. Hall, right? And if someone says, buddy, he's a Mason, and then you don't look at Manly P. Hall because someone says he's a Mason, I'd say you're a fool. Because he's got so much good stuff in there. And yeah, there might be some stuff in there you disagree with, but it's still information. And all information is that. It's just information. You check it out. You weigh it on the balances of good and evil. You do your own discernment, due diligence, compare it against the scriptures, and do like the Bible says, and test all things and keep that which is good. Did it say except Manly P. Hall or except Masons? No. It said to test all things. Right? It did, right?
Exactly.
And one of the all things that, people probably don't really think about is, doesn't it say test the spirits to see if they're from God? Well, what would a spirit be? Wouldn't Manly P. Hall have his own spirit?
Yeah, you could say somebody has the spirit of Manly P. Hall, which means that they act in a lot of the ways he would. And you can say that about anybody.
Well, and then that's okay. So, yeah. Well, if I go in, if I say this, then it's going to take it somewhere that I don't want to. Anyway, all I'm going to say is, didn't all spirits come from the Creator to begin with? And the reason, even if a spirit is, say, for example, the lion spirit are for those who resonate with it, right? Those who bring it upon themselves to be deceived, right? Because the lion spirit was sent forth from heaven.
It said it was created, it said it was all created by him, for him, right? So take that for what it's worth.
So you resonate with something, you bring it about on yourself. You draw the spirit. It's all about, how you walk, whether you walk in truth and love, your intent. And just seeking out the truth. You have to seek it.
Yeah.
And love your neighbor.
Yeah, I struggle with that sometimes. I even lie to myself and tell myself that, I still love this person, even though but then my actions and words that come out, because I try not to think about a lot of things before and when it comes out, I realize, well, that wasn't very loving and that came from the heart. So it's like I need to work on myself.
Yeah.
All part of the process.
Just walk the path of life. It's that simple.
But be mindful that narrow is the way, but broad is the path to destruction.
Just be a clown on a tightrope, tiptoeing around.
Have you guys seen the footage from, I don't know who put on the launch, Jeff Bezos, or I think it was, with Captain Kirk going up into supposedly space? But I watched that video, and that footage looks fake to me. Not only that, who was filming the rocket as it went up? You could say it was a drone, but that many angles, what did they launch, 2 rockets? One was just, its only purpose was to film? That doesn't make a lot of sense. And of course, William Shatner, he's a professional actor, one of the best there is. So anything he says, it could be a script written by anybody. You'd never know.
He's such a piece of Shatner.
Do you believe in magic?
Well, he's an actor. He's a guy that you pay to read a script and make it believable or play a character. He's good at that. He's been doing it since the 60s.
I just watched the video on this black dude. It said on there NASA invented this ferrofluid or discovered it in the 1960s, and now they're just starting to like show it to the public and stuff. So just imagine what they can do with it.
Oh yeah, a lot of the technologies that are being revealed as new technologies now, they've been around for decades.
Well, I know the microwave came out like 30 years, or the military had the microwave like 30 years before we got it.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
Well, shit, man, just think about it. The cell phone and the communicator that, Captain Kirk used. Wake up, man. You're living in a movie set.
Well, there was footage of a woman speaking on a cell phone from, I think it was the 1920s, something like that. And I researched it, and the thing was real. It was they were testing cell phones back in, I don't remember the year, but it was something ridiculous like the 1920s.
It was a black and white film. There's no audio on it. It was one of these silent films.
Yeah.
And the technology used for the cellular phone is the same technology used for torpedo guidance.
It's not surprising.
And it was drawn up by, I think it was, I know it's not Mae West, but a figure like Mae West or like, say, one of these Hollywood type actresses with the big gazoogas and all popular with the boys to sell something. To say, hey, look what I came up with. You know what? That's exactly what I was thinking, that we could use something for that. Well, now we have to create something. But yeah, they had car phones, man.
Yeah.
I don't think this one is. I don't think this video is going to be anything that would be risky or dangerous to share. I mean, it's the Pentagon briefing. Which, if all of you have seen it, there's no reason to post it. Did you
drop the gravy? Drop the gravy.
Did you? Well, I mean, I want to make sure that I don't post anything that's going to risk the server, right? Because it is in text. But it's been on YouTube.
Don't forget the mashed potatoes with them gravies.
And the biscuits.
Well, I mean, if you guys have seen it, there's no reason to post it. Has everyone seen and heard of like the God gene?
Oh shit, my Canadian friends, get them freaking French fries and cheese curds ready.
Like this was a Pentagon briefing from 2002. So that's how old it is. That's where they were and what was released then.
Yeah, I was only privy to it in 2009.
Yeah, and I don't think, and this isn't like a video specifically about the thing that we're not supposed to talk about. So, and the fact that it's been on YouTube all of these years and it still is, I mean, I think it might be okay. Roger, what do you think?
What's it specifically about? Sorry.
It's a Pentagon briefing on removing the God gene to make a specific gene inactive that stimulates or allows your brain to function in the realm of spirituality.
And they call it the FUN cow.
Yeah,
the fun cow.
Short for fundamental. Like they call
it. Thank you for this video. I've been looking for it because I wanted to show my mom.
Well, I don't.
Billy, you better get off of that YouTubes and that Discords because it's warping your minds, Billies. Remembers what she learns at schools, Billies.
But in about 5 more seconds, I'm going to go ahead and remove it just in case. So if you want to grab it, grab it.
Shit, I think I made my dogs go ape shit.
I mean, it is embedded, so I don't think it's any. I wouldn't have posted it if I thought it was any danger. But I just want to make sure.
Good looking out, Truth. Thank you. I got the link.
I may do a special episode on that, and possibly the link with other things like strep and other things like that.
So, and well, that just okay. So, what does this like? This was back in 2002 that was released. But what does this show?
That's crazy.
This shows their intention, right? What their efforts are going towards, what they're trying to do, essentially what they want to do. So, I mean, and that is a scary thing. Like, if they want to prevent, like, shut the part of your brain down that allows you to have like any kind of spiritual thought, then, I mean, that's a freaking that's some scary shit.
What do you think dumping hydrofluorosilicic acid in the water does, or sodium hexafluorosilicate? It clouds your pineal gland and makes it so that it reduces the amount of dreaming you can have, and also diminishes your spiritual connectivity. Calcifies those. Go ahead.
I'd rather be a sheep than a cow. Just saying.
Aldian, are you What World D?
What's
sound
that?
Like him.
No.
Are you What World D? You sound like him.
Yeah, you do. You sound just like one of the moderators here.
A little bit.
No, I'm a totally different person.
Okay.
I'm not a
You guys
moderator
are
from
both
this channel.
wicked smart. That's for sure.
Well, thank you for your kind words. But no, I'm a different person. Josh or Matthew, I think, could attest to that.
Yeah, no, just you sound alike. So.
Yeah, Aldeon's good for good peoples.
It's very bad when we, like, okay, so it's not bad, but it's funny that sometimes we think about whether or not our own moderators are coming in under other accountants trolling us.
No, it could be his account was blocked, right? I mean,
Yeah.
that's not a weird thing to happen on Discord, that people's accounts get nuked.
Well, and it's not a weird thing or a strange reach either, because there are members of the community that do that.
Oh yeah. Well, I will say I run a World of Warcraft guild, and I'm the guild master. So if I want to see if somebody's being particularly abusive, I have characters that seem anonymous, that they don't know, nobody knows is connected to me, and I'll go in there and just test the water and see what's really going on, because people will behave a certain way if they know a moderator or somebody like that is around. But if you go incognito, then you'll see the genuine behavior, and I've caught abusive people abusing people that way and have been able to take action. So, it's wise to suspect things like that. But in truth, on this channel, I am not a moderator or anybody else. I am as I appear.
Well, I mean, and you're not acting in any way to be and he never like shows any. It's like it's not in ill intent, right?
Mm-hmm.
And also, I would like to add the Holocaust issue is personal with him, vendetta style.
Aldian, it's maybe you can take it more as a compliment, because What World D is a great moderator.
Oh, thank you. Well, when you mentioned that, I thought you were talking about a movie or a YouTube channel, and I was thinking, I'd like to see that.
My bad.
Well, I mean, as far as moderation goes, I mean, this server's been around for several years. We don't. I mean, you should respect moderation. I mean, it's not like. I mean, a lot of people like it. Since we do a live stream, a lot of people in live stream disrespect.
Well, we were talking more about
moderation.
We were talking more about like coming in covert and.
Ooh, like the absence of. It's like, hey, I'm brand new here.
Yeah,
but I might not be.
Yeah, coming in covert to see how things go, or whatever, and how some people will come in under other accounts, like not so much talking about the moderation.
Okay, cool. Well, I just came in just a minute ago. You guys were talking about moderation, but yeah, sure. I mean, it's just like, I talk too much.
What did you get it set up, Helio? Are you going to have your Polaris debate with Sean Hawkins?
I seriously doubt it because he's such a pussy. I don't think he's actually going to do it.
Show me the money, Dennis. Show me the money.
Dude, he's going to have to pay me $100 if I actually would give him any time to actually do it. He doesn't have to give me $100, but if he wants to, he can. But I'll do it anyway, you know.
Yeah.
But I don't think he will.
12-pack of beer would be nice.
Yeah, fucking A, man. I mean, you know, you saw what was going on in there. I mean, it's just like he's like, all right, I'm not even going to give the cartoon freaking globe model with the Polaris 69 degrees and all that shit. I'm not going to do that here.
I'm sorry.
I want him to present it so that I can just freaking throw that shit out the window.
I love you.
So what are you sorry about?
But I wasn't there. So I don't know exactly the message you were talking about.
It doesn't matter because you know the argument already. You already know.
But I did receive. This is my chat log. Okay, I'm going to take a snapshot of my chat log
from him.
I don't know if it's the same person. It's AYMB America.
Yeah, that's the dude. Yeah, that's him.
Yeah. So if it's the same one, then I know exactly what you're talking about.
That's what I'm saying. It was just like, and then he came in the YouTube chat and said, I will pay $100 to someone that's a flat earther to debate me about Polaris. And I was like, fuck yeah, I'm going to take you up on that. And so, yeah, we'll see what happens. I
see my log. He
need the money, but I mean, it's just like, hey, bro, I know this guy, man. I mean, I've known him, you know, for several years. I mean, he's an anti-flat earther. You know, you've seen him in the chat, so
yeah.
It's like, bro,
yeah, he's found my channel.
I'm willing 1v1, boom, 1v1, me and you. I'll give him an hour or two, maybe. Like, dude, just me and you.
Yeah,
maybe
gold.
Maybe maybe a moderator. Maybe you could moderate Glad Flow, but you already know how it's going to go. Or any other moderator. It doesn't matter because if if it's just me and him, it's going to be a shit show.
Well, hang on.
Because it was already a shit show in the chat, bro. So what about Polaris?
Well, I don't know about Polaris, but I was gonna say.
No, I do. That's why I was freaking.
Agold asked, that Christmas being satanic even flips me upside down. He doesn't even know where to start. First look up the Festival of Saturnalia and the Festival of Light.
No. See, don't give him clues because if he actually wasn't.
Well, no, if he looks that up and he's like, ooh.
Because I want that $100.
No, this has nothing to do with Polaris, man.
Hey, if we start this chat, I want him to give me the $100 before I actually go in.
I don't want no money. Fuck money.
I want the money.
Money burns. Anyway.
No, I don't actually want the money.
I want gold.
I expose his dumbass, but at the same time, he's the one that brought up the money. It's just like, hey, you're in the YouTube chat all the time bitching that we won't let you in here to talk to us. And now you're offering. Hold the phone, Gladflow. This nigger is in the chat all the time saying, "You guys won't let me in there because he's already been banned. He's been in here before. He's already been banned. Now he's offering money to talk to one of us about Polaris."
It's a good thing they know you're saying that, not me. The opinions of Helio does not express my opinions.
I don't give a fuck what you guys think about me.
Helio,
I'm going to say what I fucking think.
The important question is, what is money, Helio? Can you tell us?
Yeah.
No. The $100 doesn't mean, that $100 I can spend that shit in a day. Doesn't matter. I want this asshole to come in here and say, all right, well, he already did. Did you watch the video I posted earlier?
See, you want
No, thank you.
A $100 bill piece of paper, a promissory note, right?
Well,
I
what
want $100
to talk to me,
fractional piece of gold, right?
No, if he
And
wants to
some
talk,
people would like this fucking fictional gold pressed lanthanum coins.
Hey, this YouTube.
Yeah,
Hold on, guys.
Hey,
Hold on, guys.
Helio, hold on. Give me some
Jesus
crypto
Christ.
and
Go ahead,
$100.
Jamesy.
Yeah, thank you. Because I know you're gonna repeat yourself once again, so that's why I'm saying just give me the $100 on some digital asset, bro. Thanks. Go ahead. Helio.
Are you done, Jamesy?
Yeah, I'm done.
Wait, how much money's on the table?
Hey, check this out.
Say it again.
Here's what my plan is he came into the YouTube chat and said, "I'll give a flat earther $100 if it will
It's like the 20
Hold the fucking phone! Why are you guys interrupting me? God damn it!
This is like the 100th time you said this, Helio. It's the same words over and over again.
Yeah, you should tell him to come in here and give 100 flat earthers a $1.
There we go. Okay.
How much?
Hey, how about we do that? How about this homeboy comes in here and spends $100
the server.
Why are these globies so addicted to flat Earth? That's weird, isn't it?
That is funny. That's a weird phenomenon that they rack up more hours than we do.
And then they'll go into our chats and say, "I'll give you $100 if you can answer questions about Polaris."
Bro, they're broke. You know they don't.
How much is it? How much is giving away, Helio? How much?
Wait, you're not familiar with what just happened last night?
The other day he offered me 10,000.
I think it's your
That's what I'm
mic.
saying,
Can you say the amount?
I would raise 10,000.
Hold the phone, Jimsy. You weren't aware that Sean Hawkins offered $100 to have a conversation about Polaris last night,
dude.
And he said, Helio, I want to pay Helio.
He's not going to give me any money. I
Did he mention Helio at any time? He said, Helio, I'm going to give you $100.
Oh, he said anybody. Any flat earth.
But you're not anybody, Helio. You're Helio.
Oh. Well, he did mention Quantum Racer, but I knew Quantum Racer's not going to...
Bro, we all know Sean the Crackhead Hawkins ain't about that life. He's not going to bring any smoke anytime soon, so...
I just like to pick on him because he's so dumb.
AYNB America, if you would like to speak or text in my chat, you would have to become a subscriber. You can at least do me that much.
But you went to sleep, Black Flow.
I'm not. This is Joshua, man. This is
Josh. My bad. You sound a lot like.
It's so funny. We got to make a list of the people that get confused with each other. Sasha, Geppy Get, Joshua, Glatflub, What World D, and Aldian. Roger and Roger, who's your pair?
Drace.
Yeah.
So just imagine teaming those people up.
They have confused
Josh.
me with El Boricua and with Jose.
No, nobody confuses you with anybody, Jimsy.
Oh,
team everybody up
about you,
team everybody up on a discussion podcast thing to where it's just like, all monotones, like the same voice over and over and over again, but just two different people. It's like, what the fuck? It's like Bob's Burger. Yeah.
Like a name that voice.
Hey, and nobody confuses you with anybody else either.
No, I'm not going to say that.
No bullshit. I thought she was Denise. I thought she was my friend Denise from Kentucky.
And you'd be surprised who.
Really?
Thinking for Helio, you would be really surprised if I told you who many people that have came in here have mistaken me for.
Well, I guess I haven't been listening long enough.
Not long enough.
Everybody's got their double.
I can always tell when it's Truth of Errol is talking. And Jemsy. I mean, when Jemsy talks.
So, Helio, are you sitting there telling me that you are unable to stand by? Let me go to my studio.
Yeah, go to your studio.
Unable to do what? I thought you said unable to imbibe. I'm
No,
quite
unable to do this, and then I said stand by. Hang on.
Oh, I thought you said imbibe. I can imbibe quite well.
Okay, so you go to your studio, then you go to content, then you go to live, right? And it'll pop up your live stream, and it'll say live. So then you click options, and then edit title and description, right? Or no, not that. That's not it. Shit, what do you do? Okay, so you hover over it, and you click view in live control room. That's what it is. And then from there,
what are you trying to instruct me on here exactly?
And how to park a semi truck.
yeah. So basically, once you get to the stream that's on YouTube, you click the edit button, right? And then from there, you can change your title, description, and then you go to customization. Then live chat, you can click live chat on or off, live chat replay, open for anyone or subscribers.
Well, did I ask for the instruction? I've been doing this for like 3 years. What the hell are you talking about?
I'm just saying.
I know what that. I know how to do that. Did I ask a question about that? I already know how to do that.
No, Helio, but now we know how to do it. So
okay, cool. I didn't know that. It was just
Oh, there he is! There he is! Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to embarrass you. I'm just it's just like you're.
No, you're embarrassing yourself, Helio.
I was gonna say.
Well, I don't even care. I'm always embarrassed myself. I'm good at that. But yeah, I already know how to go into customization. With the YouTube channel. Shit, I don't know how to do that. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. Can you explain?
Did I ask you a question about that?
Explain it to me. How do you do that again? What he said. Explain it to me, Helio.
What are you doing?
No, I mean this isn't in a freaking
get back into the black goo or something.
This isn't a freaking YouTube channel. Freaking
stuff. Let's talk
tutorial. This isn't a tutorial about how to do.
Let's get back into the gravy.
All right, let's turn
let's get back into the Saturnalia bullshit, right?
We were getting deep there for a minute.
You get into Saturnalia, right? And it's basically a festival where it would come a time where the temple prostitutes would sacrifice children so that they wouldn't turn into giants. Because they used to sacrifice temple prostitution with the promise that it's the house of the gods, so there should always be a woman there in case one of the gods wants to visit their house from Mount Olympus or whatever. And from there, they would get impregnated, because every young woman of the land would have to go to the temple every day and could not go home until they laid with a man. So all those babies would be sacrificed during Easter time and Christmas.
They used to dye the eggs for the Ishtar or Easter celebration red, which was blood. They would dye the eggs with blood. That's where the whole painting the eggs ritual comes from.
Can someone explain graphene like I'm 5?
Graphene like a chemist.
Okay, if you look at
graphene is more of a chemistry thing.
If you look at the graphene 5 molecule under a microscope, it turns out that it's pretty much the same replication, like under an electron scanning microscope. The molecule they use, it's pretty much replica of the star that's above the eagle on the U.S. dollar bill on the obverse side.
How interesting. And graphene oxide, that means it's bonded
The six-pointed
with
star.
one oxygen molecule?
Yeah, so it's 6 bonds, right? 6 points, 6 sides, 6 angles, 6 protons, 6 neutrons, 6 electrons. You cannot pack any more 6 into that chemical, into a chemical.
Now, let me point out that there was a 19th century physicist, Franz Mesmer, who was experimenting with mind control. And one of the techniques that he employed was having his test subjects imbibe metallic liquids to enhance the mind control process. So, Go ahead.
What could go wrong?
well, by injecting a metallic substance into the body, it could achieve a similar function that would further Mr. Mesmer's work and function as a mind control technique.
And they put soft metals in our foods and in our waters. You don't even realize it, that the heavy metals that they put in your food, they say it's for nutrition, but yet it's not even dietary iron, it's iron filings.
So what's everyone's opinion about like chelation? I know that you can use different things like chlorophyll. You can get liquid chlorophyll you can use, drink celery juice, but what about the zeolite? Like the zeolite is supposed to be dust, like powdered volcanic rock, mineralized, and you can tell when you can't use metal with it, and you can tell when you take the plastic spoon and you raise it up out of it that it has these little spiky powder. The powder forms spikes, like it follows so it's very magnetic, so it like pulls all of the metals, like it holds and encases and encapsulates all the metals and helps flush it through your body. So has anyone else used it? And then it's supposed to also have like a ton of minerals in it. So, and we know that volcanic rock is like, it's pure. It's not, it's.
I don't know. All I've heard is that distilled water is the best for detoxification.
Yeah, and also you have to be careful with distilled water. And what I was about to say, which I don't practice this. I'm a junk food junkie, whatever, and I'm an alcoholic. Everybody knows this already. But as far as I think if you use distilled water, and you can take the distilled water, add some organic vinegar and stuff into the distilled water, use it, and then with intermittent fasting, you can really have a lot healthier life. That's just from what I've heard. I mean, I'm not a doctor or anything, but I've been looking into this for a very long time, and every time I've fasted, I've really felt way better over a certain period of time.
Well, after you use distilled water, though, you've got to replenish all your the minerals and nutrients that you're supposed to have, right? Because it kind of strips everything. It's not selective what it strips.
No, but at the same time, while you're drinking the distilled water,
if it even does that,
a mineral enhanced distilled water, it can still anyway.
But what about this?
I mean, it can be dangerous if you just do it over long periods. I guess, but I mean, just a few days, it's not going to.
Well, what about this graphene?
This is like how about you just like hoard McDonald's for 3 or 4 days? You're going to fucking die.
Well,
here's the good news: they add the graphene. They add the graphene nanoparticle because it has the ability to pass the blood-brain barrier.
Well, and then you have the glyphosate that are in the GMO foods that open passageways through the blood barriers anyway, right? Which allows the heavy metals to get through where they wouldn't normally get through. And but what about the chelation? Will chelation remove the graphene? Does anyone? I mean, is there any?
Chelation. You mean like
horse dewormer taboo subject?
More carbohydrates than anything else? Is that what you mean by chelation?
I just say don't even ingest the shit in the first place.
That's what I mean. I think fasting is better, and then
no, Helio, chelation is not ketosis. It's two different things. She's not talking about ketosis. She's talking about chelation.
Okay, cool. So
the question is the cementing out of toxins. Yeah.
So Joshua, thank you. Because Helio, she's asking an answer for the chelation question, but you're asking about ketosis. Come on, bro.
Which is more carbo based.
Yeah, my question is, have they, like, it being bonded with an oxygen molecule, will that prevent it from being able to be removed from your body through chelation? Or have they done anything else to it that will prevent it from being able to be removed from your body through the process of chelation?
As far as I know, the oxygen makes it diamagnetic, so it goes from being ferromagnetic to paramagnetic.
Well, what's that mean? Paramagnetic. Like where? So does that mean that chelation won't remove it?
It repels magnetism. Instead of diamagnetic or ferromagnetic, ferromagnetic is strongly attracted. Diamagnetic is weakly attracted to a magnet, and paramagnetic is weakly repelled by a magnet. People don't understand that oxygen itself is diamagnetic, and that carbon is a ferromagnet.
Maybe bring molecular hydrogen into the equation, and molecular hydrogen gas. It might make it somewhat inert in a sense.
You'd probably have a better process of acetylating it, or
that being the case,
it with acetate.
That being the case, Jimsy, how would you introduce the paramagnetic gases into your diet so that you can, know what you're supposed to eat while you're doing the chelation?
You eat a lot of beans, Helio. A lot of beans, you get gases.
Oh yeah, you would say that because you're Hispanic. I'm just fucking with. Just saying.
Damn, Helio, with the fucking racist!
Whoa,
you fucking god damn!
No, he's the one that said it first. I'm just fucking with. I had to fuck with Jimsy.
Okay.
Because he was fucking with me, but he fucked me first.
There's actual ways to introduce things like gas hydrogen into the through breeding. I mean, with machinery that produces it. So that's one way. To answer your question.
Well, what about if you introduce if you could without causing oxidative stress, like if you could introduce extra oxygen, like wouldn't it depend on the polarization? Like would it make it dipolar or monopolar or not polarized at all just because it's got that one oxygen molecule? Because that would chlorine dioxide? Because
I'm talking about hydrogen. Molecular hydrogen, not oxygen.
Well,
I mean, you could combine oxygen gas with hydrogen gas and also some other gases, and it's good to intake that into the system.
Yeah, well, I was asked. That's why I was asking about the oxygen.
Hydrogen, oxygen, combustion, kaboom!
Because I actually have something, that I could use that does have like a double oxygen molecular bond to it.
Guys, I'm releasing a bunch of gravy into the old voice text there about graphene oxide, black goo stuff.
Yeah, my biscuits.
It's cool. One of them.
Holy smokes, boys! I sure hope you got your frickin' French fries and your cheese curds.
Is it bad? Is it bad news?
So it's strange that garlic and graphene don't like each other. And garlic is one of the healthiest things in existence.
Oh, you know something? Garlic isn't garlic really high in sulfur?
Yeah, heavy sulfur content.
So the FDA just made NAC. Let me look at the name. NAC.
Acetylcysteine and acetylcysteine.
Yeah. The FDA made that they're not gonna allow people to produce it.
NAC is
I take a lot of that.
Potassium amalgam.
I take
That's garbage, dude. Now I'm gonna have to go to India online for it.
Well, when this
I've got some in my pantry right now.
But doesn't the body kind of produces this when taking this NAC doesn't produce like
glutathione. It's called glutathione.
Yeah, glutathione. and also that's kind of related to the sulfur content in the body, and that helps with a lot of problems.
Well, you can.
Yeah, literally burns out. It burns disease and bacterial infections out of your body. That's why it has sulfur. It burns it out.
Okay, well, you can get black salt too. Black salt is it's got a lot of sulfur in it, and it's been known to be used like for kidney issues. I wonder if that would help, because when
But this NAC is an amino acid which is absorbable by the body. Like it's just ready to be absorbed.
Yeah, I didn't even.
Right?
Yeah, it's brilliant.
I hadn't even.
Yeah,
heard about
cooking it destroys it. But what about fermenting it?
No idea.
Well,
Because cooking it destroys it, but you can't really eat like raw garlic.
The reason I was asking about the chlorine dioxide is because when this first came out, they started shutting down all the websites where you could get it. Like it was the same within the same month. It was within the same month that this all started. Chlorine dioxide.
It's no coincidence that they're doing the same thing with this amino acid, which is related to what we're talking about.
Do you have a what's it called, Jimsy? Because I didn't hear the name of it.
I just typed it in
NAC
the chat there for
here.
If you can get your hands on some of this, like in powder form or even some pills, it's a good one to have.
I take it every day,
man.
man.
My local Whole Foods, I take it every day as well.
I think they're going to have it for a while, but I hope people don't stop producing it because I'll just go black market. I mean,
yeah, black market, but then we're going to pay like 5 times or 20 times the price.
No, I don't think so. Nope.
All right, make sure you give me some of those links. Thank you very much.
I got connections in the supplement world.
Bro,
we'll see what I can do. We'll see if it even happens. We might be able.
Is that flow?
Okay.
Is that glad? Is that glad talking?
Yeah.
All right, bro. So yeah, I need. Anyways,
yeah, here, hang on.
Okay.
So check the voice texts, y'all. I got this one here, and there's another one coming. Actually, let me get. Yeah, I don't trust WebMD. There we go. There we go. Oh, wow. And this one says it's to combat the Cocoa Pebbles. Woo-wee! That's probably why. Look at this, boys and girls. Check this out. Look at that voice text posts.
Right.
Uh-oh.
Hey, Glad, that thing that you posted about the other BitChute one, what was the name of it? That is the guy, Harold Kotz Vela. That's
this tall, skinny guy, this alien-looking dude. Yep.
Yeah, he talks about.
I love to hear him talk. Man, it's so soothing.
He's very intelligent too. Like you know that he's talking real information. You know he's not just making shit up either.
What about the shit that Fauci was just like everybody was made privy to what Fauci had done? Now everybody's hating Fauci.
Didn't it just happen? No,
it happened a while ago. He's been doing this for a long time.
No, I know, but I saw something and I didn't click on it because it's mainstream, and I guess I should have. But it's something about him getting caught doing something. I forget. Maybe I'll look for it and back up my claim. Maybe I'll do that.
Cutting the vocal cords out of dogs and puppies and shoving them inside of a box with a bunch of sand fleas, carnivorous sand fleas, to get eaten alive.
The fuck, dude?
Fauci was involved in gain of function
research. Yep.
Yeah.
In Wuhan.
Having the lab do
and literal puppy torture.
Yeah.
Right. Doing gain of function, which means producing. Never mind. Won't say it on here, but it's not good.
Yeah, he's been caught doing a bunch of ill stuff, but he never gets in trouble. He's like a James Bond villain.
He was laughing when somebody they were going over official death numbers. He was laughing.
Of course.
Like,
what? How do you say in Italian? Sickle, isn't it Fauci?
It's Fauci, yeah. So is he supposed to separate the wheat from the chaff? Is that what's going on?
He's the white horse rider, my friend.
Yeah.
He's a big loser. Is what's going to happen. Tell you what.
Bro, look at this. They the FDA. This is like where is it? I don't know if this is valid as law, but they send like some type of statement about NAC, and they're saying that they're gonna classify it as a drug.
Whoa.
Wow.
That sucks.
What's being classified as a drug?
A very healthy supplement that is naturally occurring in the body as glutathione and N-acetylcysteine, which is NAC, NAC, is becoming basically illegal. And here's the big news about it, guys. Guess what NAC does? The best in the body. It helps you breathe. It opens up your bronchial system and your alveoli. Okay, guys, that's what this stuff does. It affects the lungs the best, and that's why it makes you so healthy, right? So they don't want any lung health anymore. Audience, are you listening? Do you get it yet?
That's right.
Do you know this, Glad?
George Floyd was
about the FDA making NAC.
I did not know it. No, thank you for posting that.
My brother showed me this a few days ago, and he was talking to me about it, and I was like, wow. And what you're saying, my brother was telling me, yeah, this helps with whatever issues people are having these days. It helps a lot with that.
Yeah, it does, and that's wow. Oh boy. I'm going to go see what my nutrition friends have to say about that, guys. I'll get back to you with some news. Don't worry.
Bro,
I'll see about this, okay? I'll see about this.
Before we can't get it anymore.
Yeah, like I said, I'll see. My mom's a food and drug lawyer, so I'll get back to you, okay?
Yeah, get back at me, bro. This is important, I think.
It is very important. Because if we got to start looking elsewhere, I can help. It's not like it's going to disappear, so we'll find it again.
No, I've been
taking so many supplements that are illegal here in the States. I get so many illegal supplements that they're illegal here to produce them, but they're not illegal, I guess, to have or order them. So I get a bunch of stuff. Anyway.
Yeah, they just tell like the manufacturers or whatever, hey, you're gonna be in trouble if you provide this product or whatever, but it's not like you cannot access it by other means.
Right. Right, they're going to make it harder.
Synthesize it.
Exactly. Well, it's already basically synthesized. I take it in a supplement form that goes cysteine, N-acetylcysteine.
You know what that sounds like?
What?
That fucking smart pill from that movie.
NZT.
Yeah.
Okay.
Glad. What about combining? Because I see a product. of NAC combined with selenium and molybdenum. Is that a good combination?
Molybdenum. Yeah. That's a fine supplement. Make sure you're getting magnesium to help put it in the cells, though. That's an important
magnesium
one.
every day. Yeah. What was the other one though with the M? Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Molybdenum or molybdenum. How'd you say it, Josh?
What is that?
Molybdenum.
Wow, that's the first time I've heard it properly.
I've never heard of that one.
So is it something that you could also use dimethyl sulfoxide to get it? Because
I don't know.
Dimethyl sulfur oxide.
Dimethyl sulfoxide. It's something that we use with the chlorine dioxide to get it, because you can spray it, like you can put it on your skin and it will absorb the dimethyl sulfoxide, will carry it into your body. And you can also drink it that way too. And so I'm thinking that maybe if you watch in some of the movies where it's like there's a poison and the only way that you can use it is if it's intravenously injected, but they actually can get it into their bloodstream by mixing the poison with the dimethyl sulfoxide and putting it on the steering wheel, so when they drive their vehicle, it gets into their bloodstream and kills them.
Especially if it happens to be an organic poison, like say an organic toxin that happens to be a fatty acid, then they can just take castor oil and mix it in with the castor oil, and it will osmose through the skin.
So are you saying that this is not easy, but it's possible to create it out of ingredients that they may be making illegal now? Or what? Out of ingredients that aren't being made illegal just yet.
Well,
that what's going on?
I know you can get dimethyl sulfoxide because I have some.
Okay.
I don't know if they're making it illegal. It's been like I've had it for a couple of years, so I haven't really tried to purchase it recently.
Okay. Well, anyway, that's cool. I like that. I've never heard anything like that, so thanks for sharing that. For sure.
Yeah, because I use the chlorine dioxide where it's
Chlorine dioxide, though.
Yeah.
Well, if you food grade supplement really light amounts of hydrogen peroxide and oxygenated stuff, it's really good for you.
Yeah, but see, a lot of it, here's the thing though, a lot of it causes oxidative stress. So you can't use a lot of it and you have to be careful with it and know what you're doing. But the thing, and this is not medical advice there, anyone that's listening, it's just, it's something that I've been doing for years and I've known about it for years. And it's just coincidental, right? It's one of those, if you believe in coincidences, that they were shutting down the websites that were teaching people how to make it themselves because it's a salt of the earth, the sodium chloride is. And you mix the sodium chloride with the hydrochloric acid, or you can use lemon juice, an acid base, but it tastes horrible. You want to try to get the hydrochloric acid because it tastes better with it.
You can use citric acid too.
Yeah, but you mix the sodium chloride, which is the salt of the earth, with the hydrochloric acid, and it makes the chlorine dioxide. And then
Coincidentally,
and
you make
mix the dimethyl sulfoxide with it, and it'll carry it. Like if you've got a tumor or something, I've seen it work like firsthand. I watched a tumor the size of a grapefruit shrink, but it can cause like Hersheimer's syndrome because with cancer, mainly with cancer, right? Because cancer, when you use it for cancer cells, if you have tumors and you use it for that, then it will essentially cause Hersheimer's syndrome because you have a lot of cell die-off. But I watched it within 2 weeks using a very aggressive protocol, shrink a tumor from the size of a grapefruit down to the size of a golf ball.
Your tumor or somebody else's?
No, it was someone in real life that I was,
That's incredible.
teaching how to use the stuff. And because you have to know how to use it right for it to be effective because it is an oxidative therapy. So it's like you're taking oxygen into through the dimethyl sulfoxide allows it to go through the wall.
It's a delivery system. That's great.
Right, and it causes a lot of cell die-off. And if you use things like antioxidants,
I can imagine, yeah.
or caffeine, it renders it ineffective. Right?
Yeah,
Because-
caffeine's a son of a bitch for sure for a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, and you have to be like if you're using it for things like cancer, you have to be careful. Well, I mean, I'm not going to say careful because it won't really hurt you. It'll just make you feel like shit because when you do it aggressively and you're having a lot of cell die-off, it will like flood your kidneys and your liver with all these dead cells, which are toxins. So you have to kind of detox and help with like things like milk thistle for your liver and cranberries for your kidneys and just like so before you go to bed at night, and you can use moringa leaf powder because it's got the highest like right before you go to bed, not within an hour of using it. But this right here, when this stuff came out, like the month that it was released in the media that this was a thing that we can't talk about, they were taking down the websites where you could get this. The ones that were teaching it, you can still get the products if you know what to look for, like the specific products that you get to mix, right? But you can't get it from the websites that were teaching how to use it, the protocols and how it works and things like that. Like those websites they took down and brought up a lawsuit against them because they were claiming that they can cure things. But here's the thing, it's like if they're saying that they're wrong, like they would have to prove and establish that it doesn't work, and they can't do that, right? But they still won't allow them to teach it. So you just got to be careful with it. And this is not medical advice.
Yeah, but wow, I don't know anybody else that versed on that specific topic. So thank you very much. I couldn't have said any of that. That was awesome.
When I first came into it, it's like you can get Jim Humble's book. I've actually got a server that's specifically for this and censored health topics. So I just put whatever on there, and there's no censorship at all. So if you see anything on there, then you have to grab it and save it offline because it could get deleted any day.
Yeah. Memory hole.
It's only trusted, members that are allowed in there anyway. So, but if I don't know if you want an invite, I can give you an invite. But there's
That'd be
different
great.
there's different protocols for different things. Like if you're gonna use it for here, I'll send you an invite. But if you're gonna use it for things like tumors, then you want to mix it and make a spray out of it, and the spray is a different mixture than it is when you drink it. And when you mix the and like if you're going to use it for something like say, oh, and did you know that if it's lung issues, I didn't know this. It's like an old they call it like an old wives' tale. But these old wives' tales there's a lot of knowledge in it.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, it's wives, it's wives that were taking care of their
Yeah,
family.
they've seen some shit now. They've seen some shit.
Yeah, so the quickest way to, like, if you can get it into your bloodstream, so if you make like a foot soak of something and you're able to soak it into your feet, the first place that the blood stops when it leaves your feet is your lungs. So if you have like pneumonia, you can soak your feet, make like a garlic poultice, or you can use the chlorine dioxide.
Yeah, and the feet, man, the feet are some crazy shit. That's how tapeworm can get up in there and all kinds of things.
Amazing.
Yeah. No, the feet. Somebody the other day posted a diagram of the feet and like just the pressure points, how like every part of every major group in the body is represented on the foot. You know what I mean? And you can like massage a certain area, and all of a sudden, more blood or whatever goes to that area.
Kudos to you. Kudos to you.
It's magic. It's fucking new age magic, guys. I don't know about it. No, I'm just kidding.
You're the first person I've ever heard talk about this chlorine dioxide. I've got.
Yeah, me too.
I've got his book. I've got the book, and I also have plenty of the product as well. I'm total believer in it.
Yeah, the book is great. I don't even have the book yet because I got into it real early, and see, this is the way they were getting around and getting the protection so that they could actually teach people this stuff and do it. Is they started a church, and it was called the Genesis 2 Church it was the Ministry of Health, right? So making your temple clean. And this was how they did it so that they could get the protection of having a church. So, and they ended up shutting it down when this stuff came about. However, it's like to run one of these churches, you actually need to like take the course so that you know how to render it from the earth, make it yourself from the raw ingredients, which that's the only thing that I didn't learn to do. And when I saw the heavy censorship and everything coming up about it, I was like, well, if I become a bishop and start one of these chapters, then that's going to put me on a list, and that's going to make me a target when they start shutting this stuff down. And I saw it coming before it even happened. And so I didn't become a bishop. I didn't like start a chapter myself.
Had you already been preparing to become a bishop?
Yeah.
No shit.
Everything all the way, like I learned all the protocols. What to do, what not to do, how to mix it, and all that stuff. Like if it depends on like where it is in your body and like how you want to reach it. Like if it's
so how are you not a nurse or like healing people all the time with this knowledge?
Yeah, all the protocols were in the book.
Well, here's the thing. It's like there's so much misinformation about it, and when you're online talking to people, it's like they hear all of these so-called home remedies and natural cures and shit like that are not. It's like when they hear you talk about it, they just think it's another one of those. Right. But here's the thing. All of these natural remedies and shit, I have tried personally, and I don't talk about anything unless I've tried it. Like, and I've been using this for years. And I actually, like, people in real life, it's like my ex-boyfriend's dad was 70 some years old. He had lymphoma. Well, this has been 5 years ago, so it's even longer than that. But 15 years ago, he had lymphoma, and they did the aggressive chemo and radiation and shit like that on him, and it caused the wall of his heart to become weak, and it ruptured. The doctor didn't know how he lived. He said it was divine because he had to do surgery on his heart, and he ended up living. But he beat the cancer, and it came back. Right, it resurfaced, and when it came back more aggressive, and he was getting blood work and everything done because he's one of these. He's a pastor. He's a retired pastor. So it's like, and they're very blue-pilled. But he was waiting, and he had like 4 to 5 weeks still yet before he had his test results. So he's willing to try this. And within 2 weeks, It's like I mixed it, and I would go there, and I would spend the day with him every day for 2 weeks, right? With him and his wife, and they learned how to do it themselves, and he did it for an additional week. And this tumor that was the size of a grapefruit had shrank, and he had some on the back of his neck and under his arm. And using this protocol, his tumor had shrank from the size of a grapefruit down to about the size of a golf ball, and the ones on his neck and the ones under his arm were gone, completely gone.
Nice.
He only had one left that was like a little BB size, right? So, but then when the doctor called him and said, "Hey, we've got your blood work, and this and that and other, so we need you to come in so we can start the therapy," I'm like, "Well, I don't really know if you even need to mention this with your doctor, but I wouldn't try to do both at the same time. Like, I wouldn't do the chemo and the radiation and do this. Like, I would say you would probably need to pick one or the other."
Well, yeah, because the doctor will get paid more with chemo than the other one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and you can use it for so many different things. Like anything that is an anaerobic dis-ease of the body, this will work with, right? And not only that, but
So it's called an adaptogenic, right? Helps the body adapt to physical and mental stressors. Does that make sense?
well, the way
Sorry to interrupt.
No.
Here, I'll just post it. Go ahead, keep going.
Yeah, it's like I don't really know what you're so the way it works is, and they use hydrogen peroxide to try to do the same thing, but hydrogen peroxide causes a tremendous amount of oxidative stress on your body. And
Yeah, especially the guts, dude.
And the thing about this is it begins as a salt rendered from the earth. So once it loses that extra oxygen molecule, you don't have the free radicals through your body causing oxidative stress because it's rendered back as a salt of the earth that it began as. Right. So, and what it does is when it reaches an area that's an anaerobic portion of your body that you have a dis-ease in, it exchanges, and that oxygen molecule, it's like I don't know if it's got anything to do with like the magnetic polarity of it or what, but somehow it makes a hole like in it to where the encasing of it, right? It exchanges the oxygen molecule with it so that the oxygen can get inside of where the anaerobic dis-ease of the body is, right? So
Dis-ease, yep. The anaerobic, and that's because it's using oxygen. That's what. Aerobic means using oxygen. Anaerobic means not using oxygen.
So essentially, so if you're making a drink, you just do like one, depending on the form that you get. Like most of it is like 1 drop per 1 drop. You mix the sodium chloride with the hydrochloric acid, and it creates the chlorine dioxide. And you do like you find your level, so you do like 8 ounces, and you have to use distilled water. And you have to use glass. You can't do it on metal because, of course, it's oxygen, so it will like oxidize against the metal. Like, you know how metal rusts.
Yep. Well, yeah, metal loves to oxidize. Loves it.
You use glass, and it's like the drops are different. You do like for 8 ounces, you'll do like anywhere from 3 to 5 drops. I mean, I've done up to 12 drops. If you're feeling ill, like you're getting fluish type symptoms, you can do this and do like 10 to 12 drops and then drink 1 glass before you go to bed. But if you're going to do it consistently over a prolonged period of time, you'll want to reduce it to like anywhere from 3 to 5 drops. But if you're making spray, then you do like 10 drops per ounce of water, and you mix.
I'll tell you what, and you mix that together.
And after
I'll tell you what about the hydrogen. Go ahead.
Well, it's the very last thing is after you mix it, you add the water before you mix the dimethyl sulfoxide. You don't mix that until after you already have the water in it. But the dimethyl sulfoxide, you can drink it or add it and add it to the spray. And when you do that, it just carries it. Once it gets into your body, you just make sure you don't do it within an hour of any caffeine or antioxidants. Right? You try to do it on an empty stomach, and just don't do it within a certain, because the antioxidants and the caffeine will render it ineffective. But then when you do the dimethyl sulfoxide with it, when you drink it, it helps it absorb into all the cells of your body. So this is the oxygen. It's delivering oxygen to your body. Is all it is. It's all it is. It's all it does.
And it's properly doing it. It's not helping oxidize things so a tumor forms.
Right.
That's cool. I wanted to respond a little bit, if that's okay, from what I know. So about the hydrogen peroxide therapy, I guess is what they call it. It's what it's called. But So, like, I'll put 5, 6 normal sized drops into a gallon of water, and that'll be it. And, you know, no more than that. Like, you can't have too much in there. And it's food grade. You can't do, like, actual hydrogen peroxide. There's no way it would really hurt you. But anyway, so the food grade stuff, so, like, how do I say this? It just improves the functionality of everything because of the oxygen delivery system that it provides. And Truth was talking about oxidative stress, and that can happen really easily with this stuff. And I've had it happen. I had a episode where I had too much, and then you'll gauge how much your body can handle. But it helps remove all kinds of toxins, keeps you ready to battle most bacterial infections. Add to that a little bit of apple cider vinegar, 2 teaspoons of that a day in whatever drink. If you got problems after that, I don't know what to, you know what I mean? Like, there's only a few simple things that we actually need to do. But I would really love to see that happen in front of me, Truth. To see you do that. That'd be cool.
Listen, in real life, because you can use it on so many different things, like it works for everything, like a spider bite I had. And not only that, but this, okay, so do you remember a few years back when they had, like, all of the food workers needed to have this certain jab because this thing was going around and it ends in an A and it starts with an H. Okay. So, so a friend of mine, she has a business, and that's what, and I used to work with her, but she has a business and it's in the food industry. So they were requiring her to do this. She had not been to the doctor and had not been ill in 34 years. Nothing no more than just what she could treat at home. 34 years and not been to a doctor. Well, after she started complying with this and doing this thing that they were requiring her to do, it's like once every 2 or 3 months, she would get so ill that she thought she was going to die. She ended up going to the emergency room, like made 2 trips. And on the second trip, it's like when I found out and I talked to her, because it'd been a while since I'd spoke to her. And when I got back in touch with her and she told me that she was having this issue, and it just so happened that when I did talk to her, it was right after she had gotten home from the emergency room, and she told me, and I'm like, well, here, use this, try this. And I explained it to her, and she went ahead and ordered her some so she could have it because it just sounded logical to her before she even used it. But I let her use some of mine, and I mixed it for her, and she used it, and she never had to go back. And within a couple
Now,
weeks,
by used it, you mean did she drink it, or did she rub it on her skin? Okay, cool.
Make the drink. Now, when she had the spider bite, she made use the spray, or you can just put like 1 drop of if you have a bite and it's severe, like, it will discolor your skin and you will have a spot from it. However, if you want the poison to be neutralized, you can put 1 drop of the sodium chloride directly on the bite, and then 1 drop of the hydrochloric acid.
Listen, let's be honest. Can't we just solve this with a little bit of pee? Right? Just pee on it.
Go for it.
Yeah, for sure. First, try peeing on the spider bite. If that doesn't work or makes it worse, call a doctor. No, I'm just kidding.
And I'll tell you, they diagnosed me with rheumatoid arthritis before I started coming to the knowledge of the truth of all of this stuff. I was working, and I had I'd already had 2 or 3 tetanus shots in my life. I don't know how many I've had. I probably had 5 of them. Right. And see, I'd heard that there was, when I started coming to the truth of knowledge, that started hearing that there is a correlation between that and rheumatoid arthritis. I don't know. So it seems pretty. So I started, I was working 3 jobs, barely sleeping, and I was killing myself with energy drinks, in which I still drink Red Bull, but I'm trying to kick it. We'll see. Anyway.
It's a hard one to kick, dude, for sure.
Yeah. Because it's easy to lay the monsters down, and the other, like, I was doing different combination. It really didn't matter which one.
You're trying to get that Red Bull buzz from different other drugs.
Well, I mean, I was temporarily working 3 jobs. It was just freaking killing me.
Sure.
That's rough.
And 2 of them were factory jobs, like heavy duty factory jobs. But anyway, and I eventually went down to working 2 jobs. But while I was doing this, it's like my fingers swelled in my elbows, and it was the worst pain I'd ever felt in my life. And I went to the doctor, and your RH factor, when they test your blood for it, is supposed to be between 0.6 and 0.8. Mine was 37 point something.
Woo!
Yeah, and when she told me, it's like, okay, so what are my options? And I hear about these biologics and how they suppress your immune system. They claim it's your immune system attacking your own joints.
It's not your immune system. Are you kidding?
I know.
Oh,
Well,
man.
listen, here's the thing. I have totally debunked their claims of this, right? Because
Listen, the immune system doesn't attack itself.
listen,
Period. Sorry.
no, I'm just saying, you're right.
For anybody listening, that's not medical advice, but what the fuck? That's like, I don't know, Mary Bachelor, right? It doesn't compute. Anyway, go
No,
ahead.
you're absolutely right, because that's not what's going on. Because I'll tell you, after that, I was like, man, I'm just not ready to do that. So I didn't, and I started doing a lot of research, and this is how I got into researching a lot of health and nutrition and things like that, because it never ended. It never ended when that started. It went into all kinds of different things. But what I did, see, they claim that your immune system attacks your joints, and it's due, and it causes inflammation, and the inflammation causes the deformity of your joints.
Something causes the inflammation. It's certainly not what they say.
Right, and the inflammation also does not cause the deformity of the joints, and I have proven this, because when I stumbled across this stuff and I started using it, I never, like, if I start feeling any inflammation coming on, I'll use it and it's gone. Like, it totally gets rid of the inflammation. So, and if you do your diet right, you will not have inflammation anyway. However, it's like, even without the inflammation, even without that, my joints are still deforming. So it's in the DNA.
Something's happening in there. Yeah, it's some kind of flaw. But I mean, yeah. Anyway, keep going.
No, that's just it. It's not like how it affects your body is not how they say, right? Because they don't want you to know the root cause of it.
No, because they need repeat customers.
Yeah.
I mean, she said she had a bunch of tetanus shots, and who knows what went through those vials into her body.
Yeah.
Trojan horse illnesses.
I've had 2 or 3 tetanus shots. I was tested for the Cocoa Pebbles over 50 times in the last 2.5 years. It was great. It was a lot of fun, guys. Anyway, Truth, my dear, that was awesome. I'm glad to have learned that, because, we're going to have to know all these things coming up here pretty soon. How to truly survive on what Earth gives us.
Yeah, it's there. I mean, what does it say?
Because you can ask Truth, and the same thing happened to me. I'll bet it happened to her. I tried to share this with several people, and they just totally ignored me. Acted like I was some kind
Couldn't care less. Yep.
But I'm telling you what, she's absolutely right. This shit works. I'm telling you what.
Well, you talk to a doctor or a nurse about supplementation and treatments like this, they'll laugh in your face. Because I've seen it happen. I've seen a medical doctor do that before. They're a cult. It's if you look at their symbol, it's a demon called Asclepius from.
They shouldn't make near that much money. Okay, just that's all I'm going to say. Continue, my friend.
Well, they are under the banner of Asclepius, which is Apollyon's son in Greek mythology.
I've seen firsthand
something that they pay homage to.
I've seen firsthand some of these professionals treating someone for something, but giving them something else that will cause another problem.
That's right.
And
yeah, they advertised it on the. It's so funny. It's not really funny, but once you come to the knowledge of the truth and you try to tell people and explain it to them, and you show them the evidence, like right there, like look here. You just whatever way you show them, whether it's in firsthand demonstration or like other naturopathic doctors and their research, and you share it with them, then they just laugh at you. And when they laugh at you and then they mock you, and then you're right there in the vicinity of that same individual, and a commercial comes across the screen, and they're defending Big Pharma, and a commercial comes across the screen of the television, and they're like, here is this, and it treats this, and then the entirety of the commercial
death, AIDS, cancer.
telling you about all the side effects that it can cause. May cause, liver failure, kidney failure, heart attack, like all this stuff. Even sudden death is a side effect of a lot of medication. And
Good
I'm just
stuff.
like, it makes me laugh, because I'm like, really? So this is what you want? This is what you're defending? Okay.
What was that phrase?
People don't give a shit, man. If
Trojan medicine.
Trojan horse medicine. They put Trojan horse viruses in some of the injections, and so you take those, And what activates it is hormone levels. So as you age, your body may not produce as much testosterone or due to your diet. And as soon as your testosterone levels drop to a certain point, it activates the virus and it starts tearing your body apart.
Well, we
Yep.
kind of that's kind of okay. So when we talk about it, we kind of have to not be as specific as saying the actual words of
The V or V.
like. Yeah.
Well, so what he's talking about is an autoimmune response. It happens. It's part of our system. It's an autoimmune response where certain things will happen, whether conditions are just right. Just like later on in life, if you've ever had the chicken pox, you could possibly get the shingles.
Yeah,
And then the doctor comes in and says, "I don't know how you got cancer. We don't know what the cause was." Yeah, you do. They're lying to you.
Did you ever see like the interview of the doctor that like he genetically modified it, created it from combining genes from a monkey and human genes or something like that? It's called the SV40 gene. That's where it originated from. And he was like in an interview, someone was talking to him and he was talking about it and he actually was laughing about it.
Of course, it's funny to them.
But we probably should just like go back to flat Earth. We shouldn't even be. We've already talked about it way too much.
Been going deep tonight.
Yeah. But I've been like trying to avoid certain words. But since we've already said certain words, we probably should go back to flat Earth.
But they've got their schools, their priesthoods. One of them, the Asclepius priests do what they do, and then they have the heliocentric priests. The ones that promote the globe.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but is that not another word for Apollyon?
I would not be surprised because a lot of the space missions are Apollo missions, right?
Yeah.
And it's interconnected. So Apollyon is the father, the son is Asclepius. So there's a relationship in their theology there. Apollo pertains to space and planets and space travel, aliens, stuff like that. Rockets being launched. That's all in the realm of Apollo. So that's a priesthood. There are, an example of a priest of Apollo would be Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Oh, there's going to be so much more that's going to come. That's going to be so right in your face. More, I mean, all of this stuff is pretty much right in your face. But it's going to get worse because they've seen that everyone is so programmed and brainwashed, and it is. It's just that it's separating the wheat from the tares.
Yeah.
Because if you have
Not everyone.
Have you ever seen an image of a field of wheat, or have you ever like in real life seen like you have a field of wheat, right? And you have the weeds that grow with it. Well, you can't really get the weeds separated from the wheat until the weeds overcome the wheat, until the weeds grow taller than the wheat. Then you can distinguish where the weeds are. So it's kind of like they both have to grow together, reside together. So separating the people in terms of people, separating the wheat from the tares. So they're all going to be like living together in society, engaging in the same activities in society. And then these are the things that are going to separate the wheat from the tares. So you'll be able to tell who are the weeds and who are the wheat. Because the weeds are going to, like it has to happen that way. So the weeds have to overcome the wheat. So that they can be distinguished, who's who.
Well, that's why you don't take any sort of violent action because you'll end up hurting some of the wheat. It's the angel's job to do the separating the wheat from the chaff. But one thing to remember is by their fruits you will know them. So that's something to look at.
That's a really good point. I mean, yes, by their fruits you will know them. If if you come across pertinent information, whether or not you can accept it, you can finally figure out exactly what you are knowing. It's not believing, it's knowing what you can perceive with your own eyes. When it comes to shape of Earth or watching the news, I mean, it's just, you know what's really funny? Right before I just joined this, and I was intermittently listening to you guys and listening to some my freaking 3 years ago on my YouTube channel. I was listening to the same, some of the stuff that I was saying. I was like, holy shit, I'm saying the same thing I was saying 3 years ago. It's just like, it's just like, oh, I even though my arguments are better now, it's still just like when the truth really hit me right, it was just like, I mean, you can't unsee what you've seen.
Right.
So when you talk to someone and they're supposed to be a truther and they have some truth and you kind of have to have some knowledge of the truth and know it yourself. So when if they don't mention flat earth, or when they do mention flat earth, if they're going in like spreading misinformation about it or whatever, it's like you can tell that they're not, or even if it's not about flat earth, it's like other topics. So you hear them talking about the truth of a few things and you're like, well, I wonder how credible it is. And then when you find out how they respond to things like, whether the earth is a globe or whether it's flat or whether they're even going to give it an honest look, then you can kind of tell, they're not really resonating with the truth. So you can't really trust their information.
Well, sure. I mean, and a lot of people, when they first come in, you wouldn't even find your way here unless you're a little bit curious about why people think the earth is flat, right? So when you hear flat earthers, people that are legends, I would consider us all legends, as far as this is concerned. But and by us, I mean all of us, the admins, moderators, or whatever. It's just like, it's really easy for us. It's like we don't really consider it hard to convince anyone, because that's not what we're here for. We're not trying to convince anyone that the earth is flat. It's just, in our mind, in our spirit, it's already flat. Now, we're not trying to convince people to be like us. You found your way here. Why do people think the earth is flat? You found us. Here's why we think the earth is flat.
Well, it's not really that we think it. We know it, and that's and you can.
No, sure, yeah. But this is their initial question, basically.
Right. And then you can kind of sense whether or not, like how they, well, we do it here all the time. We ask them, once they say that they know that the earth is flat, then usually go into asking them about other topics like 9/11 or the moon landing. And
sure, yeah. I mean, whatever resonates with them. If you're really good at it, or if they might have, you have to really be kind of see where they're coming from. Like, hey, I found my way to the Flat Earth server, and they may or may not know anything about, conspiracies or flat Earth or anything. And it's just like you kind of have to meet them where they are. And freaking moon landing. If you want to start with the moon landing, boom, go.
My mother witnessed. She was watching TV when the moon landing was supposedly live, and her impression of it was that it was fake. And I think it was her that said she saw a Coca-Cola can or something, one of the major brands on the set of the moon landing. And you've got to think, who was holding that?
I think I have that video.
Yeah, well, who was holding the camera when the guy stepped out onto the set or stepped out onto the moon? And my mother, my sister married a weatherman. I'm not going to name any nams here, but my mother asked him, well, how did they get the camera in place to film the guy taking the first step? And he said, oh, they just rolled it out, which seems absurd. This guy works in TV. He knows you don't just throw a camera on the ground and hope you get the right angle. You've got to carefully position cameras.
Especially in 1969, right?
Yeah. You don't just roll a camera out somewhere and hope it's going to capture the image. But that shot was perfect, showing the guy jumping out onto the set or jumping out onto the moon. So it's just it's very fishy, you know. Either way you want to slice it. If you want to hang on to the globe model, you have to admit that NASA's full of it. They're not telling the truth either way.
Yeah. Well, it's like even why do you think this server is very popular? I mean, why are people looking and finding this server every single day? Like, young people are just like, hey. They come in and they're just like,
hey,
we're like, how did you find this server? Oh, a friend led me here or whatever. It's like, how many friends do you have that are looking into flat Earth? You know, it's just like, oh, I have a few. It's like, well, bring them on in. Let's talk about flat Earth. You know, it's fun. I love it. I love listening to you guys. You know, bring new people in. I love talking to new people. It's good stuff.
Does anyone know, like, okay, so all this information that we've got, it is validated. Like, it can be verified. So we should, like, be doing a combined effort, and this is something that Indio's spoken about before. And it's like the FE University, Flat Earth University, FE Academy, like, to be able to teach people when they come in. Like, that's one aspect of it. But what about changing the education system due to the fact that they can't validate what they're teaching as being true, right? So there need to be, like, papers written in academic form. Like, I don't know if it's APA style or MLA style, you know, when you do a research paper for college or whatever. I didn't finish college, but I was in college long enough to know how to write a research paper. Anyway.
Yeah, that's going to kind of be up to some of the newer students. They're going to have to actually, you know, when they do their PhDs, they're going to have to actually.
Well, we should all be trying to make an effort to do this, right? To take this information and start trying to write academic papers.
Well, here's the problem with the papers and stuff like that. Has to be peer reviewed. They're sponsored by people that are spreading disinformation and lies, like the heliocentric model and things like that. Or, you know, any lie you could think of. Yeah, they're sponsored. They're funded.
There's going to be a rebuttal, you know, in the. Go ahead.
Well, I don't know. You probably started first, Helio. We probably started at the same time. I'm just saying that there's enough people that are in that know the truth and have this that they like that have degrees in these fields. Right?
Well, as far as I know, I was undergraduate. Yeah, I mean, get your undergraduate degree. Boom, then you move into to the next level, and to get your PhD, you will have to.
You've got to jump through the right hoops. For example, I was in my college experience, I was doing a history class, and the history professor was completely anti-American. You know, the United States of America should be the property of Mexico, as far as this guy was concerned. So any paper or anything I did,
like the entire United States.
Probably. I mean, this guy, you know,
at least California and Texas, right?
Yeah. Well, to start, you know, the United States of America shouldn't even exist as far as this guy was concerned. So the thing is that in order to pass that class, you have to play ball. I can't. There was a guy in the class that was saying, "No, that's not true," and he was pointing out the lies that the professor was telling, and that guy flunked out. But you know, I just kept my mouth shut. You know, pretended like you know, I wrote in the light of what that professor wanted to hear, and that's how I got a good grade in it. And that's what you've got to do to pass. You can't. You can't buck them outright. You can go through. You can play along and get the degree, and then after you have the degree, you can speak out. But while you're trying to get it, you're not going to get anywhere. They'll shut you down quick.
Well, I'm not
So
talking about like having it accredited by by that system, right? So if these papers are written and
Well,
you
what
take
system?
that,
What system are you suggesting to get your PhD from? Go ahead.
I'm not talking about getting a PhD.
I know.
I'm talking about when these
All right,
papers are
cool.
written and you take and you hold the education system that are teaching the children this stuff in school as truth, hold them accountable by getting a combined, conglomeration of all of these different papers. So, and taking them to court, and the only way that they can refute it or dispute it is if they prove it to be wrong. They would have to so one thing would be that they would have to show measurement of curvature, and they can't do that, or show a demonstration of being able to have a 50 torr adjacent to a 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure without a container, or have some demonstration of water curving around the earth, or have some demonstration of gravity when it's not gravity. It's these other specific gravity. It's just weight. It's not this mass attracting mass shit or the bending and warping of space-time. Like if you take them to court and say that you're teaching this shit to
Sister,
children,
amen. I'm just playing, but yeah, you're exactly right. But they're never gonna touch that shit.
Ben Garcia's already done it. He had a contest. He said, "I have a huge cash prize if you can prove that the Earth is round." And this guy took him up on it and said, "Oh, I can prove it." And Zen Garcia said, "No, you didn't prove that the Earth is round." So they took him, and it went to court. And Zen Garcia won because the guy could not, in a court of law, prove.
He sure enough did. He won that case. Yeah, he sure did.
The judge said that there was no evidence.
Hey, we actually had him. We had him here on this server, and he talked about it.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool.
That's kind of what I'm
Yeah,
talking about.
let me see if I can find the video. Hold on.
That's kind of what I'm talking about. But instead of
He won.
going against
He won because
hang on,
his opponent.
Well, because that instead of taking these individuals that are making these claims,
check the voice text,
going to court and holding the education system accountable in a courtroom instead of an individual holding the education system.
Well, you have to understand that both the education system and the courts are wholly corrupt.
Well, I mean, I know, but still, they would have to, they would have to.
Do you have a lot to get to here?
I'm sorry, guys.
In a court of law, they would have to have evidence for it. They would have to, and they have none. So, instead of taking an individual to court, taking the education system to court, and having, these academic papers written and saying, disputing what they're teaching the children in the education system and holding them accountable in a court of law. What would that do?
Well, the media certainly wouldn't cover it. I can tell you that much.
Don't need the media to cover it. We just need the education system reformed. And stop.
Well, I mean, you can't shine a turd. Anybody with any sense or ability would not permit their child to enter into the clutches of these monsters that run the education system. Teach all the lies that they do.
When you
More
go
like a prison
up to
system.
when you go up to these areas that they use to educate everyone, like the universities, you find these huge temples and stone buildings and huge properties, and you can see a lot of the state that they hold. So just to knock on the door and say, "Hey, you guys gotta teach flat Earth." I mean, based on the courts, right? But like he's saying that there's so much corruption that there might be a process, probably a divine process through the courts that they will have to abide by. But I guess that's gonna have to be the language for some people to decipher, to utilize in the course in the court system by the languages that they use.
Well, we've got a lot of people that are very well versed in that, and we have people that are versed in the language too. Joshua is one. He knows the esoteric side of it, and we have a lot of people in here. Indio is great. He's got a lot of knowledge on
Yeah.
the legality of things.
So basically,
Go ahead.
no, I just wanted to say, like you're saying, everything that you're saying, I agree. It has to be put in paper and presented in a format and through a process. And how long is that process gonna take? You know?
I don't know, but once people see that not even in a court of law can they defend what they're teaching the children, and then they see and they look at it themselves, it's like, I mean, to me, in my opinion, that would be our next step. They wouldn't have a choice. They would have to address it if it got taken to a court of law, and they can't defend it.
Yeah. It has to be put in paper and presented.
I don't really know how to do it. It's like, so I know that's the next step, and like to be able to do all of those things and myself, I don't really, like, I don't have enough proper knowledge or gracefulness about myself to be able to do those things. But
I mean, Zen Garcia is an example of a case where it has been successfully done, what you're describing, except it wasn't dealing with the educational system. He was just, it brought the flat Earth concept to the court of law.
But it has to be done in a manner, and the people presenting the information have to be individuals who know, like, the actual, like, okay, so for instance, Flat Earth, Flat Water done a great job of going to, like, the town halls and city hall and things like that and presenting, but he did it in a biblical sense, like holding the Bible up and saying, hey, it's written in the Bible, so therefore you're wrong, you're teaching kids lies. It needs to be in an academic form, like in a scientific, when it's scientific, in a scientific manner.
Yeah, because those devil worshippers don't believe the Bible.
Right, just sticking with the evidence, sticking with the facts, being concise about it, and just doing it in the, like, as a community. It could be definitely putting all the minds and all the different skills and knowledge of the community together to, like, I could see it being possible. But that, I mean, that seems to me like I don't know of anything else to do. It seems like that would be the next step.
It will require a level field for things to be presented. You know, if the education system is there to improve and to provide a guidance into the learning of the children, so things have to be presented. Like, let's say, the questioning what they claiming about the globe and all that stuff, and teaching that to the children. And maybe a lot of the education system is not just about the heliocentric model. They teach these histories about war, about thousands and thousands of years ago. They don't concentrate much on the practical things at the moment.
Right.
They're like behind in time, basically when they teach
the firmament, and they hold within that firmament.
But that it could be just the door to Helio. You're hot micing again.
Oh shit! I thought I was muted. My bad. Sorry, guys.
But it could be the door to open up the investigation into the education system, and once that begins, then all of those other aspects can be looked into and corrected. Also,
You know, the education system that I know is a home with the family and the community, and that's where it starts, for at least from my side.
That's the wise thing to do, because the government schools, they're just glorified prisons. That's all they are.
And when you go in there and you tell them, hey, can you educate my children? They say, sure, we'll do it. And you gotta abide by the rules.
And your children are being exposed to the lowest common denominator. That's how it operates. The most degenerate people in society are put in the same room with your child, and that's, it's not uplifting. It drags down into the gutter. That's what, they want you to think that it's normal to be a rebellious teenager. No, it's a result of the prisons that they call schools, and exposing your children to the lowest common denominator. That's where they learn those behaviors.
Yeah, and when you look at it, they put in a cage for many hours during the day when people should be outside actually doing things out there.
That's right. Or actually reading.
Yeah, reading too, but not freaking 8 to 10 hours or whatever inside all day inside a building. Come on. For so many hours a year. That's like
it's not healthy.
But yeah, it could serve a purpose, but I guess when it's left to the politicians and those policies to take over and being put in front of whatever they call undefined as the education system.
Really family oriented as far as
You're hot micing again, Hilo.
everybody and
it's all good. But yeah, bring it back to fundamentals, the children take care of their education as well, and it's part of what we define as education. There's an academic that should be there to provide the necessary environment for, the generations to be able to engage and learn and practice and define and make things happen and figure things out, because we're capable of doing all that. But it should be an environment that it provides that. It's not like all these dreams, ideas being taught in school about dreamlands and dream places and promises. Should be more practical in the day-to-day to provide a better place for everyone.
That's not the goal of these education systems. They're there to teach the children compliance. Do what you're told.
Taking them to court and holding them accountable would be a way to expose them for teaching lies, because they would have to address it. But we have Jazz in the room. Jazz is new. He doesn't have a role. Jazz, you're unmuted.
I gotta keep quiet for now.
Yeah, so I think I got a little bit of context on the Jazz character that's here. Someone just started, just a few hours ago, live streaming. They started another live stream. I don't know if you guys saw me and Roger talking about this in the live stream a little bit ago.
Yeah, I saw that. That was weird.
So, I don't know. Apparently, Jazz and another person named Sir Crozar are working together on this live stream. A little confusing. I'm trying to get them to come and verify their accounts, but I don't know. They seem shy at the moment. But yeah, it's weird because there was a flat Earth right above me. There was a flat Earth, a third live stream, but that's now gone. But the stream is still running. So I'm wondering if that's under Jazz's account now, because no one else is here.
What do you mean the stream is still running? Do you have?
Here, I'll drop a link. Yeah, I'll drop a link right quick.
So, Jazz, introduce yourself, man.
That account's been in here for like almost all day. Not all day, but quite a while.
Has it been streaming all day? What?
No, the stream just started 2 hours ago, it looks like. But I was talking to Sir Crozar, who's apparently like here. Let me drop the link because it says in the info box if you want to contact this person, it's that Sir Crozar person. But apparently, it's on Jazz's computer. It's very confusing. So hold on, let me drop the link for you guys.
Jazz, you want to tell us a little bit about it?
And apparently, Sir Crozar's a globe earther, even though he came in, well, I'm a flat earther, and I exposed him in like 2 seconds. So Auto sus, just a little suspect.
Well, yeah, if they're claiming to be, if they're a fake flat earther and they're lying, like just kick them out of the server. We don't need
Yeah,
dishonest
and they have
liar.
like a PayPal and crypto link and stuff like that. So it's like, what are you guys
So
doing?
if you know that Jazz's account is affiliated with that account, then and they were being dishonest about it, like Jazz, I think you really, if you're going to be in here, it's really time for you to speak up and introduce yourself, man. Or you're just not going to be in here too long.
Yeah, it's
DJ
weird
Jazzy
because
Jeff and the Fresh Prince.
I messaged the it was under the title Flat Earth live stream or whatever. I messaged that account and said, "Hey, give me a link to the server or give me a link to the stream and come get verified so we know who you are." And they said, "Well, I'm Jazz." I'm like, "Okay, so who is Sir Crozar?" Because underneath the that account, it said it was run by Sir Crozar. So it's like they're working together. He said they live close by in the lobby. So
Yeah, and if he's going to come in and like be a LARPer, fake flat earther, and then it's like, look, we don't care if people come in here and they want to stream, whatever. But there's like, we don't want LARPers, we don't want dishonest people, and it's really shady that you're not speaking up and like letting us get to know you, introducing yourself.
hey, Truth, real quick. Well, this should be able to prove whether or not it is Jazz. Can you deafen him? Real quick, and then we'll be able to see whether it's still playing. Yeah.
Okay,
all right, hold on.
he's deafened now. Like letting us get. So how is he?
The feed still. This should be able to prove whether or not it is Jazz.
So wait a minute. Which account is he streaming on, man?
That's what I was trying to figure out because it was on the look. It just went quiet, so I think this is it. Jazz is. It switched from. It was under some. It was kind of titled like the two on the top of this, the VC 24/7 live stream. It was kind of titled like that. It was a separate account. Yeah, so I messaged that account and they said they were Jazz, but now the audio feed's playing through Jazz's account. So I think we figured that out. It's not playing through his feed through the YouTube now.
You're gunking up the gears there, Jazz.
Okay, Jazz, if you're going to want to stream, if you're going to want to sit in here and do this, you're going to have to introduce yourself. Alrighty then. So.
There's that then, isn't it?
There's that. We'll just leave him deafened. We don't know what their intentions are, so. Oh well. Someone else, another moderator wants to take, a different approach. Fine, cool. It's like that's what I feel about it, though.
I definitely think they should be
I would say
verified
that's
before they start
just fine.
streaming content as quote unquote flat earthers who've already been exposed. So.
Well, it's shady. So, bye-bye, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I don't really know what they could unless they just edit it and I don't know. I don't know what they
I mean, we were talking about all the black goo and stuff for a while, and all that while the stream was still running for them. But it's like, I mean, our streams are running too, but I don't know. I don't know what their intentions are.
I'm not sure that matters.
No, but it's like, what are their intentions? It's weird.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just that they won't speak up, and then, being with 3 different accounts, and then trying to LARP and as a flat earther, it's like just all that shit. I don't even know that I even want them in here really, if at all. But I'm not gonna kick them out of here. I'll let someone else do that if they want to. But just saying.
I gotta add some sleuthing music to my soundboard.
Sleuthin' music. What's sleuthin' music? What is it?
You know, some investigator music. You know, some what's that one song? The Pink Panther. Dun-dun, 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 dun-dun. Something like that.
I guess.
Bleed it down, 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 down. Yeah.
I guess my vocabulary wasn't expanded to sleuthin'. So I learned a new word today.
Yeah, sleuth is a great word. Okay, listen, but I don't get this at all. A pack of bears, group of bears, is called a sleuth. Sleuth of bears.
You already know. Hey,
So,
Creation Bear in the house.
Weird. Right. No, I know. You know creation for sure. But anyway, yeah. So, I don't know what else I was gonna say. This is my brilliant moment for the moment. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, just roll with it till it comes back to you.
Oh,
Good
this
night.
hour.
We went super deep earlier. I was really enjoying that conversation we were having earlier. That was awesome, man.
Yeah, that's usually conversations I have in like VC check-in or chill chat or something like that. Probably shouldn't be having them in the last room, but I mean, there's there's no one to talk about flat Earth to, and there's only so much flat Earth you can talk about. We just gotta
Sorry, Truth. Go ahead, Truth. You can finish.
No, we just kind of like gotta be careful of,
Yeah, true. I was just blown away by like everyone here has got some interesting tidbits to share. I think it's awesome, man.
I think we were meant to meet. That's what I think. I think all of us were meant to share this info together and do something about it. But I don't know. What do I know?
I mean, each one of us are like our passions and our focus getting to where we're at has been on different topics. So it's like I learn a lot from everyone, and I think that's the beauty of it.
Totally. I
Yeah, the
learn
only
a
way
lot
that-
every time I tune into this channel. Every day I'm learning so much, guys. It's awesome. Anyway, go ahead.
The flat Earth stuff was brought to my attention because I was watching videos pertaining to the giants from Genesis 6 in the scriptures, and Rob Skiba was exploring whether or not the shape of the world was flat or a globe, and so I watched a bunch of those videos. So that's the only thing that brought me into it. And then, of course, he started affiliating with Zen Garcia, and Zen Garcia speaks about the topic as well. And he's also an expert on the ancient giants. That's another thing they cover up on top of the shape of the world.
Yeah, the giants are cool. It's cool. Pretty sure there was giants in those days, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's pretty neat. I don't know what we would do with that information now, but it is really, really fascinating to know that, there were huge versions of us, huge books and swords and shit.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. I think it's neat.
Well, I'm sure you've heard about the Kandahar giant.
You know what I mean?
Right?
Like, why would you ever make something like that to never use it? And why would so much of it be buried in the ocean? Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
Well, you've heard about the Kandahar giant, right?
I have not. What is that?
Kandahar is a place in Afghanistan. And, the United States, since 9/11, has had a significant military presence there ever since.
Oh, yeah.
And so there was a patrol that turned up missing in the Kandahar region. So they sent in an elite team, I think they were Delta Force or something of that nature, elite spec operators in to see what happened, see if they could locate the team. The point man of the team got impaled by a giant that came out of nowhere. And these guys are pros, so they were able to gun this thing down. And one of the guys from
how
the
big
team...
are we talking? What kind of dude are we talking about?
Like 20 feet tall, something like that.
Damn.
Yeah, huge. So one of the members of the team was a whistleblower, concealed his identity, and reported it. So they, brought in a helicopter, removed the corpse of this thing. The other witness was a C-130 pilot that transported the thing. He didn't say, I don't know where they took it, but
They had to bring out that kind of plane out there to do it.
Well, they use
brought
those
a plane out. They didn't bring a helicopter.
Well, they used a helicopter to remove it from the site, but once they remove it from the site, then they transport it to a laboratory or who knows where. Then they use C-130s and aircraft like that too. But the pilot of the C-130 was one of the other witnesses of it. So, and this is I think 2004. I don't know the exact date, but it's I'm just giving you a ballpark. So
I guess you couldn't really pack a 20-foot dude into any normal aircraft.
No,
you got to start at the C-130.
Yeah, exactly. So that's a case of a giant showing up in, then you look at the Native Americans, the Native Americans aren't stupid. They're not crazy. They experience some of these things.
Never thought they were.
In the
I
Southwest
think they're some of the most
States.
woke people that have ever existed.
Well, they have a detailed account of a giant, just like the one in Kandahar, except they gathered their entire tribe to battle this thing. They chased it into a cave, and then they built up a bunch of fires and killed it with smoke inhalation.
That would do it. Crazy.
Otherwise, the giant was feeding off of them. It would kidnap people and eat them. So the tribe, they had to do something. Otherwise, they would have been, you can't live like that. So they had to take the giant out.
Well, eventually you don't live.
Right.
He eats everybody.
Or if you do, you're living in a constant state of fear,
Oh, it's terrible. Terrible. Just imagine a giant, though. Like, that's your biggest fear, right? At least you can see that enemy, right? The enemy that we're facing and fighting right now is a pathetic little codger in a closet somewhere, sipping on the best cognac that the world's ever made, but who gives a shit anyway? This motherfucker. Anyway,
well, interestingly enough, that codger that you're talking about could have been derived from the same lineage as the giants, different mutations. This is all done by the...
Any of the Nephilim and all these things, dude. Anything's possible anymore. I think it's all true. I think it's just all versions of true. That's what I think.
That's why they call them blue bloods. They're not the same race as normal people. That's why they breed amongst themselves. They view themselves as a different species. Yeah.
Was it black nobility? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know. See, I'm confusing all these things because there's just there's so many abject losers out there trying to deal in power while they're here, and it's pathetic. But it's hard to keep track of, is what I mean.
Well, the real string pullers, they're not on the public scene. You don't even know who their names are.
No.
You get the George Soros, Bill Gates, they're all puppets.
Absolutely.
They're minions.
Oh man, dude! If you go down the whole cloning center rabbit hole, they're saying some nutty shit. Of course, all of it's speculation. That's why I like Flat Earth, because it's not. But anyway, all this other stuff, yeah. If you go down that rabbit hole, man, and you believe it, you start to believe some of the nuttiest stuff that you can't prove is going on.
You've got organizations like the Smithsonian. They actively cover up instances of bones, remains of giants. They come and scoop them up. If you dig into
I got a question. Do you think deep underground military bases exist, and if so, how deep? Because if the COLA only goes down not even 8 miles, they got a bunch of these conspiracy heads out there saying that some dumbs are 20, 30 miles underground.
Yeah.
What do we do with any of this? Is any of this true? What can we do?
I used to work in a blueprint factory, and I worked with one of the top architects in the country at the time. And this guy was actually sent out to Washington, D.C. to work on one of those deep underground facilities, and he told me details about it. This is a guy who designs the plans for nuclear power plants, for example. That's the caliber of designer this guy was. And so he was called out to work on one, and yeah, they're real.
Wow. Well, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. In the research I was doing, we have a military base close to here, but we have no deep underground military bases anywhere near where I'm at. Anyway, this is a very safe place, I guess, is what I'm trying to say, and it's it's confounding that all the bases, like I guess there's some owned by white hats and some owned by black hats, and this kind of deal. Like there's good bases and bad bases, and human experiments and all kinds of nutty stuff going on. This is all speculation, by the way.
Yeah, I don't know for sure who owns them, but I don't think they're. I'm skeptical about the white hat aspect of it.
Yeah, I don't know, but dude, it's just what 1 or 2 videos of guys who say they are or know insiders. Like it's so vague, and I'm non-committal on most of it, to be honest. I just think it's really interesting.
I mean, on that level. So, for example, the architect that I spoke to, I mean, he didn't really even know who he was working for. They'll tell you, "Oh, you're working for the government." Are you really?
Well, have you ever heard of the Phil Schneider guy?
Oh, yeah,
talking about the
Phil
Dulce,
Schneider?
New Mexico wars. Yeah,
That's right.
See, I think he was genuine. I showed a lot of people that video, and they were like, "Oh, for sure he was." They tried to kill him a lot of times, but if you don't trust his story, then I guess it's whatever. But a lot of people that I showed, they were like, "Dude, no way. There's no way any of that's going on. He's just crazy." And he's like, I'm like, really? That's a nutty ass
so
story.
crazy that
how does hands get all mangled? What the fuck are you doing?
Well, not just that. How they murdered him. They claimed it was a suicide, but the circumstances of it were impossible. You couldn't do that to yourself.
Yeah, didn't he like hang himself a certain way or something? Or did he shoot himself in the back of the head twice? I forget what it was.
Yeah. I think he shot himself in the back of the head. So I think
that's the kind of stuff
my opinion. I think Schneider was legitimate.
Yeah, I do too. Now, because you know what? When I first stumbled upon it, I was like, "Whoa, right, real sus." It was sus, because I was like, "Sounds like a fucking, James Carpenter movie." Is it James Carpenter? John Carpenter?
John Carpenter, yeah.
Who's the other guy? He made Terminator 2. Anyway, doesn't matter.
Cameron.
There we go, James Cameron. Yeah. So it sounded to me at the time like a James Cameron, thing.
But again, who fed James Cameron and these guys those stories, those
for
ideas?
Sure.
Absolutely
right. Absolutely. So anyway, I do. For whatever reason, I'm just going to tell you, I agree. Phil Schneider stuff is A+ material, and I am surprised it's still allowed, because you can find it on YouTube and all the other platforms, but it's only like 3 videos, and that's it.
Yeah, anything else is really hard to find.
Yeah.
Because when he was on the scene, the YouTube wasn't as big, and it wasn't as easy to videotape things back then.
Right. We're talking mid-90s,
you had video cameras,
dude.
but not... Yeah, nowadays, everybody has a decent quality video camera ready to activate with the touch of a button. Everybody. Back then, it wasn't so. You're lucky if 1 in 1,000 people had a device like that.
For sure. Yeah, you had to deliberately want that information to be documented.
Yeah, that's right. And it cost him.
And it
cost Phil Schneider his life.
His life, and I'm sure so much more that he wouldn't disclose. Right, he just didn't want anybody to feel sorry for him. He's one of the true truther kind of guys. He didn't even try to be. He stumbled upon it because a couple jobs at some job sites. Like, you know what I mean? Like that. Yeah. And the way he describes it, it's just like, wow. It was almost like just another day at work for him, because even though it was the craziest shit anybody's ever gone through, basically, or at least talked about, he handled it like a pro. Like, I just love the way he talks about it.
There's no background music. There's no cut to this scene or that. You're experiencing it like you would anything else.
Yeah.
It's not a movie to you.
No, not anymore. Not that kind of testimony. And I've seen a lot of bullshit testimony now. Fuck. 9/11 was when I first started researching all of this stinky, smelly, fishy stuff going on.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've seen a lot of dumb stuff people say, and Schneider still holds up for sure.
Yeah. Now, I don't know if they still have that facility in Dulce. Who knows? Impossible.
Oh, I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do, man. I'm sure it's all still, he didn't do anything to hurt them, and that wasn't his goal anyway, I think. And that's why he was, I don't know, that's why I like the way he delivered it.
You ever seen the Photoshop job of that area on Google Maps?
Probably. Not anytime recently.
When you go
Say
over
that.
Dulce and zoom in on it on Google Maps, you see the photoshopped areas.
Yeah, the North Pole too. It's just like a bunch of black squares. You're like,
Yeah.
Are you serious? Really? Okay. I don't believe that that's what's there, but what can I do about it? 7 oblong black squares. You're like, okay. Well, I guess the satellites are just glitching out, aren't they?
Right.
Those 10,000 plus satellites that aren't in space. So many. The other night I was at dinner with my stepdad and my mom, and stepdad starts talking about satellites and a GPS phone that he used to have, and I was just sitting there, my fucking head was boiling. I was like, dude, get me out of here. Man, because all I wanted to do was say, what satellites? And ruin the dinner for everybody.
Now, as far as a satellite goes, it could be some advanced balloon technology.
He wouldn't have that at all. He wouldn't have that one bit. No. The official narrative is the story, and there aren't any other stories to this man.
Well, you can deploy a balloon that'll stay up there for months.
Absolutely.
And you can control it, maneuver it around.
Yeah. That's how I spy on all the girls I creep on. Fucking satellite technology, bro. Balloons. My balloons are bananas. I can see everything she's doing. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I quit that. Well, I should probably go to bed. I should probably call it. Get my life in order. What time is it? 2:30? Yeah. You guys have been awesome. Thanks for putting up with me. Can't wait to talk to you again.
Yeah, have a great night.
Yep, you too, brother.
Don't rush off.
What do you mean?
I said don't rush off.
I'm not rushing off. What, you want me to stick around? Talk about stuff?
Sleep is overrated. Flat earthers don't sleep, and you know that.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, I was going to say something cheesy, like we never stop truthing, even if we're asleep. It's really cheesy. So, anyway. No, I should, man. I need to fix my, what is it, circadian rhythms?
Circadian cycle.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
I got to match it up with the sun or the moon, one of them, but I think I've got to do it the sun now.
You're right, and we all should do that. And I haven't, mine hasn't been in rhythm probably for 5 or 6 years now.
Yeah, it's tough to get back to it, especially as we get older. All right, guys. Hey, have a good night.
Good night.
All right.
Okay. Sweet dreams. Don't let the nanobots bite. Yeah, it's like when people say, yeah, they're claiming that's the group that thinks that birds are robots. Well, look, it's like there's no one claiming that all birds or all insects are robots, but they do have it. Like there is.
Yeah. How hard would it be to make a real-looking bird robotic? I mean, that's not inconceivable.
No, I mean, they have them. It is a thing. They have mosquitoes. They have little bees. They have birds. They have
If I had enough time and materials, I could probably, if I had a drone, I could probably dress it up so that it would look like a real bird.
Yeah.
I mean, if you get them small enough, you can make them look like insects. I mean, how hard is that?
Leave Britney alone. Who's Britney?
Britney Spears, I guess. The
meme. Let me get that.
The pop singer.
No idea what that means. Like, who is Britney? Why do we need to leave her alone?
It's a funny meme. I'll pull it up for you, Truth. It's funny.
Oh, that guy that was obsessed with her. People go nuts over that too. I had a girlfriend back many years ago who was obsessed with her and wanted to look like her and everything. I was baffled because the music to me doesn't sound good, and she's not even. I mean, well, it is strictly a matter of opinion, but not my preference as far as women go.
There's 4 people that I was like that with when I was a teenager. Okay, 2 were guys and 2 were female. It's Paula Abdul and Janet Jackson. Like I wanted to dress like them and dance like them. And the guys were, and it's always these, pop stars, right? Or not pop stars, but it's always the stars that are put on TV and held up as stars. But
Yeah.
it was Paula Abdul, Janet Jackson, and then it was Axl Rose and Steven Tyler. But the thing about it is the weird thing. See, I never met my biological father, never met my dad, but my mom told me that he looked like a cross. I don't know if this is a good thing or not. Like, maybe it's why I have such a loud voice, and a lot of times it's like there's a lot of, anyway. I'm not even gonna get into it. But Mick Jagger, like she said, that he was a cross between Mick Jagger and Steven Tyler.
Huh, interesting.
Like that's not a very good look, really. But anyway.
Well, those two guys do look very similar, though.
That's if he was my dad. She doesn't know. Leave Britney.
But some of the music that they're playing nowadays is just unlistenable.
How fucking dare anyone out there make fun of Britney?
No way. This is insane. This is sad.
Leave her alone.
The big trend now is to get your face tattooed. That's going to really help your job prospects if you do that. That's the big lie. They say, oh, get your face tattooed, become a rapper, and you're going to strike it rich. But that's a big lie. These people, they don't understand. You're not going to make a living doing that stuff. You're going to ruin your life by tattooing your face, and then, good luck trying to get a job after that.
It all started with Gucci Mane's ice cream cone on the cheek.
I don't even know what that means.
When I was in high school, there was this rapper, quote unquote rapper, named Gucci Mane, and he got sent to jail or whatever. But he got a big ice cream cone tattooed on his face. That was before it was really popular to tattoo your face.
I never heard of that ice cream cone.
Dude, it's hilarious.
That just sounds like a really bad idea.
It's not like a little. It's not like a teardrop. It's like a huge.
I think this is more important. What is Troop the Veil's favorite dance from the 80s? I mean, I think this is this is pertinent.
Rhythm Nation 1814 by Janet Jackson. Or here, I'll post it.
All right, so you were in Rhythm Nation. It's just like everybody's dancing around this, quote unquote, dancing around. Dude, it's like, come on, man. It's like I want to hear what Truth Avail's favorite dance was back in the day. I mean, it has to be something to do with like freaking Michael or Janet, something, come on.
The interesting thing about Janet Jackson is Paula Abdul was her choreographer. Like, she's the one.
Hell yeah.
Her choreography. And so it's like you can't love one without the other. And I wouldn't say I use the word love loosely. Okay.
You see how these young guys didn't even know what to ask you?
that don't impress me much.
It don't impress me much.
Yeah.
My sister was into Janet Jackson a lot when we were growing up. She liked Michael Jackson first, and then it was Janet Jackson, Madonna, all the pop stuff,
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, hey, I mean, we're older people, but at the same time, when it comes to pop, man, you better get your shit on get your shit on the chain. You know what I'm saying?
I'm still 30, so
yeah.
I can't cross that line for some reason. Mentally, I cannot cross that line of 30.
Yeah, I get it.
It's causing me issues, severe issues.
I accept what I am or whatever, but I wish I could go back in time and live in those better days before all these awful things have happened.
That's dumb.
It's already.
What Creation Bear posted, like getting.
And even funnier truth, his you know how rappers have like a little ad lib, like they say in the song, like, you know, yo yo or whatever. His is burr. He'll be like burr, as if he's cold. So if you look at the tattoo, it literally says burr on it, BRRR. It's so stupid. So stupid.
I think that's a psychological operation to intentionally dumb people down.
Well, if they do that, they are dumb. So it's just tagging them. It's a way to get them to tag themselves like cattle. Like, well, if you're this,
it's been branded.
You know what? You know what's really funny though. Like I was listening to you guys talk, and I could tell where Truth Prevails was coming from. You know, like younger guys were trying to talk to her, and I knew what she was saying, but you guys didn't get it. But I mean, I understand that because you weren't. You know,
yeah, that's how we feel about
the 80s,
about
kind of
80% of the time.
That's why I said, hey, 80s boom. Don't impress me much. That's good shit. Yeah, see it. Yeah, and that's when, as soon as I said that, then she brought that up. That don't impress me much. Ooh. Right here, man.
It's the look of a demon-possessed
Okay,
man.
Boomer.
Oh, Boomer. Well, I haven't. I'm not 50 yet. Yeah, it's just like, it's like you guys. Well, I mean, as represented just a few, a couple minutes ago, you guys don't even know where the fuck you are.
Okay, Boomer.
So we know.
Living on a spinning ball.
Boom is a lifestyle, not an age, dude. Boom is a lifestyle.
Well, it's not even about the spinning ball. It's just like when it comes to music, you can't even really. There's no solidity there. It's kind of like, hey, this. It's like even with 80s, 90s, 2000s music. I mean, there are solid platforms.
Well, you had bands like Rat.
Yeah, Rat. Well, that's.
Hold on, guys. We're joined by. We got some fresh names in the chat.
Yeah.
6170. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, go for it.
Go
for it, guys.
You a boomer? What are you? JPD?
A boomer. You a boomer?
I think he's been talking.
Are you a ratter?
What's got you on the fence?
Hey, you know what the fucked up thing is? The boomers are the fucking hippies.
Well, they might as well be, as far as that's concerned. But at the same time, you should understand them. I mean, there's no reason to make fun of them and say, "Hey, I'm both." I'm a fucking boomer and a hippie and a freaking metal man and a rapper.
You're a Gen Xer, dude.
Yeah, I'm all of that shit. So
Hey, that's when the hairstyles started to get cool, and that's when they had the best, the coolest clothes, like the best styles. That's when the best music came out. I mean, come on, you can't beat the music of that time.
See, the thing that you have to understand is our minds have been. Let me give you something to give you some clarity. Think about the 1600s, right? That's that century. Did people think in terms of, oh, that's so 1620s or that's 1640s or, oh no, that's 1680s? They didn't think like that back then. It's only recently that they've divided us up into decades. Oh, that's 70s, that's 80s, because they're trying to divide us by the generation. As far as the younger generation.
Hold on, though. There was pop music back then.
As far as the youngest generation goes, there are fantastic musicians and excellent bands that do exist. They just don't get put to the forefront. What gets promoted is the garbage. But the younger generation has fantastic musicians that would blow your mind. But it doesn't get on the radio. It doesn't get promoted. But they're out there. So it's not that this generation was good. We're all human beings.
There was no radio back in the 1600s either.
Hold on. Don't you play guitar?
I play bass.
Oh, okay.
JPD left.
I think the reason that they try to separate it into generations is for, like, we see it as that, but I think it's like a categorization for them to use to see, like how much of their propaganda and social engineering is effective within a certain time period.
That's true, but it's also divide and conquer, because in times past, you would the younger generation would learn from their elders, so that they enlightenment from their elders. But by calling elders boomers, it's just like calling them a conspiracy theorist. You immediately shut them down, and you don't want to listen to what that old fool has to say. Whereas you should be listening to those elders because they can have wisdom that would profit you.
Yeah, and that's the most disgusting thing that they've actually taught modern people. It's like,
and they want the older people to think that the younger people are stupid. No, and because of what they put in the forefront is, this is the popular music. It's not. There are talented people in the younger generation, and not all the younger generation is stupid. But they want us all to think that.
Not. I mean, the older generation as well. That's what I'm saying.
Is a curse.
It's like if you discount, ideas from the older generation, then you've lost a lot of shit. You know what I'm saying?
People are getting more stupid.
Hey, Globism, how's he doing?
Oh, thanks. But listen, people are getting more. I'm not even a flat earther, but anyways, people are getting more stupid.
So do you think that the Earth is a globe?
Of course.
Okay, of course. Well,
but we do agree that people are getting stupid.
But what? Yeah,
yes, people are becoming less intelligent because of modern medicine, vaccines, and stuff. It allows
you gotta speak in code if you're gonna talk about that. We don't really talk about that, but you gotta use other words.
Oh, hold on, guys. It's okay. Speak your mind. Say what you want to say. Make it.
Helio, he can't be talking about that.
Come on, dude. This is your stream. You should know this.
Because of modern medicine and civilization, we're allowing more subhumans, undesirables, and degenerates to survive and reproduce, and thus the average IQ of the general population declines over time. The Flynn effect.
You're talking about eugenics.
The Flynn effect is not real. It's an inverse. It's the opposite.
So how do you discern who is? Okay, so we're talking about like pretty much the brainwashed and those who can seek the truth and see the truth for themselves, right? Pretty much. I mean, either you're brainwashed and you just go along with the herd and you just believe what you're told, and you're like zombies who go along with the consensus of how everyone else, like the herd, of what everyone else is doing. So how do you?
I was going to say, what the opposite of what? What do you mean by the opposite? The opposite of what?
I said the opposite of the Flynn effect is actually what's occurring. People are actually becoming more stupid.
Okay, well, how do you discern that? Wouldn't it be like who can
hold on
see the truth? Well, I'm curious why he believes the Earth is a globe.
No, let's not even start there, because he said that people are becoming more stupid.
Well, especially if you look at the younger generation in the USA, it's more non-white, so that's kind of self-explanatory.
Oh, yeah, so that's a different. You're not in the same platform talking about
worldwide.
This. No.
So they'll target certain demographics and they'll initiate different social engineering tactics against them, but that's just their tactics, right? The social engineering, it has nothing, like you can't just, it's not because of them being non-white, it's because them being targeted by the social engineering. But I just want to know why you think the Earth is a globe.
So hold on before we go even move forward there. I know I'm being rude. Why? How did you find your way here? Before Triple Veils does what she does it and does it really well. How did you find your way here into this Flat Earth platform?
I think someone invited me about a year ago. I've been banned a few times, but I'm back now.
Go ahead, Truth Prevails. Sorry if I messed up your flow.
Oh, you're doing that.
No, you're probably pissed at me now.
No, I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at you, Leo.
No, it's just kind of like, he's like, oh, well, I don't care.
I thought you were going to take it into.
Well, I can.
a drug out tangent conversation. So I was just going to wait, but then when you asked him how he found the server, like,
well, I mean, it's just like he's on. It sounds like he's talking about these fucking. Yeah, I mean, he's talking about all kinds of different other things, but he's acting like he's talking about political platforms, and he's just like in this all.
He's right here, guys. Can we just talk to him?
Hey, hey, you! What do you think? What do you think about flat Earth?
What makes you think the Earth is a globe? Like I've asked it 5 or 6 times. So
yeah, man, it's like nobody here besides you has brought it anywhere outside of flat Earth, so it's only you.
Anyway, have you seen curvature?
No.
Have you felt the Earth spin?
No.
Have you ever seen anyone demonstrate gas pressure, like a 50 torr pressure adjacent to a 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure without a container?
No.
Okay, why do you believe it then?
I don't know.
Have you seen any of the actual measurements of the Earth?
I think I've seen some math. Yeah, I've seen some math online.
Yeah, I'm not talking about math. I'm talking about actual direct measurements. Do you know what size they claim the Earth is alleged to be?
It's like 25. I think the circumference is 25,000 square miles, approximately, or I don't know.
And which gives
square
you
miles?
Radius of about 12,500.
A radius of about 4,000 miles.
Quit giving him the answers. His answers were wrong. Stop doing that. The radius.
Just talk to him, man. Just fucking talk to him.
Right.
It's like
I know. I'm being an ass.
Trying to we're oiled up with baby oil trying to freaking wrestle.
That's a good way to put it, Truth.
Listen, can we not talk about flat Earth? You guys
he's close to the numbers, but he's answering the wrong question.
I know.
Globism, dude.
He's been doing this for like 5 minutes, answering the wrong question with the right numbers. It's fucking stupid.
My bad. I'm not that stupid.
I didn't say you. The one that said you're stupid. Nobody said you're stupid.
Well,
but you're mixing numbers up because you heard some of the numbers by listening to the flat earthers before, but you're just mixing the numbers up, man. You're like, oh, is this number connected with this number? Oh, that's the radius. Oh, well, this is circumference. Oh,
we were all here.
Oh, Jesus.
Helium.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, Helio.
I was just gonna say.
I'll shut up. You guys have fun. I'll shut up.
Well, I was just gonna say, Helio, you're a bit eccentric.
Or drunk.
Hey, blame that on my mama.
Why?
Because she created me. I came from her womb.
Are you guys from the South?
Yeah, but your mom could also blame her mom.
Are you guys from the South?
Her mom was from Britain. Her mom was from Britain, so I mean, that might as well be, some crazy shit. See what I'm saying?
Hey,
are you from the South, Globey?
Hey, truth prevails. Are you from the South?
Why are you asking? What does it matter?
Because I can tell. So I was just wondering.
Why are you afraid of the debate, Globism? What's wrong?
Because I don't want to do it.
Well, dude, look, I'm trying to get back on the ball, man. I'm trying to get back on the globe.
Because it's hard. We're gonna go to the moon, not because it's easy, but because it's hard. Isn't that what Kennedy said?
He didn't say hard, he said hard.
It's hard.
So
we don't do it because it's easy, but because it's hard.
So do you guys believe that the moon landing was all done in like a movie studio?
We don't believe.
No, I think he just rolled the camera out and it got the perfect camera angle to showcase him stepping out of the module.
We just established that you were the one with the belief because you've never seen curvature, you've never felt movement, yet you think the Earth is a sphere that is spinning in the vacuum of space.
Well, yeah, I just don't see what the point about lying. Like, what's the point of lying about it? Ugh.
Yeah, but when I was like 5, I could be like, well, why do they lie about Santa? Like, it's stupid, bro. Like, just move on.
Because your
Accept that you
parents
were
wanted to
hold on. Accept that you were lied to and go forward in the truth. Stop being. You're tying yourself up with the lie. It's nonsense. It's not worth it. So go forward and find the truth.
Anyways, what shape the Earth is? Why does it even matter at all?
Well, wouldn't you
Well,
first
but speaking from
wouldn't you first want to establish whether or not they're lying, and then you can investigate the reasons why they may be lying? Because when they surely, okay, well, let me ask you this: do you think that they tell the truth always? Do they not ever
Well, who's
lie?
that? Who's they? The Jews?
The one
Well, you're the one who said they. You're the one who said, well, why could they be lying?
who propagate these lies.
Hold on,
And who is that? Who is that? The Illuminati?
Who said
You're the one who proposed a they.
Who said we choose to go to the moon not because it's easy, but because it's hard?
I don't know.
Hold on. Who actually made it there? Who actually made it there?
John F. Kennedy.
They killed before he actually made it to the moon. That would be the other guy.
John F. Kennedy.
So who were you referring to, Globism?
Jesus.
Earth, when you said they?
I'm just saying, yeah. Do you propose a they first, and then turn around and say, well, what do you mean by they when we said that?
Who talked to the people on the moon from a landline phone in the presidential office? Lyndon B. Johnson. That's the name of the guy.
I probably haven't seen the moon landing footage in 10 years or something. Maybe I'll go watch it later on.
You should look this shit up, man. We have all kinds of information about this.
Well,
I'm sorry, I'm being a dick. Go ahead, guys.
Okay, how about this? Can you guys send me just the math that proves that a globe Earth is impossible? Just the math alone, and if that adds up, then I'll believe it. Kind of. We'll see.
Yeah, well, you understand that math.
Wait, do you want the map of the globe or the flat Earth? Which one do you want? The map of the globe or the flat?
Oh my God, Hilo, you keep saying you're going to take a break, and then you keep coming.
I know. I'm sorry.
Let's just talk to him.
Can everyone just let Creation Bear finish what he was saying?
Wait,
right. So maths is just one area, right? In math, I can have -3 apples. Okay, that works just fine in mathematics, but in reality, that doesn't work out so well. So math is fine, but you're going to need more than that to validate or disprove your globe.
No, but it doesn't make sense because we're talking about measurements of the Earth, which is in reality. So
yeah, that might be better. You said math, though. Measurements is a different thing. Calculations isn't the same as a measurement.
Yeah,
you would need a measurement to verify your calculations.
Well, yeah, whatever. Yeah. So let's just see, the actual measurements, and I know there's going to be some complex equations, and I just want to see everything laid out very simply for me. I'm very stupid. I need it all laid out very simply.
Okay.
Is it Black Swan time?
I just shared with you something that you can save for later. It's a good documentary on the moon because you said you were going to try to watch some of those. It's a good documentary. Maybe you check that one out. But,
wait.
It's like your prediction of it being with complicated equations. It's like it's not really the case. It's pretty simple.
Oh wait, you didn't send me anything.
It's in the live stream voice text.
Oh.
55 minutes past the hour, live stream voice text.
Okay, there we go. So we're gonna just see the raw measurements and mathematics that prove that at least that it's not a globe.
Is it Black Swan time, y'all?
It sounds like it.
What does that
mean? It might be time for Black Swan.
Do you want to do it, Creation, or?
Sure, yeah, I do.
It's like I don't want to always do it when I'm in here and it comes time for it. But I posted the FE core. It's the FE core, and FE does not stand for Flat Earth. The FE stands for Field Engineer. So you can, and they redid it, they did it 7 times. That's the final version.
Hey, quick question, Truth Prevails. Are you from the South?
You asked that already.
Are you obsessed with me or something?
No.
I'm from Kentucky.
Hey, Southern people sexy. I'm from Arkansas.
Are you from Harrison, Arkansas?
Yeah, I'm from the South. I'm from the South. I'm from Arizona.
That's basically Mexico at this point. Ugh, gross.
No, that's actually the South.
Yeah, Southwest, you could say. But
Well, it's still the South. It still borders Mexico. It's still on the southern part of the United States.
You definitely are correct, but the colloquial definition of the South, at least in the USA, is like Georgia, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee.
Well, it's a good thing we don't go by colloquial terms, do we?
Well, it just depends on the person, because people have always told me that there are no real or like objective definitions, that people really use just definitions the way they want, which kind of sucks.
Well, you sound pretty. I mean, you sound pretty chill so far, and you said that you were like willing to accept like evidence if you saw it, right? If you saw an actual measurement. So if you know the size of the Earth, I just posted a curvature chart.
Yeah.
If it's going to be the sphere, the size that they claim it is, like there's a certain rate at which it would have to curve away, which means based upon your height from where you're standing, there's a certain point at which the Earth would have to, if it's going to be that sphere. If it doesn't happen, and the horizon just continues to extend out in front of you, and it doesn't curve away at that point, right? The predicted geometric horizon, where the chart predicts that it should start curving. If it doesn't do that, and it just continues to extend out, then what conclusion can you come to?
I don't know. This looks. I knew it was going to be very, very deep mathematics. Wasn't prepared for all this.
Well,
It's not that deep, bro. It's simple geometry.
Yeah, because based upon your observer height, it's 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet. So if you reduce your observer height to 1 foot, then the Earth should start curving away from you at 1.225 miles. Pretty simple.
And if that's too complex, just refer to any globe Earth calculator. All this is in there.
See, how about this?
Mathematics. This is like 7th grade mathematics.
Well, dude, listen, I'm from the USA. I'm from the USA. We have a garbage education system. All we learn about is the Holocaust and slavery.
Yeah, but you learn in like 6th or 7th grade this geometry stuff.
Yeah, I barely learned shit. I barely learned shit.
You know,
bro,
you learn about squares, triangles, circles, spheres.
Yeah, but look at if you see the picture that is here, there's all types of symbols I'm not familiar with. There's like I don't trigonometry.
Fine, bro. Like I said, just reference an Earth curve calculator if that's a little too complex for you.
Okay, well, just focus on the picture then. Focus on the picture and focus on the horizon, because that's really all that's important. The only reason, so you can use
bullshit.
So you can use the oil rigs to mark the distance, because the oil rigs are in a fixed location. Their distance is known and it's verifiable.
Wait. What the hell is a bub by ball? Okay, never mind. I read it wrong.
Bye-bye ball. Bye-bye ball.
My bad. I read it wrong. So anyways,
what you should be looking at here is where the horizon is in that photo.
But this picture doesn't even look realistic. It looks like a
okay, no
painting.
problem. No worries. It's not a picture. Hold on, guys.
It was
it's not
video.
A picture. It's a screen grab from a
looks
video
like a painting
where everything's being recorded. Well, don't worry,
video.
Because it's not.
It's a video.
Yeah, it's a still shot from a video.
Hey, quick question. Truth prevails. How old are you?
Are you from the South?
I actually am, but I'm actually curious.
Try and focus, buddy. Focus.
No, I want to know. Truth reveals. How old are you?
It's none of your business.
Doesn't matter.
Age is irrelevant here.
Where is the horizon in this photo?
I'm not clicking on your IP logger. God. You tried to use the most basic trick in the book. Seen that one before.
Well, there's a website where you can put links in to test. Doesn't it test to see if it's an IP grabber too? Like it tests for suspicious links. There's anything.
Yeah, it's called Sandbox.
Oh yeah, I've heard of Sandbox.
Have you ever heard of a horizon?
Yeah.
Okay, so where do you see the horizon in this photo?
Well, I guess it would start where the observer is.
The horizon starts at the observer?
It doesn't even look like a real. Why is there like it looks like a fucking I can't even see. I
Don't
can't
worry,
even tell.
if it doesn't look real to you, we can verify that that's legitimate.
One moment.
Does he need medical help? Did he just stroke out?
One moment, guys. Do you know what the horizon is?
If you question the validity
Yes, I do.
of it, you can actually go there if you wanted to. You can do your own observations where you're
Oh,
at.
yeah, but this is like the shittiest picture quality I've ever seen in my life.
Well, go take a better
Right,
one.
bro. It's not
But do you know what the horizon is? That was a question that that Chip Jet asked.
The horizon, it's like where you can see all the landscapes.
That's not the definition of horizon.
That's not horizon.
I may not know the exact.
Hang on, we should have said, "Is that your final answer?"
Listen, I may not know the exact scholarly definition, but we all come on. It's just common sense.
Not that hard to figure out.
Do you know what a parent is?
Of course.
Not your mom and dad. That's not what he asked.
Yeah, a parent. Apparently, yes. I know what you meant.
Okay, the horizon is what? Is the horizon something that is geometric, or is the horizon something that is
the line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet?
Yes, exactly. That's a great scholarly. That's a great scholarly definition there.
All right. So at the picture at 1 minute past the hour, where do you see the horizon?
Oh wait, what? Wait, say that again.
Picture posted 1 minute past the hour. Live stream voice text. We've been trying to get you to focus on this picture for I don't know.
Which picture? Which picture?
1 minute after the hour.
There's a picture. 1 minute past the hour.
Oh, I thought 1 minute past the hour was like a reference to,
what time is it where you are? Wait, what time is it where you are?
I'm not gonna dox myself.
Okay, so is it about 4 minutes past where you are?
Yeah, right now. Yeah, I know. Now I know.
Okay, so 3 minutes ago, there's a post.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
2 oil rigs.
Yeah, I got it. So I see.
I love it how it goes. Oh, now I see what you mean.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what he was referring to. So now I see.
Where's the horizon?
It's
you got. I'll give you multiple choice: before, between, or behind the rigs.
It's behind it. Behind that.
There we go. There we go.
So what does that prove?
Well, that's step one. Okay. So don't slow down. So you wanted some maths now, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we're told we live on a globe with a specific radius. 3,959 miles. Yeah?
Yeah.
So if that's the case, then at every horizon distance, if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Now you can verify this with a globe Earth calculator. It's an Earth curve calculator, excuse me. Do you accept? Do you have any issue with the argument so far?
No, I just
Did you understand that 1.225 times the square root in feet? Did you understood that line?
Are you guys Christians?
Dude, focus. Stop. We're not going to go off rails
No,
into the weeds.
It's not about belief.
Yeah, but listen, we all know that like everyone here is either a Christian, a Muslim, or a Jew. I mean, we all know that.
No, dude, no one's going to bite on this. So,
man, if you keep obfuscating, you're going to get banned.
Do you guys have a single atheist person in this whole server?
Hey, buddy, focus. You were asking for maths and all that stuff. Now you're asking for nonsense.
Yeah, I mean,
so
yeah, I mean the math would be great.
Let's focus on that then. How about that?
Here, let me open up my calculator. All right, say it again.
All right. Yeah, open up that calculator.
Got it.
Well, if you stick with a 1 foot observer height, you don't even need a calculator.
Yeah, I do.
1 foot. If it's 1 foot, what are you going to calculate? There is no calculations to do. If it's 1 foot, unless you're going to start with the radius, right? But the Earth curve calculators that they provide for you actually bring it down to, like, if you're 1 foot off the ground, it's pretty simple. Then the horizon cannot extend beyond.
What do you mean 1 foot off the ground? 1 foot above sea level?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because it's at the beach. It's at the shore. It's at the water. So if it's 1 foot above the water, 1 foot above sea level, right? The horizon cannot extend beyond 1.225 miles. There's no calculations to do because it would need to begin curving away at that point if it's going to make the sphere that they claim the Earth is.
Right, the globe doesn't inflate and deflate. It's at a specific size. It's already been determined. So it has limitations, geometric limitations.
The dimension has been given.
So do you got that Earth curve calculator pulled up?
Yeah, I got it right. Wait, nope. Give me a sec. Promise, any second now. All right, I think it's loading up here. A little slow internet. Hopefully, it's not an IP logger.
Why are you being so paranoid?
Maybe I'm paranoid schizophrenic. Am I getting DDoS or something already? My internet's so fucking slow.
Yeah.
Why is this stupid calculator not working for me? Just not loading at all. I'm getting DDoS.
Which one are you trying to look at?
Wait, I got it. Just a little bit of a glitch. All right.
So observer's height. Observer height, 1 foot.
The eye height. 1 foot. Yeah. 1 feet. All right. Next.
All right. So now I've posted something at 8 minutes past the hour. You see the two rigs again.
I do.
Yeah. So they've got known distances, and it's not like they move or anything. So you see that platform Hill House is at 9.4 miles.
Yes.
So we could safely say the horizon's beyond that. So why don't you pick any number past 9.4 miles and plug that in as your target distance?
I'll do 10. 10 miles.
Cool. Yeah.
Calculate.
Now you see D1.
Yes.
Seeing 1.22. That's where that 1.22 comes from. That was referenced a few times. Truth Prevails referenced that as well. You asked, well, why? Why would it have to be 1.22? Well, you understand now why, or do we have to go over that again?
I don't know where that number even comes from.
Well, it comes from the radius, right? So the radius means that the Earth is a specific size. It's not like it inflates and deflates on a day-to-day basis. It's already set in stone. So that means, it has limitations, right? It doesn't. You can't just. We're not on just a vaguely big ball. So.
I'm going to try the other calculator. I'm going to try the distance to the horizon calculator. This other one. Is this like this distance to the horizon? Okay, I'm going to use feet because I'm American. Let's just do. This makes no sense. Wait, never mind. Let's do observation height. 1 foot. 1.2 miles. Wait. But I'm 6 feet tall. I should put 6 in. What the fuck am I doing? I'm 6 feet tall. Come on.
No, you're not 6 feet tall when you're laying down on the beach.
The reason why we're not using 6 foot right now is because in this observation, the camera is at 1 foot off the ground. So that's why we're giving you 1 foot. This is the observation here. So
okay, but if I were standing,
but you don't have any observation for us to look at right now. So let's try and focus and finish this.
Okay, yeah,
you asked for the maths.
I think I finally understand.
Okay, what do you understand?
I think this is all just a bunch of bullshit.
don't spiral. Did he leave?
No, I'm here.
Okay. So why do we see the horizon way beyond what we're supposed to?
I don't know. I mean, listen, this is pretty interesting stuff. So,
well, I'll just tell you, this debunks any idea that the... Okay, that's good. You should.
I'm going to test this because I live in a gray area where I can test this on my own time. And I will do it. And I will even prove that the Earth is round.
Now walk us through how you're going to do that. How would you do that?
I'm going to use this. Many tried to do that.
Okay, yeah, you should. Yeah,
hey,
use the calculator.
Wait, who's the guy with the accent?
I am.
Where are you from?
Budget, get beget.
Where are you from?
Romania.
Romania. No, I knew I wasn't gonna find it. I knew I wasn't gonna find any Germanics or Scandinavians in here. Oh man.
Focus, globism, focus. Take your ADD pills or whatever you need.
Yeah.
Focus.
Yeah, I don't take. Yeah, I was just gonna ask. What do you guys think of
You might need to take them. You might need.
I don't take any psychiatric drugs.
Easily distracted.
I am because
bunny rabbit jumping around to different little topics.
It's kind of fun though. It's kind of fun to be a bunny rabbit.
Yeah, I'm sure. Anyway, so you got a big body of water nearby?
Yeah, you could say something like
that. Okay. And so, if you're going to test this yourself, why don't you walk us through how you would do that?
Well, I'm going to stand approximately at sea level. My feet are going to be planted. I'm going to have the waves are going to be, hitting my feet. I'm about 6 feet tall. I'm pretty tall. Right. I can say that. I'm pretty fucking tall. And I'm going to see the horizon. And I'm going to go on Google Maps. Wait, that's not going to... Wait, how do I... Oh my god, this doesn't make sense. How am I going to do this? Hold on.
Well, you might need a friend. You might need some equipment, maybe.
I don't have any friends.
Okay.
You need a friend with a boat.
Damn, you're right.
Yeah.
No, but listen, I'm actually going to figure this shit out myself. And listen, I'm not a closed-minded person, but I just don't think that this shit is legitimate. Okay? But I'm very interested in... I'm sorry, but I am very interested in seeing if this shit will withstand these experiments.
I encourage that, but I'm questioning... I have a question, though. What's illegitimate about it?
Well, I think that... I mean, if this math... If he could prove that the Earth... Well, it's not... I'm not going to make a bad... I don't know. I don't really have a good argument. I just don't think it's legitimate. I don't have a good argument.
Where are we going wrong here?
It's too simple to be true, right?
I just don't understand.
Like, even a child can use this math and see that the globe is fake. Yeah, it's too simple.
Well, what do you guys think of the ancient pagan Europeans who proved that the Earth was round?
Hold on, how did they?
Oh, Eratosthenes, like the Greeks.
I'm pretty sure they were Greek, yeah, something like that.
Yeah, so Eratosthenes we're talking about. And what do you know about him? Or what he did?
Wait, what's his name?
Yo, he doesn't know, dude. He doesn't know.
Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes.
All I know is Aristotle. That's all I know.
Aristotle is a different guy. Eratosthenes is the ancient Greek guy in 273 BC, which they claim he measured the Earth's curvature, the first man in the world to ever measure the Earth's curvature. Do you know by which method he measured it?
He's he's ignorant. He's playing ignorant. Okay,
Yeah.
Apostases. I mean, come on. He knows. He's trolling.
Joking. That's what it sounded like to me. I'm sorry. I'm just joking a little bit.
Yeah, we can tell. Okay, look.
Yeah. One moment. Do you mind if I ask you what's your school level education, like degree, profession?
I just finished high school.
You finished high school, and what profile?
I don't know.
You don't know what you studied to become? Yeah,
I just studied. I just studied whatever shitty. Listen, I just studied whatever shitty, generic, garbage, useless shit they put me into. I just went along with it. Ugh,
yeah,
worthless American.
You have
worthless
to
American
profile
education.
like
something tangible.
You go to high school profile where you study math and physics. You go to a high school where you study mechanics. You know,
That's not how it is in the U.S. You just get lumped in.
Go to high school where you.
That's not how it is in the U.S. You just get lumped in with a bunch of idiots. They expect you to just. I don't know how it is in Romania, but I mean, you guys have gypsies, but I don't know. Pretty bad in America here as well.
Well, you don't like the gypsies?
Ugh, they're the worst.
What do you mean the worst?
Name one thing that they've ever done for Romania or Eastern or Europe at all. Name one thing.
Yeah, good music they make.
They make good music, banging on bongos.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry about that.
What? Man, it's
just obfuscating like
it's Romanian culture now.
All they do? No, I know a little bit of them. All I know is they're a bunch of scumbags, scammers, and thieves. And they live
I'm telling you, yeah, they do these things too. They do these things too, and you want to say that you never lied in your life and you never steal anything in your life.
He's just trolling, bro.
Well,
have you been a saint? Yeah.
I mean, I might have stolen something when I was younger, but not recently. I don't know. I never tried to.
Yeah, he's playing a character.
And if I take you from your family, I take you like 5,000 miles far away into no man's land, yeah, where you know nobody. I throw you there with empty pockets. What you gonna do? How you gonna survive?
People are people, so why should it be? You and I should get along so awfully.
Well, listen, I'm just wondering, are you saying that that's what happened to the gypsies? They were moved to Europe? Because obviously they're not even.
This guy lives in the weeds.
You don't know. Listen,
think about the ones that wouldn't conform to the new government.
You're bashing the gypsy people, but you don't know what the Romanian people did to the gypsies, and you don't know what the communists did to the gypsies, how they treat them.
I'm sure they deserve it.
GBG, he's just trolling, bro. This guy's just trolling. He's just saying crazy stuff for the heck of it.
Now.
Let's not even take him seriously.
Name one thing that gypsies have ever done in Europe or the world or anyone else.
Your Romanian accent. He didn't even ask you if you're Dracularian. So,
Name one thing you've been sincere about this entire time, Globism.
I said I would do these. I said I would conduct these experiments myself.
Yeah, and we asked you. Well, we were trying to walk through how you would do that, and you started jumping off to random other stuff about where people live and all that. You're just
but listen,
focus, dude. Come on, man.
Where are you from? Are you from Missouri?
No.
I wouldn't even trust him anyway.
Well, no, but there's
Tell me
one
shit about
troll.
Gypsy,
There's
you
one
don't
troll
know
that comes
shit
in here a
about
lot, and
Gypsy.
he always claims to be from Missouri, and that's why I was asking. Like, it kind of reminds me of him.
No, he's from
Do I sound
Bakersfield.
like
Remember that Aaron
Missouri?
Brockovich, where they all got like that sickness from being underneath them high test power lines? Yeah, that's that motherfucker.
So if we're done hanging out in the weeds, Globism, what are you going to do to prove you're on a globe like you said you would?
Well, I mean, I'm going to conduct these experiments on my own. I'm not even joking. I will do these experiments on my own, and hopefully, if I do the math right and I make sure it's right, check my work like 100 times, and if I know I got the math right, I did everything right, and the math doesn't add up to show it's a globe.
The math's already been done for you, buddy.
Yeah, but I need to do it myself. Like I can't just believe. I can't just believe you.
We're not the one presenting any math. The numbers.
Well, I mean, of course,
radius.
You send me all these pictures, all these documentaries. Someone sent me like 5.
Yeah, you invoke doing this math on your own. Can you tell me how you calculate tangent alpha?
No.
No. So you don't know math. How are you gonna calculate the math on your own?
Alpha.
How the hell you gonna do that?
Because that's what we have calculated.
Do you know what tangent alpha is?
If I saw it, I might, but I don't know. I don't know. I probably don't.
Do you normally play this dumb in all sectors of your life?
For?
I'm not. It's not ringing a bell, but I mean, if I saw like the symbol or the equation, I might know. I'm American. I didn't really learn anything in school.
In geometry, you have done geometry in school. It doesn't matter you're an American or a Hindu. You both did.
Yeah,
geometry.
I learned geometry. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Like basic.
So
I know
in mathematics, in geometry, what does alpha stands for?
I don't know.
All he has to know is what a straight line is. And when the Earth
Right.
extends out in a straight line and it never curves, then it's not spherical.
I know basic geometry. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
You know what a straight line is?
Yeah.
Okay, you know what a ball is?
A sphere?
Well, I was trying to be simple for you.
No, I'm not. I know basic geometry. I just don't know what he's talking about. I feel like he's just making something up.
So if you know what a straight line is, and you know what a sphere is, and the Earth resembles a straight line and not a sphere, that's all you need to know that it's not a globe.
You people.
Just wondering, Globism, is there anything that you take sincerely? Is there anything you take seriously in your life?
Yes, I'm being serious right now.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. I'm being 100% serious with you.
Your acting is better than most, but you're still acting.
Yeah, I'm always on my good behavior.
Okay. So, is there anything that you're, authentic, sincere about in life, or do you always troll everything?
Well, I have a lot of sincere things I believe in, but this probably isn't the right server for them.
Okay, we're just trying to get you to be sort of sincere, man. You're just, low-level acting. It's just, I don't know. I think you could do better.
Hey, truth prevails. Do you wanna do a private call? Like, I'd like to talk to just one person at a time. Like, I just like to talk to one person at a time.
Bro, no one's jumping all over you. I've been talking to you pretty calmly this entire
I appreciate it. Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm just saying, I want to talk to Truth Prevails. She added me as a friend. She sent me a friend request.
You don't choose
I did not send you a friend request. I got a friend request from someone with a different name, and I accepted it. And then after I did, I realized it was you. But there's I have no reason to reject you or anything. But I did not send you one.
Well, of course you don't have a reason to reject me. Why would you?
Yeah,
exactly.
He's having fun. Look, I get, bro. You're bored. You're here having fun. You're wasting your time. Whatever.
I'm sorry, but I actually do want to talk to Truth Prevails in a private call. I'll leave.
Bro, that's so sus. I wouldn't buy that.
I actually really do.
I don't buy that for a second.
I want to talk to her.
Yeah, I don't buy
Just
that.
talk to me. Just talk to me. I'm right here.
I'm right here too. I'm right here. That's all that matters.
Yeah, but makes sense if you're talking to her in here.
I'm so hot right now. My fan is not doing its job right. I'm looking up at it. I'm just waiting for it to do its job. It's not working very well.
Go take a. If your fan's not cooling you off, go take a cold shower.
Maybe you could just blow on your hand and follow that gas pressure without a container.
Do you know that cold showers? They're when you take.
You're so easily distracted, bro.
I think
you're so
you should
easily
be
distracted.
taking some birth control pills. Yeah.
Birth control.
Yeah, you need some of those. Your hormones are running wild.
Oh, you bet that you can say that again.
Oh, you got him there, GG. That was great. You just screwed up his algorithms there. He got confused.
His programming.
He just glitched out there for a second.
Listen, Truth Prevails. I really want to talk to you in a private call. I just want to talk.
And the programming's back. Globism, dude.
Listen.
You know you're in a room that's recorded and streamed to YouTube. Everyone's watching, listening.
Yeah, I know.
You just clown around, honking your clown nose. I mean, dude, come on. Just calm down. She's right here. You've been talking to her this whole time. Just relax.
Just pretend we went into another room and ask me what you want to ask me.
Oh boy.
So are we just pretending that we're alone?
You can try doing that.
So here's
got the finger over the mute button.
Listen, Truth Prevails. Why don't you just give me a quick call? I'm not joking. I'm serious.
Look, I don't know. What do you want to talk to me about, man? I don't know who you are, dude. Talk about the Earth. Talk about the Earth. Talk to me.
We can talk about that in a private call. I just like to talk to one person at a time. It's more of a productive conversation that way, anyways.
Sussy baka. Does he sound familiar to anyone else, or is it just me? It's like, am I hearing?
Yeah, well, he definitely admitted he's been banned several times, so it's like this guy knows. He knows the thing.
Well, I was banned because I was pissing off all the Christians or something. I don't remember.
You're basically. I mean, I'm not pissed. We're laughing at you, but it's like you're in here trying to piss off everyone. So we get.
No, I'm really.
It's a common thing for you.
I just like to talk to more. I just like to talk to.
You like to talk? Yeah, we know you like to talk.
Did it ever happen to you to meet a very intelligent woman? And you were not able to rise at her level, and she
actually, if anything, it's been the opposite.
Ignored you.
Listen, I don't think I've ever met a single person in my whole life that I've actually been able to have a good conversation with. No one really. It just doesn't work out. I've never
Sounds like
really
a
met
you
anyone.
problem.
Well, it
should try walking outside.
doesn't work out for you because you're going with this stupid default that you're the most intelligent and everyone else is dumb. And you think that all women are attracted to you. But here, vast majority of women are superior in intelligence.
Maybe
Superior to vast majority of men that come in here.
Maybe you should take more of a more
Yeah.
honest approach and just be yourself and quit putting on shows.
Exactly.
Pretending.
It's not even really that funny.
Being a clown in here is not gonna help you.
Wait, are you lagging or am I lagging?
Yeah, somebody.
You're lagging in a
Doesn't
different way.
matter.
Oh, good one. That was a good one.
So anyways, truth prevails. I'm gonna just give you a quick ring. All right, just pick up the phone, please. just pick up the phone. I'm not even joking. I'm literally gonna call you right now.
I'm just like I was gonna come in a white knight for. I don't need the white knight for True Prevails, but he was like, dude, right before I came in, he's like, "I'm gonna call you True Prevails. Just pick up the phone."
It's just look, it's just a troll. It is a very weak troll. It's an unwelcome troll.
Begging the question.
Shit, I was about to get in the shower, but I heard this shit start.
You.
Oh my god, this is hilarious. He's actually calling me. Fucking ridiculous. What the fuck is up with this dude?
I don't know. Why would anybody even do that? Like, what reason would they?
He's like, here's what it is. Hey, Betty. Hey, Betty.
This guy is not trolling. This guy.
Hey, listen.
Who put you up to this?
No one. I literally have no friends. I just wanted to hop in here. And I didn't know it would turn out like this.
Hey, you have a lot of friends in here. You don't have to call her individually, you know. But
yeah, but I'm
trying not to white that, but I just thought it was hilarious. I just came in because I thought it was funny.
I like Truth Prevails. Listen, I'm gonna be honest. I like Truth Prevails more than any of you.
Hey, I like Truth Prevails too, but I don't just like go random and say, hey. Well, I mean, I've known her for a long time, so I can call her anytime. But it's just funny the way that you said it. It was just so funny. I just came in and just.
So anyway,
I just want to.
I give you one valuable piece of advice. When you fancy a woman, you start to learn about her, study her.
It's not even that get.
And also learn about the art of seduction. And then you might stand a chance. Otherwise, you're just going to make a clown out of yourself.
And resist the temptation to bite her neck on the first date.
Yeah.
Well, the only person that can do the actual freaking I want to suck your blood. That's Jippy Jet. He's the only one that can go. I want to suck your blood.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I'll talk to you in a private call if you tell me who put you up to it.
I swear, no one did. I swear.
No call for you.
But I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I could just make some. I don't even know anyone here. I used to talk in the religion room, and then I got banned like a year ago. And then I don't even remember that person anymore. But I actually don't know. I don't even know any of you. Except Truth Prevails. I know her.
Well, all of these
doesn't sound surprising at all.
Are good friends of mine, so you can talk to everyone in here just the same as you can to me.
I know, yeah, but I actually like you. I don't like them.
What do you want to talk about, though, man? What do you want to talk to her about?
I've got a question, Creep. If you had to rate your acting, your performance tonight on a scale of 1 to 10, what would you give it?
I'm not even joking about anything. I'm just being honest. Like
me neither. My question still stands. If you're going to rate your performance this evening, how would you rate your performance?
Well, I mean, it depends on what you mean by performance. I mean, this is who I am.
You've been here. So
yeah.
How do you think you've been doing?
I think I've been pretty respectful to everyone. I think we had a good conversation.
If scale of 1 to 10 is too difficult, you could just do your American system grades. A, B, C, D.
Yeah, of course. I give myself a B minus.
Okay. How can we improve?
Whoa. How modest.
How can we bring you up to like a B plus?
B plus. Well, I really would like to talk to Truth Prevails in the private call.
That's gonna bring you down to a C, bro.
Truth Prevails. No disrespect. I mean, you know, we're always gonna be like, I mean, I hope you know. I know you can.
What?
She can keep her own, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, it's just like, this is pretty offensive what he's trying to do. He's being a dick right now, and he's
just trolling. It's low level.
Yeah, it's pissing me off, man, to be honest.
You think I'm being a dick?
Yes, you're being a dick. You're trying to call Truth Prevails on a private call, and you're doing it in a public forum. She's like, hey, I don't want to talk to these guys because I don't really know why I'm here. I just want to talk to Truth Prevails because she has a sexy voice or whatever the fuck you're trying to do. Yeah,
it's just
not going to happen.
It's like you're not. You might not be trying to be a dick, but you're thinking about dicks, and that makes you act like a dick.
Maybe. Yeah, and I'm sorry if me stepping in or anybody else stepping in, makes truth be whatever. But she knows what's up. She knows how to take care of herself. But us being friends with her for a long time, we're just like, I'm stepping in.
At this point, Helio, we're just laughing at this dude. I don't think anyone's offended by his bad acting.
Well, anyways, how old is she, anyways?
Helio, don't bite.
Relevant question. Yeah.
Creep.
How
can we get you up to an 8?
Do you believe that love is actually a science? Can you believe that?
Well, I'm gonna get back to my shower. You guys got this. I love you guys, man. Truth Prevails. Sorry if I just heard that shit happen, and I just was like, what the fuck is this guy?
Yeah, we should all take a cold shower.
It reminds me when I was in high school.
I'm gonna take a hot shower, goddammit. I want to wash all the.
I had a friend. He was from Hungary. He was a foreign exchange student, and that's why I learned a little bit about gypsies. We were just. I always want to learn, when I was younger, when I was learning a new language, the first thing you want to learn is all the cuss words. And so one of the things that he recommended was something. What's that?
Mij.
Oh, no, but it was, Burusha Bafad Minta Getsi was one.
Yeah. I know.
The topic of gypsies came up.
Gypsy words, yeah.
Yeah, it always it gravitated to that, but it didn't. From my perspective, it didn't make much sense because I never really encountered a gypsy. So, I guess if you lived there, it might have been funny, but in my context, it didn't really make a lot of sense.
I lived with gypsies, and they are amazing people. They help you out.
I can believe it.
They give you stuff. They don't ask back.
Yeah.
They are very rich people nowadays. Vast majority of them in my city. But yeah, there are also that low class. Yeah,
which is like 98% of them. We all know this.
Yeah. These my gypsy family friends, when they bought themselves a Porsche Panamera, they gave it to me to drive. I went and I drove the first time in my life a Porsche Panamera. Then they bought a Maserati. They gave it to me. Go ahead, Alex. You take a drive. Yeah, I went. I drove with the Maserati. I didn't just go to show off myself and this, but I wanted to see how it drives. Yeah, I was curious. Yeah, it's a car you don't get every corner your hands on. So yeah, and for someone to give you like this easy, something so valuable, I think it's different kind of people, If it was an ordinary Romanian guy owning a Porsche Panamera or Maserati, and I ask him, hey, would you give me a ride with it? Let me drive it, not just take me from A to B. They will be like, no way,
Right.
Can you name for me one good thing that gypsies have ever done for your country? Ever?
Oh, dude, no, dude, come on, man.
Who's your
target audience?
My fondest memory, though, is
they do good music.
This guy from Hungary. He'd never heard of Iron Maiden before, so I made him a mixed Iron Maiden tape.
Oh my god!
But this guy, check this out. It gets better. This guy makes me a tape of Hungarian heavy metal, and it was awesome. There's a band called Pokogép, which I've heard some of the newer stuff wasn't that good, but the tape he made and their older stuff is fantastic. I was blown away. I didn't even know that music that good existed in that part of the world.
I give them that. Yeah, they do make good music, the Hungarians, and also these digital, like virtual how do I say, video clips, like animations, virtual reality animations, very complex, very nice stuff they make in computer graphics.
Graphic design.
Yeah.
Well, anyways, gypsies are just worthless people.
Hungarians.
What about them?
I said that they make these good graphics, video clips. Yeah.
Go to the bathroom.
Who's Paint? They're a OG, they're a Spartan, they're a flat earther, they're valued. It's the first time I've ever seen them. Hello, Paint. Who are you? Well,
everyone knows people.
Well,
everyone knows people with blue. Everyone knows people with blue eyes are the best.
So someone in this group chat not only believes in flat Earth, is also a Nazi. That's great. Yeah, that's so.
No, I'm not a flat earther. No. I'm not a flat earther. Don't associate me with those people.
Yeah, don't associate him with
the Nazis.
He's not an actual flat earther. Just be careful who you're calling a flat earther in here, eh?
So who said I'm a Nazi?
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
No, who said it?
Oh, I don't know.
Who?
One of us.
Some idiot that's just run away, buddy. Don't take offence. Don't take the bait.
Yeah.
There's idiot clowns come in here, other than you, to do things like this.
You are so Scottish.
No, look, a new toy. Just a heads up that creep guy is a troll. He's acting, playing a part.
Yeah, I know, my friend. I've been listening. I'm always listening.
Right on.
There's little hairs on the back of my neck go up when people bring other social bodies or people in and, misname them. I'm listening very closely to all the gypsy talk, my friend. Would you like a visit from some gypsies? Would you like to buy a caravan? Do you want a dog?
I mean, they really are worthless, though. You can't even name one good thing they've ever done for society.
Built roads, infrastructures, helped keep towns safe, moved as a people, worked for the people of the land where they stay, showed freedom.
Oh, and don't forget they also pissed you off. The best thing they ever did.
I don't think I've even met a real gypsy. You probably have. You just wouldn't even. They just look dirty. So you don't even. You just think they just look dirty, and they are dirty. They're gross. Name one thing they've ever done.
Gypsy.
Well, they're the descendants of nasty Indians who ended up in Romania and Eastern Europe, and they're called the Romani peoples, and they're very nasty. They're very disgusting.
No.
You're not surrounded them right now, are you?
I think I'll just put you on mute, bro. You seem to have a bit of a social problem with other races of people. So until you can stick to flat earth, or until you can maybe amend your attitude to not attack other bodies of people, I think we'll just maybe put you on mute. How about that, creep?
Fine.
Yeah, it's a waste of time.
Well, we have Truth LA in here that's VC verified.
Fine.
Welcome to the room, Truth LA. So what do you think about the Earth?
I see how it is. I see how it is.
Truth LA, what do you think about the Earth? How much have you looked into the topic?
Yeah, and if you can't tell us that, at least tell us if you're smoking and drinking. Cigarettes and alcohol in their name.
Not sure if his name is Arthur.
Is it Arthur or Truther? I can't tell.
I think it's Arthur.
They've almost been in here a year or so. It's a long time to just have VC verified.
It's a guy named Arthur. He's sitting in Los Angeles. He's drinking some whiskey and he's smoking a cigarette.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
How's it going, Arthur?
Just can't sleep.
Yeah, I kind of feel you. Do you know if the Earth is flat, or do you think it's a ball in space?
Of course, Earth is flat. Space not exist.
Yeah, I agree. I don't believe in that or Santa Claus or the Easter Bunny.
Actually, it's flat. I'm not sure, but official version is bullshit. About everything, anything.
Cool. So how did you come to the realization that the Earth was flat? Did you always know, or?
Yeah, I was born like that.
Yeah, weren't we all?
Not me.
I mean, it's cool, but we don't get a lot of people aren't. So
It's not. It's what?
I mean, it's cool if you've always known, but not a lot of people have always known.
I mean, I was joking. So I am not, but my kids, so second generation, they born like that. So my two boys, they know Earth is flat
So how long have you known that the Earth is flat?
because they are father like me.
No, I mean, how long have you known? Since you said you were joking.
I'm not joking. Just my English not very well to start to talk about it. Like I'm trying to be quick. 15 years, I believe, Earth is flat. Of course, from the YouTube. Before YouTube, a lot of questions in my brain. Something wrong everywhere, like.
Yeah.
Where are you from?
I'm from Armenia, living in Glendale, California.
No, wait, but are you smoking a cigarette and drinking whiskey?
Yes.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yep. Okay, you believe Earth is flat. So, do you believe this COVID-19 it's existing or no?
Yeah, we try to keep off that topic. We don't talk about it. If we do, we don't actually say it. We talk about it, in a roundabout way. But we even try to keep the roundabout conversations off of it.
Yeah, the thought police will come after us if you talk about a verboten topic.
And also, we don't believe the Earth is flat. Kind of know it is.
Yeah, the beliefs are in things that are unverified claims. So it's any claim that someone has that isn't verified. It's a belief.
And it's hard to break away from some of the language, but it's one word at a time, right? And belief is one of them.
That's kind of the way how flat Earth is really a blessing, because you know that the Earth is flat. You don't believe it.
Okay, if topic is about flat Earth, so you don't talk about the different things.
Well, if you wanted to say that one thing with the 1-9 at the end of it, just say ham sandwich instead. So it's like, they say this ham sandwich is being passed around and everyone's getting all funny feeling from it, so something like that. You got to speak in code. But we try not to stick to things like that it's just that one thing. It's got this weird censorship thing going on with it. So it's like just pretty much any topic, feel free to talk about it, and flat Earth, but kind of got to work around that thing.
It's interesting. Back in the 80s, I remember we used to make fun of the Soviet Union for all the censorship that they had with their news and stuff like that. Now you look at the United States today, it's worse. We can't even talk about relevant issues like that.
And the scary thing is, this is the wild thing, is that everyone's okay with it.
Yeah, it's like nothing to everybody.
Not everyone, but
Well, yeah.
The general
yeah, not everybody.
Yeah, they're okay with it, and they are convinced that it needs to be that way.
Right. So they've turned us into the Soviet Union. That's a scary thought.
It's like that. Well, until they want to, talk about something that they're not allowed to, and then it becomes relevant to them. But
It's double thought. War is peace, and from that book 1984. Oh, we're at war with Eurasia. No, we're at peace with Eurasia. They just change it on a dime.
Yeah, that's why I really think right now, like this span of say approximately, I would guess so, 30 years, from from 1995 to 2000 being the beginning to the year 2025 or 2030 being the end of this span that I'm talking about, which would what I consider to be a potential window of time when the internet excuse me, when the internet is a free thing that people are allowed to use, and it's not controlled in a totalitarian way entirely, and we can, actually maybe not North Korea, maybe not in a lot of other countries, but here in the United States and a lot of other freer countries where we have, at least basic underlying First Amendment rights, we're allowed to, have our own private websites. And also, even do, things like go out and pass out flyers that have these websites on them to, just directly link people to them and just, get a big audience going. What I'm trying to say is if it breaks down to the point where it's completely censored and it's like, it's just a race to see how many people you can wake up before that point. See what I'm saying? The beginning point is when the internet begins, and basically the real beginning point is when it's able to be affordable, by the general populace. So like around the year 2000, and then, by the year 2030, who knows where we're going to be. But that's why I'm always just, trying to wake people up as fast as I can. Cause it's like,
that's right.
I got a long life to live, and I don't feel like waking up like 5 years, 10 years down the line and finding myself in the country that my neighbor ran from because she's an older woman from Russia and she was running from Russia and it was a shithole. Come here.
Well, once this place completely degenerates and devolves, where do we run to from here?
Well, that's just it. There is no place to run. There is essentially, in a basic sense, essentially no place to run. So my strategy is, have the run for the hills plan, in your back pocket if you need to do it and prepared. But ultimately, my plan is just stay closer to the city and just work as much as I can, showing people the flat earth, and work as much with political change as I can to just fix the system. And it just, I feel like going out to the countryside sometimes, but when I see, what good I could do out there and what good I can do over here, it just seems like, no, dude, no. I can do a lot more good over here in the city.
Well, not only that, I mean, how long before, we already can't talk about ham sandwich 19, but how long before you can't talk about flat earth anymore?
Yeah, exactly my point. Like, I've already come face to face with people that were never advocating for exactly that, but I know would be perfectly willing to do exactly that,
Yeah. You can't talk about flat earth anymore. That's a $5,000 fine, or we're just going to disappear you. Or definitely shut your channel down for it. Was it Discord? You guys remember that thing with GameStop, where it had something to do with the stock market, and they had some tips, and they formed this Discord page where they were giving people information on. There was some sort of investment thing. I'm not clear on all the details of it, but my point is Discord shut that server down because they caused problem for some of the big banksters. So even Discord's not safe already. I think there were over 3,000 cases where Discord handed over people's Discord profiles to government, what they call authorities, which are just criminal gangsters that rule, that have power.
Which is why we try to stick to, the reason for the server. That way, if it gets taken down, it'll get taken down for that reason.
Right.
It would suck if it were taken down for
Something else.
Yeah.
That's how they operate. If they want you gone, they will find an excuse to make you gone. And shoot, they might even make up something you didn't even say. They've been known to do stuff like that, especially with modern technology.
Yep. Or they send agents in time after time after time, getting up in the ranks and posting things, and then they report that the ice wall went down that way, 6 or 7 servers back to back. And they just kept coming in and tearing us down from the inside. And now the ice wall in apostrophes is gone. The name, the ice wall, has been torn down. But that's all they tore down. They only tore down the name. But yeah, that's what they do. They work their way in and they start spreading filth and nastiness, and they get taken down. There's a certain agent working working in Discord at the moment doing. We're aware of him. We've been alerted that his servers are horrendous, and he knows exactly which actions to take to try and take servers down, and it's working. So yeah, this is what they do. Yeah.
I know my World of Warcraft guild got infiltrated by Army intelligence. Isn't that crazy?
What do you mean? Like, why?
Yep.
Why would they?
Well, apparently, World of Warcraft, the video game, is actually used by spooks as a communications network. Spy agencies and organizations like that use because it's who would think that a sensitive message would come through in a video game. So the intelligence agencies have a presence there to monitor for stuff like that.
Well, yeah, I guess. I mean, what better way to get people relaxed to talk about and not be guarded about what they talk about than?
I mean, obviously, in our case, it's a waste of time for an intelligence agency because the only reason we're in the World of Warcraft is to actually play the game. That's the only thing we're doing there. So yeah, they can come in and infiltrate, but again, if they don't like you for some other reason, then they could, one of their agents could gather dirt and they can piece things together and, make up some lie. So it's not good to have spies anywhere. I don't like it.
Yeah, that's why it's important to be able to sniff out the dishonest people, man. The LARPers, it's the dishonesty. Like, you can sense it, you can see it, and a lot of people, they think, well,
the Army intelligence guy.
They're like, why are you giving this guy 3rd degree? Well, there's a reason. I mean, you kind of have to make sure that it's not infiltrated. If you want to protect it, look out for it.
I would have never spotted the Army intelligence if they hadn't revealed themselves. I can't. Really? I don't have the ability to sniff them out.
Look for PFPs, cosigns, and chatter. They give themselves away.
Yeah, this place is a good training for that too. Like how to sniff them out. Like in the beginning, no way. There's no way I could have. But by gosh, I can now. Easy. It's not even. It's like you can't help it. It just comes natural. You know what to look for.
Right. That's the key. You've got to know what to look for.
And the only reason that you know what to look for is you see it over and over and over.
And then there's so many different spy agencies, spooks out there, like Army intelligence, Navy intelligence, Chinese government, CCP, criminal gangs like Mafia. I mean, there's so many out there.
Well, let's flat smack the intelligence agencies then.
Yeah,
we have been GE Platypus. He's a mole. He's not a platypus. He's a fucking mole.
Well, one thing I did learn from the Spycraft people is that when you register something, when you sign up for something, the spy agencies use that information a lot. Yep. So if they want to come after you, things that you've registered for, maybe you got a dog and you registered that, stuff like that they look for. But right now, people like us, it's not really that big of a deal. But if some order goes out like, hey, we need to round up all the people that believe X, Y, or Z, that's when it becomes a real problem.
Anything I do online that's important, like I do on a different laptop. Everything I don't do anything that that I wouldn't want the public to see or to know. Which, I mean, it's not like I would like any of my personal stuff that I wouldn't want the public to know. All of that, all the social media, getting on here, watching YouTube, searching stuff in the realm of social media, I do on this one. So it's all separated. Like even like I might look at crypto charts or something like that on this one, but there's a lot of the stuff I don't even do on the same system that I do social media on.
Oh, they won't find any kind of good things for, like, if they look at my shit, they'll sit there and they'll go, okay, we'll get him with teams or patriotism. Well, shit, he's not patriotic. He don't like a certain kind of animal. Well, it's a conundrum. Like, all he talks about is, like, justice and what's right and God, and,
Well, see, what you don't understand, Joshua Matthew, is you don't actually have to do anything or say anything that incriminates you. They'll just make it up. And then the corrupt judge will just decide that you're guilty. That's how it works nowadays.
I don't even think the other one will even do Discord properly anyway. But it's like I keep my cameras covered. It's like I've done that for years.
Yeah, because they can be activated without your knowledge.
Oh yeah. It's like, and they don't even have to be Central Intelligence or military or anything like that. There's a lot of people that know how to do that.
And I do not believe the Central Intelligence Agency works for the United States of America.
The CA derp.
Yeah. All those alphabet agencies,
You mean the Civilian Investigation Agency?
Yeah. Well, what was it? The NSA, right? No such agency, or National Security Agency. The Aquino guy who ran that agency was an avowed Satanist. He came out openly on one of those stupid talk shows and came clean on that. Just to give you a clue of who runs those things.
Wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me at all. Would it surprise you?
When I first found out, yeah. It was a process of awakening. Going from being a child, younger than 10 years old, I believed that the schools were there to actually educate me. I believed that the medical industry was there to heal me, and they were using the best technology they had. And over time, you have to learn that these are not good people. They're not working for you. They're not trying to help you. They think that there are too many humans on Earth, and that we need to reduce the human population down. And so these are individuals. They're not teaching you the truth. They're not telling you the truth about the world. The world in which we live, the shape of it, or much else. It's interesting. Back when I was going to school, they did teach us about how plants operate, such as they needed CO2. Plants had to breathe CO2 in order to exist, otherwise they would die. And so you could take that reasoning and understand that if we curbed CO2 in the world, the plant population would die.
So if they were worried about the plant population dying, they wouldn't be.
Oh, they're not worried about it at all. It's just a lie that it's to scare everybody.
So I have two speculations as to why they want to keep the population down. It's either one or two things or both. Right. So if they're hiding land and they want to keep us secluded into one area, they have to keep the population, because if the people become too large and too many, then it will be able to overcome and overpower even without weapons. It'll be able to overcome and overpower like their control over us, and then we will we will win and expand out and discover these things that they're hiding from us. Discover, the lies and the control. There's that aspect of it, and then the other speculation is more on a metaphysical level, like if the collective consciousness has the ability to become too great as a collective, then it becomes too it would initiate something that would be in a realm of it would just be too powerful for them to overcome, like with their.
You have to look at. You've got to look at scriptures to get an understanding of what their motivation and why they think the way they do. Look at Egypt, for example. They had Israel as slaves, right?
Yep.
They were in bondage, and look what happened to Egypt. They got decimated utterly. So, go ahead.
Yeah. So a minute ago, you said about getting rid of CO2 for plants.
Yeah.
Thousands of years ago, when there was loads of CO2, loads of oxygen, like double what we have today, the plants were thriving. Why did you just basically say that global warming was good or something? That's what I got.
No, what I'm saying is global warming is not real.
Well, yeah. Well, where's the evidence? Where's the evidence that the oxygen levels were much higher back then? And
where's your proof that it's a globe?
Exactly.
Okay, I don't mean, sorry, I said world, I didn't say globe at all. But if you look at
warming.
I didn't say anything about global warming.
So you said world warming?
Yes, I did, actually. Just because.
Well, should I recall the stream?
You can. I might have said global warming. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. I'm trying to ask something. It doesn't really matter that much. It's not that deep,
they call it climate change, right?
Okay, climate change. I'll use that terminology then. You can test it by going to, let's say, Antarctica or something, drilling into the ice miles down and testing in the air pockets.
How can you test? Is each one of those layers in the ice a year or a storm?
I forgot exactly. It's roughly like a meter.
Each one is a storm. Each one of those layers is a storm. They count it like they count a tree ring. It's not a yearly growth of ice. It's per storm, per gale, per gust of wind that comes and deposits more snow or ice on the ice shelf. It's the same way with like delta flooding, like sediment flooding in flash flood areas.
Yeah, I learned all about World Warming 1 and World Warming 2 back in school.
Well, when I was in school, they told me that, because of your driving cars and, have an industrial society, that the Amazon rainforest is going to be gone by 1994. Guess what? It's still here.
Listen, I don't care what anyone.
I was told 96.
I don't care what anyone says. They are doing the weather engineering, the solar shielding, and the Earth is much, much, much like the seasons are way much cooler than what they used to be. Way cooler. Because I remember as a child it getting into the triple digits for many, many weeks in October, July and August, not October, August, but in July and August, like those 2 months, we would have many 3-digit temperatures. We never have that. We're lucky if we get into the 90s.
World warming can do both ways. We could have like an apocalyptic summer where it's way too hot, or a winter that's just literally like an ice age. It affects it in different ways, not just heat.
You know what I think they need to do? They need to just leave it alone and let it be natural and quit messing with it. That's the problem. And they want to say that we're causing it, and we're not causing any of this. They're causing it, right, with their weather engineering. And it's like there is no. If they just leave this shit alone, it'd be just fine.
Wait, do you drive cars then? I'm guessing you drive cars, right?
Look, the Earth is set up. The Creator formed this place where it has its own balancing system, and if you leave it be, it'll be just fine.
Well, we're not. Well, yeah. So if we stopped driving cars, stopped burning fuel, got rid of all electricity, we would be fine. Yeah.
What do you plan?
Driving your car has nothing to do with weather.
Correct.
What do you plan to eat?
Literally nothing. Not even the CO2 emissions. Listen, I went to the chemistry university. I studied environmental engineering. CO2, car CO2 emissions
I'm guessing you
has
dropped out
nothing
after,
to
like,
do
what,
with
an hour of the first lesson.
weather.
You know, a lot of these people will sit
Nor
there and say
seasons.
that
Yeah.
Amazon rainforest is the lungs of the planet, right?
Oh yeah.
But
Yeah.
that's not
Great
true.
Barrier Reef.
Because first of all, it's not a planet. And second of all, there's the plankton in the ocean and in the reefs all around the world produces more oxygen than
Wait, did you just say all around the world? Like, as in globe?
Yes. No, all around the world, because it's
Like if you start
apparent.
in the east and you go all the way around to the west, around the north, until you get back to the place you started, you're going to go around, but it doesn't mean globe.
Okay, I was just double checking, that's all.
He mentioned the ice in the Antarctica. Does he know how those layers are formed? What's the cause for those layers? Yeah, what is it?
I have a pretty good idea what it is. I don't know if he knows.
Can I hear your theory on it then first, please?
My theory? I just dispelled it. Right? It's not a tree ring. A tree ring is something when each 1 year of growth from, the leaves coming and falling off will cause a new growth and ring of bark, which will cause a new ring in the wood pattern. Ice does not do that. It is not alive. Therefore, it does not have these continual bands annually.
No, it's not. It's not perfectly separated.
Each time there's a squall that comes by, each time that there's a rainstorm that comes by and freezes the ice, and another rainstorm comes by and freezes the ice.
Sorry. It snows.
And another rainstorm comes along and freezes the ice.
Can I have him telling us now? How do you explain the ice layers in Antarctica? Go ahead.
It's the compression because ice gets really heavy every, let's say, meter. I'm just going to use for a number. It crushes and compacts the snow that's layered on, and after enough time, it turns into ice. I can't explain.
Really? That's bullshit. What you're saying?
How's it bullshit that the weight of the ice compacts? Okay, then let's have a look at sedimentary rock. The weight of the water and the weight of its own compacts into a rock.
Snow in the Antarctic if it doesn't precipitate.
I will tell you how.
It doesn't need movement.
I will tell you. Listen, you're talking about layers and not compacted ice, compressed ice. When you compress ice, it doesn't form layers of different crystals.
Do you think you live on a spinning ball?
Pardon? Sorry, what was that? I didn't get that. You cut out.
Do you think you live on a spinning ball?
He does.
Well, yeah, personally, I do, but I'm trying to find some proof against that.
Okay.
Why?
I want.
Seen curvature?
Pardon?
Have you seen curvature?
Yeah, I've gone to the sea and seen the curvature of the Earth.
What's your proof of the curve?
What's the proof? You can see the horizon line, which happens to also be the vanishing point. So if you keep going over that, if you keep going over the horizon, it disappears from the bottom up. That's a key thing, bottom up.
But you do realize that's like the tomorrow, I'll get it tomorrow. I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it tomorrow because tomorrow never comes.
That's not due to any curvature. That's due to angular resolution. If you increase the angle from the Earth to your eye and you raise yourself up, then you'll be able to see more of that, and you'll have less of that happen. But what happens?
No, actually.
But what happens?
Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I mean, what was wrong about what I said? Get me get.
Nothing. Go ahead. I thought you were finished, and I wanted to say, but go ahead, finish.
Oh, I thought
I'm sorry.
I said something. Anyway.
Could you explain the angular visibility thing to me, please?
Well, but what I was going to ask you is what happens when you increase your field of view and you use some kind of like device where you can increase your field of view, and what happens when you put yourself close enough to the Earth that you see the horizon extend further than where the geometric horizon should be? Like the point at which, based upon your height, where the Earth should start curving away. When you see the horizon extend beyond that point, what's happening there?
So sea level, if you look at sea level, the horizon line should be at 5-ish kilometers. Yeah. I can't remember what the exact equation is, but every time you go up higher, you are able to see more over the edge of the Earth, the curvature of the Earth. Yeah.
Only possible on a level Earth, because if it were curving away, then it would still drop away.
Hang on, real quick.
Yeah, that's what. No.
Horizon means horizontal, right? What does horizontal mean?
Horizon doesn't mean horizontal. It means the point of which the curvature of the Earth goes beyond. It doesn't mean horizontal.
It comes from the root word horizontal.
Yeah, it might come from the
plane.
root word.
So what does horizontal mean?
Joshua.
Okay,
Joshua,
so you're gonna. So as soon
Truth
as
is
I
doing
say,
just fine.
no. So as soon
Give
as
it
I
back to
say
truth.
that horizontal is flat, yeah, you're gonna go, oh, I believe in flat Earth. Yeah, so I'm not going to say that. I will admit, yeah, it comes from the word horizontal, which does mean flat, but it doesn't. It's a flat line in comparison to where the observer is set, not in relative to whatever the Earth that we're standing on is.
That's fine. Anyone can talk to him, just as long as everybody don't talk at once. I'm gonna go fix something to eat. I don't think he's interested. I don't think he really wants to.
You're right.
Or he would look at the fact that, you're not supposed to see the horizon extend beyond a certain point, and we do. 10 times further, right? So, and even more than that. So what's happening there? Where is this curvature? Because it's not curving away. If you extend your field of view, and you have a clear enough day, you can continue to see even further out. And you don't even want to address that.
No. Field of view is around your head. Like, field of view is being able to see behind you. You mean... distance of view, not field, right? I'm just clarifying that, that's all.
I don't know. Joshua, you want to take him to the Black Swan?
I want to clarify something with him because he mentioned the boats disappearing from the bottom up, and actually, when we use telescopes or any optical magnification instrument, we can bring back into view all that part of the boat which actually disappeared. And this is actually proof that what we are dealing here is the phenomena of the laws of angular resolution and light refraction through a medium.
Can you link it to something to explain angular resolution then for me, please?
You want me to give you the definition for angular resolution now?
Yeah, I would quite like it, because if you put a lens at sea level that zooms in things and the boat has already gone over the horizon, you can't see any part of that boat. I have tried it before because I used to do that.
Sorry, Callum, are you following the live stream voice text? It's in the live stream voice text for you. There's information on what we're talking about in there. The text chat directly above the voice call that you're in, Callum.
Yeah. So
yeah. I'm just following the link
and
now.
We can demonstrate this not only on large scale, like observations over the ocean. We can also demonstrate this on small scale, on flat tabletops in your kitchen, that things disappear bottom up.
Yeah, but that's from a perspective.
On a flat
when you
surface.
zoom, that's on a flat surface. If you I don't know, let's say you did it on a ball.
Exactly, and it's due to perspective, and that's what.
No. Okay, can you do the test on like a football then? If you bring the coin over the other side and then zoom in on the camera facing up parallel with the ball, you can't see it, can you? Because it's gone over the curve. That's what happens if you do it at sea level. You can recreate a similar thing.
The football field is curved?
Okay, are you looking in the live stream voice text? Because there's some examples where the boat, like,
yeah, I am looking.
Right, it starts out on a zoomed in point of view, right, and then they zoom back out and they show you how it looks like it's going over a curvature, but it's all due to perspective, because when they zoom in on it, they bring it right back into view. And you're talking about like the coin. We actually have a demonstration of that.
Yeah, I have seen the demonstration and things. I looked at that yesterday. But notice how the camera, it's not the highest resolution camera in the world. If you look
matter.
It does, because
it's resolution enough where you can see that the boat is disappearing, and it looks like it's disappearing from bottom up, and then it gets to the point of convergence, and then it continues on until you can't see it, and all you see is the water.
It doesn't. It just the resolution of the camera just makes me see one pixel. That is the entire boat.
Check this out. When you zoom in with a camera, you're increasing. Hold on. You're increasing resolution, but you decrease your field of view.
You don't increase when you zoom in with a camera. It's not.
You're decreasing your field of view, and you're increasing resolution.
Yeah.
So you're saying
depending on your camera, you're focusing on certain pixels. Yeah,
and not the entire field. Well, that's like that's how I was trying to say it, but I did say.
Yeah, I heard you guys talking about it. I wanted to clarify that, because I was laying down just listening. I was about to go to sleep, but I was listening. But yeah, so when you use a high resolution camera and you zoom in, you're decreasing your field of view and intensifying, your focus on certain pixels. In the first field of view, you're decreasing your field of view and increasing resolution on a certain point.
Also, you have digital or optical zoom. Which one?
I'm talking. Well, I mean, both
because
of them. I guess. I know with optical, it's sort of the same thing, but with digital, you'll have to really go by pixels.
It depends on the size of the sensor and how compact it is. Yeah.
Right. But it essentially kind of works the same.
But the claim that it's going over a curvature is like it's debunked. It's bunk. If you can bring it back into view, it's obviously not going over a curve.
That's true.
And it's not only that, but you shouldn't be able to, like, the distances that you're seeing, you shouldn't be able to see that far. So what happens when you see further than, if you're 1 foot observer height and you're seeing more than 1.225 miles, what's going on there? Where's this curvature?
I said 5 kilometers, not 1.225 miles.
Well, I said 1.225 miles. If you're if you have a 1 foot observer height, and you see more than 1.225 miles, which we're seeing more than 10 times that distance, then what's going on? Where's this curvature?
If I was able to stand on the coast with a good enough telescope, I should be able to see Australia. Am I not wrong?
Yes, you're wrong. Yeah, you're wrong.
So what part about going from a spherical Earth to a...
No.
Let me ask you this. Wait, let me ask you. I want to know this, because this is something that's a common occurrence in here, right? People come in here, and they automatically jump to that conclusion, and I want to know why. What part of going from a spherical Earth to a flat level Earth means
you can see everything everywhere all the time, right?
You can see forever, and you don't have any limitation to your vision. You don't have any like atmospheric obstruction. You don't have none of that shit's going on. You don't have any.
No, I was asking you for your reasoning. I wasn't trying as a dig at you. I was trying to ask for your reasoning behind why, if I use a telescope and zoom in, I can see like 10 times further than 2 miles. That's what I was asking.
Well, a telescope just allows more. Like you either, what is it? I don't even have a telescope, so I just know what I've read and what I've heard people that know about telescopes, and from what I understand, it just allows more light in. It's like the aperture. It's not really.
It increases the amount of light to your eye, and it also lowers your field of view, decreases your field of view.
Yeah, it decreases
in
your
a
field
smaller area, just like Helio was saying.
Yeah. But a camera zoom is a bit different than a telescope zoom. I just want to put that out there.
I know that a Nikon P900 has an 83 times optical zoom. So
that's like a telescope. Optical zoom is like a telescope.
Yes.
Digital zoom, yeah.
Hey,
Digital
you know
zoom
what?
is
You know what? A telescope is like a microscope.
Yep.
Yes.
In essence, yeah.
Okay, so every time you zoom in, you reduce your field of view until you see something that you couldn't see before. Just like, when you use a microscope, you don't see microbes until you see them, because you reduce your field of view till you're zooming in on the microbe.
Yes, I
All
agree
right,
with
cool. So what do you do with the telescope?
But when you see something,
does it make you see further? Does it make you see further, or does it help you resolve something that's already there?
Yep.
So when you see something that's 40 miles away, right, and the predicted geometric horizon where the Earth should start curving should be less than 10 miles.
No.
Where's the curvature? It's
Let's say
obviously not curving away. So where have you seen this curvature?
Yeah, a lot of people think that telescopes can help them see something further away. That's not true.
No,
they actually help them resolve something that's already there because they've focused in on a certain point, just like they do with a microscope.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Now, truth, I do believe he did say, when I asked him about when he saw the curvature and all that, and when did he witness the curvature, and he said the horizon.
And then you tried to get
He's trolling. He's trolling.
I'm not trolling.
Go over it, but you can bring them back in.
No, well, he doesn't want to talk about the microscope. The horizon. He doesn't want to talk about that because that's the scariest part of the globe is the horizon.
When you bring them back into view, it's obviously not going over a curvature.
Listen,
so
I will talk to you about it if you let me talk, and I'll let you talk. I won't just try and talk over you constantly.
Okay, why don't you answer? Why don't you answer with the question? I mean, what is the horizon? What is it?
What do you mean by that? That's quite a generic question. It's like asking what
it certainly is. I mean, look it up in dictionary.com, frickin' Wikipedia. I mean, what's the horizon?
The horizon is
pretty simply defined. What is it?
At sea level, if you stand on the beach at sea level, the horizon is roughly 5 kilometers out, yeah? Which is the point.
No, that's not the question. The horizon is the same at sea level, or if you're in an airplane looking at 35,000 feet.
Because if I stand on the shore at Dover, I can't see France. But if I stand on the top of Dover, I can.
We're talking about definition of horizon, bro.
It's not the same point. No. It's different. It's different. It gets a different distance with elevation. That's
Really? Where does it say that?
I'll put definite.
Oh shit! He's about to look it up. Finally.
No, I'm looking it up. I'm just.
Yeah, you're gonna look it up, and you're gonna find out exactly what I'm saying is true. So.
Yeah, it's interesting. I just recently videotaped a sunrise from 30,000 feet up.
Nice.
I don't know if I should post it or not. I've been thinking about it.
No, don't let him friggin' go ahead and keep looking it up. Look it up on dictionary.com. Horizon definition.
Yeah, okay. The line of which the surface of the Earth and the sky appear to meet. Yeah.
There you go. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Does it ever change when you rise in altitude? Does the sky ever actually touch the ground?
No, it doesn't ever actually touch the ground. Can you let me finish?
There's your horizon right there.
Wait, have you just posted the video then?
No, I haven't uploaded them. I was just saying I have the footage.
Oh, okay. Because you can see a lot further. If I'm, let's say, on top of a skyscraper in the middle of nowhere, yeah, this is all theoretical here because you've got houses and things in the way. If you stand, let's say, oh wow, cheers for the memes, guys, they're great. If you oh please, another globe model. If you look from there, let's say on top of Dover, which you can see France on a clear day. It has to be clear and sunny. Yeah, you can see France. The very top of France, but still France. If you stand on the coast, you cannot, because the horizon line is 5 kilometers. When you stand on top of the cliff.
Callum, let me ask you, how long have you been looking into this?
What do you mean, how long have I been looking into? How long have you been
looking into like flat Earth versus globe Earth and talking to flat Earthers or anything like that?
Decent time. I can't give you exactly when I started, but a decent time.
Like a couple years.
Yeah, probably.
Your arguments are pretty weak.
What? And yours are strong then?
Yes, mine are very strong. I made some very strong arguments just now.
Oh, can you give me some maths to back it up? Can you give me a formula that I can test myself?
Okay, so how
A squared plus B squared equals C squared. That's a pretty strong
Pythagoras
formula.
theorem to find the hypotenuse of a triangle. Oh.
When you saw 5 kilometers or approximately 3 miles away, what was your observer height? Because we've got
my observer height was
and demonstrations that you can go and verify where you're 1 foot off of this above sea level, 1 foot observer height, and you can see from more than 10 miles away.
That's not
it
quite
doesn't
correct.
mean. Listen, here's the thing: you don't have to every single observation be able to see that far. But when you increase, like, and this thing, like, you should watch those shorts about angular resolution. But it doesn't mean that every time you have to be able to see it. But what it does mean is if you ever see it happen once. If you ever see further than where the Earth should start curving away, like there is a limitation to where the horizon can be from where you're standing at in all directions if the Earth is a sphere. And if ever, one time, any of these instances, do an observation, if you ever see further than that means the Earth isn't curving away. It only takes one. It only takes one because the Earth isn't like morphing into different shapes. It isn't getting larger and then getting smaller.
It's not that, no. It's the fact that, I'm going to go 2-dimensional circle. I'm stood on the top of a circle, yeah? And I'm looking around the circle at the horizon line, which is the point where I can no longer see this object. Yeah, it's on a 2-dimensional plane, so I'm not talking globe or anything. That horizon line. I then elevate myself so I can look down on the horizon line, around the curvature of this circle. I am able to see more because I am elevated.
Because you increase your angle of view. But here's the thing. If the Earth were curving away and if it were spherical, there's only a certain degree more that you should be able to see. You still shouldn't be able to just continue to see forever. The horizon would never just continue to extend out for as far as you can see. Like, there's no way that it would appear to be flat and level. Like, if you're seeing further than the predicted geometric horizon, then it's not a geometric horizon, period. So if you have a 1 foot observer height,
it seems like he's under. It seems like the
horizon should not extend beyond 1.225 miles.
Sure, well, but it seems like what he's saying, and I've heard many, many globies say this before, that the only reason they can see further when they rise in altitude is because it's a ball. Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm trying to say the fact if it was a circle, a sphere.
No. Hold on. How about let's pretend it's flat.
Okay, let's pretend it's flat then.
All right, cool. So when you're close to the ground, you can only see so far. Then when you go higher, you can see further, right? Even if it's flat.
No, because you've got.
No, you wouldn't be able to see further if it's flat.
No, you would be able to see.
You're saying definitely you would not be able to see further if it's flat if you go higher. Is that what you're claiming?
If it's flat, you would be able to see the same distance at any height.
Really? So if you're at 1 foot, you can only see so far, and then you go 100 foot, the horizon would actually be in the same place. You wouldn't be looking down at it. You would be looking.
What do you mean same distance?
Yeah. See, this is the twisted fucking craziness. See, this is what goes over my mind.
He's ignoring the light inverse square laws, angular resolution, refraction,
Where did you
everything.
get this from? I mean, who told you that?
Yeah, he's saying like we were supposed to see Australia from anywhere.
No, hang on. He said you should see the same distance. Like the same as what?
Yeah, I mean, it's just like if you're standing on the ground at 1 foot or 5 foot, then you stand on a cliff right behind you, like say you're standing on a beach. You'll still see the same amount of water, ground, horizon would be at the same fucking place if you're 100 foot above the ground. If the Earth were flat or whatever you're looking across, going to look exactly the same. Doesn't matter. Is that what you're saying? Is this your claim?
I don't know. I asked
I'm not making any claims.
The same as what?
I'm not. Okay, you brought up 1.225 miles. Where did you get that number from?
Because if it has a radius,
you got this.
If it has a radius of 3,959 miles, it would have to be, if you're 1 foot observer height, like if you're 1 foot above sea level, it would have to start curving away at 1.225 miles.
Can you give me the formula that you got for that, please, so I can test it myself, please?
Yeah, well, Donato just posted it in live stream voice text. We can spam that shit all day. Yeah, I mean, it's not hard to find.
Give him the Earth curve calculator so he can get his formula.
It's not hard to find.
Yeah, everybody can get to it. It's called the Earth curve calculator.
So if you can see the horizon extend beyond that, then that means the Earth is not curving at that point, right? And we're not just seeing a little bit beyond that.
Because it curves. It curves constantly. It's a constant curve. It's not like it starts curving.
Listen, this is the thing. If it's curving, and that's where it begins to curve, then the horizon, the point at which the Earth appears to meet the sky, cannot extend beyond that point.
No.
This fucking guy's just making
via the observer. It's not. It's relative to the observer. It's not relative to the whole thing. It's relative to the observer.
No, listen.
Listen, I said based on the observer height. When we're talking about a 1 foot observer height.
No, but it doesn't start curving. It's curving constantly. It's just the point as which you can start.
Where it would have to begin curving.
No. Because it's curving the whole way. That's the point of which you can view the start.
You're right. You're right. The curve is always there, but where it would drop and with the limitation to where you would see the horizon from where you're standing, if you're 1 foot, would be 1.225 miles.
Yeah.
So,
how do you get the 1.225?
Because it's 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet, and if we're talking about 1 foot, then it's 1.225 miles.
Yeah, hey, you asked for some calculations. I mean, you guys, do you want us to really spam all the calculations we have for this? I mean, we could fill up this whole damn room, this live stream voice text with all kinds of calculations. Do you really want to look at it, or are you curious about this? Do you really want to talk about it?
Yeah, I am curious about it. I would like.
All right, well then let's fucking go, guys.
Yeah, if you're going to honestly look into it, because listen, it's not just that we're seeing a little bit beyond 1.225, right?
Okay.
It's that we're seeing more than 10 times that distance, and it's not just the one observation; it's many observations, and laser test measurements. There was even a world record photographer who's not even a flat earther.
Sorry, go ahead.
There's a world record photographer who had his photo entered into the Guinness Book of World Records, who's not even a flat earther, right? And he took. Do you know the distance he was able to see?
There we go, Ollie. Yeah, there we go.
Do you know the distance he was able to see?
No, I don't. What was it? Enlighten me.
273 miles.
What was his elevation at the time of the photo?
Well, it wasn't just at sea level. However,
oh yeah, it wasn't just at sea level.
If you read, it's got like all the data right there. It says hang on just a second. I got to make it larger because I can barely read it. It says when you're looking at the current world record for the greatest distance capture with a zoom lens, 443 kilometers, or precisely 275 miles. That's the measure space between whatever that name is, because it's too small for me to see. I'm barely making this out. In the foreground to someone else read it, because I've got a very small monitor.
Yeah, okay, I can read it out for you. He was where is he? He was 3.1 miles. So he was nearby the Alps. He was 9.5 miles above sea level, something like that ish. So he was able to see more around via the angle. But I'll read it through for you. What you're looking at is the current world record for the greatest distance captured on a zoom lens, 443 kilometers, or precisely 275 miles. This is the measurement between the...
Sorry to interrupt. Are you sure he was 9.5 miles above sea level? Are you sure?
I'm just trying to read it. I'm trying to read through. It's not exactly the best.
Yeah, but when you was reading, I heard you say he was like 9.5 miles above sea level. That's way more than the Mount Everest, you know.
Yeah. Everest.
Yeah, whatever it was. Yeah.
That it should be 9.5 miles below the horizon. Right, it should be 9.5 miles below.
I see. Yeah,
275 miles.
Hidden.
Should be nearly 9.5 miles below the horizon.
Yeah.
Arched from stage left to right, because see, that's another thing, right?
Yeah.
Is you don't just have it on one axis; you have it on all axes. So it shouldn't just be on the y-axis; it should also be on the x-axis. Unless you live on a toilet paper roll.
To be honest, we're not getting anywhere here at all. We're going around in circles on the same thing. Personally, I wouldn't mind moving on to something else. Your choice.
You'd rather move beyond curvature? Yeah, there's no curvature. We can't find any curvature. I mean, welcome to the club. Welcome to the club.
We can't find curvature.
You're good to go.
Yeah.
Let's do 1-on-1, 1-on-1, not 5-on-1, please.
Yeah.
No. I can run through some of these calculations. It's going to take. Yeah, learn to debate. Yeah, great. Yeah, they should as well. Maybe when they're being quiet, is when I'm trying to talk. But yeah, I should. I need practice.
Well, I mean, look, it's not even about debating, right? It's just about whether or not you want to. If you want to look into it, just take an honest look at it. Look at what they claim the Earth is, where the limitation of how far out your horizon should be. Like, there's a limit to how far your horizon can extend to if the Earth is curving. If you ever see beyond that point, that means it's not curving. That simple.
Have you been in a plane at 30,000 feet?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can see a lot further than when you looking out a window out of the plane than when you are at sea level.
Do you know why?
Because of the curvature of the Earth, you are able to see. I say over the curve. You're able to see down around the curve.
Well, have you considered this? Check this out. Hold on, guys. Hey, have you considered that if the Earth were a plane, level stationary plane, once your airplane takes off, which can only fly over a level stationary plane, by the way, when you're higher in altitude, you can see further because you have a larger field of view, angular field of view. You don't see further because you're seeing over the curvature. You're just seeing because you have a larger field of view. Go ahead.
If the Earth were a globe, that's not what would happen. Your horizon would drop away from you if the Earth were a sphere and you rose in altitude like that. Do you see the demonstration?
Yeah, I see the demonstration, but that's like a ridiculous overstep. Rising, because the globe, I'm going to use globe on this example, is so large that it does happen at a certain altitude on the left side of that model.
All right, Callum, since you've been talking about this with us for 20 minutes, how large is the globe? Do you know?
It's something like 3,000 odd kilometers in circumference. I can't remember the exact.
You got pretty close.
What?
So how would you know?
Wrong. That's wrong.
That's the radius. The circumference is 24,000.
Oh, circumference, it's 24,901. But yeah, see, he doesn't know. It's like, how would you know what you would expect to see? From whatever altitude you are above Earth. How do you know that? Do you just believe it and just like, hey, experts already have claimed this and they're right about this because I should believe it because I haven't really studied it, but they already figured it out, and so I should probably go ahead and just go along with their story.
No, just you can. I don't see how going up, making the distance to the ground more. You're having to look at the distance to the ground and the hypotenuse, which is the distance.
You don't know. Wait, hold on, Cal. Hold on, Cal. You don't realize that if you go higher in altitude, you can see more?
No, I know you can see more. No,
have you ever been hiking, climbed a mountain?
Yeah,
All right, so you can see a lot more of the Earth when you're high on a mountain, can't you?
Yes, you can.
Okay, well there you go.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to explain, because of the curvature of the Earth, that's why you can see further, but you're going against that and saying...
Hang on, if there is a curvature, if this curvature you're talking about exists, then someone would have had to have measured it. Can you produce a measurement where anyone has ever measured and established this curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, and while he does that, I want to say that he said that it was curving between him and the mountain. So how much is it curving between you and the mountain? You have to know that. You can't just say it is. You have to give it a measurement.
Okay. You can see that it is, but I'll look it up. One sec. Give me a minute. Okay.
No, you can't see it. You're just saying that.
Okay. The curvature appears to be roughly at an altitude of 200. It's like 57.3 degrees at 2,640 kilometers ish above the surface. That's what it looks like.
But you just told me you saw the curvature of the Earth from the top of a mountain.
How many feet is that?
That's a 57.3 degree curve. That is like you wouldn't be able to... I'm talking about a minimum.
That's what the calculations say should happen. Is there a measurement of it? So if if the Earth is curving, someone would have had to have measured it at some point. Can you produce that, or have you ever measured it? Like we need to see a measurement.
Personally measured it.
Because we've got measurements, right, that contradict a curving Earth. So do you have a measurement showing a curving Earth?
I've got one of my friends running through the... I could take a photo and upload it to you, running through your calculations. Yeah? Just to double check them.
Hey, check this out. Hey, Callum, in your mind, you're friends with your calculations or whatever. In your mind, when you look across Earth, when you see the ground, the apparent position where the ground touches the sky, now, the ground doesn't actually touch the sky, does it?
No, it doesn't.
All right, so that's the horizon, correct?
Yes, that's the horizon, yeah.
All right, so is the horizon, in your mind, the curvature of the Earth?
Yes, personally. If you gave me...
There you go. This is where we have the problem here.
No. Listen, if you give me a proper bit of proof how that you can look on a flat plane and there be a point of which that you cannot see beyond, and it increases with height, with altitude, then you might be able to change my mind. But I have not seen.
I'm not trying to change your mind, but yes, of course, anyone in their right mind knows that they can't see forever, even if, just for the sake of argument, pretend you're on a flat plane. Do you think you could see Paris from New York if the Earth were flat? You could see over 2,000 miles?
If there was nothing in the way, aka another country, you should, in theory, be able to.
So you're standing on the shore of the Atlantic, like the eastern shore of Atlantic, and you could see the Eiffel Tower. If even with no atmosphere, you think you could see the Eiffel Tower?
Well, it really doesn't matter what he thinks or what.
And I mean, I can tell he doesn't really think much.
Well, I mean, it doesn't really matter doing the hypotheticals. It's like we need an actual measurement of curvature, like a measurement of Earth drop matching the curvature.
I've just given you some measurements. You
measurements of what?
Where?
I said them out loud instead.
No, you haven't. You gave us degrees. You gave us degrees. That's pointless.
Listen, this is the difference between what you presented in a measurement. So what you shared was an observation in which you put your claims into a calculator and they were calculated. What we're saying is an actual measurement, because we have laser measurements, right, of the Earth where where the height above sea level, the altitude is documented. And then they take the lasers and they're able to hit their targets, right? There is no measurement of curve drop. And if they're claiming that the Earth is curving, then there would have had to have been some sort of measurement to begin with. So either like show an actual measurement of Earth curvature or show where they have ever measured Earth to curve to begin with.
Okay, give me a second. I'm just trying to find where I found this.
Dude thinks he can see 2,000 miles across a flat Earth if it was flat. That's fucking retarded.
Well, so if I look directly up in the night, I can see a star, right?
I'm not talking about up. I'm looking across.
You're telling me that
We're
I
not
would be able
talking
to see a
about
country
the
on a
sky.
flat plane, when on a flat plane directly at the star, I can see billions of miles away.
Callum, wait, no, how did you know? How do you know that the star is billions miles away?
See, I got him triggered.
How the hell did you measure that?
You can use. Okay, can you let me explain that? You can use the redshift.
Yeah, you can use what?
Guys, can we not get off on stars and how they measure them? Because we know that. Let's stick with the.
Yeah, we're looking across Earth.
Let's stick with him providing an actual measurement.
Yeah, truth. I want to tell him that actually, what you were saying with the laser test measurements, they were made to find those 7 degrees curvature he was mentioning about. He was talking to us about them, and they were not being found.
Oh yeah, by the way,
those
it's
7
8 inches
degrees
per mile. 8 inches per mile.
Yeah, 8 inches per mile squared.
Per mile, not per mile squared.
Per mile squared.
The Earth curves about 8 inches per mile in one direction.
The Earth is either a plane, either a sphere. It has surface area. You don't walk. You don't see in. You don't live in a unidimensional world.
It has to be in all directions, dude. From where you're standing, in all directions.
Squared is 2-dimensional. If you want to talk about it, it's cubed.
It's surface. Yeah, he's talking about the surface of where you stand. We're talking about the surface below your feet. So it's a surface area. It's squared.
So I'm waiting for the measurement. Right, the initial measurement that they made when they claimed the Earth was spherical, or one that you've done yourself and you found curvature.
Okay, there you go. The Earth curves about 8 inches per mile in one direction.
Not an assertion, a measurement.
A measurement. That is a measurement. Yeah? 8 per 1. Yeah? 8 inches per 1 mile.
How many inches is that after 10 miles?
I don't see a measurement.
Hang on. How many inches is that after 10 miles?
80 inches.
You are incorrect.
Oh yeah, I'm
What
incorrect. Whoa, I'm so incorrect.
Dude, you are hallucinating.
Yeah, I'm hallucinating. Yeah, definitely.
Somebody teach him math. Somebody teach him math, please.
So I have 8 inches. Add another 8. 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 What does that make?
No, that's not the way it works, Colin. It doesn't work.
Explain to me a new form of maths. How 8 times 10 does not equal 80.
No, hold on. What you not understand? Have you looked at any of the thing? Can you scroll up a little bit, or I can post it again? The 8 inches per mile squared is actually from a single vantage point. When you're looking straight across, it's a drop value.
Yeah,
you don't. It's based on you standing still and what you might or might not see over a certain distance. You're not moving. You're standing in one spot.
Yeah, I'm
at the top of the globe. Anywhere, if you're standing on a globe, everywhere you are on the surface of globe, you're on top of the globe, right?
Yeah.
So the 8 inches per mile squared is based on you looking straight ahead, and the drop value, the 8 inches per mile squared, is based on you not moving. The squared value comes from you looking straight ahead, and the drop value is the squared. The 8 inches per mile squared is from you standing still, not moving. If you move, it changes. It changes every time you move.
What Hank said is true. Hang on. What Hank said is true. Let me give you the numbers. Let me do it. At 2 miles is 24 inches. At 3 miles is 72 inches. At 10 miles is 66 feet. Write that down.
Yeah. At 2 miles, it drops 32 inches. And then at 4 miles, it drops 10 feet. Yeah,
the curvature drop arc is
that one's not even right.
Exponentially with distance. Yeah,
that one's not even right.
Up.
Yeah, that one's not even right, Donato.
I don't think
that one's right. That one's right.
Some of these measurements. Yeah. Okay, so that miles. Yeah.
Yeah, but
distance and feet.
But nobody lives on a ball. Nobody lives on a ball, bro. I mean, imagine you trying to figure out, okay, I'm living on a ball, and every time I move, I'm moving 8 inches per mile squared toward this curve. Come on, man. Nobody lives on this ball, man. This is an imagination.
Can you explain gravity to me then?
I'm still waiting for a measurement.
I've told you the measurement 10 times.
You told me a claim. I'm saying show me a direct measurement.
That is a direct measurement. If you want my formulae, I can give you my formulae. I can't give you a measurement because I have already given you a measurement. A measurement is something per something, yeah?
You made a claim. You've not backed it up. This is what I'm
saying. Did you just say something per something?
Show your work is what I'm saying.
That was pretty funny.
So let me get this straight. You want my formulae? I
want you to, if you're claiming you have done a measurement, I want you to show me some documentation of this measurement, right?
Okay, I'll give you my formula. 1 sec.
And no, an actual measurement.
Wait, no.
I don't want a calculation. I want an actual measurement, like from one point to one point measured to have curve like Earth drop.
It's funny. Truth avails. We've been giving him formulas all night. that show that it can't be flat. And then he's like, "Let me give you my formula."
I've been running through your formula.
It's like, no, we gave you your formula, and we showed you that it can't possibly be true. And now you just want to show us which formula that proves the globe. I mean, we gave you your, the globe Earth formulas, and we've shown that it cannot possibly be a globe Earth. And now you want to show us a formula that proves that it actually is a globe Earth?
And listen, I'm posting for you some measurements that have been performed to show a lack of curvature where the Earth doesn't curve away, it doesn't drop away.
No.
Those two. So if you have any claims of any measurements that you've done, like you need to produce them. If anyone has ever before you done it, you need to produce that because there is no measurement curvature, direct measurement.
I'm trying to find those measurements, yes, and those formula to calculate those measurements.
Are you going to get them from universities or NASA, or where are you going to get those formulas from, Callum?
There's something called actually working through something, you know.
He has friends
working through
Science America.
Scientific American.
Listen, it needs to be a measurement that can be verified. So it needs to be something that you provide where we can see the data on, and then we can also go there and test it and measure ourselves, and it needs to show Earth curve.
That was pretty funny, though. I like what you said, Callum. You said it's called working through something.
Yeah, wow. Look, a new. Oh, wow.
Bring out your abacus. Bring out your abacus. Oh, look, a new toy. Just said, bring out your abacus. Maybe you'll help us out with these formulas that you're going to bring that will prove the globe.
Give me a minute. Okay, yeah. By the way,
do you have a complicated abacus that can help us out with this?
What do you mean? What?
Yeah, a complicated abacus. You know what an abacus is?
Abacus.
Yes, an abacus. Yeah, do you know what an abacus is?
I'm just going to go on mute, and I'm going to wait until I get some actual measurement.
Yeah, we might as well.
Well, you've given me no actual measurements.
I've showed you.
Holy shit! Dozens of people have been sharing all this shit with you for hours now. Callum, we're just bored with you, you know. So yeah, let's all just mute and just wait for Callum to bring some evidence for the globe.
Now, what'd you say, Callum? I've shared all these measurements with you. These are actual measurements, not just an observation. The FE core experiment, the peer-to-peer laser test, and then from the other end back the same laser test. Then you have another one below that, and I can grab some more. Like these are the quite a bit actually. So
to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised when you calculated those measurements. You weren't using the Flintstone method of the the kids counting thing. I wouldn't be surprised, to be quite honest.
You mean the kids counting thing, like the abacus? Is that what you're talking about?
No. You see the Flintstone meme that was directed
That's why
at me?
you can verify them yourself. That's the thing. We can all do
Callum, you don't even know. You don't know a goddamn thing about this, Callum, and you're projecting. And you're just like, hey, flat earthers are so dumb, I can just pretend that I know something. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, it's just like you're talking
I'm
right
not saying you're dumb at all.
everybody. It's all.
I mean,
I'm gonna shut up. No, you're fine. I am being a dick. I'm sorry. Truth.
Yeah, if I'm not trying to say you're stupid or anything. I'm trying to run through some of your numbers here to see if it gives you the correct known by certain things.
It's not that we're calculating the drop wrong. There is no drop, zero drop. There isn't any. Period. Right?
So how do your calculations show this? Because they don't show that there is no drop.
High above sea level, and they're hitting their target. Dear, it's not dropping away. So if you have a direct measurement where it's showing
drop
Earth curve,
away because there's something called gravity that pulls everything to the center.
so what are you saying? Are you saying that the lasers are actually bending around the Earth and hitting their target?
No, I'm not saying that. They don't hit a target. If you shoot a laser straight off the parallel of a globe, it goes on indefinitely until it hits something. Yes? So
if you're at point A and someone else is at point B, and the Earth is curving in between, and there's a hump of Earth, right, and you're at the same altitude above sea level, and that sea level is curving around an Earth, and if you shoot a laser, since we know lasers travel in straight lines and don't bend around corners, right, and you're hitting the target, then that means there's no Earth in the way.
Okay, what was the distance that this was shot at then? What was the distance?
Well, just look at it. Which one are you talking about? There's the FE core laser. There's the peer-to-peer. The peer-to-peer, that last one shows right on the thumbnail, 16.4 miles.
16.4 miles, what, the 1 foot observer height with the oil rigs?
No, that's the 1 foot observer height. That observation with the oil rigs, 1 foot observer height. The oil rigs, the second oil rig is 9.41 miles away. The horizon is well beyond it, and on clear days, you can even see the land masses behind it, which is 30 to 40 miles away.
You can't see any landmass behind it.
I said on other days, there's other observations that were made at the same place. And on clearer days where there's less atmospheric obstruction, you can see the land masses behind it.
Okay,
30 to 40 miles away.
To be honest, you haven't given any properly convincing arguments to this. Can we move on to something more interesting?
No, we're not moving on from it because it's not about being convincing, right? It's about an actual direct measurement. So
have you finished?
We provided direct measurements of a flat level Earth. Do you have a direct measurement of curvature?
Yes, my direct measurement is that the Earth curves 8 inches per every mile you look out.
That is a claim.
No,
it's
no,
an assertion.
It's
not.
Yeah, you can't measure it with a laser because we're not on a flat disc in space. We are on a globe that has gravity.
Calm down.
Oh,
don't spiral.
Yeah, Callan's getting very upset, but the real thing you said 8 inches per mile. That's not true. It's 8 inches per mile squared.
In a disc in space.
Yeah.
He's gone, Helio.
Wow.
He's
just way up.
Yeah, going way up. Was that from the Flintstones? That's where the fun is, way up, way up. Remember that one? It was just like this little trippy thing they do on the Flintstones every once in a while. I'm going way up. That's where the fun is, way up. You guys don't remember that shit? God damn it.
Yeah, Helio, I remember. I'm old enough.
You remember? Okay, cool. I thought it was out of my mind. I was just like, I thought it was the Flintstones.
Yeah.
It was just like this little disco thing the Flintstones do every once in a while. Going way out, way up. That's where the fun is, way up. Yeah, I mean, well, I knew Callan was there before. I mean, I'm sorry if I was freaking rumpusing a little bit, but yeah, he was a total dipshit. So,
yeah, you're spot on with the math, Helio. I was saying it in chat as well, and they don't get the squared function. It's an exponential calculation.
Well, it's like after all that, just like 30 seconds ago, dude was like 8 inches per mile. It's like, dude, didn't even hear a goddamn word we said. He was just like trying to obfuscate every single thing, whatever, you know. It's just like, we want people to come in here and actually have a real conversation. Oh, fucking A, man, this dude.
Yeah, at least, I mean, we got to the point eventually with him when he told us that he thinks that we think we're a disc floating in space. Now we know where he is, so we can approach that from the start next time.
Well, he knows that's a troll thing to say, and he said it when he started.
Like that. No.
He said it when he started spirling out because he wanted to move on and he wanted to talk about something else, right? And when
he was trolling the whole time. Yep,
he lost it.
Yeah, you knew that, Truth Prevails. You knew he was trolling all the time. You were playing with him, and I was kind of too, but other people were. It's just like, how much time are we going to waste on these fucking retards? They're not even talking about the same thing that we're talking about. I mean, how much time can you spend when you're not even talking about the same fucking thing? You know,
there's a pattern.
He exposes it to the audience too.
Yeah, that's cool.
There's a pattern to how they argue. Just remember this: sin, right? So the first S is shift the topic, change the subject. Second phase, ignore the facts. Then the third phase is name calling. That's how they argue.
Yeah, or I mean, it's like how many times did he revert back to the same stupid arguments that we already debunked? Like, you know, several times in that conversation. It was so dumb. It's like, where the hell are you going with this?
But I had an epiphany of how we could test a flat model. Something that everybody can agree is a flat model. I could go into World of Warcraft and find an area that is a flat plane. Because see, there's no argument that the design of the game is on a flat plane, and so we could look at the go into the game and look at the horizon and then rise up, raise altitude using because I've you can fly, so you rise up and you can look at the horizon line. Now it is a video game, it's artificial, but it's a model, a simulation in which a flat plane can be tested, and it'll probably match exactly what we see on what people claim is a globe.
Sure. Well, I mean, it couldn't be. I mean, nobody can fly over a globe and pretend it's flat.
Well, yeah, but you can see an example of the globe, though, in the video game Super Mario Galaxy, because there's several globes on which you play. And, they're various different sizes, but the amount of things that you can see when you're standing on an actual globe.
They're not 3959.
No, yeah, well, it's not exactly those dimensions, but it gives you an idea that if you actually were on a globe, you'd be able to see much less off in the distance than what you can see in reality.
Yeah, I've played a couple of games like that where there's little globes or whatever, or like space games, but it's like, check this out, like the space movies and TV shows, they'll be outside. It's like, we're entering low Earth orbit, and then once they get in low Earth orbit, flat Earth. The whole time, just like they just land on Earth, and they interact as if the Earth is flat. Then when they launch away from, planet, then they're balls in the universe. It's just like at a certain level of altitude, no matter how large the planet is, it's flat. And they're a big ass spaceship. But once they go outside low Earth orbit, it's ball Earth, and it's like, we gotta go through the atmosphere, and it's like, but we have all the resistance and all that kind of shit. It's like, we made it. We're now on the flatter. It might as well be flat because it looks flat because the Earth is so big or the planet's so big. Might as well be flat. It's the dumbest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. It's like, pardon my French. I'm sorry. It's just like, the only place anything outside of Earth exists is on television and in science fiction books, which I love, by the way. I'm a huge science fiction fan, so that's why I know.
My favorite is space science fiction. It's fun.
Yeah, I love it. So it's just like, if anybody knows how much bullshit it is, it's me.
Well, I mean, there's no such thing as Vulcans. There's no such thing as Klingons,
There's no such thing as globe Earth.
Right. And Star Wars, all those aliens, none of that stuff is real.
Look, I'm addressing freaking Reckonor in here, man, because I'm not typing this shit out. Right? I'm not going in this back and forth.
Yeah,
like,
you get like me too.
No one asked you for your advice, and it's not your job to come in here and tell us how we should run the server or what we should do or what we shouldn't do.
Is he doing that shit again?
This is the only time I ever hear you talk is when you concern troll or white knight for Glovers who are dishonest, or trolls, or if you tell us how to do our job.
Wait, is he messaging you? Because I don't see him in the live stream.
He's just in the freaking.
Is he in the lobby?
Doesn't matter. Go ahead, Helio. I'm done.
No, I mean, but I'm with you, man. I mean, Reckonor just like gets in freaking weird moods, and that's why he gets banned sometimes. He just
not in weird moods. That's all he ever does.
He's just a dick. He never comes in and talks, and he'll just sit here and tell us how we should run our server. It's like, well, fuck you, fuck off and do your own thing, Your own server. He did open his own server. I think it's still there. Well, I think I'm still a member of his server, but I don't go over there. I got better shit to do.
Right.
You know, Reckoner, why do you want to be here if you're going to just bitch about how we run our server? Fuck you, man. I mean, I don't see him posting, but I mean, I see he's in here and he's just like, every time we ban him, he's just like, you motherfuckers don't know how to run your server. You just ban, and somebody freaking pity lets him back in, and it's just like, and I fucking server banned that motherfucker a long time ago, and I didn't even want him back in here. Never want to see him again.
One thing to remember is if you argue with a fool, you become a greater fool than the fool you're arguing with. Yeah, so it's an absolute waste of time to.
Hey, Reckoner, instead of us fucking server banning.
He's not even here anymore, and I didn't want to talk about it. I just wanted to address
what he I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it publicly right here on the live stream. Sir, Reckoner, fuck off. I don't ever want you to be in this server ever again. I banned your ass a long time ago. Other people let you back in. I never wanted you to be back here. I think you're a piece of shit. So how about that? That's what I just wanted to say that.
Sounds about right.
It'd be different if he contributed something. He doesn't.
He doesn't. He never does. He never does.
Contributes grief.
I could say that about a lot of other members too. But I mean, since that came up, I don't know if it comes up again. I'll say the same goddamn thing about a lot of other people. But every time I put Reckoner on the permaban list, somebody else fucking lets him back in. I'm just like, well, fuck that fucking piece of shit. Fuck Reckoner. In my opinion, I think he benefits the server at all.
Okay, let's see. So I'm setting up, if you're interested, to do an experiment with a flat plane in the World of Warcraft universe. Do you want to see it?
No, I don't give a shit about World of Warcraft.
Well, it demonstrates the horizon line and raising up.
Well, sure. I mean, if you have a decent presentation for something that has to do with the horizon, sure. Yeah, I'll take a look at it.
Okay, I'm gonna see video. Let's see.
I thought you were just talking about like gaming.
Can't stream into the channel.
Stream? No, you can't stream on this channel. No.
Gotcha. All right. Fair enough.
Yeah,
well, that's what I was going to do. I was just going to do a simple demonstration where I start from the ground level.
You can take some screenshots and post them.
Okay. Let's see.
As long as you have like the flat Earth roll and the image posting roll and shit like that, you can post screenshots. But yeah, nobody, including me, we can't live stream in this channel.
Gotcha. No biggie. Gotta take the images.
Well, it's been real, guys. I want to call it a night before the sun comes up.
Good night, Cruz.
Oh, what the hell? The sun's already coming up. What is it, 6:25 in your area?
Yeah, I've got to shut my eyes before it starts shining in the house, or I'll never sleep.
Oh, my God.
All right, good night.
Good night.
Good night.
It's good talking to you tonight. You kicked ass tonight, Trooper Wells. Good stuff. Roasting globies. It's like roasting marshmallows, right? Sometimes. Start the fire. You can put some hot dogs or some marshmallows. The globies that come on in. What you got? And guess who I got a message from? I ain't even looking at it yet.
Who did you get a message from?
Hold on. It's Reconor.
Oh, boy.
Because I talk shit about him on the live stream. Because he's obsessed with us.
Oh, is he very, very sorry?
I don't know. I didn't read the message yet.
Oh, maybe he's very, very sorry. And he didn't really mean it.
Maybe he won't be as much of a dick anymore.
Helio, if the man would talk, I would give him a break.
You're gonna give him a break? I think I was one of the first people.
If he would come on, Mike, and explain his points like a legible part, someone in the server.
You know, I'm gonna read you what he said. He said, "You're a joke and far from Christian," which I never claimed to be. And he said, "You're a selfish, drunken ass. Goodbye, Mr. Helio." Good fucking bye, Mr. Reckon. I haven't banned you, but hopefully you ban yourself, and I don't fucking want you here. So good fucking bye, Reckonor.
Goodbye.
You're a dick.
Goodbye.
You're just boring. It's like sometimes you make some good points, and you're funny when you talk with your fucking Arnold accent. And but most of the time you're just a total dick, and nobody wants to talk to you anyway. And you've been doing the same bullshit for years. I mean, you know, I hope that you have some other shit going on besides this, so that you don't have to really concentrate on being around here. And I would, I'm not gonna say what I'm thinking right now, but hey, Reckonor, man, find something else to do. That's all I'm saying. Fuck off somewhere else. Find some other people to troll.
Oh, bro, I've got a tune for you. Hang on till I find it.
So I'm going to post 3 images. It's not as impactful as just seeing 3 images, but it's better than nothing. I mean, if you could see the video, you could see how the horizon does not move. And as I elevate, you can see more because there are fewer obstructions. Okay, that's ground level. A little higher up. And this is, you know, nobody can argue that these images are of a flat plane. And it looks identical to the Earth on which we live. As if you were to fly in an aircraft of any sort. And then the final image is much higher up. See, the horizon line is the same. Now, the ground level, it's a little more difficult to tell because you have all the obstructions, the mountains, the terrain, the trees. But as you rise up in elevation, you can see more. Because the obstruction.
I'm back. I have got I've used your equations and everything, and I'm just putting it in a nice file to upload for you. I would just take a photo, but I have no clue how, and I don't think I have permissions to. But I've got a working model that shows you it's using equations and everything, your stuff, and it shows that the curvature of the Earth is there. Just putting it there.
Well, where did you put these calculations with which software? I mean, you know, I can give you permissions to post these images, but I'm curious, where did you come up with the calculations, which software and the images? Which type of software did you?
We used your calculations and ran it through on a piece of paper with a normal calculator that
Wait, you say we? It wasn't you. It was you.
It was me and my cousin. Okay. He's amazing at maths. I'm okay. He's ridiculously good, and we have run through it. We're now just putting it into a lovely file for you to look through. And if you wish to post it, be my guest.
Yeah, why don't you send it to me and then I'll go ahead and post it. How about that?
Yeah, we'll just be a minute. We're just running it through.
Can you run through the conversation like like giving me a brief of?
Yeah, especially I think he's talking about the 8 inches per mouse.
Well, I mean, I was like super in the middle of a sentence. Thank you. Good morning. First thing in the morning, I don't want to be interrupted. I didn't interrupt anything anyone else said. I've been sitting here for like 20 minutes.
I didn't know you were that long. Go ahead.
Good morning, bro.
Good morning.
One sec, I'm just proof checking all of it, just to double check it's right, and then I'll make it into a file for you and hand it in.
Go ahead and send it to Elijah. He's got this from this point on.
What, the Elia F guy that's got his mic muted at the minute, right? That guy?
Yeah, that guy that interrupted me while I was trying to talk.
Yeah. All right.
Said you could send it to me so I could share it for you. Give it to him. He'll share it for you.
So you wrote it down on a piece of paper. You can't take a picture of that paper, is what you say? Did I hear you wrong?
It's not very easy to understand, so we're going to put it in a document so it's easier to read, because handwriting is exactly the best.
It's numbers, right? You can take a picture and send it.
Yeah, but I had how do I put it? We're just plugging it in.
Can you do both to make it easy?
Yeah, we're making it easy to read, so it's actually readable then. Because I struggle to read.
Can you post the paper? Just snap, send. It's very simple.
I can, but it'd be nicer if it's on an actual graph.
It'd be nice to have what I asked for.
Yeah, right.
Everybody else probably wants all that other stuff, but thank you.
Broken geometry.
Okay, yeah, it's because it is a bit confusing when they don't want. So you wanted context to what he was bringing. This is the context. I showed him direct measurement of the Earth, where it measured flat and level, like all the ones that I had, like the immediate ones, right? The Ificore laser, the observation of the black swan, and then the other laser test, the John D peer-to-peer, and the Taboo conspiracy laser test, the 14.7 miles or whatever. And then I asked him if he had any measurement of curvature or if anyone had ever measured a curvature. And he kept trying to avoid it. And then he kind of alluded to the fact, kind of alluded to the calculations being wrong. So I showed him the Earth curve chart, and that was what they claimed the Earth was with, the radius, and showed him the chart that they provide. They provide the curvature calculators which come up with it. And so I don't know if he's trying to say that the calculations are wrong but he was telling me about his observation and said that he saw from one place to another and was telling me how high one place was. And I told him, I said I wasn't asking for an observation. I was asking for a direct measurement that we could verify. And then he spiraled out and said, well, that's because we don't live on a disc, because he wanted to talk about something else other than curvature, and I wouldn't let him get off of curvature and asked him for direct measurement. And he kind of spiraled and left, and then now he's back saying that he's got the direct measurement for curvature. So that's the context.
Thank you, Truth.
If that helps any. Good morning, everybody.
Yes, it does. Because I was under the impression that he said he had calculations for curvature. Like,
well,
we already have that.
Yeah, that's what he kept trying to tell me. Like, he was telling me and explaining an observation, and then he wanted to give me the calculations for it. And I'm like, no, I'm talking about a direct measurement that we can verify that shows curvature. But that's the context. I'm going to hop off now. Good morning, by the way. I'm out.
Have a great day.
Yeah. So let me check my inbox. Yeah.
Hello, guys, again. How are you? Everything's fine?
Yep. Good morning.
Too silent inside here.
Well, we're waiting for a guy to post a picture of a paper. I mean, I never understand why things take longer than a busy day at the bank, but whatever.
I'm hearing from the beginning now. I'm at work. I came here at 7 o'clock. It's 2 o'clock almost now. I think that most of them, they're interacting here and saying about the globe are trolls or have mental problems, I think. But most of them have these trolls. I think it's not possible to be all mental issues. If you want to say something,
We should have the Jeopardy theme song playing.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. Even if it does, I'm sure he's not giving what anybody really asked for here.
Right.
I mean, we already have calculations of the globe because it's a mathematical concept, and you can also do some 3D renderings of a sphere. So that's not something we didn't think didn't exist. It exists. That's why we're talking about it, because that's all that exists.
Well, most of the deceptions out there are based off of computer models, and just because it's a computer model doesn't make it so. You can use math to say just about anything, but it does not necessarily reflect what reality is. So you could create an equation for a globe, but that doesn't mean that that equation which represents the globe represents reality also. So I suppose what the Globers are trying to do is create an equation that shows how far you should be able to see without objects vanishing from view, which is I don't recall the number, but there's several documented cases of telescopic devices being able to see much farther.
That was so anticlimactic.
Did he head out?
Who knows? Who cares? I was just coming in to say hi. I wanted to see what was going on.
Well, pleased to meet you. I go by Aldion. It's my online persona.
Good to meet you too. My name is Elijah.
My real name is Johnson.
I'll be right back. I get a call.
Okay.
Oh, how cute. Jazz is in here. He's got no rules and he's just come in here to sleep. He's not even listening and he's just in here sleeping. Oh, that's a bit like me back in the day. Jazz, if you're out on YouTube and you can hear us somehow, buddy, hiya. When you get a chance, open your mic or come off mute. We'd like to talk to you, pal. Other than that, sweet dreams.
Are you, are you presently in Scotland right now?
Yep, I sure
How
am.
are things over there?
Well, outside my window, there's a lot of greenery and no one else. But in Scotland and in Britain in general, yeah, it's loony land. Everyone's conforming to the fear that they're spreading, and but there is a healthy element of we're not doing this. We're going to power through. We're British. We'll overcome this.
Right.
We fight the common cold. We fight, hunger. We fight, when the electricity goes off. We band together and make sure we've all got water and something to eat. Yeah, there's an element of that going on, and it's unspoken as much as the rest of the world know. Probably the same as every other country. People are sticking together but just not saying anything. We've all got the same mind that we do not consent, but we don't make it very, very visual or very vocal. But yeah, I'm exempt from everything.
Awesome.
I'm immune. I'm born immune to everything. I'm naturally exempt from anything like that. There's no laws of the land that I need to adhere to, or by government in that regard that I need to adhere to. So I'm one of the lucky ones from my perspective.
Sure.
But more and more people are waking up to that mentality, that approach, that you're born free, and it's your choice, and other people make their choice to save themselves. So therefore, your choice is your choice. And we're getting the word out like that, little by little. But yeah, in general, it's prison UK, it's lockdown land. If you don't have certificates and passes, you can't get out the country, or you can't go out for a meal, or go for a drink with your friends and a dance. Yeah, that's about the state of play, really. And the adverts on the television are for death insurance. They're things like, please die responsibly, or diehappy.com.
That's awful.
I'm not joking. You can search this up. Yeah,
I'm going to have to.
That's what they're pushing now. Die responsibly. Diehappy.com.
That's evil.
Insurance. Yeah, get death insurance, and we can pay off the mortgage. That's what they actually say. Yep. Get death insurance, and we can pay off the mortgage. She won't be there anymore when she dies. There'll be no we for her. But that's the angle that they push. It's very, very subtle. And it's
those butchers, they killed both of my parents this year.
Well, your parents are in a better place, my friend. There's a bigger planet play, I must admit.
Right.
Whatever's going on this earth can't affect that bigger plan. So if we're not here anymore, thankfully, we don't have to put up with the nonsense that men impose upon us. And,
right.
So we're free in a sense. But I'm sorry to hear that. But you'll see them again someday.
I believe that. Firmly do. Because both of my parents were believers. My mother was even a flat earth. She'd come around to it. Because she was around when they did the staged moon landing thing, right? And she saw right through that footage how fake it was, even back in the 1960s. And I think she even saw a soda can on the set. So how she's thinking, how did that get on the moon? Because that's not the moon.
Yeah.
Doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that one out.
Yes, yeah. But they got away with it all because we had bad television, pictures, and TV pictures used to drift, and we would see things like your mother saw. Was that a soda can? And they'd be like, no, that's a glitch in the signal transmission. Don't be silly.
That's right. It's not like it is nowadays with YouTube where you can just rewind it. There was no rewind back then.
Yeah. But that's how clever they are. They do it generationally with little bits of information. And it's really, really, it's to be admired. But now we know their game, we can copy it and play back.
That's right.
So, yeah. Little by little. I won't be here when it's all sorted. Hopefully my children's children or whoever will be here. Or ours will be here. But yeah, it's good to be involved in something that might just change it for better instead of sitting back and letting it just get worse.
I was told that my ancestors could come from Scotland, so I'd always dreamed of taking a vacation there and, trying some local fish and chips and some local scotch above all, because that's my favorite drink of choice, And it would have been nice to actually travel to somewhere in actual Scotland and do those things. But in lieu of recent events, it's not looking like that's going to ever be possible.
Yeah, I know how you feel. Montreal is. I don't have heritage from the States. When I was young, there was a young Native American boy stayed with us, and I've followed the trail of America and how it came about. And I grew up through the 60s and the 70s. Everything to me was Route 66 or, Burt Reynolds or the cowboy lifestyle. And I would very much love to jump on a plane and come across there. And I've got, hey, all you guys are my friends and my family. I would love to have been there for Oktoberfest. And just come over and get a slice of apple pie and a cup of coffee with some of you people would be beautiful. But yeah, it's not really, we've been stopped, and that's not fair. That's
no, it's not.
Right. Yeah.
They're trying to divide us again. Back during the Middle Ages, the travel was so difficult that you simply could not go to those other places. But with the advent of the airplane, that those barriers were gone for a time. But, they would have their secret meetings, the Bilderbergs, G7, whatever name they want to go by them. And so people from all over the world would get wind of it, and they would rally and protest. So I guess they figured, well, we can't have that. How do we stop that? We've got to cook something up, and the rest is history. And so here we are, locked down with limitations. So if they decide to have a conference in Germany, well, guess what? You're not going because you don't have a certain passport.
And it's beyond that in other extents as well. I mean, people accuse us of learning everything we know on YouTube. Now, that's ridiculous, apart from anything else. But I have, since the advent of the internet, learned an awful lot. I've been able to learn at a pace that suited me. And okay, it's later in my life that I'm learning, but I am learning. But what I'm now seeing is sources of information being removed.
Yes.
The things that helped me in my understanding, government documents, NASA documents, Army documents, Air Force documents, civilian transport documents, normal stuff that we had open access to. 404, this link not active, page not found, continually. That's what's going on there. Am I keying the wrong access codes in? Am I asking for the wrong places? I don't think so, because everybody else says the same thing. What's stop us going around, but what's with us stopping us having access to the information that we can openly learn from if we're stopped going around?
Right.
So yeah, there's something.
See, that's just it. If the fallacy of we learn everything from YouTube and the internet, well, if that's the case, then they wouldn't be worried about physically locking us down anywhere. They would be concerned with shutting down YouTube altogether. But that's not what's happened. They've created physical barriers to where we cannot travel to other places because that's where we're getting the bulk of our information, and they're trying to stifle that. They're trying to put a stop to us getting actual data in person and being able to demonstrate like that in person. Although the whole demonstration thing is very risky because they subvert it very easily.
Yeah, the demonstration thing is straight up co-opted.
Yeah,
like everything that everyone goes out to. I'll say people are easily herded, and all of these protests are going on is to the benefit of the people playing with larger numbers and have more at stake. Now, I was just thinking this because they were down in City Hall yesterday, or the day before yesterday, and I was thinking to myself, what a great marketing strategy, because just like Flat Earth and everything else, without competition, things get stale. So before this flat Earth resurgence, no one gave a fuck about space. No one gave a fuck about NASA. In fact, like I thought NASA was done. Somebody said it was defunded. You know, I can't even remember where I got that
Yeah,
from.
they turned it into quote unquote Muslim outreach, is what they said.
So it went from people being disinterested to us becoming controlled opposition in the sense that our feelings were played on to the point where we felt like we had to go out there and state the obvious that the earth is flat. And then there are people who are emotionally tied to the other side. Now I can't even say other side because the other side is just they're tied to another idea that's the antithesis of reality, which is what we're trying to get people to see.
Right.
And so we are going at each other, drumming up this interesting conversation, right? That people are just addicted to. And so now it's the same thing with people going out and marching and doing this and doing that. There's obviously people like us who are like, you know what? No thanks. You can do what you want. I'm good though. But then when they introduce all of this, well, you won't be able to travel, this, that, the third. Now it's like, okay, well, now I have to go out there and speak my mind. And then I'm going to be met with the other human beings that are speaking their mind, the ones who believe that this is what's safe. Now there is a national conversation about something no one really gave a fuck about. It's like the flu shot. Those numbers were dwindling. No one really cared. Some people got it because they're germ freaks or whatever the case is. And so they're like, oh, I'm doing everything by the book. I'm getting my shots. I'm updated. I go to my doctor every 6 months or whatever the case. And there are people like that, just not that many. And that doesn't make money. So they had to devise a plan to revitalize their market, and this is what that is, I think.
Boy, is that market ever revitalized? How many billions of dollars have they made off of the treatments now?
Yep.
And also, the other aspect of that is the masterminds, they want to cull the human population. They think there are too many people. And so they've used some of the policies to do that.
It's a shame.
And unfortunately, my own parents fell victim to that.
It's a shame, man.
It's a nightmare is what it is. It's like I'm living in a bad Twilight Zone episode.
I'm sorry to hear that, by the way.
But I think you're right. How, the plans within plans, the movement's getting co-opted.
Because what, am I supposed to believe they didn't know that this wouldn't be the reaction, right?
Oh, they knew. They tested it.
That's the thing. Here's this reaction, and here are people making a conversation that no one would otherwise care about, which equals good marketing strategy equals money for them. That's why I'm not playing this game anymore. Like, I'm doing something totally different. That's why I'm not in here most of the time. I'm busy trying to figure other things out. To try to, physically change things out there. But before I do that, I gotta have money.
Yeah. Is that a fact? I mean, you can ideologically speak out against money all you want, but if you don't have any, your stomach starts to grumble. What are you going to do?
Oh, I found my keys. Yay. found my keys and misplaced my glasses.
I think misplacing the glasses is worse because then it's more difficult to be able to see.
I found them. Thank goodness. It's always like, it's no matter what I do, I can't get out of the house before 7 o'clock.
Yeah, I know the feeling.
I could be up at 4 o'clock and still get out after 7. It's ridiculous.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you, man?
I'm doing quite well, considering.
Great set, man.
One thing that seems certain, it looks like they're intent upon collapsing the U.S. dollar. So how does one survive something like that?
Use the currency that they want to use.
Yeah, you're going to have to. I think it's got to be some sort of cryptocurrency.
Yeah, or just trade goods for services like normal. Nothing's going to change. Nothing. The rules of this place that we live, the rules that we're governed by, that's never going to change. It doesn't matter how they dress it up, how much they switch it up. None of that ever matters. The people, if they want to eat, they will eat, unless there's some people really somewhere like you can't eat. Like even all this traveling stuff. Like people think there aren't ways around it, but there are whole communities that, since forever, since birth, have not even had a thought about any kinds of the word.
Yeah.
They haven't done anything that we think we have to do, but they still travel and get around and make money just fine. In fact, they're super successful. So whatever's going on, I don't believe the hype. I'll do what I see those communities do. They seem fine. They have their nice big cushy houses. And I don't see that changing.
Can I have a mic check?
Sounds good.
Hey, Roger.
Yeah. So, welcome back, Callum.
I just I've got more coming. I'm just working on it. It'll be a minute. I'm gonna hang up again.
What are you working on, Callum?
Did you not listen to?
Not really, Callum. What are you working on?
That's to prove that the Earth isn't flat. That's what this shows.
How are you gonna do that?
I've just uploaded the photos to you.
To who?
Elia F. I sent you the photos direct message.
Thank you, brother. I'll post them for you.
Yep, cheers. I told you they are messy and hard to read and in pencil, so...
Very
what
easy
is this?
Don't worry about it.
What is this going to prove, Callum?
Well, just take a look at it, Roger. Right here is supposed to be...
It is missing pieces. I need to finish it, but but you were complaining that I couldn't upload it, so I've given you what I have at the minute.
So what is this, Callum?
Well, it's apparently proof that the Earth is.
It's the equation to prove that at 2 meters above sea level you should be able to see, I think it's 60 degrees, both including both directions. So proving that the Earth isn't flat. It's not finished, and I've got another one coming. It'll be a minute. I can't say any more than that.
So what, again, 60 degrees your field of view, or
yes, 60 degrees field of view. It also should,
and then
if you plot it on it.
Then what?
If you plot it on
Then what? So Earth is a ball because you can see 60 degrees.
No. Yeah, and it's also relative to the height above. This is to prove that the equator line does move. No, not the equator line. The horizon line does move with altitude. So we worked it at 2 meters above sea level. It also, if you plot it in a graph, no matter how high you go, you never see over 90%, 90 degrees.
That wasn't in contention though. Like that's basically what. That's what the 1.2 times the square root of the height formula tells us, based on the elevation. We already know that the distance to the horizon is relative to how high you are and how big the Earth is supposed to be.
This is proving that it is a sphere, not that.
No, that's not. That's just what it's telling us. You understand? Like, we get that already. We get that part.
No, I'm using what it's telling us. I'm still not finished, like I said, to show that it's a sphere. I've also got a bit more. It's not quite finished yet. It's in the works. This is not taking too long, but it's not going to take too long more. If you're patient, I will get it.
I haven't seen any empirical measurements like from reality. Like,
what do you mean?
When you stand on the shore of a lake, and on the other side you have a city on the other shore, and using Google Maps, any Android device, according to your geo-positioning location, you can get a quite accurate distance.
You can't measure the curvature of the Earth using lasers and a lake. I'm using a mathematical formula to prove the curvature of the Earth.
Just now? Did I mention lasers?
You mentioned lake and a city on the other side, trying to measure something that you can't measure without using a mathematical formula, which I have handed to you.
Hold on, Gepiget.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have, I can't call it a model, right? But you have calculations, okay? So show us how they work in reality. Give us a real world example to go along with this.
Yeah, we're going to do that in a minute. We're just sorting out all the graphs and everything for it, so I can show you in a more visual way other than a sheet of paper. Yeah?
Okay, no worries. Take your time then.
Yeah, cheers. I'll see you in a bit.
Interesting.
He's going
will say in his defense
say that horizon expands with elevation because it's the curvature. but actually that's fraudulent, false. Because when you compare the surface area that you are able to see once you increase your elevation and you punch in those numbers into those formulas which you just presented us, it's not gonna match. You will never be able to tell me how much land I will see.
We know
when
that.
when I go like 10 kilometers altitude, he's not going to be able to tell me how much land I'm going to see.
But we know that, but the thing is, do we know whether or not he knows that?
Yes,
So what I mean is we have conversations with people that already know this.
Yeah.
Okay. Like the difference between people who already know this and people who have been in, I don't know, other servers, they could be at a different point in the conversation. So, someone comes along and they're like, "Oh, the 8 inches per mile squared, that doesn't work for whatever reason. It's not really true. We didn't make it up. Yes, it's a parabola or parabola, however you say it. However, it's also accurate up to a certain extent. That aside, I don't know, some people haven't had the conversation of, well, there's supposed to be physical limits on this geometric surface that's supposed to be a sphere. They haven't had that conversation. They don't know that the horizon is supposed to be at a specific distance. They don't have anything in their mind to simulate what we're talking about to make it make sense. We got to get off of the attack because there's nothing to attack. I mean, there's no reason to be upset. The conversation is already over. You know, all that's left to do is to help people see where they're going wrong.
I appreciate his, approach. Like he's really going at math, and I see he's writing all these formulas, cosinus, tangent, sinus, all these angles and stuff. Yeah, but you have to match that with reality, with what you observe, actually, and the distances. So that's why I started telling him, like, when you're on a shore of a lake and on the other side you see a city, there are methods you can get your distance from that city, and you know precisely how far you observe, you see that city at. Yeah.
Yeah, but the patient attitude is the key, though. That is important.
Yeah. And even in a mile wide lake, yeah, you should be able to measure those 8 inches of curvature. But you can't. And hey, make it half mile, and it's less than 8 inches. You'll have to measure like 2 or 3 inches. It's much easier to measure 2 inches than 8 inches. when we measure, for example, the water surface on a small swimming pool, we find it's perfectly flat, perfect, level. That's why it even has this name to it.
Well, even natural bodies of water, even the biggest ones, the surface of the water is flat. Now, if there was any sort of curvature, the water would